2. Nature educates families. The most natural state therefore is one nation with one national character. This it retains for ages, and this is most naturally formed when it is the object of its native princes, for a nation is as much a natural plant as a family, only with more branches. Nothing therefore appears so directly opposite to the end of government as the unnatural enlargement of states, the wild mixture of various races and nations under one scepter. A human scepter is far too weak and slender for such incongruous parts to be engrafted upon it. Glued together indeed they may be into a fragile machine, termed a machine of state, but destitute of internal vivification and sympathy of parts. Kingdoms of this kind which render the name of fathers of their country scarcely applicable to the best of potentates appear in history like that type of monarchy in the vision of the prophet, where the lion's head, the dragon's tail, the eagle's wings, and the paws of a bear combined in one unpatriotic figure of a state. Such machines are pieced together like the Trojan horse, guaranteeing one another's immortality, though destitute of national character. There is no life in them, and nothing but the curse of fate can condemn to immortality the forced union, for the very politics that framed them are those that play with men and nations as with inanimate substances. But history sufficiently shows that these instruments of human pride are formed of clay and, like all other clay, will dissolve or crumble to pieces. 3. As in all associations between men mutual assistance and security are the chief ends of their union, so in all states the natural order is the best, namely, that each of its members should be what he was designed by nature. As soon as the sovereign steps into the place of the Creator and, prompted by his own will or passions, endeavors to make the creature what God never intended, this heaven-controlling despotism becomes the parent of every disorder and inevitable misfortune. Now as all ranks of men established by tradition counteract, in a certain degree, nature, who has confined her gifts to no rank, it is not to be wondered that most nations, after having tried various forms of government and experienced the inconveniencies of each, have at length recurred in despair to that which renders them altogether machines, to despotic hereditary government. They said, like the king of the Jews when 3 evils were offered to him, let us rather fall into the hands of the Lord than into the hands of men, and surrendered themselves at discretion to the will of providence, submitting to whatever ruler heaven might send them, for the tyranny of aristocracy is a severe tyranny, and popular sway is a very leviathan. Accordingly, all Christian potentates style themselves so. By the grace of God. Thus acknowledging that they derive their crowns not from their own merit, which indeed could not exist before they were born, but from the will of providence, which permitted them to be born on a throne. The claim of desert they must acquire by their own labors, with which it is incumbent on them to justify providence for acknowledging them worthy of their high office, for the office of a prince is nothing less than that of a god among men, a superior being in a mortal form. The few that have been sensible of this distinguished calling shine like stars amid the endless night dark with clouds of ordinary rulers, and animate the lost wanderer in his melancholy progress through the political history of mankind. Oh, for another Montesquieu, to feast us with the spirit of laws and governments on our globe only during the centuries best known to us. Not according to the empty names of 3 or 4 forms of government which are alike in no 2 places, and never remain the same, not according to the political maxims of states, for no state is founded on verbal principles, and still less could anyone adhere to them invariably at all times and under all circumstances, not from detached examples, taken from all nations, times, and climates out of which, in this confusion, the genius of our earth himself could not form a whole, but solely by a philosophical animated representation of civil history in which, uniform as it appears, no one scene occurs twice, and which, fearfully instructive, completes the picture of the vices and virtues of mankind and their governors according to place and time always changing, always the same. Chapter 5. Religion is the most ancient and sacred tradition upon the earth. Weary and tired of all these changes, of climates, times, and nations, can we find on the globe no standard of the common property and excellence of our fraternity? Yes, the disposition to reason, humanity, and religion. The 3 graces of human life. All states have had a late origin, and arts and sciences have arisen in them still later, but families are the eternal work of nature, the progressive establishment in which she plants the seeds of humanity and fosters its growth. Languages vary with every people in every clime, but in all languages one and the same type-searching human reason is conspicuous. Thus traces of religion, however different its garb may be, are found even among the poorest and rudest nations on the verge of the earth. The Greenlander and Kamtschatl, the Pesheri and Papu, have notions of religion as customs or traditions show. Nay, were there a single people totally destitute of religion among the Ansicans or those savages of the Indian islands who have been compelled to hide themselves in the woods, this very want would be a proof of the highly savage stage to which they were reduced. Now whence is the religion of these people derived? Can these poor creatures have invented their religious worship as a sort of natural theology? Certainly not, for absorbed in labor, they invent nothing, but in all things follow the traditions of their forefathers. At the same time, they have been totally destitute of hints for this invention from external objects, for if they learned to make bows and arrows, fishing tackle and clothing from animals or from nature, in what beast, in what natural object, could they see religion? Or from what one could they learn to worship a deity? Here therefore, tradition has been the propagator of their religion and sacred rites, as of their language and slight degree of civilization. Hence it directly follows that religious tradition could employ no other means than those which were used by reason and speech, namely symbols. If thoughts, to be propagated, must become words, if every institution must have a visible sign in order to be transmitted to others and to posterity, how can that which is unseen be rendered perceptible, or an ancient history be preserved to future ages, but by words or characters? Hence, among the most uncultivated people, the language of religion is ever the most ancient and obscure, often unintelligible even to the initiated, much more to strangers. The most expressive sacred symbols of every people, however nicely adapted to the climate and nation, frequently become void of meaning in a few generations. And no wonder, for this must happen to every language, to every institution with arbitrary characters, unless they be often brought into comparison with their objects by common use, and thus retained in significant remembrance. In religion this actual comparison is difficult, if not impractical, for the symbol refers either to an invisible idea or an ancient history. Thus it must inevitably follow that priests, the original philosophers of a nation, could not always remain so. For as soon as the signification of the symbols were lost to them they must become either the blind servants of idolatry or the lying preachers of superstition. And so they have richly proved themselves almost everywhere, not from any particular propensity to deception, but from the natural course of things. In language, in every science, in every art and institution, the same destiny prevails. The ignorant, who endeavors to speak or to teach an art, must conceal, must feign, must dissemble, a false appearance assumes the place of lost truth. This is the history of all the mysteries. Upon earth, at first they concealed much that was well worthy of being known, but in the end, particularly when the wisdom of men separated itself from them, they degenerated into despicable nonsense, and thus, the sanctuary being reduced to an empty shell, the priests at length became wretched deceivers. They by whom the priests were chiefly exposed as such were the princes and philosophers. The princes, being soon led by their high rank in which all power was vested to the uncontrolled exercise of their own will, thought it a duty of their rank to restrain an invisible superior power, and consequently to annihilate its symbols, or tolerate them as wires to move the puppet people. Hence the unhappy conflict between the throne and the altar in all half-civilized nations, until men at length attempted to unite them and thus produce to the world the incongruous structure of a throne on the altar, or an altar on the throne. In this unequal contest, the degenerate priests must necessarily continue to lose ground, for invisible belief had to contend against visible power, and the shadow of an ancient tradition against the splendor of that golden scepter which the priests themselves had formerly consecrated and placed in the hand of the monarch. Thus with increasing civilization the days of priestly dominion passed away. The despot, who originally wore his crown in the name of the deity, now found it more easy to support it in his own, and to this the people were accustomed both by the sovereign and the philosopher. Now, in the first place, it is unquestionable that religion alone introduced the first rudiments of civilization and science among all people, nay, that these rudiments were originally nothing more than a kind of religious tradition. The little civilization and science we find in all savage nations, even at present, are connected with their religion. The language of their religion is an exalted solemn language which not only accompanies their sacred rites with song and dance, but for the most part proceeds from the tales of the primitive world, and is accordingly the only relic these people have of ancient story, their sole memorial of antiquity, their single glimmer of science. The numbering and observance of days, the foundation of all chronology, is or was everywhere sacred. The magi of all quarters of the globe appropriated to themselves the knowledge of the heavens and of nature, however humble it was. The arts of physic and soothsaying, the occult sciences and interpretation of dreams, the knowledge of writing, and of atonement to the gods, of satisfaction to the dead and obtaining accounts from them, in short, the whole of the dark realm of doubts, respecting which human curiosity is ever on the wing, are in the hands of their priests, so that in many nations one common worship and religious festivals are all that imparts to independent families the shadow of a whole. The history of civilization will show that this was the case with the most cultivated nations. The science of the Egyptians and of all the people of the East to the utmost verge of Asia, as well as of all the polished nations of antiquity in Europe, the Etruscans, Greeks, and Romans, began in the bosom and under the veil of religious tradition. Thus were poetry and arts, music and writing, history and physic, natural philosophy and metaphysics, astronomy and chronology, and even morals and politics, imparted to them. The most ancient philosophers did nothing but separate the seed that was given them and raise plants from it, and these plants continued to be propagated through subsequent ages. We of the North, too, have received our sciences in no other way but under the garb of religion, so that we may boldly affirm, from the history of all nations, the earth is indebted for the seeds of all superior degrees of cultivation to religious traditions, oral or written. Secondly, the nature of the case itself confirms this historical assertion, for what raised man above the brute and prevented him, even in his rudest state, from being degraded to the rank of a beast? It will be said, reason and speech. But as without speech he could not attain to reason, so he could acquire neither but by the observation of unity in multiplicity, by the perception of the invisible in the visible, by the connection of cause with effect. Thus a kind of religious feeling of invisible operative powers in the whole chaos of being that surrounded him must have preceded that first formation and connection of abstract ideas, and formed their basis. Savages have this feeling of the powers of nature, even when they have no express idea of God, a lively and active feeling, as their idolatry and superstition evince. In all sensitive ideas of merely visible things man acts like an animal. The conception of something invisible in what is visible, of a power in its action, must lift him to the first steps of superior reason. This conception is almost the only one, referable to transcendent reason, that uncultivated nations possess, and which others have developed in a greater variety of words. It is the same with regard to the duration of the soul after death. In whatever way men acquired this notion, man in dying is distinguished from the brute by this general article of belief alone. No savage nation can philosophically demonstrate the immortality of the human soul, which is perhaps more than any one philosopher can do, for even he can only confirm by rational arguments the belief of this immortality, which is rooted in man's heart, yet this belief is universal. Even the Kamp's chattel displays it when he places a dog by the side of his dead, as the New Hollander does when he sinks the corpse of the deceased in the sea. No nation buries its dead as a man would bury a dog. Every savage, when he dies, departs for the country of his fathers, for the land of souls. Thus religious traditions and the internal feeling of an existence which knows no proper annihilation, precede scrutinizing reason, else this would not easily have attained the notion of immortality, or would have presented it in an abstract, unenergetic form. Accordingly, the universal belief in the continuance of our existence is the pyramid raised by religion over the graves of all nations. Lastly, shall the divine laws and rules of humanity, which display themselves though but in fragments among the most savage nations, have been discovered by reason after the lapse perhaps of thousands of years, and be indebted for their foundation to this changeable image of human abstraction? I cannot think so, even on the ground of history. Had men been dispersed over the earth like brutes, to invent the internal form of humanity for themselves, we must still find nations without language, without reason, without religion, and without morals, for as man has been, so man is still. But no history, no experience, informs us of any place where human orangutans dwell, and the fables which the late Diodorus, or still later Pliny, relates of the men without feeling and other non-human men, have the marks of falsehood on the very face of them, or at least are not to be credited on the testimony of such writers. In like manner the accounts of the uncultivated nations of antiquity, which poets give to exalt the name of their Orpheus and their Cadmus, are certainly exaggerated, for the times in which these poets lived and the aim of their legends, exclude them from the rank of authentic historians. To reason from the analogy of climate, no European, not to say Grecian, nation, has ever been more savage than the New Zealander or the Pecherii, yet these scarcely human beings possess humanity, reason, and language. No cannibals devour their children or brothers, their inhuman practice is a savage rite of war, to nourish their valor and terrify their enemies. It is, therefore, nothing more or less than the work of a gross political reason, which in those nations has overpowered humanity with regard to these few sacrifices to their country, as it is overpowered by us Europeans even in the present day in some other respects. Before strangers they are ashamed of this barbarous practice, though we Europeans blush not at killing men, nay, they behave nobly and like brethren to every prisoner of war on whom the fatal lot does not fall. All these things, even when the Hottentot buries his child alive and the Eskimo abridges the days of his aged parent, are consequences of lamentable necessity which, in the meantime, are not inconsistent with the original feeling of humanity. Misguided reason or unbridled luxury has engendered many more singular abominations among us to which the polygamy of the Negro is not to be compared. But as no one will on this account deny that the figure of humanity is engraved on the heart of the Sodomite, the oppressor, the assassin, though almost effaced by his licentious manners and passions, permit me, after all I have read and examined concerning the nations of the earth, to consider this internal disposition to humanity to be as universal as human nature, or rather to be properly speaking human nature itself. It is older than speculative reason, which first formed itself in man by means of observation and language, nay, which would have had no standard in practical cases had it not borrowed one from the obscure image within us. If all the duties of man be merely conventional, invented by himself as the instruments of happiness and confirmed by experience, they instantly cease to be my duties if I renounce happiness, their end. The syllogism of reason is thus completed. But how entered they into the head of him who never speculated concerning happiness and the means that produce it? How came the duties of marriage, of parental and filial affection, of social and domestic love, into the mind of man before he had gathered experience of the advantages and disadvantages attending each of them, and thus must have been in 1,000 different ways something less than human, before he became a man? No, benevolent God, thou didst not leave thy creature to murderous chance. To the brute thou gavest instinct, and on the mind of man didst thou impress thy image, religion, and humanity. The outline of the statue lies there, deep in the block, but it cannot hew out, it cannot fashion itself. Tradition and learning, reason and experience, must do this, and thou hast supplied sufficient means. The rule of justice, the principles of social rights, even monogamy as the species of nuptial love most natural to man, attention towards children, gratitude towards friends and benefactors, and even a sense of the most mighty and beneficent of beings, are traces of this image which, in this place and in that, are at one time suppressed, at another brought forward to view, but everywhere display, notwithstanding, the primitive dispositions of man which he cannot renounce, wherever he perceives them. These dispositions, and their improvement, form the proper kingdom of God upon earth, of which all men are citizens, only in different classes and degrees. Happy he who can contribute to the extension of this kingdom of the true internal human creation. He envies no inventor his knowledge, no king his crown. But who is the man that will inform us where and how this enlivening tradition of religion and humanity arose and spread to the utmost borders of the earth, where it loses itself in the obscurest traces? Who taught man language, which every child now learns from others and no one discovers by his own reason? What were the first symbols man conceived, so that the first germs of civilization came to nations under the veil of a cosmogony and religious stories? On what hangs the first link of the chain of our species and its spiritual and moral formation? Let us hear what the natural history of the earth and the most ancient tradition tell us on these heads. Book X. Chapter 1. Our earth is an earth peculiarly formed for its animate creation. As the philosopher is much in the dark respecting the origin of human history, and singularities occur in its remotest periods which will not accord with this system or with that, men have fallen on the desperate mode of cutting the knot, and have not only considered the earth as the ruins of a former habitation, but have supposed the human species to be a remnant of the former inhabitants of this planet who escaped perhaps in caves or mountains from the revolution of its last day. Thus its reason, arts, and traditions are treasures saved from the wrecks of the primitive world, 162 whence, on the one hand they appear from the beginning with a splendor derived from the experience of thousands of years, and on the other never can be clearly traced while the remnant of the human species has served like an isthmus, at once to unite and to confound the cultivation of two worlds. If this opinion were true there could be no such thing as a pure philosophy of the history of man, for the human species itself and all its arts would be nothing more than the recrement arising from the destruction of a former world. Let us inquire what foundation there is for a hypothesis which makes an inexplicable chaos of our earth itself and of the history of its inhabitants. In the original formation of our earth, in my opinion, it has none, for the first apparent ravages and revolutions it has undergone presuppose no ancient history of man, but belong to the creative series by which our earth was rendered habitable. 163 The ancient granite, the kernel of our globe, exhibits, as far as we have any knowledge of it, no trace of organic beings destroyed. We neither find any such included in it, nor do its component parts pre-require them. Its highest pinnacles probably rose above the waters of the creation, for they discover no marks of the action of a sea, but on these bare heights no human being could find nourishment, or even breathe. The air that surrounded these masses was not yet separated from water and fire, loaded with the various substances which deposited themselves in various combinations and at various periods on the basis of the earth, and gradually gave the world its form. It was equally as incapable of supporting the respiration of the most exquisite creature upon the globe as of imparting to it the breath of life. Thus the first living creatures must have originated in water, and this was imbued from its formation with a primitive creating power, which could yet act nowhere else, and accordingly first organized itself in an infinite multitude of shellfish, the only animals that could live in this teeming sea. As the formation of the earth proceeded, their destruction largely ensued and their scattered parts became the bases of finer organizations. In proportion as the primitive rock was freed from water and enriched by its deposits, or the elementary particles and organized beings mingled with it, the vegetable creation succeeded to that of the waters, and on every naked region what could vegetate vegetated. But no land animal could yet live in this hothouse of the vegetable kingdom. On heights on which the plants of Lapland now grow we find petrified productions of the torrid zone, a clear proof that their atmosphere had once the heat of the equatorial regions. Yet this atmosphere must already have been rendered in a considerable degree more pure, since so many substances had been precipitated from it, and since the life of a tender plant requires light, but as no animal that lives on the face of the earth, not to say no human skeleton, has ever been found along with these impressions of vegetables, it is highly probable that no such animal then existed, because no nourishment was yet ready for it, and because the matter out of which it was to be Formed was not yet prepared. Thus we proceed, until in very superficial strata of sand or clay the skeletons of the elephant and rhinoceros first appear, for those bones that occur in deeper strata, which some have fancied to be human, are altogether equivocal, and more accurate examiners of nature have declared them to be the remains of aquatic animals. Thus nature began on the earth with the creatures of the warmest climates, and as it appears, with the most bulky, as in the sea she first produced the mailed shellfish and large Cornua omanes. At least it is certain that among the numerous skeletons of elephants which have been washed together at a late period, and in some places preserved even with their skins, snakes, marine animals, and the like have been found, but no human bodies. And even had human bodies been discovered they would have been unquestionably of a very modern date compared with the ancient mountains in which none of these remains of living creatures exist. So says the most ancient book of the earth, thus it is written on its leaves of marble, lime, sand, slate, and clay, and what says it for a new formation of the globe, which a race of men whose remains we are had survived? All it says tends rather to prove that our earth has fashioned itself from its chaos of substances and powers through the animating warmth of the creative spirit to a peculiar and original whole by a series of preparatory revolutions, until at last the crown of its creation, the exquisite and tender creature man, was enabled to appear. Those systems, therefore, which talk of various changes of the poles and climates, of reiterated destructions of an inhabited and cultivated soil, of the driving of men from region to region, or of their graves under rocks and seas, and depict nothing but horror and destruction in all ancient history, are contradictory to the fabric of the earth, or at least unsupported by it, notwithstanding all the involutions it has unquestionably undergone. The fissures and veins in ancient stones, or the broken walls of our earth, say nothing of a habitable world before the present, nay, had fate melted together the ancient mass, assuredly no living remnant of the primitive world could have survived. The earth, therefore, as it now is, as well as the history of its inhabitants, remains a simple and complete problem to be solved by the inquirer. Let us proceed then, and ask. Chapter 2. Where was the place of the formation and most ancient abode of man? That this place could have been no late formed verge of the land requires no proof. We recur immediately, therefore, to the summits of the eternal, primitive mountains and the lands gradually annexed to them. Have men sprung up everywhere, as everywhere shellfish have sprung up? Did the mountains of the moon produce Negroes, the Andes Americans, Urals the Asiatics, and the Alps of Europe Europeans? And had each of the principal mountains of the world its own variety of the human species? As every region of the earth has its peculiar species of animals which cannot live elsewhere, and consequently must have been born in it, why should it not have its own race of men? And are not the varieties of national features, manners, and character, and particularly the great difference in languages, proofs of this? No one of my readers can be ignorant of the dazzling light in which these arguments have been placed by many learned and acute investigators of history, so that they have at length considered it as one of the most strained hypotheses to suppose that nature could everywhere produce apes and bears, but not men, and thus, in complete contradiction to the course of her other operations, expose the most delicate of her creatures to 1,000 perils by this singular frugality in creating only a single pair. They say, behold even now the prodigality of all teeming nature. What innumerable germs, not only of plants, but of animals and man, does she scatter into the lap of destruction? And is it possible that at the very juncture when the human species was to be produced, our prolific mother, whose virgin youth was so rich in the seeds of all beings and forms that, as the structure of the earth shows, she could sacrifice millions of living creatures at one revolution to produce new kinds, should have exhausted herself in inferior beings and have completed her wild labyrinth of life with 2 weak human creatures? Let us examine how far this apparently brilliant hypothesis answers to the progress of the civilization and history of our species, or is consistent with its form, character, and relation to the other living creatures of the earth. In the first place, it is evidently contrary to nature that all living beings should have received life in equal number, or at the same time, the structure of the earth and the internal constitution of the creatures render this impossible. Elephants and worms, lions, and animal culls, exist not in equal numbers, from their essence, too, they could not have been created originally in like proportions, or at the same time. Millions of testaceous animals must have perished before the bare rock of our earth could have been covered with the soil to nourish more exquisite life. A world of plants is destroyed annually to support the life of superior creatures. Thus, setting the final causes of the creation altogether aside, the making of one out of many and the destruction of multitudes by the revolving wheel of creation for the purpose of animating less numerous but more noble productions, arise out of the very substance of nature. Thus she proceeded on an ascending scale, and while she everywhere left enough of seed to maintain those species which she meant to perpetuate, she cleared the way for others more select, more exquisite, and of a superior order. If man were to be the crown of the creation, he could not have the same mass, the same day of production, the same place, and the same dwelling, as the fish or the sea blubber. His blood was not to be water, and therefore the vital warmth of nature must have been so far elaborated and refined as to give it redness. All his vessels and fibers, and even his bony frame itself, were to be formed from the purest clay, and as the Omnipotent acts but by second causes, such causes must have previously prepared the materials for this purpose. Such had pervaded even the grosser animal creation, when and where each animal could arise, it arose, energies thronged through every gate and formed themselves to life. The Cornuamenes existed before the fish, the plant preceded the animal which could not live without it. Here crawled the crocodile and caiman before the sagacious elephant, there waved his trunk and selected his food. Carnivorous animals pre-required a numerous and already much increased progeny of such as were to form their nourishment, consequently, they could not come into existence at the same time and in equal number with these. Man, too, if he were to be the inhabitant of the earth and the lord of the creation, must find his habitation and his kingdom prepared, and accordingly must come late and in smaller number than those he was to govern. If nature could have produced from the materials of her terrestrial factory anything more exquisite, more beautiful, and superior to man, why should she not have produced it? And her not having done this shows that with man she closed her work and now completed with the choicest frugality the forms which she had commenced with the most abundant superfluity in the depths of the sea. God created man, says the most ancient written tradition, in his own image, in the likeness of God he created him, one man and one woman, after the multitudes he had created, the smallest number, there he rested, and created nothing more. This was the summit that completed the living pyramid. Now where could this summit be placed? Where did the pearl of the finished earth display itself? Necessarily in the center of the most active organic powers, where, if I may be allowed such expressions, the creation was most widely extended and most exquisitely labored. And this could be nowhere, perhaps, but in Asia, as the structure of the earth itself gives us room to conjecture. In Asia were those great and extensive heights of the globe which the waters never covered, and the rocky ridges of which branched out far and wide. Here, too, was the greatest attraction of active powers, here friction circulated the electric steam, here the materials of prolific chaos were most abundantly precipitated. The most spacious quarter of the globe was formed around these mountains, as its figure shows, and on these mountains lived the greater number of all the species of the animal creation, which probably roamed over them in the enjoyment of existence while the rest of the world lay under water, scarcely exhibiting the naked or wood-crowned summits of its mountains. The mountain that Linnaeus imagined as the hill of creation 164 exists in nature not merely as a mountain, but as an extensive amphitheater, a constellation of mountains the arms of which stretch out into various climates. Thus Pallas. I must observe that all the animals which live in a tame state in the northern or southern countries are to be found wild in the temperate climate of the middle of Asia, the dromedary excepted, neither species of which thrives out of Africa or can be brought to endure the climate of Asia without difficulty. The native places of the wild ox and the buffalo, of the musselman from which our sheep are descended, of the bezoar goat and ibex, the intermixture of which has produced the fertile race of tame goats, are to be found in the mountainous chains that embrace the middle of Asia and part of Europe. The reindeer abounds on the high mountains that skirt Siberia and cover its eastern parts, where it is employed as a beast of draught and burden. It is also to be found on the Uralian chain, whence it has spread into the more northern countries. The camel with two humps is to be found wild in the great deserts between Tibet and China. Wild swine inhabit the woods and morasses throughout all the temperate part of Asia. The wild cat, from which our domestic cat is derived, is sufficiently known. Lastly, the chief breed of our domestic dogs is certainly descended from the jackal, though I do not think its blood wholly uncontaminated, for I am persuaded that it has been intermixed from a very remote period with that of the common wolf, the fox, and even the hyena, which has occasioned the extreme variety of size and figure in our dogs. 165. And who is unacquainted with the richness of Asia, particularly of its southern countries, in natural productions? It appears as if not only the most spacious, but also the most fertile land had settled itself around these the loftiest heights of the globe, attracting to itself from the beginning the greatest share of organic warmth. The most sagacious elephants, the most cunning apes, and the most lively animals, are produced in Asia, and notwithstanding its decline, it has probably, with regard to genetic disposition, the most ingenious and exalted men. But what is to be said of the other quarters of the globe? It is demonstrable from history that Europe was supplied both with men and animals chiefly from Asia, and was probably in great part covered with water or with forests and morasses when the higher land of Asia was already cultivated. With the interior part of Africa, indeed, we have yet but little acquaintance. Both the figure and altitude of its central ridge of mountains in particular are totally unknown to us, yet it is on many accounts probable that this ridge, in a quarter of the globe so scantily watered and having such extensive tracts of low ground, can scarcely equal in height and breadth that of Asia. This continent, therefore, was probably covered for a longer period, and though the torrid zone has not refused the animal or vegetable creation there a peculiar, powerful impression, yet it appears as if Africa and Europe were but children hanging to the breast of their mother Asia. These three quarters of the globe have most animals in common, and form on the whole but one continent. Lastly, when we consider the steep mountains, too lofty to be inhabited, that stretch through America, their still raging volcanoes, the low land at their feet, large tracts of which are on a level with the sea, and its living creation, which consists principally of plants, amphibia, insects, and birds, with fewer species of the more perfect and lively animals enjoyed by the Old World, and when to these we add the rude immature governments of its nations in general, it will be difficult to conceive that this continent was the earliest inhabited. Compared with the other half of the globe, it rather offers to the natural philosopher a rich problem of the difference between two opposite hemispheres. Even the beautiful valley of Quito could not easily be the birthplace of an original couple of human beings, ready as I should be to allow this honor to it, and to the mountains of the moon in Africa, and unwilling to contradict anyone who should discover proofs of it. But enough of mere conjecture, which I wish not to be abused so as to deny the omnipotent power and materials to create men wherever he pleased. The word that everywhere filled both sea and land with their proper inhabitants could also have given each quarter of the globe its native lord, had it thought fit. But are there not reasons discoverable in the character of man, as hitherto unfolded, why it did not think proper? We have seen that the reason and humanity of man depended on education, language, and tradition, and that in this respect he differs totally from the brute, which brings its infallible instinct into the world with it. If this be so, man could not, from his specific character, have been generally dispersed over the desert world like the beasts. The tree, which could everywhere be propagated by art alone, was rather to spring from one root in a place where it would prosper best, where it could be fostered by him by whom it was planted. Mankind, destined to humanity, were to be from their origin a brotherly race, of one blood, and formed by one guiding tradition, and thus the whole arose, as each individual family now arises branches from one stem, plants from one primitive nursery. In my opinion, this striking plan of God with regard to our species, which distinguishes it in its very origin from the brute, must appear the most adequate, beautiful, and excellent to everyone who weighs the characteristics of our nature, the frame and quality of our reason, the mode by which we acquire ideas, and the manner in which humanity is fashioned in us. According to this scheme, man was the favorite of nature, whom she produced as the fruit of her matured industry, or, if you please, as the child of her age, in the spot which she deemed best for her tender lastling. Here she fostered him with maternal hand, and placed around him whatever could promote from the beginning the formation of his human character. As only one kind of human reason was possible upon this earth, and as nature therefore produced but one species of rational creatures, she left this creature capable of reason to be educated in one school of language and tradition, and took upon herself this education through a series of generations from one origin. Chapter 3. History and the progress of civilization afford historical proofs that the human species originated in Asia. Whence are all the nations of Europe? From Asia. Of most of them we know this with certainty. We know the origin of the Laplanders, Finns, Germans, and Goths, Gauls, Slavs, Celts, Cimbrians, and others. Partly from their languages, or the remains of their languages, and partly from accounts of their ancient feats, we can trace them to a considerable distance on the borders of the Black Sea, or in Tartary, where some remains of their languages still exist. We know less of the descent of other nations because we are less acquainted with their early history, for the ignorance of former times alone makes them indigenes. If Butner, the able philologer of all who have studied the history of ancient and modern nations, would impart to us the treasures his modesty conceals, and trace, as he undoubtedly could, a series of nations to their parental stock of which they themselves are ignorant, he would confer no small benefit on mankind. 166. The origin of the Africans and Americans, it must be confessed, is more obscure, but from all we have learned of the northern frontier of Africa, and a comparison of the most ancient traditions respecting the origin of its inhabitants, it is Asiatic. As we proceed southward we must be satisfied if we find nothing in the Negro figure and complexion inconsistent with this origin, but rather a progressive climatic change of national features, as was attempted to be shown in the 6th book of this work. America more recently peopled is in a similar predicament. The appearance of its natives renders it probable, however, that they originally came from the eastern parts of Asia. But the languages of nations are less equivocal than their features, and where, throughout the whole earth, are the most anciently cultivated languages to be found? In Asia. Would you see the miracle of people speaking simple monosyllabical languages throughout a space of some thousands of miles? Visit Asia. The countries beyond the Ganges, Tibet, and China, Pegu, Ava, Arakan, and Burma, Tonquin, Laos, Cochin China, Cambodia, and Siam, converse in simple uninflected monosyllables. It is probable the early rules of their language and writing fixed this, for in this corner of Asia the most ancient institutions have remained in almost all things unchanged. Would you have languages, the extreme and almost superabundant copiousness of which is connected with a very few roots so that they combine richness and poverty with a singular regularity and the almost childish art of expressing a new idea by a trifling change of the radical word? Observe the south of Asia, from India to Syria, Arabia, and Ethiopia. The language of Bengal has 700 roots, the elements of reason as it were, from which nouns, verbs, and all the other parts of speech are formed. The Hebrew and its cognate languages, so very different in kind as they are, excite astonishment when their structure is considered, even in the most ancient writings. All their words may be traced up to roots of 3 letters which at first, too, were probably monosyllables, but afterwards, through the means of their peculiar alphabet in all likelihood, were brought into this form at an early period, and thence by means of very simple additions and inflections the whole language was constructed. In the polished Arabic language, for example, an infinite copiousness of ideas is composed from a few roots, so that the patchwork of most European languages, with their useless auxiliaries and tedious inflections, cannot be more strikingly displayed than by comparing them with the languages of Asia. Hence, too, These are difficult for a European to learn in proportion to their age, for he must relinquish the useless riches of his own tongue when he approaches their finely conceived and deeply regulated hieroglyphic of the invisible language of thought. The most certain mark of the cultivation of a language is its writing. The more ancient this is, and the more art and reflection it displays, the more highly polished is the language. Now, if we accept the Scythians perhaps, who were also an Asiatic people, no European nation can boast of the invention of an alphabet. In this point the people of Europe rank as barbarians with the Negro and American. To Asia alone belonged the art of writing, and this in the most ancient times. The earliest polished nation of Europe, the Greeks, borrowed an alphabet from the East, and Butner's tables show that all the rest of the alphabetical characters used in Europe were borrowed, or altered, from those of the Greeks. 167 The most ancient literal writing of the Egyptians also, as it appears on their mummies, is Phoenician, and, like the Coptic alphabet, a corrupt Greek. Among the Negroes and Americans nothing like an originally invented alphabet is to be supposed, for even the Mexicans never went beyond their rude hieroglyphics, or the Peruvians beyond their knotted chords. Asia, on the other hand, has exhausted the art of writing as it were in letters and artful hieroglyphics, so that among its characters may be found almost every kind to which human speech may be limited. The Bengal alphabet has 50 consonants, and 12 vowels. The Chinese out of their multitude of characters have chosen no less than 112 as vowels, and 36 as consonants. The Tibetan, Sinhalese, Maratha, and Manchu alphabets are constructed on similar principles, though the directions of the strokes that form their characters vary. Some of the Asiatic alphabets are evidently so ancient that we may observe how the language has been formed with them and to them, and the beautifully simple writing on the ruins of Persepolis is altogether unintelligible to us. If we proceed from the instruments of civilization to civilization itself, where did it earlier appear, or where could it appear earlier, than in Asia? Whence it was further propagated through channels of which we are not ignorant. The sovereignty over animals was one of the first steps towards it, and in Asia this may be traced back beyond all the revolutions of history. Not only that, as has been shown, the greater number of animals and the more tameable were to be found on this primary mountain of the world, but the society of men tamed them so early that our most useful animals, the sheep, goat, and dog, had their origin probably from this circumstance, and are in fact new species of animals produced by Asiatic art. If a man would place himself in the center of the distribution of tame animals, he must repair to the heights of Asia. The more distant from these, reckoning on the grand scale of nature, the fewer tame animals are to be found. In Asia, even to its southern islands, every place abounds with them. In New Guinea and New Zealand we find only the dog and the swine, in New Caledonia, the dog alone, and throughout the whole extent of America, the guanaco and llama were the only tame animals. The best breeds in Asia and Africa, too, are of the noblest and most beautiful kind. The Jigatai and Arabian horse, the wild and tame ass, the argali and the sheep, the wild and Angora goat, are the pride of their species. The sagacious elephant was managed with the greatest art in Asia from the earliest times, and the camel was indispensable to this quarter of the globe. Africa comes next to Asia with regard to the beauty of some of these animals, but in the management of them is far behind. Europe is indebted to Asia for all its tame animals, being able to reckon as its own only 15 or 16 wild species, chiefly mice or bats. 168. The cultivation of the earth and its plants have proceeded in a similar manner. A great part of Europe at a very late period was covered with wood, and its inhabitants, if they lived on vegetable food, could procure only roots and wild herbs, acorns, and crabs. In many of the regions of Asia of which we are speaking, corn grows spontaneously and husbandry dates from time immemorial. The finest fruits of the earth, the grape and the olive, the orange and the fig, the pomegranate and the almond, nuts, chestnuts, and all the productions of our gardens and orchards, were first brought from Asia into Africa and Greece, and then spread into remoter countries. A few other vegetables we have derived from America, and with respect to most we know both the place from which they were procured and the time when they were introduced. and these gifts of nature were conferred on mankind by the aid of tradition. No wine is produced in America, and vineyards have been planted in Africa only by the hands of Europeans. That arts and sciences were first cultivated in Asia and in the adjacent country of Egypt requires no elaborate proof. Ancient monuments and the history of nations affirm it, and the testimonies adduced by Gog 169 are in every hand. In this part of the world both the useful and fine arts have been pursued very early, in some place or other, but everywhere in the marked Asiatic taste, as the ruins of Persepolis, and the Hindu temples, the pyramids of Egypt, and many other works, of which there are still remains, or of which accounts are handed down to us, sufficiently prove, for almost all of these were prior to the civilization of Europe, and in Africa and America there is nothing to compare with them. The lofty poetry of many of the southern Asiatics is universally known 170, and the more ancient it is the more it displays of that nobleness and simplicity justly called divine. What acute thought, nay, I may say what ingenious hypothesis, has ever entered into the mind of a modern inhabitant of the West, the germ of which is not discoverable in some earlier Eastern maxim or fiction? At least if the foundations of it were within the sphere of an Asiatic's knowledge. The trade of the Asiatics is the most ancient upon earth, and the most important inventions relative to commerce are theirs. So are astronomy and chronology. Without laying the least stress on the hypotheses of Bailey, who can avoid astonishment at the early and extensive propagation of many astronomical observations, periods, and practices to which the most ancient nations of Asia have a claim not easy to be disputed, 171 It seems as if their ancient philosophers were particularly the philosophers of the heavens, the observers of silently progressive time, this calculating, numbering spirit displaying its effects among them then, as it does even now. Notwithstanding the deep decline of many of their nations. 172 The Brahmin reckons immense sums by memory, the divisions of time, from the smallest measure to the greatest revolutions of the heavens, are familiar to his mind, and he commits few mistakes in them, though he has none of the helps which Europeans employ. Antiquity has transmitted to him the formulas which he now does nothing but apply, and even our division of the year is Asiatic, our arithmetical figures, and the constellations of our astronomers, are of Egyptian or Indian origin. Lastly, if forms of government be the most difficult of the arts of civilization, where do we find the most ancient and extensive monarchies? Where have the empires of the world found their firmest establishment? China has maintained its ancient constitution for some thousands of years, and though this unwarlike country has been more than once overrun by Tatar hordes, the vanquished have always civilized their vanquishers and inured them to the chains of their old constitution. What form of government in Europe can make a similar boast? The most ancient hierarchy upon earth reigns on the mountains of Tibet, and the castes of the Hindus indicate their primeval establishment from the deep-rooted power which has been for ages a second nature to the gentlest of people. Warlike or peaceable established monarchies on the Tigris and Euphrates, on the banks of the Nile and the mountains of Media, interfere in the history of the Western nations in the remotest times, and even on the heights of Tartary the unrestricted liberty of the hordes was interwoven with the despotism of the Khans, whence the principles of many European forms of government have been derived. From every corner of the world, the nearer we approach Asia the nigher we come to firmly established kingdoms in which the unlimited power of the monarch has been for thousands of years so deeply impressed on the minds of the people that the king of Siam laughed at a nation without a king, as an abortive birth destitute of a head. The most established despotisms in Africa are seated nearest to Asia, the more distant they are from it, the ruder the state of tyranny, until at length it is lost among the Kafirs in the patriarchal condition of the shepherd. In the Southern Ocean, the nearer we come to Asia the deeper we find arts, manufactures, pomp, and the spouse of pomp, monarchical despotism, rooted, the farther we are from it, as in the remote islands, in America and on the barren verge of the southern world, the more simple constitutions of society occur in a ruder state, the freedom of voices and independence of families, so that some historians have deduced even the two American monarchies of Mexico and Peru from the neighborhood of despotic governments in Asia. The general aspect of this quarter of the globe, particularly about the mountains, indicates the most ancient habitation, and the traditions of its nations, with their religions and computations of time, ascend, as is well known, to the primitive ages. All the mythologies of the Europeans and Africans, from whom I exclude the Egyptians, and still more of the Americans and inhabitants of the western islands of the Pacific Ocean, are but scattered fragments of modern fables compared with the gigantic structures of ancient cosmogony in India, Tibet, the old Chaldea, and even in the much inferior Egypt, but confused sounds of an evanescent echo from the voice of the primitive Asiatic world, losing itself in fiction. What then if we were to follow this voice, and, as mankind had no means of being formed but by tradition, endeavor to trace it to its original source? This, it must be confessed, is a treacherous path, as if a man were to pursue the rainbow or chase an echo, for as a child is incapable of giving an account of his birth though present at it, as little may we hope that the human species can tell us of its creation and first lessons, the invention of language, and its primitive seat, with the strict accuracy of authentic history. Yet a child remembers at least some circumstances of his later youth, and if several children who were educated together and afterward separated relate the same or very similar things, why should we not give them credit? Why should we refuse at least to reflect on what they say or dream has occurred, particularly if we have no other documents? And as it has been the palpable design of Providence to instruct man by means of man, that is, by progressively operating tradition, let us not doubt that in this point we are favored with everything that it is necessary for us to know. Chapter 4. Asiatic Traditions on the Creation of the Earth and the Origin of the Human Species. But in what part of this wild waste, where so many deceitful voices call and so many treacherous lights appear to mislead us, shall we begin? I have no inclination to add a syllable to the library of dreams on this subject which human memory has committed to the press, and shall separate, therefore, as far as I am able, the conjectures of different nations, or the hypotheses of their philosophers, from traditional facts, distinguishing in these their age and degree of certainty. The remotest people of Asia, who boast of the highest antiquity, the Chinese, have no authentic history prior to the year 722 before our era. The reigns of Fohi and Hoangtai are mythological, and what precedes Fohi, the ages of spirits, or of the elements personified, is considered as allegorical fiction by the Chinese themselves. Their most ancient book 173, which was recovered or rather restored from 2 copies saved out of the general burning of their books in the year 176 before the birth of Christ, contains neither a cosmogony nor the origin of the nation. In it we find Yah reigning with the mountains of his empire, the Grandees. He had but to issue the command and stars were observed, aqueducts were constructed, divisions of time were established. Thus we have nothing left but the Chinese metaphysics of the great first Y174, how 4 and 8 arose from 1 and 2, how, after the opening of the heavens, Puanku and the 3 Huangs reigned in miraculous shapes until something more resembling human history begins with the first founder of their laws, Jin Huang, who was born on the mountain Hingma, and divided the land and water into 9 portions. And still this sort of mythology proceeds down through several generations, so that nothing can be built upon it except perhaps the seat on which they place these kings and their miraculous forms, the high mountains of Asia, which they deem sacred, and honor with all their most ancient fables. A great mountain in the center of the earth is highly celebrated even among the names of these fabulous beings whom they style kings. If we ascend to Tibet we find the position of the earth around a lofty central mountain still more perspicuous, for the whole mythology of this ecclesiastical empire is founded on it. Its height and circumference are tremendously depicted, monsters and giant trees are its guards, 7 seas and 7 mountains of gold surround it. The laws dwell on its summit, and other beings on various inferior stages. Those contemplators of heaven had been sinking for eons of mundane ages into grosser bodies until they arrived at the human form, in which a frightful pair of apes were their progenitors. The origin of beasts likewise is deduced from degraded laws. 175. A harsh mythology which frames the world descending into the sea, peoples it with monsters, and ultimately throws the whole system of beings into the throat of a demon, eternal necessity. This degrading tradition, however, which deduces man from apes, is so interwoven with later fancies that much is requisite to make it pass for a pure original doctrine of the primitive world. If we could procure the oldest traditions of the ancient people, the Hindus, they would form a valuable treasure. But, beside that the first sect of Brahma has been long extinguished by the followers of Vishnu and Shiva, we possess, in what has hitherto been brought to Europe of their mysteries, evidently modern fables alone, being only a popular mythology or an explanatory system of the philosophers. These too divaricate after the manner of fables according to the different provinces, so that we have probably long to wait for the true Vedas of the Hindus, as well as for the proper Sanskrit language, and even in them we can expect little of their most ancient traditions as they themselves deem the first part lost. Yet a few grains of primitive historic gold glitter through many of these later fables. The Ganges, for instance, is sacred throughout all Hindustan, and flows immediately from the holy mountains, the feet of Brahma, the creator of the world. Vishnu appeared in his eighth metamorphosis as Prasurama, the water still covered all the land except the mountain Gati. He entreated the god of the sea to give him room and to withdraw the flood as far as he could shoot an arrow. The god promised, Praflarama shot, and the land dried as far as the arrow flew, which was to the coast of Malabar. This evidently instructs us, as Son Arat also remarked, that the sea once reached to the mountain Gati and that the coast of Malabar is now recent land. Other Indian tales relate the origin of the earth from out of the water in another manner. Vishnu swam on a leaf, the first man sprung out of it as a flower. On the surface of the waves floated an egg which Brahma hatched, and its shell formed the atmosphere and the heavens, as its contents did man and animals. These tales, however, should be read in the infantile style of the Hindus themselves. 176. The doctrine of Zoroaster 177 is evidently a philosophic system which, if it were not intermingled with the fables of other sects, could scarcely pass for an original tradition. Traces of such a tradition, however, are discernible in it. The great mountain Albordi appears again in the center of the earth, and with its neighboring mountains stretches around it. About it the sun revolves, from it the rivers flow, and seas and lands are distributed. The forms of things existed first in prototypes, in germs, and, as in all the other mythologies of Higher Asia, the primitive world abounds with monsters. This, too, has the great bull Kaamord, from the carcass of which issued all the creatures of the earth. On the top of this mountain, as on that of the Laws, is Paradise, the seat of blessed spirits and enlightened men, and the primary source of rivers, the water of life. For the rest, the light that divides, dissipates, and overcomes darkness that fructifies the earth and animates all creatures, is evidently the first physical principle of the whole fire worship of the Parsis, which simple idea they have applied theologically, morally, and politically, in 1,000 ways. The farther west we wander beneath the Asiatic mountains, the shorter we find the periods of time and the tales of the primitive world. We perceive in them all a later origin and the application of foreign traditions from higher regions to lower lands. They become less and less adapted to local circumstances, but on this account the system itself gains in fullness and clearness, as only a few fragments of the ancient fable occasionally appear, and these few are clad in a more modern national garb. I am astonished, therefore, how Sanchiniathon has been represented on the one hand as a complete impostor, and on the other as the first prophet of the primitive world, to which he could not have belonged from the physical situation of his country. That the beginning of all things was an air void of light, a dark and troubled chaos, and that this chaos, without limits and without form, floated in the void space from infinite time until the moving spirit fell in love with its own principles and a beginning of the creation arose from their conjunction, belonged to a mythology so ancient and so common to the most different nations that the Phoenician had here little to invent. Almost every people of Asia, with the Egyptians and Greeks, related the tradition of chaos, or of a fecundated egg, in a similar manner. Why therefore should not written traditions of this kind be found in a Phoenician temple? That the first seeds of creatures lay enveloped in mud and the first rational creatures were a kind of wonderful beings, mirrors of heaven, who, roused by the sound of thunder, awoke and produced the various animals out of their miraculous forms, are likewise extensively prevailing tales, here only abridged, which spread in different garbs over the mountains of Media and Tibet to Hindustan and China, and descended likewise to Phrygia and Thrace, for remains of them are to be found in the mythologies of Orpheus and Hesiod. Now when we read long genealogies of the wind Kalpias, that is, the voice of the breath of God, and his wife Night, their children firstborn and Aeon, their grandchildren genus and species, their great-grandchildren light, fire, and flame, their great-great-grandchildren the mountains Cassius, Libanus, Anti-Libanus, etc., and find human inventions ascribed to these allegorical names, a very indulgent prejudice is requisite to discover a philosophy of the world and a primitive history of man in this misconceived confusion of ancient traditions, which the composer probably found before him as proper names, and out of which he formed persons. We will not take the trouble to search farther down into Egypt for traditions of the primitive world. In the names of its ancient deities are unquestionable remains of a sister tradition to that of the Phoenicians, for ancient Night, the spirit, the creator of the world, the mud wherein lay the seeds of things, here again occur. But as all we know, the most ancient mythology of Egypt is recent, doubtful, and obscure and, besides, every mythological image in this country is altogether molded to the climate. It would not answer our purpose to grope among these idle forms, or further on among the Negro fables, for traditions of the primitive world on which to build a philosophy of the most ancient history of man. We have nothing historical that remains, therefore, but the written tradition which we commonly call the Mosaic. Laying aside all prejudice and without entering into the question of its origin, we know that this is above 3,000 years old, and the most ancient book we possess. A bare inspection of its short and simple pages will acquaint us with their design and value, considering them not as history, but as tradition, or an ancient philosophy of the history of man, which I will therefore strip of its oriental poetic ornaments. Chapter 5. The most ancient written tradition concerning the origin of the history of man. When the creation of our earth and our heaven began, says this narration, the earth was a void shapeless mass on which a dark sea flowed, and a living fecundifying power moved on this water. Now if the most ancient state of the earth were to be deduced from all our late observations as they offer themselves to the inquiring mind without having recourse to gratuitous hypotheses, we should have precisely this old description. A vast rock of granite, for the most part covered with water, and on it natural powers big with life, are the circumstances we know, more we know not. That this rock was ejected glowing from the sun is a gigantic idea, but founded neither on the analogy of nature nor on the progressive development of our earth, for how came water on this glowing mass? Whence acquired it a round form? Whence its revolution and its poles, since the power of a magnet is destroyed by fire? It is much more probable that this wonderful primitive rock formed itself by its intrinsic powers, in other words, that it was deposited by condensation from the pregnant chaos from which our earth was to be produced. All that this philosophic fragment has in common with the fables we have noticed, perhaps is confined to the Elohim, which may be compared possibly with the laws, the Zaphazamim, etc., but here exalted to the idea of an operating one, not of creatures, but of a creator. The creation of things began with light, this separated the ancient night, this divided the elements. And what other separating and animating principle in nature do we know from ancient or modern experience beside light, or, if you will, elementary fire? It is universally diffused throughout nature, though unequally distributed according to the affinities of bodies. In constant motion and activity, fluid and active of itself, it is the cause of all fluidity, warmth, and motion. Even the electric principle seems only a modification of it, and as all life throughout nature is unfolded solely by warmth and displays itself by the motion of fluids, as not only the seed of animals operates in a manner similar to light by an extensile, stimulating, animating power, but light and electricity have been remarked in the feminization of plants, so in this ancient philosophic cosmogony light alone appears as the first operator. And, indeed, not light proceeding from the sun, but a light springing from the interior of the organic mass which is equally consonant to experience. It is not from the beams of the sun that all creatures derive life and nourishment. Everything is pregnant with internal warmth, even the rock and the cold iron have it within them. Nay, it is only in proportion to the quantity of this genetic fire it contains, and its more subtle efficiency through the powerful circulation of internal motion, that a creature possesses life, perception, and activity. Thus here was fanned the first elementary flame, not a volcanic eruption, not a pile of burning substances, but the separating power, the warm, cherishing balsam of nature which gradually set all things in motion. How much more gross and far from the truth are the expressions of the Phoenician tradition which awakens the powers of nature as a sleeping animal by thunder and lightning. In this more refined system, which will certainly be still further confirmed from time to time by experience, light is the agent of creation. To remove the false notion of days from the following exposition, let me here observe what is obvious to everyone on a bare inspection 178, that the whole system of this representation of a self-accomplishing creation rests on a comparison by means of which the separations do not take place physically, but symbolically. As our eye, for instance, is incapable of comprehending at one view the whole creation and its complicated operations, it was necessary to form classes, and it was most natural to distinguish in the first place the heavens from the earth, and in the next the sea from the land, though they still remain in nature one connected realm of active and passive beings. Thus this ancient document is the first simple table of a natural order, in which the term days, while it is subservient to another purpose of the author, is employed only as a nominal scale for the division. As soon as light existed as the agent of creation, it must operate at one and the same time both on the heaven and on the earth. There it purified the air which, as a thinner water, and according to innumerable modem experiments the all-connecting vehicle of creation, aiding both light and the powers of terrestrial and aquatic beings in 1,000 combinations, could be purified or brought to its elastic fluidity by no other principle of nature with which we are acquainted than light or elementary fire. But how could this purification be effected unless by the deposition of all grosser matters in various precipitations and revolutions, whereby water and earth, as well as water and air, gradually became different regions? Thus the second and third operations contributed to the mutual accomplishment of each other, as they are placed together in the symbol of cosmogony, productions of the first principle, the separating light of the creation. These operations continued without doubt for some thousands of years, as the formation of mountains and strata, and the excavation of valleys to the beds of rivers incontestably show. Three powerful agents aided in this grand period: water, air, and fire, those depositing, abrading, precipitating, this organically operating in them both, and in the self-forming earth, wherever it could so operate. We come next to another grand view of this primitive naturalist, to which the comprehension of very few in our own times is equal. The internal history of the earth shows that in its formation the organic powers of nature were everywhere active at the same time, and that wherever any one could exert itself, there it was exerted. The earth vegetated as soon as it was capable of vegetation, though whole realms of plants were thus destroyed by subsequent depositions from air and water. The sea swarmed with living beings as soon as it was sufficiently purified for this, though in consequence of overflowings of the sea millions of these found their graves, and thereby afforded materials for other organizations. Yet in each period of these purifying operations every creature of every element could not live. The different kinds of creatures followed each other as their nature and their element would permit. And behold, our natural philosopher includes all this in one word of the Creator, which, as it called forth the light and thereby commanded the air to purify itself, the sea to sink, and the land gradually to arise, that is, set in motion the simple active powers of nature, commanded the earth, the waters, the dust, to bring forth organic beings, each after its kind, and the creation thus to animate itself by its own organic powers implanted in these elements. Thus spoke the sage, and dreaded not the inspection of nature which we still perceive wherever organic powers exalt themselves into life according to their elements. Only he places the kingdoms of nature, which must be divided, separate from each other, as the naturalist separates them, though he well knew that they acted not distinct from each other. Vegetation precedes, and as modern physics have shown how much plants in particular are nourished by light, a few rocks pulverized by the weather, a little mud washed together, aided by the powerful warmth of the brooding creation, sufficed to render vegetation possible. The prolific bosom of the sea followed with its productions, and promoted further vegetation. The earth, impregnated by these spoils and by light, air, and water, delayed not, but proceeded to bring forth, though not all species at once, for as carnivorous beasts cannot live without animal food, their origin presumes the destruction of prior animals which the natural history of the earth confirms. Marine or graminivorous animals are what we find in the inferior strata of the earth, as deposits of the first ages, carnivorous animals never, or very rarely. Thus the creation has grown up in an ascending scale of still more exquisite organizations, until at length man came into existence, the most elaborate performance of Elohim, the crown that completed creation. But before we approach this crown, let us consider a few more master strokes which animate the picture of the ancient sage. First, he does not introduce the sun and stars as agents in his operative circle of creation. He makes them the central point of his symbol, for they maintain in motion our earth and all its organic productions, and are thus, as he says, the rulers of time, but they do not impart the organic powers themselves and transmit them to the earth. The sun still shines as it shone in the beginning of creation, but it awakens and organizes no new species of beings, and even in putrefaction heat would not develop the minutest living creature if the power that creates it were not already there, prepared for the change. The sun and stars therefore enter into this picture of nature as soon as they can, namely, as soon as the air is purified and the earth constructed, but only as witnesses of the creation, only as rulers of a sphere organic in itself. Secondly, the moon appears from the beginning of the world, to my mind a powerful testimony for this ancient picture of nature. The opinion of those who deem it a younger neighbor of the earth and ascribe all the disorders in and upon the globe to its arrival, is to me far from convincing. It is destitute of all physical proof, since every apparent disorder of our planet is not only explicable without this hypothesis, but, from this better explanation, ceases to be disorder. For it is evident that our earth, with the elements contained in its shell, could not be formed otherwise than by revolutions, and scarcely by these, except in the neighborhood of the moon. The moon gravitates to the earth as the earth does to it and the sun, not only the movement of the sea, but vegetation also, at least as far as we are acquainted with the mechanism of the celestial and terrestrial powers, are connected with its revolution. Thirdly, with equal truth and acuteness this natural philosopher places the creatures of air and water in one class, and comparative anatomy has drawn a wonderful similitude in their internal structure, particularly in the brain, the proper index of the organization of animals. The difference of figure is generally adapted to the medium for which an animal is formed. Accordingly, in these two classes of aerial and aquatic animals the internal structure must bear the same analogy as exists between air and water. Upon the whole, this history of the complete living circle of creation tends to show that, as each element produced what it was capable of producing and all the elements belong to one whole, properly speaking only one organic formation could appear on our planet, which commences in the lowest of living beings and is completed in the last and noblest work of the Elohim. With joy and wonder therefore I approach the rich description of the creation of man, for it is the subject of my book, and happily its seal. The Elohim took counsel together, and impressed the image of this counsel on the future man. Understanding and reflection therefore are his distinguishing characters. They formed him in their own image, which all the Orientals place chiefly in the erect position of the body. On him was stamped the character of dominion over the earth. To the human species therefore was given the organic excellence of being able to occupy it in every part, and, as the most fruitful among all the nobler animals, of living in all climates as the vice-regent of the Elohim, as visible providence, as acting God. Behold the most ancient philosophy of the history of man. And now, when the circle of being was completed to the last ruling spring. Elohim rested, and created nothing more. He is as invisible on the theater of creation as if everything had produced itself, and thus had been eternal in necessary generations. The latter, however, cannot be, for the structure of the earth and the organizations of creatures founded on each other sufficiently prove that everything on earth had a beginning as a work of art and was improved from lower to higher. But how was the first produced? Why did the work of creation close, and earth and sea no longer swarm with new kinds of living creatures, so that the creative power appears to rest, and acts only through the organs of established orders and species? Of these points our natural philosopher gives us a physical explication in the agent, which he makes the mainspring of the whole creation. If it were light, or elementary fire, which divided the mass, raised the heavens, rendered the air elastic, and prepared the earth for vegetation, it formed the seeds of things, and organized itself within the lowest to the most exquisite life, thus the creation was completed, since, according to the word of the Eternal, that is, according to his ordaining wisdom, these vital powers were distributed and had assumed all forms that could and should be maintained on our planet. That motive warmth, with which the brooding spirit hovered over the waters of the creation, and which had already displayed itself in the earlier subterranean forms, and that with a copiousness and energy with which neither land nor sea is now capable of producing anything, that primitive warmth of the creation without which it was impossible for anything then to be organized, as it is now for aught to assume organization without genetic warmth, distributed itself among all the productions that actually were, and is still the prime spring of their being. What an infinite quantity of gross fire, for instance, did the rocky mass of our earth absorb, which still lies dormant, or acts in it, as volcanoes, inflammable minerals, and every little pebble that is struck, demonstrate. That inflammable matter pervades all vegetation, and that animal life is wholly occupied on the elaboration of this phlogiston, a number of modern facts and experiments show, so that the whole living circle of creation appears to consist in this, that fluids become solid, and solids fluid, that fire is evolved and recombined, that living powers are enchained by organization and again set at liberty. Now since the mass destined for the formation of our earth had its number, weight, and measure, the internal spring operating in it necessarily had its limits. The whole creation now lives in mutual dependence, the will of created beings revolves without addition. It destroys and constructs within the genetic limits in which it was placed by the first creative period. Perfected by the power of the Creator, nature is become an art, and the energies of the elements are circumscribed by a circle of determinate organizations from which they cannot deviate, as the plastic spirit has incorporated in it everything of which it was susceptible. But that such a fabric cannot eternally subsist, that the course which had a beginning must necessarily have an end, arises from the nature of things. The beautiful creation, as it produced itself from a chaos, is working itself to a chaos again, its forms wear out, every organization refines itself, and grows old. Even the grand organism of the earth must find its grave, whence, in due time, it will arise in a new form. Chapter 6. Continuation of the most ancient written tradition concerning the commencement of the history of man. If my reader be pleased with the simple notions of this ancient tradition which I have presented without embellishment and free from all hypothesis, let us pursue it further, after casting a single look at this picture of creation as a whole. How does it so singularly distinguish itself above all the fables and traditions of Upper Asia? By connection, simplicity, and truth. However numerous the seeds of history and natural philosophy these contain, they all lie in wild confusion, necessarily arising from the transmission of unwritten or figurative popular and sacerdotal traditions, a fabulous chaos as at the beginning of creation. Our philosopher has unraveled this chaos and exhibited to us a structure which in simplicity and connection imitates the order of nature herself. But whence acquired it this order and simplicity? We need only compare it with the fables of other nations and we shall perceive the grounds of its purer philosophy to be the history of the earth and of man. First, everything incomprehensible to man, and lying out of his sphere of vision, it excludes, and confines itself to what we can see with our eyes and comprehend with our minds. What question, for instance, has given birth to more controversy than those concerning the age of the world and the duration of our earth and the human species? Men have deemed the Asiatic nations, with their infinite computations of time, infinitely wise, and the tradition of which we are speaking infinitely childish, because, contrary to all reason as they say, nay, contrary to the obvious testimony of the structure of the globe, it hurries over the creation as a matter of small importance and makes the human species so young. In my opinion, this is palpable injustice. Had Moses been nothing more than the collector of these ancient traditions, he, a learned Egyptian, could not have been ignorant of those eons of gods and demigods with which the Egyptians, as well as all the nations of Asia, began the history of the world. Why therefore did he not interweave them into his account? Why, as if in contempt and despite of them, did he symbolically compress the origin of the world into the smallest portion of time? Evidently because he was desirous of obliterating them from men's minds as useless fables. In this he appears to me to have acted wisely, for previous to the completion of our earth, that is, before the origin of the human species and its connected history, there could be for us no chronology deserving the name. Let Buffon assign numbers as great as he pleases to the first 6 epochs of nature, of 26, 35, 15, 10,000 years. Human intellect, feeling its limits, laughs at these numbers of the imagination, should it even admit the truth of the development of the epochs themselves, and still less does the historian wish to burden his memory with them. Now the primitive immense chronologies of different nations are evidently of the same kind as these of Buffon, for they run into those ages in which the powers of the gods and of the world bore sway, consequently into the time of the earth's formation, such as those nations, who were extremely fond of infinite numbers, framed from revolutions of the heavens, or from half-understood symbols of the most ancient figurative traditions. Thus among the Egyptians Vulcan, the creator of the world, reigned an infinite time, the sun, his child and successor, 30,000 years, and then Saturn and the other 12 gods, 3,984, before the demigods, and their later successors, men. It is the same with the traditions of Upper Asia concerning the creation and the duration of time. According to the Parsis, the holy angels of light reigned 3,000 years without an enemy, 3,000 followed before the monstrous bull arose, from whose seed different creatures first sprung, and last of all, Meskia and Meskiana, man and woman. The first epoch of the Tibetans, when the laws reigned, is infinite, the second, 80,000 years, the third, 40,000, the fourth, 20,000, whence they will descend to a period of 10 years, and then gradually ascend again to 80,000. The periods of the Hindus, abounding with metamorphoses of their gods, and those of the Chinese, as abundant in metamorphoses of their most ancient kings, ascend still higher, infinitudes with which nothing could be done, except discarding them, as Moses did, since, from the information of the traditions themselves, they belong to the creation of the earth, not to the history of man. Secondly, if it be disputed whether the world is young or old, both the disputants have right on their side. The rock of our earth is very ancient and its covering has required long revolutions of which there can be no doubt. Here Moses leaves everyone at liberty to frame epochs as he pleases, and, with the Chaldeans, to let King Alarus, or light, Uranus, heaven, Gaia, the earth, Helios, the sun, and so on, reign as long as he thinks proper. He reckons no epochs of this kind, and to obviate them has represented his connected systematic picture in the readiest cycle of a terrestrial revolution. But the older these revolutions are and the longer their duration, the younger the human species must necessarily be, which, according to all traditions and to the nature of the thing itself, was the last production of the finished earth. I thank the philosopher, therefore, for this bold amputation of monstrous ancient fables, for nature as she now is and mankind as they at present exist are sufficient to the circle of my comprehension. With regard to the creation of man, too, the history repeats 179 that it took place as soon as it naturally could. While there was neither plant nor tree upon the earth, it proceeds, man, destined by nature to cultivate it, could not live, no rain yet descended, but mists arose, and from such an earth moistened with dew he was formed and, animated with the breath of life, became a living being. To me this simple narrative appears to say all that man is capable of knowing of his organization after every physiological inquiry that has been made. In death our artificial frame dissolves into earth, water, and air, now organically united in it, but the internal economy of animal life depends on the invisible stimulus or balsam contained in the element of air which sets in motion the more perfect circulation of the blood, nay, the whole of the internal contest between the vital powers of our machine, and thus man actually became a moving soul through the breath of life. Through it he acquires and exerts the power of generating vital warmth, and of acting as a self-moving, sentient, thinking thing. In this the most ancient philosophy is consistent with the most modern experiments. The first abode of man was a garden. And this is such a feature of tradition as philosophy alone could invent. For newborn man it was the easiest way of life, since every other, that of the husbandman not excepted, requires art and experience of various kinds. This trait also indicates what the whole disposition of our nature confirms, that man was not formed to live wild, but in tranquility, and thus, as the Creator best knew the destination of his creatures, man, like all the rest, was created as it were in his element, in the seat of that kind of life, for which he was intended. Every degree of wildness in the human race is a degeneracy to which man has been impelled by necessity, climate, or the habitual sway of some passion. Wherever this impulse ceases to act, men live more peaceably, as the history of nations shows. Man has been rendered wild by the blood of animals alone, by hunting, war, and, alas, many other mischiefs of human society. The most ancient tradition of the earliest nations of the world knew nothing of those forest monsters who murderously roamed about for thousands of years as inhuman by nature, and thus fulfilled their original destination. These wild tales first began in distant ruder regions, after the wide dispersion of mankind, later poets willingly copied them, these the compiling historian followed, and him the metaphysician, but neither metaphysics nor the descriptions of poets give a true original history of man. Where then lay the garden in which the Creator placed his gentle, defenseless creature? As this tradition is from the west of Asia, it places it eastwards, further up toward the rising of the sun, on a height from which flowed a stream that afterwards divided itself into four great rivers. 180 No tradition can display less partiality, for while every ancient nation is desirous of representing itself as the first, and its land as the birthplace of mankind, this removes the primitive country to a distance, on the highest ridge of the habitable earth. And where is this height? Where do the four rivers that are mentioned arise from one stream, as the original writing plainly says? Nowhere in our geography, and it is in vain to torture the names of the rivers in 1,000 ways, for an impartial view of the map of the world informs us that the Euphrates and 3 other rivers flow from one source, or stream nowhere upon earth. But if we recollect the traditions of all the Upper Asiatics, we shall find in them all this paradise on the loftiest land of the globe, with its original living fountain, with its rivers fertilizing the world. Chinese and Tibetans, Hindus, and Persians speak of this primitive mountain of the creation around which lands, seas, and islands lie, and from the cloud-capped summit of which the earth has received the boon of its rivers. This tradition is not void of physical principles. Without mountains our earth could have no running waters, and the map shows that all the rivers of Asia flow from these heights. Accordingly the tradition we are explaining passes by everything fabulous respecting the rivers of paradise and names 4 of the most generally known which flow from the mountains of Asia. It is true, these proceed not from one stream, but to the later collector of these traditions it was sufficient to indicate a remote part of the East as the primitive seat of mankind. And there can be no doubt that he considered this primitive seat as a region between the Indian mountains. The land abounding with gold and precious stones which he names can scarcely be any other than India, which has been famed from all antiquity for these treasures. The river that compasseth it is the sacred winding Ganges 181, which all India acknowledges as the river of paradise. That Gyan is the Oxus cannot be disputed. The Arabs still give it this name, and traces of the country it was said to water may be perceived in several neighboring Indian appellations. 182 The last two streams, the Tigris and Euphrates, flow widely to the west, it is true, but as the collector of these traditions lived at the western extremity of Asia, these regions were necessarily lost to him in the distance, and it is possible that the third stream which he mentions signifies a more eastern Tigris. The Hindus 183 For it was the custom of all ancient nations, when they migrated, to appropriate the tales of the mountains of the primitive world to the mountains and rivers of their new country, and to naturalize them by a local mythology, as might be shown from the mountains of Media to Ida and Olympus. From his situation, therefore, the collector of these traditions could do no more than indicate the remotest region they offered him. The Indians of Peloponnesus, the Persians of Emos, the Iberians of Caucasus, were comprised therein, and they were all in the habit of placing their paradise respectively in that part of the chain of mountains which their tradition indicated. Our story, however, points properly to the most ancient of the traditions, for it places its paradise above India, and gives the rest as supplementary. Now if we find such a delightful vale as Kashmir situated nearly in the center of these streams, walled around with mountains, famed no less for its salubrious refreshing water than for its fertility and freedom from wild beasts, and even now esteemed, from the beauty of its inhabitants, as the paradise of paradises, may not this have been the primitive seat of the human race? The sequel, however, will show that all researches of this kind on our present earth are vain. Accordingly, we shall mark the region as indeterminately as the tradition leaves it, and pursue the thread of the narrative. Of all the miraculous things and romantic forms with which the stories of all Asia have abundantly stored their paradise of the primitive world, this tradition has only two marvelous trees, a speaking serpent, and a cherub. The innumerable multitude of others the philosopher has rejected, and these, too, he has introduced in a significant tale. In paradise is one single forbidden tree, and this tree, in the persuasion of the serpent, bears the fruit of divine knowledge for which man longs. Could he long for anything superior? Could he be more ennobled in his fall? Compare this narrative, considered merely as an allegory, with the tales of other nations. It is of all the most refined and beautiful, a symbolic representation of what has ever been the cause of human happiness and misery. Our ambiguous striving after knowledge not suited to us, the irregular use and abuse of our liberty, the restless extension and infraction of those limits within which it is necessary moral laws should confine a creature so feeble who has to learn to govern himself, form the fiery wheel under which we groan and which still constitutes nearly the whole circle of our life. The ancient philosopher of human history knew this as well as we know it, and delivers it in a popular tale which embraces almost all the purposes of man. Thus the Hindus tell of giants digging for the fruit of immortality, the Tibetans talk of their laws degraded by misdeeds, but nothing, in my opinion, equals the unsullied profundity, the infantile simplicity of this tale, which has only so much of the marvelous as serves to indicate its country and date. All the dragons and wondrous forms of the ancient fairy lands stretching over the Asiatic mountains, the Simurgh and Saham, the Laws, Dudas, Jinns, Devs, and Puris, a mythology of this quarter of the globe widely spread in 1,000 tales of Jinnistan, Rael, Meru, Albordi, etc., disappear in the most ancient written tradition, and only a cherub keeps watch at the gate of paradise. On the other hand, this instructive history informs us that the first created men conversed with the instructing Elohim, that under their guidance they acquired language and sovereign reason through the knowledge of beasts, that as man was desirous of resembling them in the knowledge of evil acquired by a forbidden mode he obtained it to his own injury, and thenceforward removed into another place, began a new and more artificial way of life, plain traits of tradition which conceal beneath the veil of a fabulous narrative more human truths than voluminous systems of the state of nature of indigenous mortals. If, as we have seen, the excellences of man are born with him only as capacities, but properly acquired and transmitted only by means of education, language, tradition, and art. The threads of this humanity formed in him must not only be derived to all nations and ends of the world from one origin, but they must have been artfully knit together from the beginning if mankind were to be what they are. Impossible as it is for a child to be abandoned and left to himself for years without perishing or becoming degenerate, as little could the human species be left to itself in its first germinating shoot. Men once accustomed to live as orangutans would never of themselves labor against themselves and learn to pass from speechless inveterate brutality to manhood. Thus if the deity willed that man should exercise reason and foresight, he must have conferred on him foresight and reason. Education, art, cultivation, were indispensable to him from the first moment of his existence, and thus the specific character of mankind itself is a testimony of the intrinsic truth of this most ancient philosophy of our history. 184. Chapter 7. Conclusion of the most ancient written tradition concerning the commencement of the history of man. In everything else which this ancient tale relates respecting names, years, the invention of arts, revolutions, etc., we find it the echo of national report. We know not what the first man was called or what language he spoke, for Adam signifies a man of earth, Eve a living creature, in the language of the people who employ these names. These appellations therefore are symbols of their history, and other significant names are given them by other nations. The inventions here noticed are such only as suit a pastoral and agricultural people in the west of Asia, and even of them the tradition records nothing but names. The enduring race, it says, in Third, the possessor possessed, he who was lamented was murdered. In such verbal hieroglyphics are drawn the genealogical trees of people living in two different modes, of shepherds, and of husbandmen or dwellers in caves. The history of the Sethites and Cainites is at bottom nothing more than an account of the followers of the two most ancient modes of life, called in the Arabic Bedouins and Kabils. 185, who still remain distinct, and at enmity with each other in the East. The genealogical tales of a pastoral people of this country would note only these castes. It is the same with regard to Noah's flood, as it is called. For, certain as it appears from natural history that the habitable earth has been ravaged by an inundation, and Asia particularly bears incontestable marks of such a deluge, yet what is delivered to us in this narration is nothing more or less than a national story. The compiler has collected together several traditions with great care. 186, and delivers the journal of this tremendous revolution possessed by his tribe. At the same time the style of the narrative is so completely adapted to the mode of thinking of this tribe that it would be highly injurious to it to extend it beyond those limits, which alone stamp on it credibility. As one family of this people, with a considerable household, escaped, so other families of other nations may have been saved, as their traditions show. Thus, in Chaldeas Assuthris escaped with his family and a number of cattle, which were then necessary to the support of men's lives, in a similar manner, and in India Vishnu himself was the rudder of the ship that conveyed the distressed people to land. Similar tales exist among all the ancient nations in this quarter of the globe, adapted to the traditions and circumstances of each end, convincing as they are that the deluge of which they speak was general throughout Asia. They help us at once out of the strait in which we unnecessarily confine ourselves when we take every circumstance of a family history exclusively for a history of the world, and thus deprive the history itself of its well-founded credibility. The genealogical table of this race after the deluge proceeds in a similar manner. It is confined within the limits of the country and its topography, not stretching beyond them into Hindustan, China, Eastern Tartary, etc. The three chief branches of those who were saved are evidently the people on either side the western Asiatic mountains, including the eastern coast of Europe and the northern of Africa, as far as they were known to the collector of the traditions. 187 He traces them as well as he can, and endeavors to connect them with his genealogical table, but does not give us a general map of the world or a genealogy of all nations. The pains that have been taken to make all the people of the earth, according to this genealogy, descendants of the Hebrews, and half-brothers of the Jews, are contradictory not only to chronology and universal history, but to the true point of view of the narrative itself, the credibility of which has been nearly destroyed by its being thus overstretched. On all the primitive mountains of the world, nations, languages, and kingdoms were formed after the deluge without waiting for envoys from a Chaldean family, and in the east of Asia, man's primitive and most populous seat, we still evidently find the most ancient customs and languages, of which this Western race of a later people knew nothing, and could not be otherwise than ignorant. It would not be much less impertinent to inquire whether the Chinese descended from Cain or Abel, that is, from a tribe of troglodytes, husbandmen, or shepherds, than to what beam of Noah's Ark the American sloth hung, but on this subject I shall not here enlarge, and even the investigation of points so important to our history as the abridgment of the duration of man's life and the general deluge itself I must defer to another place. Suffice it that the firm central point of the largest quarter of the globe, the primitive mountains of Asia, prepared the first abode for the human race, and has maintained itself through every revolution of the earth. Not first raised naked from the bottom of the sea by the deluge, but, as both natural history and the most ancient traditions testify, the original country of man, it was the first grand theater of nations, the instructive inspection of which we shall now pursue. Book 11. The most ancient kingdoms and dates of the earth have been formed, as far as we learn from history, southwards, at the feet of the great mountains of Asia. The natural history of this quarter of the globe, too, presents us with reasons why they could not so easily be formed to the north as to the south. Needy man, seeking to support his earthly frame, readily bends his course to those regions where the sunbeams shed a more genial warmth, for these must cover the earth with vegetation for his use, and ripen its wholesome fruits. In the north of Asia, on this side of the mountains, most parts are much higher and colder, the chains of mountains wind with more intricacy and frequently separate lands by their snowy summits, precipices, and wastes, fewer streams water the ground, and these ultimately flow into the frozen ocean, the barren coasts of which, the abodes of the white bear and reindeer, could not early have attracted inhabitants. This high, broken, steep land, the mountains and precipices of our ancient world, must have been for a considerable period the habitation of Scythians and Sarmatians, Mongols and Tatars, half-savage hunters and nomads, and many parts of it will remain so probably forever. Necessity and the circumstances of the country rendered men barbarous. A thoughtless way of life, once become habitual, confirmed itself in the wandering tribes, or those that separated from them, and fashioned amid rude manners that almost eternal national character which so completely discriminates all the northern Asiatic races from those of the south. As this middle chain of mountains is a permanent ark, a nursery of almost all the wild animals of our hemisphere, its inhabitants must long remain the companions of these animals, taming them with rude hand, or guarding them with gentle care. To the southward, where the surface of Asia gently declines, where the mountainous chains surround more temperate vales and protect them from the cold northeastern wind, migrating colonies, led chiefly by the rivers, gradually drew toward the seacoasts, assembled in towns, and formed nations, while a milder climate awakened in them more refined ideas, and gave rise to less rude regulations. At the same time, as nature afforded man more leisure and pleasurably stimulated more of his propensities, his heart expanded in passions and irregularities, the flowery weeds of which could not burst through the ice of the north, or spring up under the pressure of necessity, hence various laws and institutions to check them were required. The mind imagined and the heart lusted, the unruly passions of men perpetually clashed with each other and were at length obliged to submit to restraint. But as despotism must accomplish what reason is yet unable to perform, those structures of policy and religion which present themselves to us as pyramids and temples of the ancient world in eternal traditions arose in the south of Asia, valuable documents for the history of our species, teaching us, in every fragment, how much the cultivation of human reason has cost mankind. Chapter 1. China. In the eastern corner of Asia, at the feet of the mountains, lies a country which calls itself the oldest of nations, the central flower of the world, and it certainly is one of the most ancient, and most remarkable. This is China. Not so large as Europe, it boasts a greater number of inhabitants in proportion than this populous quarter of the globe, for it reckons within its limits upwards of 25,200,000 husbandmen paying taxes, 1,572 towns great and small, 1,193 castles, 3,158 stone bridges, 2,796 temples, 2,606 monasteries, 10,809 ancient edifices, etc. 188, all of which, with the mountains and rivers, soldiers and men of letters, manufactures and produce, are annually entered in long catalogues by the 18 governments, into which the kingdom is divided. Various travelers agree that, except Europe and perhaps ancient Egypt, there is no country where so much industry has been employed on roads and rivers, bridges and canals, and even artificial mountains and rocks, as in China, all which, with its Great Wall, bear testimony to the patient labor of human hands. Ships proceed from Canton nearly up to Peking, and the whole empire, divided as it is by mountains and deserts, has been laboriously united by means of roads, canals, and rivers. Villages and towns float on the waters, and the internal commerce between the provinces is brisk and lively. Agriculture is the grand pillar of the constitution. We are told of luxuriant fields of corn and rice, of deserts watered by art, of barren mountains rendered fertile. Every plant and herb is cultivated and used, of which any use can be made. It is the same with metals and minerals, gold excepted, their mines of which they do not work. The land abounds with animals, the rivers and lakes with fish. The silkworm alone supports thousands of industrious persons. People of all ranks and every age, even the blind, the deaf, and the decrepit, find some species of labor, some kind of manufacture, to employ them. Gentleness and submission, courteous civility and affable behavior are what the Chinese study from infancy, and practice through life. Regularity, and precisely determined order are the essence of their legislation and police. The whole system of the state, in all the relations and duties, between its different classes, is founded on the respect which the son owes to his father, and every subject to the father of the nation who protects and governs them as children by means of the magistrates. Can there be a nobler principle for the government of men? There we find no hereditary nobility, merit alone and noblesse in every rank. Men of approved worth fill the posts of honor, and these posts alone confer superiority. The subject is forced to embrace no mode of worship on compulsion, and the followers of no religion are persecuted unless their tenets be inimical to the state. The adherents of Confucius, of Lao Tse and Fo, and even Jews and Jesuits, when received into the state, dwell together in peace. Their laws are unalterably founded on morals, their morals, on the sacred book of experience. Their emperor is their sovereign pontiff, the Son of Heaven, the protector of ancient custom, the soul of the body politic pervading all its members. If these principles be carried into actual practice and held inviolate, can we conceive a political constitution more perfect? The whole empire would form one family of virtuous, well-educated, orderly, industrious, happy children and brothers. Everyone knows the advantageous picture of the Chinese government sent to Europe by the missionaries in particular, and they're admired as a masterpiece of policy, not only by speculative philosophers, but even by statesmen, until at length, as it is usual for the tide of opinion to take opposite directions, incredulity arose and would admit neither its high degree of civilization nor even its peculiarities. Some of these European objections have had the fortune to be answered in China itself, though pretty much in the Chinese taste. 189 And as most of the books that form the foundation of their laws and manners, with an ample history of the empire, and some unquestionably impartial accounts, are before us. 190 It would be strange if some medium between extravagant praise and immoderate blame could not be found, which would probably be the path of truth. We will not dispute about the question of the chronological antiquity of their empire, for as the origin of every kingdom upon earth is enveloped in obscurity, it may be deemed a matter of indifference by the inquirer into the history of mankind whether this singular nation demanded 10 or 20 centuries more or less for its formation. it is sufficient if it formed itself and we can perceive in its slow progress the obstacles that prevented its further advance. Now these obstacles are evident to our eyes in its character, the place of its abode, and its history. That the nation is of Mongol origin appears from the figure of the Chinese, their gross or infantile taste, nay, even their mechanical ingenuity, and the seat of their first cultivation. The earliest kings ruled in the north of China. Here were laid the foundations of that semi-totalitarian despotism which, being afterwards gilded over with splendid maxims, spread itself through various revolutions down to the coasts of the sea on the south. A Tatarian feudal constitution was for ages the tie that bound the vassals to their lords, and the many wars between these vassals, the frequent subversion of the throne by their hands, nay, the whole economy of the emperor's court and his ruling by mandarins, which are ancient establishments not first introduced by Genghis Khan or the Manchus, all show what kind of nation it is, and evince its genetic character, a character which equally meets the eye on contemplation of the whole, and inspection of its parts, even to dress, food, customs, domestic economy, arts, and amusements. This northeastern Mongol nation could no more change its natural form by artificial regulations, even though enduring for thousands of years, than a man can change his nature, that is, the innate character of his race and complexion. It was planted on this spot of the globe, and as the magnet has not the same variation in China as in Europe, so this race of men, in this region, could never become Greeks or Romans. Chinese they were and will remain, a people endowed by nature with small eyes, a short nose, a flat forehead, little beard, large ears, and a protuberant belly. What their organization could produce, it has produced, nothing else could be required of it. 191. All accounts agree that the Mongol nations on the northeastern heights of Asia are distinguished by an acuteness of hearing, as easily to be accounted for among them as it would be vain to seek it in other people. The language of the Chinese bears testimony to this delicacy of ear. The auditory organs of a Mongol alone could be capable of forming a language out of 330 syllables, distinguished in different words by 5 or more accents to prevent the speaker from saying beast instead of lord, and falling into the most laughable confusion of words every moment, so that a European ear and European organs of speech can with the utmost difficulty, if at all, accustom themselves to this forced syllabical music. What a want of invention in the great, and what miserable refinement in trifles, are displayed in contriving for this language, the vast number of 80,000 compound characters from a few rude hieroglyphics, 6 or more different modes of writing, which distinguish the Chinese from every other nation upon earth. Their pictures of monsters and dragons, their minute care in the drawing of figures without regularity, the pleasure afforded their eyes by the disorderly assemblages of their gardens, the naked greatness or minute nicety in their buildings, the vain pomp of their dress, equipage, and amusements, their lantern feasts and fireworks, their long nails and cramped feet, their barbarous train of attendants, bowings, ceremonies, distinctions, and courtesies, require a Mongol organization. So little taste for true nature, so little feeling of internal satisfaction, beauty, and worth, prevail through all these that a neglected mind alone could arrive at this train of political cultivation, and allow itself to be so thoroughly modelled by it. As the Chinese are immoderately fond of gilt paper and varnish, the neatly painted lines of their intricate characters, and the jingle of fine sentences, the call of their minds resembles this varnish and gilt paper, these characters and clink of syllables. Nature seems to have refused them as well as many other nations in this corner of the world great invention in science, while on the other hand she has bountifully conferred on their little eyes a spirit of application, adroit diligence and nicety, a talent of imitating with art whatever their cupidity deems useful. Eternally moving, eternally occupied, they are forever going and coming in quest of gain or in fulfillment of their offices, so that they might be taken for wandering Mongols, notwithstanding the artificial constitution of their state, for with all their innumerable regulations, they have not yet found the art of combining occupation with rest, so that every business shall find every man in his place. Their art of physic, resembling their trade, consists in a nice, deceitful feeling of the pulse, which depicts their whole character, in its acuteness of the organs of sense, and uninventive ignorance of mind. The character of this people is a remarkable point in history, for it shows what a Mongol nation, unmixed with any other, can or cannot be rendered by political cultivation earned to the highest pitch, for the vain pride of the Chinese shows, if it show nothing else, that they have kept themselves, like the Jews, unmixed with other people. Let them have acquired particular branches of knowledge where they will, the whole structure of their language and constitution, their institutions and mode of thinking, are peculiarly their own. Just as they are averse to the grafting of trees, so they themselves, notwithstanding their various intercourse with other nations, remain an original Mongol stock, in a corner of the earth degraded to the slavish modes of Chinese cultivation. Man is artificially formed by education alone. The mode of education pursued by the Chinese conspired with their national character to render them just what they are and nothing more. Filial obedience, after the manner of the wandering Mongols, being made the basis of all their virtues, both civil and domestic, that apparent modesty, that anticipating courtesy, which are celebrated as characteristic features of the Chinese even by the tongues of their enemies, could not avoid growing up in time. But good as this principle may be for a wandering horde, what would be its consequences in an extensive community? In such a state filial obedience finding no limits, the same duty being imposed on men arrived at year of maturity, having themselves children and manly occupations as suits only their uneducated offspring, nay, this duty being required by every magistrate who supports the name of father, in a figurative sense alone, by force and necessity, not by the gentle affections of nature, what must ensue but that the endeavor to form a new human heart in despite of nature must accustom the real hearts of men to falsehood? If the full-grown man be compelled to yield the obedience of a child, he must give up all that freedom of action which nature has made the duty of his years. Empty ceremony will step into the place of heartfelt truth, and the soil, whose conduct overflowed with childish submission to his mother during his father's life, will neglect her after his death if the law but term her a concubine. It is the same with the filial duties toward the mandarins. They spring not from nature, but from authority. They are mere customs, and when they clash with nature they are false, enfeebling customs. Hence the disagreement between the Chinese laws and morals, and the actual history of China. How often have the children of the state deposed their father from the throne? How often has the father treated his children with barbarity? Covetous mandarins have suffered thousands to starve, and when their crimes have reached the ears of the sovereign father they have been ineffectually chastised with paltry stripes like children. Hence the want of manly force and honor to be observed even in the portraits of their great men and heroes. Honor is converted into filial submission, force has degenerated into modish punctuality toward the state. We find in the harness no noble steed, but a tame ass, frequently playing the part of the fox in prescribed customs from morning until night. This childish restraint of the reason, powers, and feelings of men must necessarily have a debilitating influence on the whole frame of the state. When once education is confined to modes, when forms and customs not only bind but overpower all the intercourse of life, what a mass of activity is lost to the public. And that activity the noblest of the heart and mind. Who is not astonished when he remarks in the history of the Chinese the course and management of their affairs, and with what extensive apparatus a trifle is accomplished. Here a college is employed on what, to be well done, should be performed by an individual. Their inquiry is made, in what place an answer is to be found. They go and they come, they put off and they avoid, that the ceremonials of childish respect for the state may not be infringed. A nation that sleeps on warm stoves and drinks warm water from morning until night must be equally destitute of a warlike spirit and profound reflection. Regularity in a beaten track, acuteness in discovering which way interest inclines, and 1,000 sly arts, childish multiplicity of occupation, without the reflection of the man who asks himself whether a thing be necessary to be done and whether it may not be performed in a better manner, are the only virtues to which the royal path in China is open. The emperor himself is harnessed to this yoke. He must set a good example to all and go through his exercise like a drill corporal for a pattern to the rest. He not only sacrifices in the hall of his predecessors on festivals, but in every occupation, in every moment of his life, he sacrifices to them, and all the praise and all the blame bestowed upon him are perhaps equally undeserved. 192. Is it to be wondered that a nation of this kind should have invented little in the sciences according to the European standard? Or that it has remained for some thousands of years at the same point? Even their books of law and morality continually pace around the same circle, and carefully and precisely say the same things of childish duties in 100 different ways, with systematic hypocrisy. In it music and astronomy, poetry and tactics, painting and architecture, are as they were centuries ago, the children of its eternal laws and unalterably childish institutions. The empire is an embalmed mummy, wrapped in silk and painted with hieroglyphics. Its internal circulation is that of a dormouse in its winter's sleep. Hence the system of keeping foreigners separate, acting the spy over them, and throwing obstacles in their way, hence the pride of the nation, which compares itself with itself alone, and neither knows nor loves strangers. It is a nation thrust into a corner, and shut up from general concourse by fate, being separated from the rest by mountains, deserts, and a sea in which scarce a haven is to be found. In any other situation it could not easily have remained what it is, for that its constitution held out against the Manchus only proves that it derived its foundation from them, and that the less civilized conquerors found such a system of childish slavery a very convenient seat for their dominion. They durst not alter it, but sat themselves down in it and ruled, while the nation served so obsequiously in every member of this machine of state, which itself had erected, as if it had been invented for the very purpose of this slavery. All accounts of the language of the Chinese agree that it has contributed unspeakably to the form of this people in their artificial mode of thinking, for is not the language of every country the medium in which the ideas of its inhabitants are formed, preserved, and imparted? Particularly when a nation is so firmly attached to its language as this, and deduces all civilization from it. The language of the Chinese is a dictionary of morals, that is, of courtesy and good manners. Not only provinces and towns, but even conditions and books are distinguished in it, so that the greater part of their learned industry is applied merely to an implement with which nothing is performed. Everything in it turns on systematic niceties. It expresses much with a few sounds, while it depicts one sound with many lines, and says one and the same thing in a multiplicity of books. What a waste of industry is employed in penciling and printing their works! But this is their chief art and delight, for fine writing is to them more beautiful than the most enchanting picture, and the uniform jingle of their maxims and compliments is prized by them as the sum of elegance and wisdom. Nothing but such an extensive empire, and Chinese laboriousness, could have produced 40 books, painted in 8 large volumes, on the single town of Kaifengfu 193 and extended this tiresome accuracy to every command and eulogy of the emperor. The monument of the emigration of the Turguts is a monstrous book upon stone 194 and the whole of the learning of the Chinese is exhausted in artificial and political hieroglyphics. The difference with which this mode of writing alone operates upon the mind that thinks in it must be incredible. It enervates the thoughts, and reduces the whole national way of thinking to painted or air-drawn arbitrary characters. This exhibition of the peculiarities of the Chinese has not been colored by enmity or contempt. Every line is taken from their warmest advocates, and might be supported by 100 proofs from every class of their institutions. It is nothing more than arises from the nature of the case, the representation of a people formed from remote antiquity with such an organization, in such a part of the world, after such principles, with such aids, and under such circumstances, and which, contrary to the usual course of things in other nations, has so long retained its way of thinking. If the ancient Egyptians were still before our eyes, we should observe, without venturing to think of a reciprocal derivation, a resemblance between them in many points, the traditions received being only modified somewhat differently by the climate. It was the same with other nations that once stood on the same step of cultivation, but these have advanced further, or have been destroyed and mingled with others, while ancient China stands as an old ruin on the verge of the world in its semi-Mongolian form. It would be difficult to prove that the fundamental lineaments of its cultivation were brought from Greece through Bactria, or derived from Tartary through Balch. The web of its constitution is certainly end-mile, and the slight operations of foreign countries on it are easy to be distinguished and separated. I honor kings like the Chinese for their excellent principles, and Confucius is to me a great man, though I perceive the fetters which he, too, wore and which, with the best intentions, he riveted eternally on the superstitious populace and the general system of state, by his political morality. By means of it this nation, like many others on the globe, has stood still in its education, as in the age of infancy, this mechanical engine of morals forever checking the progress of the mind, and no second Confucius arising in the despotic realm. Had either the enormous state been once divided, or had more enlightened Qianlongs taken the paternal resolution to send forth as colonists those whom they could not feed, lighten the yoke of custom, and introduced greater freedom of will and action, though this would undoubtedly have been attended with much danger then, but even then the Chinese would ever have remained Chinese, as Germans are still Germans, and no ancient Greeks are produced in the eastern end of Asia. It is obviously the purpose of nature that everything capable of prospering on earth should prosper on it, and that even this variety in her productions should teem with the Creator's praise. The work of legislation and morals possesses nowhere upon earth such stability as in China, where the human understanding appears to have framed it as an infantile essay. There let it remain, and may Europe never rear a sister realm equally full of filial submission to its despots. This nation will retain to the end the fame of its industry, of the acuteness of its organs of sense, of its skillful dexterity in 1,000 useful things. Silk and porcelain, powder and shot, perhaps, too, the mariner's compass, the art of printing, the building of bridges, navigation, and many other nice mechanical occupations and arts, were known to it before they existed in Europe, but in almost all arts it wants the spirit of improvement. For the rest, that China should shut herself up from the nations of Europe and lay great restraints as well on the Dutch as on the Russians and Jesuits is not only consistent with her general way of thinking, but cannot be blamed on the score of policy, so long as she observes the conduct of Europeans in the islands and on the continent of the East Indies, in the north of Asia, and in her own land. Swelling with Tatarian pride, she despises the merchant who leaves his own country and barters what she deems the most solid merchandise for things of trifling value. She takes his silver and gives him in return millions of pounds of enervating tea, to the corruption of all Europe. Chapter 2. Cochin China, Tonquin, Laos, Korea, Eastern Tartary, Japan. It appears incontestably from the history of mankind that, whatever country has been capable of raising itself to any eminent degree of cultivation, it has influenced a certain circle of its neighbors. Thus China, though an unwarlike nation and with a constitution strongly centering in itself, has notwithstanding diffused its influence through many countries round. The question is not whether these countries have been subdued by China or remain subject to it, if they participate in its institutions, language, religion, sciences, arts, and manners. As far as regards mind they are provinces of the empire. Cochin China has derived most from the Chinese, of whom it has been in some measure a political colony, hence the resemblance between the two people in constitution and manners, in arts and sciences, in religion, trade, and government. Its emperor is a vassal of China, and the nations are intimately united by commerce. If this busy, sensible, gentle, people be compared with their neighbors, the indolent Siamese, the savage natives of Arakan, etc., the difference will be obvious. But as no rivulet rises higher than its source, it is not to be expected that Cochin China should exceed its original. Its government is more despotic, its religion and sciences are but echoes of those of the mother country. Tonquin, which lies still nearer to China, though separated from it by rude mountains, is in a similar predicament. The nation is less civilized, the degree of cultivation it possesses and which supports the state, its manufactures, trade, laws, religion, knowledge, and customs are all Chinese, only far inferior, in consequence of a more southerly climate and the national character. The impression made by China upon Laos is still more feeble, for this country was soon torn from it, and adopted the manners of the Siamese, yet the traces of that impression are still perceptible. Among the southern islands, Java is that with which the Chinese have the most particular intercourse. Indeed, it is probable that colonies have been planted in it by them. Their political establishments, however, they could not introduce into this distant and much hotter land, for the laborious skill of the Chinese requires an assiduous people and a temperate climate. They made use of the island, therefore, without fashioning it. To the north the Chinese system of things has gained more footing, and the people of China may boast that they have contributed more to soften the rude nations of this vast region than the Europeans probably in all the 4 quarters of the globe. Korea has been actually subjected to the Chinese by the Manchus, and let this one savage nation be compared with its northern neighbors. The inhabitants of this partly cold country are gentle and benign, in their amusements and funeral ceremonies, in their houses and clothing, in their religion and a certain love of science. They at least imitate the Chinese, by whom their government was framed, and a few manufactures established. On the Mongols the influence of the Chinese has had a still more extensive operation. Not only have the Manchus, who conquered China, been polished by their intercourse with it, so that tribunals resembling those of Peking have been established at Skinyang, their capital, but the numerous Mongol hordes, the greater part of which are subject to China, have not remained uninfluenced by the Chinese, notwithstanding their ruder manners. Nay, if the friendly protection of this kingdom, in which the Turguts amounted in modern times to 300,000 strong, be a benefit, China has treated this extensive region more justly than any conqueror. Often has it quieted the disturbances of Tibet, and in former days extended its hand to the Caspian Sea. The contents of the rich graves found in different parts of Mongolia and Tartary afford evident marks of an intercourse with China, and if more polished nations formerly inhabited these countries, they probably were not without a close connection with the Chinese. The place, however, in which the Chinese have raised up the greatest rivals of their industry is Japan. The Japanese were once barbarians, and certainly, from their bold and violent character, cruel and rigid barbarians, yet from their proximity and intercourse with the people from whom they learned writing and sciences, arts and manufactures, they have improved themselves to a state which in many points rivals or even exceeds that of China. Conformably to the character of the nation indeed, both their government and religion are more barbarous and severe, and there is no more prospect in Japan than in China of an advancement to greater perfection in the sciences as they are cultivated in Europe, but if a knowledge and employment of the soil, if industry in agriculture and the useful arts, if trade and navigation and even the rude pomp and despotic form of their political constitution, be unquestionable steps of cultivation, the proud Japanese have borrowed them from China. The annals of this nation record the time when the Japanese visited China as barbarians, and with whatever peculiarities the rude islanders have formed themselves, in all the instruments of their cultivation and in the manner in which they exercise their arts, the Chinese original is evident. Now whether these people have penetrated still further, and contributed to the cultivation of either of the 2 polished kingdoms of America, both of which were situated on the western coast opposite to China, will not be easy to determine. If a cultivated people from this side of the globe reached America, it could scarcely be any other than the Chinese, or the islanders of Japan. It is much to be regretted that the history of China, in obedience to the constitution of the country, is written so completely in the Chinese manner. All inventions it ascribes to its kings, it forgets the world beyond its own limits, and as a history of the empire it is far from an instructive history of man. Chapter 3. Tibet. Between the great mountains and deserts of Asia, a spiritual empire, singular in kind, erects its head. This is the grand sovereignty of the Lamas. It is true, the temporal power has been occasionally separated from the spiritual by slight revolutions, but they have always been united again after a time, so that in this country the whole constitution rests on the imperial pontificate, in a manner elsewhere unknown. According to the doctrine of metempsychosis, the Grand Lama is animated by the god Shaka, or Fo, who, at the decease of one Lama, transmigrates into the next, and consecrates him an image of the divinity. The descending chain of Lamas is continued down from him in fixed degrees of sanctity, so that a more firmly established sacerdotal government in doctrines, customs, and institutions, than actually reigns over this elevated country, cannot be conceived. The supreme manager of temporal affairs is no more than the viceroy of the sovereign priest who, conformably to the principles of his religion, dwells in divine tranquility in a building that is both temple and palace. The Lama account of the creation of the world abounds with monstrous fables. The threatened punishments and penitences for sin are severe, and the state, after which their sanctity strives, is highly unnatural, consisting in monadic continence, superstitious absence of thought, and the perfect repose of nonentity. Yet there is scarcely any religion upon earth so widely spread as this. Not only in Tibet and Tangut, and by the greater part of the Mongols, Manchus, Khalkhas, Aleoths, is the Lama worshipped, and if some of them have dispensed with the adoration of his person in modern times, still a certain modification of the religion of Shaka is the only faith they profess, the only worship they follow, but this religion extends far to the south also. The names of Samanakadam, Shakjatuba, Sangal Muni, Shakyamuni, Buddha, Fo, Shakya, are all the same with Shaka, so that this sacred monastic doctrine pervades Hindustan, Ceylon, Siam, Pegu, Tonquin, and even China, Korea, and Japan, though not everywhere retaining in equal degrees the cumbersome mythology of the Tibetans. Even in China the doctrines of Fo constitute the popular faith, while the principles of Confucius and Lao Tse are only species of a political religion and philosophy adopted by the higher ranks, that is, by the learned. The government is indifferent to either religion. Its care proceeds no further than to render the lamas and bonzes innocuous to the state by preserving it from the sovereignty of the Dalai Lama. Japan has long been a semi-Tibet. The Dari was the spiritual sovereign, and the Kubo his temporal servant, until the latter took the reins into his own hand, and reduced the former to a mere cipher, a step that arises in the course of things and will sometime be the lot of the Lama also. It is only owing to the situation of his empire, the barbarousness of the Mongol tribes, and more especially the favor of the Emperor of China, that the Lama has remained so long what he is. The religion of the Lamas assuredly never originated on the cold mountains of Tibet. It must have been the offspring of a warmer climate, the creature of some enervate minds that love above all things to indulge in bodily rest and freedom from thought. It did not reach the rude heights of Tibet or even China itself until the 1st century after the Christian era, and then it received in each a different modification, according to the state of the country. In Tibet and Japan it was rigid and severe. Among the Mongols it became a less efficacious superstition, while Siam, Hindustan, and similar countries cherished it under its mildest aspect as a natural production of their warmer climate. From this difference of form it has had very different effects on the countries in which it has flourished. In Siam, Hindustan, Tonquin, and some others, it lulls the minds of men, and renders them compassionate and unwarlike, patient, gentle, and indolent. The Talapoins aspire not to the throne, they only require alms for the absolution of sinners. In ruder soils, where the climate does not so easily afford support for idle beadsmen, their establishment demands more art, and thus they at length unite the palace and the temple. The inconsistencies, which not only connect but support human affairs, are singular. If every Tibetan obeyed the law of the Lamas and strove to imitate their supreme virtues, Tibet would soon be no more. A race of men keeping themselves unconnected with each other, not cultivating their frigid soil, pursuing neither trade nor manufactures, must hasten to an end. While dreaming of heaven they would perish with cold and hunger. But happily nature is more powerful in man than any opinion he may embrace. The Tibetan marries, though marriage is a sin, and his industrious wife, who indeed takes more than one husband and labors more than a man, willingly foregoes the chief places in paradise to continue the present world. If there be a religion upon earth that deserves the epithets of monstrous and inconsistent, it is the religion of Tibet 195, and it cannot altogether be denied that, if Christianity were propagated in its most rigid doctrines and practices, it would nowhere appear in a worse form than on the Tibetan mountains. Fortunately, however, the severe monastic religion has been as incapable of changing the spirit of the nation as of altering its wants and climate. The inhabitant of the lofty mountains purchases absolution for his sins and enjoys health and cheerfulness. He feeds and kills animals, though he believes the transmigration of souls, and keeps a wedding feast for a fortnight, though his priest inculcates celibacy as the only state of perfection. Thus the opinions of mankind have always accommodated matters with their wants. They have haggled with each other until a tolerable bargain was struck between them. How unfortunate would it be for men if every folly that prevails in the creeds received by nations were to be completely followed up in practice. But now, most are believed and not practiced, and this neutral sentiment of dead persuasion is everywhere called forth. It is not to be supposed that the Kalmuk lives conformably to the pattern of perfection in Tibet, because he adores a little idol or worships the excrement of the Lama. But this disgusting system of the Lamas has not been barely innocent, it has certainly had its use. By it a gross heathen nation, holding itself descended from apes, has been raised into a polished and in many points a refined people, though to this the neighborhood of China greatly contributed. A religion originating in India must have a predilection for cleanliness, thus the Tibetans were prevented from living like Tatarayan mountaineers. Even that extravagant chastity which their lamas preach has served as a goal of virtue to the nation, and the modesty, temperance, and reserve remarked in both sexes may be considered as at least part of the race toward it, where, too, indeed, half is better than the whole. The doctrine of the metempsychosis excites compassion toward animals, and perhaps the rude inhabitants of rocks and mountains could not be held by a gentler rein than this opinion, and the belief in long penitences and the pains of hell. In short, the Tibetan religion is a species of the papal, such as it prevailed in Europe itself in the Dark Ages, and indeed without that morality and decorum for which the Mongols and Tibetans are commended. The religion of Shaka has been of service to mankind likewise by introducing a sort of learning and a written language among these mountaineers, and even further, among the Mongols. Probably the preparatory means of a degree of cultivation, now ripening for these regions also. The way of providence among nations is wondrous long, yet it is the pure order of nature. Gymnosophists and talapoins, that is, contemplative solitaries, have existed in the East from the remotest times. Their nature and their climate led them to this mode of life. Seeking quiet, they fled from the bustle of society and lived contented with the little that fertile nature gave. The Oriental is as serious and moderate in words as temperate in meat and drink. He willingly resigns himself to the wings of imagination, and whither could these carry him but to the contemplation of universal nature, to the origin of the world, the decay and renovation of things? Both the cosmogony and the metempsychosis of the Orientals are poetical representations of what is and will be, such as they may be conceived by a limited human understanding and a feeling heart. I live and enjoy my life a little while, why should not all around me enjoy their existence, and live uninjured by me? Hence, the morality of the talapoins, which so effectively and self-denyingly inculcates the nothingness of all things, the eternal mutation of forms in the world, the internal affliction of the insatiate desires of the human heart, and the pleasures of a pure mind. Hence, too, the gentle humane ordinances which they gave to mankind for sparing themselves and other beings, and the praises of which they chant in their hymns and record in their maxims. These they no more derived from Greece than they did their cosmogony, for both are the genuine offspring of the feelings and sentiments of their climate. In them everything is strained to the highest pitch, so that Indian hermits alone can live conformably to the doctrines of the talapoins, and besides, everything is so enveloped in endless fables that if ever a Shaka lived he would scarcely recognize himself in one of the features ascribed to him as subjects of gratitude or praise. Yet does not a child learn his first wisdom and morals by means of fables? And are not most of these nations, whose minds remain in a gentle slumber, children all their lives long? Let us not accuse Providence, therefore, for what could not be otherwise according to the order she chose for the human race. She knit everything with tradition, and thus men could not impart to each other more than they themselves had and knew. Everything in nature, and consequently the philosophy of Buddha, is good or bad, according to the use that is made of it. On the one hand it exhibits as fine and lofty sentiments as on the other it is capable of exciting and fostering, as it abundantly has, indolence and deceit. In no two countries has it remained precisely the same, but wherever it exists it has raised itself at least one step above gross heathenism, the first twilight of a purer morality, the first infantile dream of that truth, which comprehends the universe. Chapter 4. Hindustan. Though the doctrine of the Brahmins is no more than a branch of that widely spread religion which has formed sects or sovereignties from Tibet to Japan, still it deserves particular consideration in the place of its birth, as it has formed there the most singular and perhaps durable government in the world. This is the division of the Hindu nation into 4 or more castes, over which the Brahmins rule as forming the first. That they obtain this sway by bodily subjugation is by no means probable, for they are not the military caste of the people which, the king himself included, comes only next to them, and their pretensions are founded on no such claim, even in their fables. Their dominion over the rest is derived from their origin, on the score of which they pride themselves as sprung from the head of Brahma, while the soldiery proceeded from his breast, and the other castes from his different limbs. On this their laws and the constitution of the state are founded, according to which they make a particular caste which is to the nation what the head is to the body. Similar divisions into castes have formed in other regions the simplest establishment of society, in imitation of nature, that divides trees into branches, people into tribes and families. Such was the system of Egypt which, like that of Hindustan, made arts and trades hereditary, and that the caste of sages and priests assigned to itself the highest place we observe in several nations. In such a degree of cultivation this appears to me the natural course of things, as wisdom is superior to strength, and in ancient times the caste of priests appropriated to itself almost all political science. The importance of the priesthood declines only with the general diffusion of knowledge through all ranks, and for this reason the priests have so frequently opposed the enlightening of the people. The history of Hindustan, of which we know much less than could be wished, affords us some clear hints respecting the origin of the Brahmins. 196 This makes Brahma, a wife and learned man who invented several arts and in particular writing, a vizier of one of their ancient kings, Krishan, whose son divided the people by law into the 4 well-known castes. He placed the son of Brahma at the head of the first caste, which included the astrologers, physicians, and priests. Other nobles were appointed hereditary governors of provinces, and from these the second caste of the Hindus is descended. The third caste was confined to the cultivation of the ground, the fourth, to the pursuit of arts, and this establishment was to continue forever. He built the town of Bahur for the philosophers, and as the seat of his empire and the schools of the Brahmin were chiefly on the banks of the Ganges, the reason why so little is said of them by the Greeks and Romans is obvious, for it appears that these were unacquainted with the interior parts of India, Herodotus describing only the people on the Hindus and the northern part of the peninsula beyond the Ganges, and Alexander having advanced no farther than the high phases. It is not to be wondered, therefore, that at first they obtained only general accounts of the Brahmins, that is, of the solitary philosophers living in the manner of the Talapoins, and afterwards heard obscure tales of the Samanins and Germans on the Ganges, of the division of the people into castes, of their doctrine of the transmigration of souls, etc. Even these mutilated relations however show that the institution of the Brahmins is ancient, and a native of the country bordering on the Ganges, which the very old monuments at Jaggernaut 197 Bombay and other parts of the peninsula confirm. Both the idols and the whole economy of their temples are suitable to the sentiments and mythology of the Brahmins, who have spread themselves abroad through India from their sacred Ganges, and been honored in proportion to the ignorance of the people where they have arrived. The Ganges, as their birthplace, has remained the chief seat of their holy rites, though as Brahmins they are not merely a religious, but a truly political tribe, resembling the orders of lamas, levites, Egyptian priests, etc., and have pertained to the primitive constitution of the state throughout India. For thousands of years this influence of the order on the minds of men has been singularly profound, For in spite of the Mongol yoke which they have so long borne, its importance and doctrines still remain unshaken, and these exert such a powerful sway over the Hindus as scarcely any other religion has ever displayed. 198 The character, way of life, and manners of the people, even to the minutest trifles, nay, to their very thoughts and words, are their work, and though many parts of the religion of the Brahmins are extremely troublesome and oppressive, they remain as sacred as the divine laws of nature, even to the lowest castes. Such of them as embrace a foreign religion are for the most part only malefactors and outcasts, or poor deserted children. The sense of superiority, too, with which the Hindu, even under the pressure of extreme want, contemplates the European whom he serves, is a sufficient guarantee that this people, while it exists, will never mix with any other. No doubt the character of the nation and the climate are the grounds of this unparalleled effect, for no people are endowed with more quiet patience, and gentle docility of mind. But that the Hindu does not follow the precepts and customs of every foreigner arises evidently from this, that the institution of the Brahmins already so occupies his whole mind, and employs his whole life, as to leave no room for any other. His frequent festivals and ceremonies, his multiplicity of deities and fables, his numerous sacred places and works of merit, employ the whole imagination of the Hindu from his infancy, and remind him of what he is almost every moment of his life. All the institutions of Europe float only on the surface of a mind thus profoundly swayed, and this sway I believe capable of continuing as long as a Hindu shall exist. With respect to all human institutions, the question, whether they be good or evil, is necessarily complicated. Undoubtedly the system of the Brahmins, when it was first established, was good, otherwise it could not have spread so wide, penetrated so deep, and endured so long. The human mind shakes off what is pernicious to it as soon as it can, and though the Hindu may be capable of bearing more than another, he certainly would never love poison. It is incontestable, too, that the Brahmins have formed their people to such a degree of gentleness, courtesy, temperance, and chastity, or at least have so confirmed them in these virtues, that Europeans frequently appear, on comparison with them, as beastly, drunken, or mad. Their air and language are unconstrainedly elegant, their behavior friendly, their persons clean, their way of life simple and harmless. Their children are educated without severity, yet they are not destitute of knowledge, and still less of quiet industry, or nicely imitative art. Even the lowest castes learn reading, writing, and arithmetic. As the teachers of youth, the Brahmins cannot be denied the merit of having been benefactors to mankind for some thousands of years. Let the reader turn to the relations given by the missionaries of Hali, and mark the sound reasoning and benign disposition of the Brahmins and Malabars in their questions, answers, and objections, as well as in their whole behavior, and he will seldom give the palm to the preachers from Europe. The leading idea the Brahmins entertain of God is so grand and beautiful, their morality is so pure and sublime, and even their fables, when scanned by the eye of reason, are so refined and charming, that I cannot altogether ascribe to their invention, even in the monstrous and romantic, that absurdity which it is probable they gained in the course of time by passing through the mouths of the people. That, in spite of all the oppression of the Mohammedans and Christians, the order of Brahmins has preserved its artfully constructed and beautiful language. 199 And with it some of the ruins of ancient astronomy and chronology, physic and jurisprudence, is not without merit in such a situation. 200 For the mechanical manner in which they exercise these sciences is sufficient for their sphere of life, and what is unfriendly to their improvement confirms their durability and effect. With regard to others, the Hindus persecute no one, they allow all to follow their own religion, knowledge, and way of life. Why should not others allow them the same liberty, and consider them at least as well-meaning people, though misled by the errors of their hereditary traditions? Of all the sects of Fo which occupy the eastern world of Asia, this is the flower, more learned, more humane, more useful, more noble, than all the Bonzas, Lamas, and Talapoins. With this it must not be concealed that, as in all other human institutions, so in this, there is much that is oppressive. not to mention the endless violence which the confinement of the different ways of life to hereditary castes necessarily involves, as it nearly excludes all freedom in improving the arts and bringing them to perfection. The contempt with which the lower caste, the pariahs, are treated, is particularly striking. They are not only condemned to the basest offices and eternally prohibited from all connection with any other of the castes, but they are even deprived of the claims of humanity and the rights of religion, for no one dares touch a pariah, and his very look profanes a Brahmin. Though many reasons are assigned for this abasement, and among others that the pariahs may be a subjugated nation, none of them are sufficiently confirmed by history. In person, at least, they differ not from the other Hindus. Here, as in so many other things of ancient institution, we must recur to the rigid primitive ordinance according to which, probably, the very poor, or malefactors and reprobates, were condemned to a state of debasement to which their innocent and numerous descendants have astonishingly submitted. The fault lies solely in the classification by families, according to which the lowest lot of life must fall to some, and the purity arrogated by the rest still augments the burden. Now what could be more natural than to consider it at length as a punishment from heaven to be born a pariah and, conformably to the doctrine of the metempsychosis, as a fate merited by crimes in a former state of life? This hypothesis of the transmigration of souls, grand as it was in the mind of him by whom it was first imagined, and greatly as it may have benefited mankind, must necessarily have occasioned much evil also, as does every opinion that oversteps human nature. While, for instance, it excited a false compassion towards every living creature, it diminished real sympathy for the miseries of our fellows, the unhappy among whom it held as criminals suffering under the burden of former misdeeds, or as men proved by the hand of fate, who would reward their virtues in a future state of existence. Accordingly, a want of sympathy is observed even in the gentle Hindus, which may probably be considered as an effect of their organization, though still more of their profound submission to eternal fate, a faith which plunges man into an abyss and blunts his active feelings. The burning of wives on the funeral pyres of their husbands may be reckoned among the barbarous consequences of this doctrine, for to whatever cause it owes its first introduction, whether it entered the round of custom as a punishment or as an emulation of some great minds, the Brahminical doctrine of a future state has unquestionably ennobled the unnatural practice and animated the poor victim to encounter death. No doubt this cruel practice renders the life of the husband more dear to the wife, as she thus becomes inseparable from him even in death, and cannot remain behind him without disgrace. But is this worth the sacrifice, when tacit custom alone gives it the force of law? Lastly, I pass over the manifold deception and superstition inevitable in the Brahminical system, from the very circumstance of astronomy and chronology, religion and physic being propagated by oral tradition and confined as mysteries to one caste. A still more pernicious consequence for the whole country was that this supremacy of the Brahmins must render the people sooner or later ripe for subjugation. The military caste must speedily become unwarlike, as its functions clashed with its religion, and it was subordinate to another, which abhorred all shedding of blood. Happy would it have been for such a peaceful people to have dwelt on a solitary island, remote from all conquerors, but at the foot of mountains inhabited by those human beasts of prey, the warlike Mongols, and near those coasts abounding with havens to receive the artful and covetous adventurers of Europe. How could the poor Hindus maintain themselves and their pacific system? Thus it was with the constitution of Hindustan. It sank under internal and external wars until at length the maritime power of Europe subjected it to a yoke under which it is uttering its last groans. Hard course of the fate of nations. Yet it is nothing more than the order of nature. In the most beautiful and fertile region of the earth man must early attain refined ideas, an imagination widely expatiating on nature, gentle manners and regular institutions, but in this region he must soon avoid laborious activity and thus become the prey of every robber who visited his happy land. From remote times the trade to the East Indies was a very lucrative branch of commerce. The industrious contented people gave of their treasures by sea and land to other nations an abundance of precious articles and, in consequence of their remote situation, remained in tolerable peace and tranquility until at length Europeans, from whom nothing is remote, came and established empires of their own among them. All the information and all the merchandise that they have brought us thence by no means compensate the evil they have done to a nation by whom they were never offended. Yet in this the hand of fate prevails, and it will either loose the chain, or extend its links. Chapter 5. General Reflections on the History of these States. Hitherto we have been considering those political constitutions of Asia which boast the highest antiquity and the firmest duration. Now, what have they effected in the history of mankind? What is learned from them by the philosopher of human history? One history presumes a beginning, to the history of a state and of moral cultivation a commencement of these is necessary. But how obscure is this commencement among all the nations we have yet contemplated? Were my voice of any weight I would employ it in exhorting every sagacious and discreet investigator of history to study the origin of cultivation in Asia, among its most celebrated nations and empires, laying aside all hypothesis, and throwing off the shackles of preconceived opinion. An accurate examination of the accounts and monuments we have of these nations, of their writing and languages, of their most ancient works of art and mythology, or the principles and practices they still follow in their few sciences, compared with the place they inhabit and the intercourse they may have had, would certainly disentangle part of the chain of their cultivation, the first link of which would probably be found neither in Salinjanskoy, nor in Grecian Bactria. The diligent inquiries of Adignes, a Bayer, a Gatterer, and some others, the bolder hypotheses of Bailey, Pa, Delisle, etc., and the useful endeavors that have been made toward collecting and rendering public the languages and works of Asia, are preparatory steps to the erection of an edifice the first foundation stone of which I should be glad to see laid. Probably we should thus discover the ruins of a temple of that Protogia 201, which displays itself to our view in so many natural monuments. To the civilization of a people is a term not easy to express, but to conceive the idea and carry it into practice is still more difficult. That a stranger arriving in a country should enlighten a whole nation, or that a king should enjoin the civilization of a people by law, can be possible only from a coincidence of various auxiliary circumstances, for men are formed only by education, instruction, and permanent example. Hence it was that all nations soon fell upon the method of admitting into the body politic a class of men appointed to instruct, educate, and enlighten the rest, setting them above the other classes, or assigning them a middle rank. Admit this to be the threshold of a very imperfect degree of cultivation, still it is necessary in the childhood of the human race, for wherever such teachers of the people have been wanting, these have remained eternally ignorant and slothful. Consequently some sort of Brahmins, Mandarins, Talapoins, Lamas, or the like, have been necessary to every nation in its political infancy, and indeed we see that this order of men alone has extensively diffused the seeds of artificial cultivation throughout Asia. If there be such, the Emperor Yao may say to his servants Hai and Ho 202 go observe the stars, mark the course of the sun, and portion out the year. If Hai and Ho are not astronomers, his imperial command is of no effect. 3. There is a difference between the cultivation of men of learning and the cultivation of the people. The learned man must understand the sciences, the exercise of which is enjoined him for the benefit of the state, these he preserves, and these he confides to those of his own rank, not to the people. Such among us are the higher species of mathematics and many other branches of knowledge which are not of common use and therefore not for the people. These were the occult sciences, as they were called, of the ancient political institutions which the priest or Brahmin preserved for his own class alone, because it was appointed for their exercise, and every other class in the state had its own occupations. Thus algebra is even now an occult science, for few in Europe understand it, though learning it is prohibited to none. Now indeed we have uselessly and detrimentally confounded in many points the spheres of learned and popular cultivation, and extended this almost to the amplitude of that the ancient founders of states, who thought more like men, thought on this subject also more wisely. They placed the cultivation of the people in good morals and useful arts, for grand theories, even in philosophy and religion, they deemed the people unqualified, and such theories, therefore, they conceived useless to them. Hence the ancient mode of teaching by fables and allegories such as the Brahmins now utter to the unlearned castes, hence in China the distinction in common ideas almost according to every class of the people, established and not unwisely retained by the state. If we would compare a nation of the east of Asia with ours in respect of cultivation, it is necessary first to be known in what cultivation is deemed by it to consist, and of what class of men we speak. If a nation or a class of men possess good morals and arts, if it have such ideas and such virtues as suffice for its labors and a happy and contented life, it is sufficiently enlightened for its wants, even supposing it unable to account for an eclipse otherwise than by the well-known tale of the dragon. This tale was probably told it by its teachers, that no one might grow gray in the study of the courses of the sun and stars. I cannot possibly persuade myself that every individual of every nation was intended to acquire a metaphysical idea of God without which, though probably at last turning on a mere word, he must be superstitious, barbarous, and less than man. Is the Japanese prudent, brave, dexterous, and useful in his station? Then is he cultivated, let him think as he will of Buddha and Amida. Does he relate to you fabulous stories concerning these? Tell him other fables in return and you will balance the account. For even a perpetual progress in the cultivation of learning is not essential to the happiness of a state, at least not according to the notions of the ancient Eastern empires. In Europe all the men of learning form a separate state which, erected on the previous labors of many centuries, is artificially supported by common aids and the emulation of realm against realm, for to nature in general the pinnacle of science, after which we strive, does no service. All Europe is one learned kingdom which, partly by internal emulation, partly by the auxiliary means it has abundantly procured in modern times from every part of the world, has attained an ideal form which the man of learning only penetrates, and the statesman employs. Once entered on this course we cannot stand still, we pursue the magic image of perfect science and universal knowledge, which it is true we shall never overtake, but which will hold us in chase as long as the constitutions of Europe shall endure. It is not so with the kingdoms that have never engaged in this contest. Orbicular China, behind its mountains, is a simple enclosed realm, all its provinces, however different their people, settled on the principles of an ancient constitution, are not in a state of rivalry together, but of the profoundest obedience. Japan is an island, an enemy to every stranger, like ancient Britain, and stands like a world of itself amid its rude rocks and stormy sea. It is the same with Tibet, surrounded by mountains, and savage nations, the same with the constitution of the Brahmins which has grown for centuries beneath the yoke. How could the germs of progressive science, which burst even through the rocks of Europe, sprout forth in these realms? How could these people receive even the fruits of the tree from the dangerous hands of Europeans who have robbed them of what was their own, political security and their very land itself? Thus, after a few essays, each snail has retreated within its shell and rejected even the most fragrant rose brought in the mouth of a serpent. The science of their pretended men of learning is adapted to the country, and China received from the officious Jesuits no more than it deemed absolutely necessary. Probably it would have accepted more had it arrived in a time of necessity, but as most men, and still more, great political bodies are rigid, iron animals to whom danger must approach very near before they alter their old course, so without signs and wonders everything will remain as it is, though the nation may be by no means deficient in capacity for science. It wants nothing but prime movers, inveterate custom resisting every new impulse. How slow was Europe herself in learning her best arts? 5. The state of a kingdom may be estimated either in itself or in comparison with others. Europe must employ both standards, the Asiatic empires have only the former. No one of these has sought other worlds to employ them as the pedestals of its grandeur, or poison itself with their superfluities. Everyone makes use of what it has and is satisfied with its own. China has even refrained from working her own mines of gold, not venturing to use them from a consciousness of her weakness, and the foreign trade of China is carried on wholly without the subjugation of other countries. From this prudent wisdom all these lands have derived the unquestionable benefit of being obliged to make the most use of what they have within themselves as they obtain fewer supplies from external commerce. We Europeans, on the contrary, wander over the whole world as merchants or as robbers, and frequently neglect on this account our own homes. Britain itself is far from displaying such agricultural industry as is exhibited in the Chinese territories or in the island of Japan. Our bodies politic are animals insatiably devouring everything that is foreign, good and bad, food and poison, coffee and tea, silver and gold, and in a state of high fever display much supernatural energy. Theirs reckon only on their internal circulation, living slowly like the worm, which on this account has endured, and still may endure long if external circumstances do not destroy the sleeping animal. Now it is well known that in everything the ancients calculated on a longer duration as well in their political systems as in their monuments, we act with vivacity, and so much the more speedily run through the shorter period allotted us by fate. 6. Lastly, everything earthly and human is governed by time and place, as every particular nation is by its character, uninfluenced by which it can do nothing. Had the east of Asia joined Europe, it would long have ceased to be what it is. Were not Japan an island, it would not be in its present state. Were all these kingdoms together now to be formed, they would not easily become what they did 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. The whole animal, which we call the earth, on the back of which we dwell, is now some thousands of years older. Singular and wonderful are what we call the genetic spirit and character of a people. It is inexplicable, it is ineradicable, ancient as the nation, ancient as the country it inhabits. The Brahmin pertains to his region, no other, he is persuaded, merits its sacred soil. Thus the Siamese and the Japanese, everywhere, out of their own country they are untimely planted shrubs. What the Indian solitary thinks of his god, the Siamese of his emperor, we do not think. What to us appear activity and freedom of mind, manly honor and female beauty, in their eyes are far otherwise. The confinement of the Indian women is to them by no means insupportable. The empty pomp of a mandarin would be to any other an insipid farce. It is the same with all the customs of diversified man, nay, with all that appears on our earth. If our species be destined to approach, in the eternal path of an asymptote, a point of perfection which it does not know and which, with all the labor of a Tantalus, it can never touch, you Chinese and Japanese, you Lamas and Brahmins, pursue this pilgrimage in a tolerably quiet corner of the vessel. You trouble not yourselves about the unattainable point and remain as you were thousands of years ago. 7. It is consolatory to the investigator of man to observe that nature has in no organization forgotten, with all the evils she has distributed among the human species, the balsam that at least mitigates their wounds. The oppressive load of Asiatic despotism exists only in nations that are willing to bear it, that is, are less sensible of its crushing weight. The Hindu, when sinking under the severest famine, perceives his emaciated body followed by the dog that will soon make it his prey, awaits his doom with resignation, he props himself up that he may die erect, while the patiently expecting dog stares him in the pale, death-like face. Of such a resignation we have no idea, yet it frequently reciprocates with the most violent gusts of passion. This, however, with the climate and the various facilities of living, is the antidote that mitigates the many evils of a constitution which to us appears unsupportable. If we lived there we should not submit to it, for we have understanding and courage to alter the bad system, or we should slumber, too, and fear the evil patiently like the Hindu. Great Parent, Nature. With what trifles hast thou connected the fate of the human species? With a change of form in the head and brain, with a little alteration in the structure of the organization and nerves affected by climate, descent, and habit, the fate of the world, the whole sum of what mankind do and suffer throughout the earth, is also changed. Book 12. We now come to the shores of the Tigris and Euphrates. But how has the face of history changed throughout the whole of this region? Babylon and Nineveh, Ecbatana, Persepolis, and Tyre are no more, nation follows nation, empire follows empire, and of most even their very names and once celebrated monuments are swept from the earth. The appellations of Babylonian, Assyrian, Chaldean, Median, and Phoenician, are no longer borne by any people, and no distinct traces of their ancient political establishments are now to be found. Their empires and towns are destroyed and the people are dispersed about under different names. Whence arises this variation from the deeply imprinted character of the Eastern empires? Hindustan and China have been more than once overrun by the Mongols, nay, have worn their yoke for centuries, yet neither has Peking nor Benares vanished, neither the Lamas nor Brahmins are extinct. To me the difference of their destiny appears easily explicable if we consider the different situations and constitutions of the two regions. In the east of Asia, beyond the great ridge of mountains, the southern nations had but one enemy, the Mongols, to dread. These wandered peaceably for ages on their hills or in their valleys, and when they overran the neighboring provinces their objects were dominion and plunder, not destruction. Accordingly several nations have retained their own constitutions for thousands of years under Mongol sovereigns. The throng of people that swarmed between the Euxine and the Caspian Sea down to the Mediterranean was altogether different, and the Tigris and Euphrates were the principal guides of these hordes in their migrations. The whole of Hither Asia was filled with nomads at an early period, and the more flourishing cities, the more polished empires arose in this fine country, the more did they attract savage nations for the purpose of plunder, or they themselves knew not how to employ their increasing power except in destroying others. How often has Babylon, that delightful center of the commerce of the East and West, been taken and despoiled? Tyre and Sidon, Jerusalem, Ecbatana, and Nineveh experienced no better fate, so that this whole region may be considered as the Garden of Desolation, where one empire subverted another, to be itself destroyed in its turn. There is no cause to wonder, therefore, that many lost even their very names, and left scarcely a trace behind them. For in what were their traces to be left? Most of the people of this region had one language, varied only by different dialects. Accordingly, on their downfall, their dialects became confounded with one another, uniting at length in the Chaldee-Syriac-Arabic medley which now prevails in that region, almost without any discriminating mark of the mingled people. Their states arose from hordes and returned to hordes again without any permanent political stamp. The celebrated monuments of Abylos, Semiramis, and the rest could still less assure them the eternity of a pyramid, for they were constructed merely of bricks which, baked in the sun or by fire and cemented with bitumen, were easily destroyed if they did not perish beneath the silent foot of time. The despotic sovereignties of the founders of Nineveh and Babylon as gradually decayed so that in this celebrated part of the world we find nothing to contemplate but the names once borne among the nations by people now no more. We wander over the graves of departed monarchies and see the ghosts of their former importance on the earth. In fact, this importance was so great that if we include Egypt within this region, no part of the world, Greece and Rome excepted, has invented and laid the rudiments of so many things for Europe and through the medium of Europe, for all the nations upon earth. The number of arts and trades that appear, from the accounts of the Hebrews, to have been common among many little wandering hordes in these regions in the earliest periods is astonishing. 203 Husbandry, with various implements, gardening, fishing, hunting, and in particular the breeding of cattle, the grinding of corn, the baking of bread, the dressing of food, wine, oil, the preparation of wool and leather for garments, spinning, weaving, and sewing, painting, tapestry, and needlework, the coining of money, the engraving of seals and cutting of gems, the fabrication of glass, coral fishing, mining and metallurgy, various works in metal, the arts of drawing, modeling, and founding, statuary and architecture, music and dancing, writing and poetry, trade by weight and measure, on the sea coasts navigation, in the sciences some of the elements of astronomy, chronology and geography, physic and the art of war, arithmetic, geometry and mechanics, in political institutions, laws, tribunals, religion, contracts, punishments, and a number of moral customs, were all found in use so early among the people of Hither Asia that we could not avoid considering the whole cultivation of this region as the remains of an enlightened anterior world if we were led to this by no tradition. Only the people wandering at a distance about the center of Asia became wild and barbarous, so that sooner or later they were to be civilized a second time in various ways. Chapter 1. Babylon, Assyria, Chaldea. In the extensive region of Hither Asia, peopled by wandering hordes, the fertile and pleasant banks of the Tigris and Euphrates must soon have attracted a number of pastoral tribes, and as they resemble a paradise between mountains on the one hand and deserts on the other, there these tribes must have inclined to fix their residence. At present indeed this country has lost much of its beauty, as it remains almost without cultivation and has been exposed for centuries to the devastations of predatory hordes, yet particular districts still confirm the general testimony of the ancient writers whose praises of it knew no bounds. 204 Accordingly this was the birthplace of the first monarchies of history and an early storehouse of useful arts. In the course of a wandering life nothing could be more natural than for some ambitious sheik to conceive the design of appropriating to himself the delightful banks of the Euphrates and of uniting together a few hordes to maintain the possession of them. The Hebrew Chronicle gives the sheik the name of Nimrod, who founded his kingdom with the towns of Babylon, Edessa, Nisabin, and Tisiphon, and in the neighborhood it places another, the kingdom of Assyria, with the cities of Resen, Nineveh, Adiabene, and Kala. From the situation of these kingdoms, with their nature and origin, arose the whole of their subsequent destiny until it terminated in their destruction. For being founded by different races and bordering too closely on each other, what could follow from the quarrelsome spirit common to the hordes of these regions but that they must look upon each other as enemies, more than once fall under one sovereignty, and be dispersed various ways by the incursion of more northern mountaineers? This is the brief history of the kingdoms on the Tigris and Euphrates which, from such remote periods and through the mutilated accounts of several nations, cannot have been handed down to us free from confusion. In the origin, spirit, and constitutions of these kingdoms, however, both history and fable agree. They sprang from small beginnings and wandering tribes, and they ever retained the character of predatory hordes. Even the despotism that arose in them and the various skill in the arts, for which Babylon was particularly famed, are perfectly consistent with the spirit of the country and the national character of its inhabitants. For what were the first towns built by these fabled monarchs of the world? Great, fortified hordes, the fixed encampments of a tribe that enjoyed these fertile regions and made excursions for the purpose of plundering others. Hence the vast circumference of Babylon so soon after it was founded on either side the river, hence its huge walls and towers. The walls were lofty thick ramparts of baked clay erected for the protection of an extensive camp of nomads, and the towers were watchtowers. The whole town, interspersed with gardens, was, according to the expression of Aristotle, a Peloponnesus. The country furnished in abundance materials for the sort of architecture natural to nomads, clay, namely, out of which they formed bricks, and bitumen, with which they learned to cement them. Thus nature facilitated their labors, and the foundations being once laid in the nomad style, it was easy to enrich and beautify them when the horde had made excursions and returned with booty. And what were the famous conquests of Aninus, Semiramis, and the rest, other than predatory expeditions like those of the present Arabs, Kurds, and Turkomans? The Assyrians were even by descent mountain banditti whose names have been handed down to posterity with no other renown than that of having robbed and plundered. From the remotest periods the Arabs are particularly named in the service of these conquerors of the world, and we know the unchangeable way of life of these people which will continue as long as the deserts of Arabia shall endure. At a later period the Chaldeans appear on the stage, and these, both from their descent and their first places of abode, were plundering Kurds. 205 In history they have distinguished themselves by nothing but devastation, for the fame they have acquired for science is probably an honorary title which they gained as part of their booty in the conquest of Babylon. Thus we may consider the fine country bounded by these streams as the theater of wandering tribes, or predatory hordes, both in ancient and modern times, who here collected their plunder in strongholds until at length they sank under the voluptuous warmth of the climate and, debilitated by luxury, became a prey to others. The celebrated works of art of a Semiramis or even a Nebuchadnezzar cannot easily be supposed to say more. The earliest expeditions of the Assyrians were towards Egypt. The arts of this peaceful civilized country, therefore, furnished in all probability the prototypes for the decoration of Babylon. The famed colossal statue of Belus and the sculptures on the brick walls of the great city appear to have been completely in the Egyptian style, and that the fabulous queen repaired to the mountain Baghes then to imprint her image on its summit plainly indicates an imitation of Egypt. For as the southern country afforded her no granite rocks for an eternal monument, she was impelled to this. The productions of Nebuchadnezzar, likewise, were nothing but colossal statues, palaces of brick, and hanging gardens. What was wanting in art and materials was attempted to be made up by magnitude, and at least a Babylonian character was given to the more feeble monument by pleasant gardens. I do not much regret, therefore, the decay of these huge piles of earth, for it is probable they were far from ranking high as works of art. What I wish is that men would seek among their ruins for tables of Chaldee writing, which are certainly to be found there, according to the testimony of several travelers. 206. Not properly Egyptian arts, but the arts of erratic hordes, and afterwards of commerce, belonged to this region, as indeed the nature of its situation demanded. The Euphrates was subject to inundations, and consequently required canals to draw out its waters and enable it to impart fertility to a more extensive district. Hence the invention of water wheels and pumps, if they were not borrowed from the Egyptians. The country at some distance from this river, which was once inhabited and fruitful, is now sterile because it is a stranger to the active hand of industry. From the care of cattle to husbandry the step here was easy, as the settled inhabitant was invited to it by nature herself. The fine fruits of the garden and the field that spontaneously shot forth on the banks of the Euphrates with uncommon luxuriance and richly rewarded the little care they required, converted the shepherd, almost without his being conscious of it, into a husbandman and gardener. A wood of beautiful palm trees gave him food in their fruits and timber for the erection of a dwelling more secure than his tent. The clay baked with facility assisted him in its construction, and thus the tent was imperceptibly changed for a better though less movable habitation. The same earth afforded him vessels, and therewith 100 conveniences for domestic life. He learned to bake bread and to dress his victuals until at length he was led by commerce to those voluptuous feasts and entertainments for which the Babylonians were famed in very remote times. From making little idols of baked clay he soon learned to fashion and bake colossal statues from the models of which to molds for casting metals. The progress was easy. As letters or figures imprinted on the soft clay were rendered firm by the aid of fire, he learned imperceptibly to preserve a knowledge of former times in bricks, and improved on the observations of his predecessors. Even astronomy was a fortunate invention of the wandering tribes of these regions. The shepherd, as he sat feeding his flocks on the beautiful and extensive plain, observed in quiet leisure the rising and setting of the bright stars in his vast and clear horizon. He gave them names as he gave names to his sheep, and noted down their changes in his memory. These observations were continued on the flat roofs of the houses of Babylon, on which men amused themselves with conversation after the heat of the day, until at length a particular building was erected for the purpose of this attractive and indispensable science, which continued without interruption the records of the celestial periods. Thus has nature incited man to the acquisition of knowledge and science, so that even these her gifts are as much local productions as any others upon earth. At the foot of Caucasus her fountains of naphtha put fire into the hand of man, whence we cannot doubt that the fable of Prometheus originated there. In the pleasant palm groves on the banks of the Euphrates she gently molded the wandering shepherd into an industrious inhabitant of towns and cities. Another class of Babylonian arts arose from the circumstance of this country's having been from ancient times, as it ever will be, a central point of the commerce between the East and West. No celebrated city arose in the heart of Persia, as no river flowed thence to the sea, but what points of animation were the Hindus and the Ganges, the Tigris and Euphrates. The Persian Gulf was near, which early enriched Babylon by the transport of the merchandise of India, and made it the parent of commercial industry. 207 The splendor of the Babylonians in their linen, tapestry, needlework, and other stuffs, is well known. Wealth introduced luxury, and industry brought the two sexes closer together than in other Asiatic provinces, to which the reigns of some queens probably not a little contributed. In short, the formation of these people proceeded so entirely from their situation and mode of life that it would have been a subject for much wonder had nothing extraordinary been produced from such circumstances in such a part of the world. Nature has her favorite spots on the earth which, particularly on the banks of rivers and select parts of the sea coast, excite and reward the industry of man. As an Egypt arose on the Nile, a Hindustan on the Ganges, here she created a Nineveh and a Babylon, and in more recent times a Seleucia and Palmyra. Had Alexander attained the accomplishment of his wish to rule the world from Babylon, how different an aspect would this delightful country have preserved for ages. The Assyrians and Babylonians shared also in alphabetical writing, the possession of which the wandering tribes of Hither Asia had reckoned among their advantages from time immemorial. I shall not here enter into the question to what people this noble invention is properly due. 208 Suffice it that all the Aramean tribes boasted of this present of the primitive world and held hieroglyphics in a sort of religious abomination. I cannot persuade myself, therefore, that hieroglyphics were employed by the Babylonians. Their magi interpreted the stars, events, accidents, visions, and secret writing, but not hieroglyphics. Thus the writing of fate that appeared to the reveling Belshazzar 209 consisted of letters and syllables which, after the Oriental manner, appeared to him in confused lines, but not in images. Even the paintings that Semiramis placed on her walls, the Syrian letters that she directed to be cut on the rock of her image, confirm the use of letters, without hieroglyphics, among these people, in the remotest times. These alone rendered it possible for the Babylonians so early to have written contracts, chronicles of their kingdom, and a continued series of celestial observations. By these alone they have transmitted themselves to posterity as a civilized people. It is true, neither their astronomical catalogues nor any of their writings have reached us, though they were extant in the time of Aristotle, yet that they once had such gives no small fame to this people. When we talk of the learning of the Chaldeans, however, we must not measure it by our standard. At Babylon the sciences were confined exclusively to a class of men of learning who, on the decline of the nation, became ultimately odious impostors. They were called Chaldeans probably from the period when the Chaldeans ruled over Babylon, for the class of literati had been a regular order of the state, established by the government from the time of Belus, and it is very likely that this class, by way of flattery to their rulers, assumed the name of their nation. They were the philosophers of the court, and accordingly stooped to all the base arts and deceptions of court philosophy. In these times it may be presumed they added as little to their ancient stores as the Chinese tribunal to the improvement of learning in China. The proximity of the mountains from which so many uncivilized nations came thronging down was in some respects fortunate, in others unfortunate, to this delightful country. The Assyrian and Babylonian empires were subdued by the Chaldeans and Medes, and these were conquered by the Persians, until at length the whole became a subjugated desert, and the seat of empire was transferred to a more northern region. Thus we have not much to learn from these empires, either in war or politics. Their mode of attack was rude, their conquests only plunderings, their polity the miserable mode of governing by satraps, which has almost always prevailed among the Orientals in these parts. Hence the permanent form of these monarchies, hence the frequent revolts against them, and their total overthrow by the capture of a single city, or one or two general battles. Indeed, soon after the empire was first overturned, Arbyces endeavored to establish a sort of connected aristocracy of satraps, but he did not succeed as all the Median and Aramean tribes in general knew no mode of government except the despotic. Their mode of life had been that of nomads, accordingly, their idea of a king was that of a sheik and father of a family, and this left no room for political liberty or the joint sway of many. As one sun enlightens the heavens, so should there be but one ruler on earth, and he soon assumed all the splendor of the sun, all the glory of a terrestrial divinity. Everything flowed from his favor, everything attached to his person, in him the state lived, and with him it commonly terminated. A harem was the court of the prince, he was acquainted with nothing but silver and gold, men servants and maid servants, lands that he possessed as fields of pasture, and herds of men whom he drove wherever he pleased, if indeed he forbore from slaughtering them. Barbarous government of wandering hordes. Yet occasionally, though but seldom, it enjoyed a good prince, the true shepherd and father of his people. Chapter 2. Medes and Persians. The Medes are known in the history of the world for warlike deeds and luxury, but have never distinguished themselves by new inventions or improvements in the constitution of the state. They were mountaineers, brave and skilled in horsemanship, the natives of a northern country for the most part uncultivated. With these qualifications they subverted the ancient Assyrian Empire, the sultans of which indolently slumbered in their harems, and soon withdrew themselves from the new empire of Assyria. But they were as quickly subjected by their sagacious Dejoses to a rigorous monarchical government which at length exceeded the Persian itself in luxury and splendor. At length they were united, under Cyrus the Great, with that multitude of nations which exalted the Persian monarchs into sovereigns of the world. If there be any prince with whom history seems to deviate into fiction, it is Cyrus, the founder of the Persian Empire, whether we read the accounts of this child of the gods, the conqueror and lawgiver of nations, given by the Hebrews or the Persians, Herodotus or Xenophon. Unquestionably the last mentioned pleasing historian, who caught the idea of a Cyropedia from his tutor, collected some truths concerning him during his campaigns in Asia, but as Cyrus had long been dead he could have heard them only after the Asiatic manner, in that style of exaggerated praise which these people always employ in their accounts of their kings and heroes. Thus Xenophon was to Cyrus what Homer was to Ulysses and Achilles, with regard to whom the poet had some truths on which to build. To us, however, it is of little importance which of the two deals most in fiction. It is sufficient for our purpose that Cyrus subdued Asia and founded an empire which extended from the Hindus to the Mediterranean Sea. If Xenophon has truly described the manners of the ancient Persians, among whom Cyrus was educated, the German may be proud that he is probably of a race allied to theirs, and may the Cyropedia be read by every prince in Germany. But, thou great and good Cyrus, could my voice reach thy grave in Passagarda, it would interrogate thy dust for what purpose thou becamest such a conqueror. In the youthful course of thy victories, didst thou ask thyself of what use the innumerable nations, the unbounded regions subjected to thy name would be to thyself and thy posterity? Could thy spirit be always present to them? Could it continue to live and operate on all succeeding generations? And if not, what a burden didst thou impose on thy successors in giving them to wear the royal robe made up of such complicated patches? Its parts could not fail to break asunder or press the wearer down. This was the history of Persia under the successors of Cyrus. His spirit of conquest set before them so vast an object that they aimed at enlarging the empire when it could no longer be enlarged, thus they roamed and ravaged on all sides until the ambition of a provoked enemy brought them to a melancholy end. The Persian Empire subsisted scarcely 2 centuries, and it is wonderful that its duration was so long, for its root was so small and its branches so extensive that it must of necessity fall to the ground. Whenever the empire of humanity shall be established among mankind, the mad spirit of conquest, which necessarily destroys itself in a few generations, will immediately be renounced at her dictates. You drive men like cattle and join them together as if they were inanimate substances without reflecting that they have minds, and that perhaps the last, the outermost piece of the fabric will break off and crush the builder. A kingdom consisting of a single nation is a family, a well-regulated household. It reposes on itself, for it is founded by nature and stands and falls by time alone. An empire formed by forcing together 100 nations and 150 provinces is no body politic, but a monster. Such was the Persian Empire from the beginning, though it became more evident after the time of Cyrus. His son, in everything else different from his father, was desirous of extending his conquests still farther, and so madly attacked Egypt and Ethiopia that scarcely famine itself could repel him from the deserts. What did he and his empire gain by it, or in what did he benefit the conquered lands? He ravaged Egypt and destroyed the splendid temples and other monuments of art in Thebes. Senseless destroyer. Slaughtered generations are replaced by other generations succeeding, but such works are never to be restored. Even now they lie in ruins, unexplored and hardly to be distinguished. Every traveler regrets the madness of the sot who robbed us of these treasures of antiquity for no cause and to no end. Scarcely had Cambyses fallen a victim to his own folly when even the wiser Darius set out from the point where he had left off. He attacked the Scythians and Hindus, he plundered Thrace and Macedonia, yet all that he gained was the dispersion of some sparks among the Macedonians that in time burst out into a flame by which the last king of his name was consumed. The Greeks he attacked with little success, and his successor Xerxes assailed them with less. Now if we read the catalogue of ships and men employed in the military expeditions of these despots and furnished to the mad conqueror by the whole Persian Empire, if we consider the seas of blood that flowed in every revolt of unjustly subjugated countries on the Euphrates, the Nile, the Hindus, the Halis, and the Araxes, for no other reason but that what once was called Persian might retain the name of Persian still, who would shed feminine tears such as Xerxes wept at the sight of his innocent flock destined for slaughter, and not rather tears of blood, tears of indignation, that such a senseless empire, and so inimical to mankind, should bear the stamp of Osiris on its forehead? Did any Persian ravager of the world found such kingdoms, cities, and edifices as he destroyed or endeavored to destroy, Babylon, Thebes, Sidon, Greece, and Athens? Was any one of them capable of founding such? It is a rigorous yet beneficent law of fate that all overgrown power, as well as all evil, should destroy itself. The decline of Persia commenced with the death of Cyrus, for though it maintained its external splendor for a century, particularly in consequence of the measures taken by Darius, the worm that gnaws the vitals of every despotic empire lurked within. Cyrus divided his dominions into viceroyalties, and these he kept in due subjection by his own superintendence, having established a speedy communication with them all, and watching over the whole himself. Darius divided the empire, or at least his court, still more nicely, and stood on his elevated station as a just and active ruler. But the great kings, born to the throne of despotism, soon became effeminate tyrants. Xerxes, even on his disgraceful flight from Greece, when far other thoughts should have occupied his mind, began a scandalous amour at Sardis. Most of his successors trod in the same steps, and thus corruptions, revolts, conspiracies, assassinations, unsuccessful enterprises and the like are almost the only remarkable occurrences that the latter history of Persia affords. The minds of the nobles were depraved, and those of the commonalty participated in the corruption. At length no sovereign was secure of his life, and the throne tottered even under the best princes until Alexander burst into Asia and in a few battles put an end to the internally unsettled empire. Unhappily this fell out under a monarch who deserved a better fate. He innocently suffered for the sins of his forefathers, and died by the basest treachery. If any history in the world proclaim in conspicuous characters that licentiousness destroys itself, that an unlimited and almost lawless power is the most fearful weakness, and that every effeminate government conduced by satraps is the most infallible poison, as well for the prince as for the people, it is the history of Persia. For these reasons, there was not a single nation on which the empire of Persia had a happy influence. It destroyed, and did not build up. It compelled the provinces to pay disgraceful tributes, one to the queen's girdle, another to her head dress, a third to her necklace, but it did not bind them together by better laws and institutions. All the splendor, all the superhuman pomp, all the divine homage, of these monarchs are now no more, their favorites and satraps are dust, like themselves, and the gold they extorted is perhaps equally buried in the earth. Their very history is a fable which, coming from the mouth of a Greek and of an Asiatic, can scarcely be reconciled. Even the ancient languages of Persia are dead, and the sole monuments of its magnificence, the ruins of Persepolis, remain, with their elegant letters and colossal figures, hitherto inexplicable. Fate has taken vengeance on these sultans, they are swept away from the face of the earth as if by the pestilent Simoom, and where their memory survives, as among the Greeks, it survives with disgrace, the basis of more famed and more to be admired greatness. Time has favored us with no mental production of the Persians except the books of Zoroaster, if they could be proved to be genuine. 210 As a whole, however, they agree so little with many other accounts of the religion of these people, they bear, too, such evident marks of a mixture with later opinions of the Brahmins and Christians that the groundwork alone can be admitted to be genuine, and this admits of easy explanation. The ancient Persians, for example, were, like all rude nations and particularly mountaineers, worshippers of the vital elements of the world, but as they quitted their uncivilized state, and raised themselves by their victories almost to the highest pinnacle of luxury, it was necessary, according to the mode of Asia, that they should have a more refined system or ceremonial of religion. With this they were furnished by Zoroaster, or Zerdusht, under the auspices of Darius Hystaspes. The ceremonial of the Persian government is evidently the basis of this system. As 7 princes stood around the throne of the king, 7 spirits stand before God, and execute his commands throughout the world. Ormuzd, the good power of light, had incessantly to contend against Ahriman, the prince of darkness, while every good being aided him in the conflict, a political idea, which the personification of the enemies of Persia, who appear throughout the Zendavesta as the servants of Ahriman, as evil spirits, evidently elucidates. All the moral ordinances of this religion, too, are politic, they relate to purity of body and mind, domestic harmony and reciprocity of kind actions, they recommend agriculture and the planting of useful trees, the extermination of vermin, which appear as an army of evil spirits in bodily form, attention to decorum, early and prolific marriages, the education of children, honoring the king and his servants, love towards the state, and all these after the Persian manner. In short, the basis of this system appears obviously as a political religion, such as at the time of Darius could nowhere have been invented and introduced except in the Persian Empire. Ancient national ideas and opinions, too, must necessarily lie at the bottom of this superstition. Hence the adoration of fire, which was undoubtedly an ancient religious worship in the neighborhood of the springs of Naphtha near the Caspian Sea. Hence so many superstitious practices for the purification of the body, and that extreme fear of demons which, in almost every sensible object, forms the base of the prayers, vows, and sacred ceremonies of the Parsis. All these show the low degree of mental cultivation attained by the people for whose benefit this religion was invented, and this is by no means inconsistent with the idea we entertain of the ancient Persians. Lastly, the small part of this system which refers to general notions of nature is altogether drawn from the doctrines of the Magi, which it merely refines and exalts in its own manner. It subjects the 2 principles of creation, light and darkness, to an infinitely superior being, which it styles boundless time, and lets the good everywhere overcome the evil and ultimately so swallow it up that everything terminates in a holy kingdom of light. Contemplated on this side, the political religion of Zoroaster is a kind of philosophical theodicy such as he could offer to the age in which he lived and the notions that then prevailed. In this origin we perceive the cause why the religion of Zoroaster could not possess the stability of the institutions of the Brahmins and Lamas. The despotic empire was established long before it, and thus it was or became only a sort of monkeyish religion adapted to the political system. Now, though Darius suppressed by force the Magi, who formed a distinct body of men in the Persian Empire, and was eager to introduce this religion, which laid spiritual fetters alone on the monarch, it could never be anything more than a sect, though it was the ruling sect for a century. Accordingly, the worship of fire extended widely, to the left beyond Media as far as Cappadocia, where its temples were standing even in the days of Strabo, to the right as far as the Hindus. But as the Persian Empire completely sunk beneath the fortune of Alexander, this, the religion of the state, also found an end. Its 7 Amshaspans served no more, and the image of Ormuzd no longer sat on the Persian throne. Its season was past and it became an empty shadow, as is the religion of the Hindus out of their own country. By the Greeks it was tolerated, at length it was persecuted with unspeakable rigor by the Mohammedans, and in consequence its melancholy remnant took flight to a corner of India where, like a ruin of antiquity, without end or purpose, it continues its ancient faith and superstition calculated for the Persian Empire alone, and has amplified it with the opinions of the nations among whom it has been thrown by fate, probably without being conscious of the change. Such an augmentation naturally arises out of the course of time and events, for every religion, when forced from its own soil and sphere, must necessarily be influenced by the living world around it. For the rest, the generality of Parsis in India are quiet, peaceable, industrious people, and, considered as a society, surpass many other religious sects. They afflict their poor with great zeal and expel every irreclaimably immoral person from their community. 211. Chapter 3. The Hebrews. The descendants of Heber make a very diminutive figure when we consider them immediately after the Persians. Their country was small, and the part they acted on the stage of the world, both in and out of this country, was insignificant as they seldom appeared in the character of conquerors. Yet through the will of fate and a series of events the causes of which are easy to be traced they have had more influence on other nations than any people of Asia, nay, in some degree, through the mediums of Christianity and Mohammedanism, they have been the groundwork of enlightening the greater part of the world. That the Hebrews had written annals of their actions at a time in which most of the now enlightened nations were totally ignorant of writing, annals which they ventured to carry up to the beginning of the world, distinguishes them in an eminent manner. But they are still more advantageously distinguished by this, that they neither derived their account from hieroglyphics, nor obscured it by them, for it is taken merely from family chronicles and interwoven with historical tales or poems, and its value as history is evidently increased by the simplicity of form. This account, too, derives singular weight from its having been preserved for some thousands of years, with almost superstitious scrupulousness, as a divine prerogative of their race, and introduced by Christianity into nations that have examined and questioned, explained, and used it with a spirit of freedom unknown to the Jews. It is indeed remarkable that the accounts of these people given by other nations, by Manetho the Egyptian in particular, should differ so widely from the history of the Hebrews themselves, yet if the latter be impartially considered and the spirit of the narrative understood it certainly deserves more credit than the slanders of foreign enemies by whom the Jews were despised. I scruple not, therefore, to take the history of the Hebrews as related by themselves for my groundwork, begging the reader, at the same time, not absolutely to reject the tales of their enemies with contempt, but merely to read them with caution. Thus, according to the most ancient national stories of the Hebrews, their progenitor passed the Euphrates as sheik of a wandering horde and at last arrived in Palestine. Here he found room without opposition to pursue the pastoral life of his ancestors and worship the God of his fathers after the manner of his tribe. His posterity of the third generation were led into Egypt by the singular good fortune of one of their family, and there continued to follow the pastoral life without mixing with the inhabitants of the country until, it is not exactly known in what generation, they were emancipated by their future legislator from the contempt and oppression which, from their character of shepherds, they must have experienced among those people, and conducted into Arabia. Here the great man, the greatest these people had ever had, completed his work, and gave them a constitution, founded on the religion and mode of life of their fathers it is true, but so intermingled with Egyptian polity as on the one hand to raise them from a wandering horde to the state of a cultivated nation, yet on the other to wean them completely from Egypt so that they were never after desirous of treading the swarthy soil. All the laws of Moses evince wonderful reflection, they extend from the greatest to the smallest things, to sway the spirit of the nation in every circumstance of life, and to be, as Moses frequently repeats, an everlasting law. This profound system of laws was by no means the production of a moment, the legislator added to it as circumstances required, and before his death bound the whole nation to the observance of its future political constitution. For 40 years he exacted a strict obedience to his injunctions, perhaps so long a time was consumed by the people in the deserts of Arabia that, the first stubborn generation being dead, a people brought up to these customs might settle in the land of its fathers properly qualified for their exercise. But the wish of this patriotic man was not fulfilled. The aged Moses died on the confines of the land he sought, and when his successor entered it, he enjoyed not sufficient authority and respect to follow completely the plan of the lawgiver. The Hebrews pursued not their conquests so far as they ought, they were too precipitate in dividing the land and sitting down in peace. The more potent tribes first took to themselves the largest portions so that their weaker brethren could scarcely find a settlement, and one of the tribes indeed was under the necessity of being divided. 2:12 Beside this, many smaller nations remained in the country so that the Israelites retained their bitterest hereditary enemies among them, and destroyed that external and internal compact, rotundity, which alone could secure their prescribed limits. From this incomplete establishment that series of insecure times which scarcely ever permitted the encroaching people to be at rest could not but ensue. The leaders that necessity raised up were for the most part to be considered only as successful partisans, and when at length the people came to be governed by kings, these had so much to do with their land divided into tribes that the third was the last who reigned over the whole of the disjointed realm. 5/6 of the kingdom withdrew from his successor, and how could two such feeble governments subsist in the neighborhood of powerful enemies to whose attacks they were incessantly exposed? The kingdom of Israel had properly no regular constitution, and it embraced the worship of foreign gods in order to preclude any connection with its rival, who worshipped the legitimate God of its own land. It was natural that, according to the language of these people, there should be no king in Israel that feared the Lord, for if there had his people would have gone up to Jerusalem to worship, and his dominion, returning to the monarchy from which it had been torn, would have continued no longer in his hands. Thus they wallowed in the most wretched imitation of foreign manners and customs until the king of Assyria came and plundered the little realm, as a boy would rob a bird's nest. The other kingdom, which at least had the support of the ancient constitution established by two potent kings and a fortified capital, held out some time longer, though only until a more powerful victor thought it worth his attention. The spoiler Nebuchadnezzar came and made its feeble monarchs first tributaries and lastly, after they revolted, slaves. The country was ravaged, the capital was razed, and Judah led to Babylon in as disgraceful captivity as Israel had been to Media. Thus, considered as a state, scarcely any nation exhibits a more contemptible figure in history than this, the reigns of two of its kings excepted. What was the cause of all this? In my opinion it is clear from the course of the narrative itself, for it was impossible that a nation with such a defective constitution, both internally and externally, should prosper in this part of the world. If David overran the desert as far as the banks of the Euphrates and thereby only stirred up greater enemies against his successor, could he thus give the nation the stability it wanted, particularly as the seat of government was fixed nearly at the southern extremity of the kingdom? His son introduced foreign wives, trade, and luxury into the land, into a country that, like the United Cantons of Switzerland, was capable of supporting husbandmen and shepherds alone, and actually had such in great multitudes to support. Besides, as he carried on his trade for the most part not by means of his own nation but of the Edomites whom he had conquered, luxury was pernicious to his kingdom. For the rest, since the time of Moses no second legislator had been found among these people who was capable of bringing back the state, shattered from its beginning, to a fundamental constitution suitable to the times. The learned class soon declined, they who were zealous for the laws of the land had voices, but not the arm of power, the kings were for the most part either effeminate or creatures of the priests. Thus two things diametrically opposite, the refined nomocracy on which Moses had settled the constitution and a sort of theocratic monarchy such as prevailed among all the nations of this region of despotism, contended together, and thus the law of Moses became a law of bondage to a people to whom it was intended to have been a law of political liberty. In the course of time the case became altered, but not improved. When the Jews, set at liberty by Cyrus, returned from bondage much diminished in number, they had learned many other things, but no genuine political constitution. How, indeed, was the knowledge of such a constitution to have been acquired in Assyria or Chaldea. Their sentiments fluctuated between monarchical and sacerdotal government. They built a temple as if this would have revived the times of Moses and Solomon. Their religion was pharisaical, their learning a minute nibbling at syllables, and this confined to a single book, their patriotism a slavish attachment to ancient laws misunderstood so as to render them ridiculous or contemptible to all the neighboring nations. Their only hope and consolation rested on some ancient prophecies which, equally misconceived, were supposed to promise them the illusory sovereignty of the world. Thus they lived and suffered for some centuries under the Greeks of Syria, the Edomians, and the Romans, until at length, through an animosity to which history scarce exhibits a parallel, both the metropolis and the rest of the country were destroyed in a manner that grieved the humane conqueror himself. On this they were dispersed through all the territories of the Roman Empire, and with the dispersion such an influence of the Jews upon the human race commenced as could hardly have been conceived from a land of such small extent, since these people had never distinguished themselves in the whole course of their history as skilled in war or politics, and still less as inventors in the arts and sciences. But, shortly before the downfall of the Jewish state, Christianity arose in the heart of it, and in the beginning not only retained its connection with Judaism, and consequently admitted the sacred writings of the Jews, but even rested principally on these the divine mission of its Messiah. Thus through Christianity the books of the Jews were introduced to every nation that embraced the Christian doctrines and, according to the manner in which they have been understood and the use that has been made of them, they have benefited or injured the whole Christian world. Their effect was good so far as in them Moses made the doctrine of one God, creator of the world, the basis of all religion and philosophy, and, in many poems and precepts throughout these writings spoke of this God with a dignity and importance, a gratitude and resignation of which few examples are to be found in any other human work. We need not compare these books with the Shu King of the Chinese or the Satir and Zendavesta of the Persians to perceive the superiority of the Hebrew scriptures over all the other religious writings of antiquity. A comparison of them with the much more recent Quran, even though Mohammed availed himself of the doctrines both of the Jews and Christians, will evince their incontestable preeminence. It was gratifying also to the curiosity of the human mind to find in these books such popular answers to the questions respecting the age and creation of the world, the origin of evil, and the like, as every man could understand and comprehend, to say nothing of the instructive history of the nation and the pure morality of several books in the collection. Be the Jewish computation of time as it may, it afforded a received and general standard and a thread with which to connect the events of universal history. Many other advantages of philology, exegesis, and dialectic, may be passed over, as indeed they might have been obtained from other works. In all these ways the writings of the Hebrews unquestionably have had an advantageous effect in the history of mankind. With all these advantages, however, it is equally incontestable that the misconception and abuse of these writings have been detrimental to the human mind in various respects, and the more as they have operated upon it under the claim of being divine. How many absurd cosmogonies have been framed from the simple and sublime history of the creation given by Moses! How many rigid doctrines and unsatisfactory hypotheses have been spun from his serpent and apple! For ages the 40 days of the deluge have formed the peg on which natural historians have deemed it indispensable to hang all the phenomena of the structure of our earth, and for no less a time the historians of the human race have chained down all the nations of the earth to the people of God, and a misunderstood prophetic vision of 4 monarchies. Thus many histories have been mutilated that they might be explained by a Hebrew name. The whole system of mankind, of the earth, and of the sun, has been narrowed for the purpose of vindicating the son of Joshua and a few years in the duration of the world, the precise determination of which could never be the object of these writings. How many great men, among whom even a Newton himself is to be reckoned, have the Jewish chronology and the Apocalypse robbed of time that might have been employed in more useful inquiries? Nay, even with regard to morality and political institutions the writings of the Hebrews, by being misconceived and misapplied, have imposed fetters on the minds of those nations by which they have been acknowledged. For want of making a distinction between different periods and different degrees of intellectual cultivation, the intolerant spirit of the Jewish religion has been deemed a pattern for Christians to follow, and passages of the Old Testament have been adduced to justify the inconsistent attempt of making Christianity, which knows no constraint and is merely a moral system, a Judaical religion of the state. In like manner, it is undeniable that the ceremonies of the temple and even the language of the Hebrew worship have influenced the religious service of all Christian nations, their hymns, their litanies, and the oratory of their pulpits, so that in many instances the Oriental idiom pervades all their prayers. The laws of Moses were intended for that climate and for a nation very differently constituted. Their laws and political constitution, therefore, adapt themselves fundamentally to no Christian people. Thus the choicest good, through various misapplication, verges upon numerous evils. Do not the sacred elements of nature effect destruction? May not the most efficacious medicines act as the most virulent poison? The nation of the Jews itself, since its dispersion, has done service or injury by its presence to the people of the earth according as they have used it. In the early ages Christians were considered as Jews and despised or oppressed in common with them, they rendering themselves liable to many of the reproaches of the Jews, pride, superstition, and antipathy to other nations. Afterwards, when the Christians themselves became oppressors of the Jews, they almost everywhere gave them an opportunity of engrossing the internal trade of the country, particularly that in money, by their application as individuals and the manner in which they were spread abroad as a people, so that the less civilized nations of Europe voluntarily became the slaves of their usury. The system of exchange was not invented by them, it is true, but they soon brought it to perfection, their insecurity in Mohammedan and Christian countries rendering it indispensable to them. Thus this widely diffused republic of cunning usurers unquestionably restrained many nations of Europe for a long time from exercising their own industry in trade, for these thought themselves above a Jewish occupation and were as little inclined to learn this intelligent and refined species of industry from the servile treasurers of the Holy Roman world as the Spartans to be taught agriculture by their helots. Should anyone collect a history of the Jews from all the countries into which they have been dispersed, he would exhibit a picture of mankind equally remarkable in a natural and political view, for no people upon earth have been spread abroad like these. No people upon earth have remained so distinguishable and active in all climates. Let no one, however, from this superstitiously infer a revolution at some period or other to be wrought by these people on all the nations of the earth. All that was intended to be wrought has probably been accomplished, and neither in the people themselves nor in historical analogy can we discover the least foundation of any other. The continuance of the Jews is as naturally to be explained as that of the Brahmins, Parsis, or Gypsies. No one, in the meantime, will deny to a people that has been such an active instrument in the hand of fate those great qualities which are conspicuous in its whole history. Ingenious, adroit, and laborious, the Jews have always borne themselves up under the severest oppression from other nations, as for more than 40 years in the deserts of Arabia. They have not wanted warlike courage also, as the times of David and the Maccabees show, and still more the last and most dreadful downfall of their state. In their own country they were once a laborious, industrious people who, like the Japanese, contrived by means of artificial terraces to cultivate their naked mountains to the summit, and raised an incredible number of inhabitants on a narrow space which was never the first in the world for fertility. In the arts, it is true, the Jews were always inexpert, though their country was situate between Egypt and Phoenicia, for even Solomon was obliged to employ foreign workmen in the construction of his temple. In like manner, though they possessed for some time the ports of the Red Sea and dwelt so near the shores of the Mediterranean, they never became a seafaring people, in a situation so favorable for engrossing the commerce of the world and with a population their country could scarcely support. Like the Egyptians, they dreaded the sea, and always chose rather to live among other nations, a feature of the national character which Moses powerfully exerted himself to eradicate. In short, they were a people spoiled in their education because they never arrived at a maturity of political cultivation on their own soil, and consequently not to any true sentiment of liberty and honor. In science, their most eminent men have displayed more servile punctuality and order than productive freedom of mind, and their situation has almost ever denied them the virtues of a patriot. The people of God, whose country was once given them by heaven itself, have been for thousands of years, nay, almost from their beginning, parasitical plants on the trunks of other nations, a race of cunning brokers almost throughout the whole world who, in spite of all oppression, have never been inspired with an ardent passion for their own honor, for a habitation, for a country, of their own. Chapter 4. Phoenicia and Carthage. The Phoenicians have rendered the world service in a very different manner. They invented glass, one of the noblest implements in the hands of man, and the accidental occasion of its invention at the mouth of the river Belus is recorded in history. Dwelling on the seacoast, they were addicted to navigation from time immemorial, for Semiramis procured her fleet to be built by the Phoenicians. From small vessels they gradually rose to ships of considerable burden. They learned to steer their course by the stars, particularly by the Great Bear, and at length, being attacked, they were obliged to learn the art of naval war. They sailed all over the Mediterranean as far as the Strait of Gibraltar. They visited Britain with their ships, and it is probable that from the Red Sea they more than once circumnavigated Africa. This they did, not in the character of conquerors, but in that of merchants and founders of colonies. Lands which the sea had divided they connected together by traffic, by language, and by the productions of art, and they ingeniously devised everything by which this traffic could be promoted. They learned the art of arithmetic, to stamp metals, and to form them into various utensils and ornaments. They discovered the purple dye, manufactured fine Sidonian linen, procured tin and lead from Britain, silver from Spain, amber from the Baltic, and gold from Africa, for which they bartered Asiatic productions. Thus the whole of the Mediterranean formed a part of their kingdom. Their colonies were planted up and down its coasts, and Tarsus in Spain was the celebrated emporium of their commerce between 3/4 of the globe. However extensive or confined the knowledge they may have imparted to Europeans, the gift of letters, which the Greeks acquired from them, was at least equal in value to everything besides. But how came this people thus meritoriously to distinguish itself in the arts? Was it perchance a fortunate race of the primeval world, advantageously endowed by nature in mental and corporeal faculties? By no means. According to all the accounts we have of the Phoenicians, they were dwellers in caves, despised and perhaps driven from their homes, the troglodytes or gypsies of this country. We first find them on the shores of the Red Sea, the barren soil of which probably afforded them but meager nutriment, and when they had migrated to the coast of the Mediterranean they long retained their barbarous manners, their inhuman religion, and even their habitations among the rocks of Canaan. Everyone knows the description given of the ancient inhabitants of Canaan, and that it is not exaggerated appears as well from the relics of barbarous superstition, which for a long time remained even in Carthage itself, as from the similar picture of the Arabian troglodytes in Job. 213. The manners of the Phoenician seamen, too, were not esteemed by foreign nations. They were pilfering, piratical, sensual, and treacherous. 214. So that Punic faith and honesty became a proverbial stigma. Necessity and circumstances are for the most part the instruments that make men everything. In the deserts near the Red Sea where the Phoenicians lived, partly it may be presumed on fish, hunger introduced them to an acquaintance with the watery element, so that when they reached the shores of the Mediterranean they were already prepared to launch out on a more extensive sea. What has formed the Dutch? What most other seafaring nations? Necessity, situation, and accident. 215. All the nations of the race of Shem, believing they had an exclusive claim to the whole of Asia, hated and despised the Phoenicians. Thus the descendants of Ham, as intruding foreigners, were confined to the sea and its sterile shores. Now that the Phoenicians should find the Mediterranean abounding with ports and islands, so that they gradually proceeded from land to land, from coast to coast, and at length beyond the Pillars of Hercules, and were enabled to gather such a rich harvest by their trade with the uncultivated nations of Europe, arose from the circumstances of the case, from the fortunate situation created for them by nature herself. As in the primeval period the basin of the Mediterranean Sea was scooped out between the Pyrenees, the Alps, the Apennines, and Atlas, and its islands and points of land gradually rose to view, forming harbors and habitable lands, the way to the civilization of Europe was pointed out by eternal destiny. Had the 3/4 of our hemisphere been united in one, Europe would now probably have been as little civilized as Tartary or the interior of Africa, at least it would have been much more slowly civilized, and in a different way. To the Mediterranean alone our earth is indebted for a Phoenicia and a Greece, an Etruria and a Rome, a Spain and a Carthage, and through the former four of these did Europe attain the degree of civilization it now enjoys. The situation of Phoenicia on the land side was equally happy. Behind it lay the whole of the fine country of Asia, with its wares and inventions, with an inland trade long before established. Accordingly it enjoyed the advantages not only of foreign industry, but of the riches with which nature had endowed this quarter of the globe, and the long labors of antiquity. The people of Europe gave the name of Phoenician to letters which the Phoenicians brought into Europe, but of which it is probable they were not the inventors. So it is to be presumed the Egyptians, Babylonians, and Hindus pursued the art of weaving before the Sidonians, as it is a well-known mode of speaking, both in ancient and modern times, to name wares not from the place where they are manufactured, but from the place that trades in them. The skill of the Phoenicians in architecture may be known from Solomon's temple, which certainly was not to be compared with any in Egypt, as in it 2 wretched columns were looked upon as wonders. Their only architectural remains are those vast caverns in Phoenicia and Canaan which evince both their troglodytic taste and descent. The people, of Egyptian race, undoubtedly rejoiced to find in this region mountains in which they could form their habitations and graves, storehouses, and temples. The caves still remain, but their contents have vanished. The archives and collections of books, also, which the Phoenicians possessed in the times of their splendor, are all destroyed, and the Greeks, by whom their history was written, no longer exist. Now if we compare these industrious, flourishing commercial towns with the conquering states on the Euphrates, the Tigris, and Mount Caucasus, no one will hesitate to which to give the preference in respect to the history of mankind. The conquerors conquered for themselves, the commercial nations served themselves and others. They rendered the wealth, industry, and science of a certain part of the world common to all, and thus could not avoid promoting humanity, perhaps without the design. No conqueror, therefore, disturbs the course of nature so much as he who destroys flourishing commercial towns, for the ruin of these generally occasions the decline of the industry and manufactures of whole countries and regions, unless some neighboring place quickly succeed them. In this the coast of Phoenicia was happy, its situation renders it indispensable to the trade of Asia. When Nebuchadnezzar depressed Sidon, Tyre sprang up, when the Macedonian conqueror destroyed Tyre, Alexandria flourished, but commerce never completely deserted this region. Carthage, too, was benefited by the destruction of the ancient wealthy Tyre, but not with consequences so important to Europe as those of the more early Phoenician commerce, for the time was gone by. The internal constitution of the Phoenicians has been generally considered as the first transition from the monarchies of Asia to a sort of republic, which commerce requires. The despotic power of the kings in their states was weakened, so that they never attempted conquests. Tyre was a long time ruled by Suffites, and this form of government obtained a more firm establishment in Carthage. Thus these 2 states are the first precedents of great commercial republics in history, and their colonies are the first examples of a more useful and refined dominion than those which a Nebuchadnezzar and a Cambyses established. This was a great step in the civilization of mankind. Thus commerce awakened industry, the sea repressed or set bounds to the conqueror and gradually changed him, against his will, from a subjugating robber to a peaceful negotiator. Mutual wants, and particularly the more feeble power of a stranger on a distant shore, gave birth to the first more equitable intercourse between nations. How the ancient Phoenicians put to shame the Europeans for their senseless conduct when, in so much later ages and with so much more skill in the arts, they discovered the 2 Indies. These made slaves, preached the cross, and exterminated the natives. Those, in the proper sense of the term, conquered nothing. They planted colonies, they built towns, and roused the industry of the nations which, after all the deceptions of the Phoenicians, learned at length to know and profit by their own treasures. Will any part of the globe be indebted to Europe rich in art so much as Greece was indebted to the less cultivated Phoenicians? The influence of Carthage on the nations of Europe was far from being so important as that of Phoenicia, owing assuredly to the change of time, situation, and the state of things. As a colony from Tyre, it was not without difficulty that it established itself on the distant shore of Africa, and being obliged to fight for the extension of its boundaries, it gradually imbibed a lust of conquest. Hence it acquired a more brilliant and artfully contrived form than the parent state, but more advantageous in its consequences, neither to the republic nor to mankind. Carthage was a city, not a nation, so that it was incapable of diffusing civilization and a spirit of patriotism over any extent of country. The territory it acquired in Africa, and in which, at the commencement of the Third Punic War, it reckoned, according to Strabo, 300 towns, contained subjects over whom the conquerors ruled as lords, but no fellow citizens of the sovereign state. This indeed the nearly uncivilized Africans never strove to become, for even in their wars against Carthage they appeared either as revolted slaves or hired soldiers. Thus the interior parts of Africa derived very little civilization from Carthage, as the object of the city, a few of the families of which had extended their sway beyond its walls, was not to propagate humanity, but to collect treasure. The crude superstition that prevailed among the Carthaginians to the latest times, the barbarous manner in which they tyrannically put to death their unsuccessful generals even when no blame could be imputed to them, and their general conduct in foreign countries, evince the cruelty and avarice of this aristocratic state, which sought nothing but gain and African servility. The situation and constitution of Carthage are sufficient to account for this barbarity. Instead of commercial settlements after the Phoenician manner, which the Carthaginians deemed too insecure, they erected fortresses, and at a time when the state of the world was so much improved, they attempted to secure the sovereignty of the coasts, as if every place were Africa. But being obliged to employ for this purpose mercenaries or enslaved barbarians, and such a proceeding involving them in quarrels with people who for the most part refused to be treated any longer as savages, these quarrels could produce nothing but bloodshed and bitter enmity. The fruitful Sicily, Syracuse in particular, was often assaulted by them, and at first very unjustly, as it was merely in consequence of a treaty with Xerxes. They went against a Grecian people as the barbarous auxiliaries of a barbarian, and showed themselves worthy of the part. Selinus, Himera, and Agrigentum, Saguntum in Spain, and many rich provinces in Italy were plundered or destroyed by them. Nay, more blood was shed on the beautiful plains of Sicily alone than all the trade of Carthage could compensate. Much as Aristotle praises the constitution of the Republic in a political view, as little merit has it in the history of the human race, for in it a few families of the city consisting of barbarous wealthy merchants, employed the arms of mercenaries to contend for the monopoly of their gain and appropriate to themselves the sovereignty of every country by which this gain could be promoted. Such a system has in it nothing amiable, and therefore, however unjust most of the wars of the Romans against Carthage were, and much as the names of Asdrubal, Hamilcar, and Hannibal, demand our reverence, we shall hardly become Carthaginians when we contemplate the internal state of the mercantile republic which these heroes served. From it they experienced sufficient trouble, and were frequently rewarded with the blackest ingratitude, for his country would even have delivered up Hannibal himself to the Romans to save a few pounds weight of gold, had he not withdrawn himself by flight from this Punic reward for his services. Far be it from me to rob one noble Carthaginian of the least of his merits, for even Carthage, though erected on the lowest ground of avaricious conquest, has produced great minds and nourished a multitude of arts. Of warriors the family of Barca in particular will be immortal, the flame of whose ambition mounted the higher the more the jealousy of Hanno drove to quench it. But for the most part even in the heroic spirit of the Carthaginians a certain hardiness is observable, whence a Gillo, a Timoleon, a Scipio appear, on comparison, as free men compared to slaves. Thus barbarous was the heroism of those brothers who suffered themselves to be buried alive to preserve an unjust boundary to their country, and in more urgent cases, as when Carthage itself was threatened, their valor in general assumed the appearance of savage desperation. Yet it is not to be denied that Hannibal in particular was the tutor of its hereditary enemies, the Romans, who from him learned to conquer the world, in the more refined parts of the art of war. In like manner all the arts that were in any way subservient to commerce, naval architecture, maritime war, or the acquisition of wealth, flourished in Carthage, though the Carthaginians themselves were soon conquered at sea by the Romans. In the fertile soil of Africa agriculture was of all arts that which tended most to promote their trade, and into this, as a rich source of gain, the Carthaginians introduced many improvements. But unfortunately the barbarous state of the Romans occasioned the destruction of all the books of the Carthaginians, as well as of their town. We know nothing of the nation but from its enemies and a few ruins, which scarcely enable us to guess at the seat of the anciently famed mistress of the sea. It is to be lamented that the principal figure Carthage makes in history is on occasion of her contests with Rome. This wolf that was afterwards to ravage the world was first to exercise her powers against an African jackal until he fell beneath her jaws. Chapter 5. The Egyptians. We now come to a country which, on account of its antiquity, its arts, and its political institutions, stands like an enigma of the primeval world, and has copiously exercised the conjectural skill of the inquirer. This is Egypt. The most authentic information we have respecting it is derived from its antiquities, those vast pyramids, obelisks, and catacombs, those ruins of canals, cities, columns, and temples which, with their hieroglyphics, are still the astonishment of travelers as they were the wonder of the ancient world. What an immense population, what arts and government, but more especially what a singular way of thinking must have been requisite to excavate these rocks or pile them upon one another, not only to delineate and carve statues of animals, but to inter them as sacred, to form a wilderness of rocks as an abode for the dead, and to eternalize in stone the spirit of an Egyptian priesthood in such multifarious ways. There stand, there lie, all those relics which, like a sacred sphinx, like a grand problem, demand an explanation. Part of these works, of obvious utility, or indispensable to the country, explain themselves. Such are the astonishing canals, dikes, and catacombs. The canals served to convey the Nile to the remotest parts of Egypt, which now, from their ruin, are become silent deserts. The dikes enabled cities to establish themselves in the fertile valley which the Nile overflows, and which, truly the heart of Egypt, feeds the whole land. The catacombs, too, setting aside the religious notions which the Egyptians connected with them, unquestionably contributed to the healthiness of the air and prevented those diseases which are the common pests of hot and humid climates. But to what purpose the enormity of these tombs? Whence, and why, the labyrinth, the obelisks, the pyramids? Whence the marvelous taste on which the sphinxes and colossi have so laboriously conferred immortality? Are the Egyptians the primitive nation sprung from the mud of the Nile to branch over all the world? Or if they are not indigenous, what circumstances, what motives, have rendered them so totally different from all the people that dwell around? In my opinion the natural history of the country is sufficient to show that the Egyptians are no primitive indigenous nation, for not only ancient tradition, but every rational geogony expressly says that Upper Egypt was the earlier peopled and that the lower country was in reality gained from the mud of the Nile by the skillful industry of man. Ancient Egypt, therefore, was on the mountains of the Thebaid, where, too, was the residence of its ancient kings, for had the land been peopled by the way of Suez it is inconceivable why the first kings of Egypt should have chosen the barren Thebaid for their abode. If, on the other hand, we follow the population of Egypt as it lies before our eyes, in it we shall likewise find the cause why its inhabitants became such a singular and distinguished people, even from their cultivation. They were no amiable Circassians, but, in all probability, a people of the south of Asia who came westwards across the Red Sea, or perhaps farther off, and gradually spread from Ethiopia over Upper Egypt. The land here being bounded as it were by the inundations and marshes of the Nile, is it to be wondered that they began to construct their habitations as troglodytes in the rocks, and afterwards gradually gained the whole of Egypt by their industry, improving themselves as they improved the land? The account Diodorus gives of their southern descent, though intermingled with various fables of his Ethiopia, is not only probable in the highest degree, but the sole key to an explanation of this people and its singular agreement with some distant nations in the east of Asia. As I could pursue this hypothesis here but very imperfectly, it must be deferred to another place, availing myself only of some of its evident consequences with regard to the figure made by this people in the history of mankind. The Egyptians were a quiet, industrious, well-meaning people, as their political constitution, their arts, and their religion, collectively demonstrate. No temple, no column of Egypt, has a gay, airy, Grecian appearance. Of this design of art they had no idea, it never was their aim. The mummies show that the figure of the Egyptians was by no means beautiful, and as the human form appeared to them, such would necessarily be their imitations of it. Wrapped up in their own land, as in their own religion and constitution, they had an aversion to foreigners, and as, conformably to their character, fidelity and precision were their principal objects in the imitative arts, as their skill was altogether mechanical, and indeed in its application to religious purposes was confined to a particular tribe while at the same time it turned chiefly on religious conceptions, no deviations toward ideal beauty, which without a natural prototype is a mere phantom. 216 were in the least to be expected in this country. 217 In recompense they turned their attention so much the more to solidity, durability, and gigantic magnitude, or to finishing with the utmost industry of art. In that rocky land their ideas of temples were taken from vast caverns, hence in their architecture they were fond of majestic immensity. Their mummies gave the hint of their statues, whence their legs were naturally joined and their arms close to the body, a posture of itself tending to durability. To support cavities and separate tombs, pillars were formed, and as the Egyptians derived their architecture from the vaults of rocks and understood not our mode of erecting arches, the pillar, frequently gigantic, was indispensable. The deserts by which they were surrounded, the regions of the dead which from religious notions floated in their minds also molded their statues to mummies, wherein not action but eternal rest was the character on which their art fixed. The pyramids and obelisks of the Egyptians appear to me less calculated to excite wonder. Pyramids have been erected on graves in all parts of the world, even in Tahiti, not so much as emblems of the immortality of the soul as tokens of a lasting remembrance after death. Their origin on these graves may be traced to those rude heaps of stone which were formed as memorials by several nations in very remote antiquity. The rude heap of stones assumed the form of a pyramid that it might acquire greater stability. When art applied itself to this general custom, as no occasion of a memorial is so dear to the human mind as the interment of the revered dead, the heap of stones, at first perhaps designed to protect the corpse from the fangs of wild beasts, was naturally transformed into a pyramid, or column, erected with more or less skill. That the Egyptians should excel other nations in these structures arose from the same cause as the durable architecture of their temples and catacombs, namely, they possessed stone sufficient for these monuments, as the greater part of Egypt is properly one rock, and they had hands enough to build them, as in their fertile and populous country the Nile manures the soil, and agriculture demands little labor. Besides, the ancient Egyptians lived with great temperance. Thousands of men who labored for centuries like slaves at these memorials were so easily maintained that it depended merely on the will of a king to erect inconceivable masses of this kind. The lives of individuals were estimated differently then, when their names were reckoned only in tribes and districts, than they are now. The useless labor of numbers was then more easily sacrificed to the will of a monarch who was desirous of securing to himself immortality by such a heap of stones, and retaining the departed soul in an embalmed corpse conformably to his religious notions until this, like many other useless arts, became in time an object of emulation. One king imitated another or sought to exceed him, while the easy people consumed their days in the structure of these monuments. Thus probably arose the pyramids and obelisks of Egypt. They were built only in the remotest times, for later ages and nations, employed in more useful works, ceased to erect pyramids. Thus, far from being tokens of the happiness and enlightened minds of the ancient Egyptians, The pyramids are incontrovertible testimonies of the superstition and thoughtlessness both of the poor by whom they were built and of the ambitious by whom their erection was commanded. Secrets are in vain sought within the pyramids, or concealed wisdom from the obelisks, for if the hieroglyphics of the latter could be deciphered, what is it possible we should read in them except a chronicle of forgotten events or a symbolic apotheosis of their builders? And then what are these masses to a mountain of nature's erection? Besides, instead of inferring profound wisdom from the hieroglyphics of the Egyptians, they rather demonstrate the reverse. Hieroglyphics are the first rude infantile essay of the human mind when seeking characters to denote its thoughts. The rudest savages of America had hieroglyphics sufficient to answer their occasions, for could not the Mexicans convey information of the most unheard of events, of the arrival of the Spaniards for instance, in hieroglyphics? But what poverty of ideas, what a stagnation of the mind, do the Egyptians display, in so long retaining this imperfect mode of writing, and continuing to paint it for centuries with immense trouble on rocks and walls? How confined must have been the knowledge of a nation and of its numerous learned order, who could content themselves for some thousands of years with these birds and strokes. For their second Hermes, who invented letters, lived very late, and he was no Egyptian. The alphabetical writing on the mummies consists wholly of the foreign Phoenician letters intermingled with hieroglyphical characters, and therefore in all probability learned from the Phoenician traders. The Chinese themselves have advanced further than the Egyptians, and from similar hieroglyphics have invented actual notations of thought to which these, as it appears, never attained. Is it to be wondered, then, that a nation so poor in writing, and yet not without capacity, should have been eminent in mechanical arts? Their road to science was obstructed by hieroglyphics, and thus their attention was the more turned towards objects of sense. The fertile valley of the Nile rendered their agriculture easy. They learned to measure and calculate those periodical inundations on which their welfare depended. A people whose life and comforts were connected with one single natural change which, annually recurring, formed an eternal national calendar, must ultimately become expert in the measure of the year and the seasons. Thus all the acquaintance with nature and the heavens for which this ancient people is famed was the natural offspring of the country and climate. Enclosed between mountains, seas, and deserts in a narrow fertile valley where everything depended on one natural phenomenon, and everything recalled that phenomenon to the mind, where the seasons of the year and the produce of the harvest, winds and diseases, insects and birds, were governed by one and the same revolution, the overflowing of the Nile, could the grave Egyptian and his numerous order of idol priests fail ultimately to collect a sort of history of nature and the heavens? From all quarters of the world it is known that confined sensual nations have the most copious practical knowledge of their country, though not learned from books. The hieroglyphics of the Egyptians were rather injurious than beneficial to science. They converted the lively observation into an obscure and dead image, which assuredly could not advance, but retarded the progress of the understanding. It has been much disputed whether the hieroglyphics concealed sacerdotal mysteries. To me it appears that every hieroglyphic from its nature contained a secret, and a series of them, preserved exclusively by a particular body of men, must necessarily have remained a mystery to the many, even supposing they were presented to them at every turn. They could not be initiated into the study of them, for this was not their business, and of themselves they could not discover their meaning. Hence the necessary want of an extensive diffusion of knowledge in every land, in every body of men, possessed of hieroglyphic wisdom, as it is called, whether taught by priests or laymen. Everyone was not capable of deciphering its symbols, and what is not easy to be learned without a tutor must, from its very nature, be kept as a mystery. Thus every hieroglyphical science of modern times is a ridiculous obstacle to a free diffusion of knowledge, while in ancient times hieroglyphics were no more than the most imperfect mode of writing. It would be absurd to expect a man of himself to learn to understand what might be explained in 1,000 different ways, and to study arbitrary symbols as if they were necessarily permanent things would be endless labor. Hence Egypt has always remained a child in knowledge because it always expressed its knowledge as a child, and its infantile ideas are probably forever lost to us. Thus we can do little more than guess at the rank attained by the Egyptian in religion and politics, while we have been able to mark that which many other nations of high antiquity have reached, and can still in some measure observe what the people in the east of Asia have attained. Indeed, could it be rendered probable that much of the knowledge of the Egyptians was not easy to have been discovered in their country, but that they merely continued to exercise it after received rules and premises and adapted it to their own land, their infant state in all these sciences would be much more obvious. Hence probably their long register of kings and of the ages of the world, hence their ambiguous histories of Osiris, Isis, Horus, Typhon, and the rest, hence a great number of their religious fables. Their principal religious notions were common to several people of Upper Asia, only they were here clothed in hieroglyphics adapted to the natural history of the country and the character of the people. The leading features of their political constitution were familiar to other nations in a similar stage of cultivation, but here they were more finished, and employed in their own manner, by a people enclosed in the beautiful valley of the Nile. 218 Egypt would not easily have attained the high reputation it enjoys for wisdom but for its less remote situation, the ruins of its antiquities, and above all the tales of the Greeks. This very situation likewise shows the rank it occupies among the nations. Few have sprung from it or been civilized by it, of the former I know only the Phoenicians, of the latter the Jews and Greeks. How far its influence has extended into the interior of Africa we are ignorant. Poor Egyptians! How are they changed? Once laborious and imbued with patient industry, 1,000 years of despair have reduced them to indolence and wretchedness. At the nod of a pharaoh they spun and wove, dug in the mountains and raised stones, pursued the arts and cultivated the land. Patiently they suffered themselves to be shut up from the rest of the world and divided into bands for the purpose of labor. They were prolific, and brought up their children with toil, shunned foreigners, and enjoyed their own secluded country. When once their land was laid open, or rather when Cambyses showed the way to it, it was for ages a prey to nation after nation. Persians and Greeks, Romans, Byzantines, Arabs, Scythemites, Kurds, Mamelukes, and Turks, annoyed it one after the other, and its fine climate still remains a melancholy theatre of Arabian depredations and Turkish barbarity. 219. Chapter 6. Further hints toward a philosophy of the history of man. Having now gone over a considerable extent of human events and institutions, from the Euphrates to the Nile, from Persepolis to Carthage, let us sit down and take a retrospective view of our journey. What is the principal law that we have observed in all the great occurrences of history? In my opinion it is this: that everywhere on our earth whatever could be has been according to the situation and wants of the place, the circumstances and occasions of the times, and the native or generated character of the people. Admit active human powers in a determinate relation to the age and to their place on the earth, and all the vicissitudes in the history of man will ensue. Here kingdoms and states crystallize into shape, there they dissolve and assume other forms. Here from a wandering horde rises a Babylon, there from the straitened inhabitants of a coast springs up a Tyre, here, in Africa an Egypt is formed, there, in the deserts of Arabia a Jewish state, and all these in one part of the world, all in the neighborhood of each other. Time, place, and national character alone, in short, the general cooperation of active powers in their most determinate individuality, govern all the events that happen among mankind, as well as all the occurrences in nature. Let us place this predominant law of the creation in a suitable light. 1. Active human powers are the springs of human history. And as man originates from and in one race, his figure, education, and mode of thinking, are thus genetic. Hence that striking national character which, deeply imprinted on the most ancient people, is unequivocally displayed in all their operations on the earth. As a mineral water derives its component parts, its operative powers, and its taste, from the soil through which it flows, so the ancient character of nations arose from the family features, the climate, the way of life and education, the early actions and employments that were peculiar to them. The manners of the fathers took deep root and became the internal prototype of the race. The mode of thinking of the Jews, which is best known to us from their writings and actions, may serve as an example. In the land of their fathers and in the midst of other nations they remain as they were, and even when mixed with other people they may be distinguished for some generations downward. It was and it is the same with all the nations of antiquity, Egyptians, Chinese, Arabs, Hindus, etc. The more secluded they lived, nay, frequently the more they were oppressed, the more their character was confirmed, so that if every one of these nations had remained in its place the earth might have been considered as a garden where in one spot one human national plant, in another, bloomed in its proper figure and nature, where in this spot one species of animal, in that, another, pursued its course, according to its instincts and character. But as men are not firmly rooted plants, the calamities of famine, earthquakes, war, and the like must in time remove them from their place to some other more or less different. And though they might adhere to the manners of their forefathers with an obstinacy almost equal to the instinct of the brute, and even apply to their new mountains, rivers, towns, and establishments, the names of their primitive land, it would be impossible for them to remain eternally the same in every respect under any considerable alteration of soil and climate. Here the transplanted people would construct a wasp's nest or anthill after their own fashion. The style would be a compound arising from the ideas imbibed in their original country and those inspired by the new, and this may commonly be called the youthful bloom of the nation. Thus did the Phoenicians, when they retired from the Red Sea to the shores of the Mediterranean, thus Moses endeavored to form the Israelites, and so has it been with several Asiatic nations, for almost every people upon earth has migrated at least once, sooner or later, to a greater distance or a less. It may readily be supposed that in this much depended on the time when the migration took place, the circumstances by which it was occasioned, the length of the way, the previous state of civilization of the people, the reception they met with in their new country, and the like. Thus even in unmixed nations the computations of history are so perplexed from geographical and political causes that it requires a mind wholly free from hypothesis to trace the clue. This clue is most easily lost by one with whom a particular race of the people is a favorite and who despises everything in which this race has no concern. The historian of mankind must see with eyes as impartial as those of the creator of the human race, or the genius of the earth, and judge altogether uninfluenced by the passions. To the naturalist who would acquire a just knowledge and arrangement of all his classes, the rose and the thistle, the polecat, the sloth, and the elephant, are equally dear, he examines that most from which most is to be learned. Now nature has given the whole earth to mankind, her children, and allowed everything that place, time, and power would permit, to spring up thereon. Everything that can exist, exists, everything that is possible to be produced, will be produced, if not today, yet tomorrow. Nature's year is long, the blossom of her plants are as various as the plants themselves and the elements by which they are nourished. In Hindustan, Egypt, and China, in Canaan, Greece, Rome, and Carthage, took place what would have occurred nowhere else and at no other period. The law of necessity and convenience, composed of power, time, and place, everywhere produces different fruits. 2. If the complexion of a kingdom thus depend principally on the time and place in which it arose, the parts that composed it, and the external circumstances by which it was surrounded, we perceive the chief part of its fate spring also from these. A monarchy framed by wandering tribes whose political system is a continuation of their former mode of life will scarcely be of long duration, it ravages and subjugates until at last itself is destroyed. The capture of the metropolis or frequently the death of a king alone is sufficient to drop the curtain on the predatory scene. Thus it was with Babylon and Nineveh, with Ecbatana and Persepolis, and so it is with Persia still. The empire of the great Mughals in Hindustan is nearly at an end, and that of the Turks will not be lasting if they continue Chaldeans, that is, foreign conquerors, and do not establish their government on a more moral foundation. Though the tree lift its head to the skies and overshadow whole quarters of the globe, if it be not rooted in the earth a single blast of wind may overturn it. It may fall through the undermining of treacherous slave or by the axe of a daring satrap. Both the ancient and modern histories of Asia are filled with these revolutions, and thus the philosophy of states finds little to learn in them. Despots are hurled from the throne and despots exalted to it again, the kingdom is annexed to the person of the monarch, to his tent, to his crown. He who has these in his power is the new father of the people, that is, the leader of an overbearing band of robbers. A Nebuchadnezzar was terrible to the whole of Hither Asia, and under his second successor his unstable throne lay prostrate in the dust. 3 victories of an Alexander completely put an end to the vast Persian monarchy. It is not so with states which, springing up from a root, rest on themselves. They may be subdued, but the nation remains. Thus it is with China. We well know how much labor it cost its conquerors to introduce there a simple custom, the Mongol mode of cutting the hair. Thus it is with the Brahmins and Jews, whose ceremonial systems will eternally separate them from all the nations upon earth. Thus Egypt long withstood any intermixture with other nations, and how difficult was it to extirpate the Phoenicians merely because they were a people rooted in this spot. Had Cyrus succeeded in founding an empire like those of Tao, Krishna, and Moses, it would still survive, though mutilated in all its members. Hence we may infer the reason why ancient political constitutions laid so much stress on the formation of manners by education, as their internal strength depended wholly on this spring. Modern kingdoms are built on money or mechanical politics, the ancient on the general way of thinking of a nation from its infancy, and as nothing has a more efficacious influence upon children than religion, most of the ancient states, particularly those of Asia, were more or less theocratic. I know the aversion in which this name is held. As to it all the evil that has at any time oppressed mankind is in great measure ascribed. Its abuses I will by no means undertake to defend, but at the same time it is true that this form of government is not only adapted to the infancy of the human race, but necessary to it, otherwise, assuredly, it would neither have extended so far nor have maintained itself so long. It has prevailed from Egypt to China, nay, in almost every country upon earth, so that Greece was the first which gradually separated religion from its legislators. And as every religion is more efficacious in a political view the more its objects, its gods and heroes, and their various actions are indigenous, we find every firmly rooted ancient nation has appropriated its cosmogony and mythology to the country it inhabited. The Israelites alone distinguish themselves from all their neighbors in this, that they ascribe neither the creation of the world nor that of man to their own country. Their lawgiver was an enlightened foreigner who never reached the land they were afterwards to possess. Their ancestors had inhabited another country, and their laws were framed out of their own territories. This afterwards contributed probably to render the Jews more satisfied in a foreign land than almost any other ancient nation. The Brahmin, the Siamese, cannot live out of his own country, and as the Jew of Moses is properly a creature of Palestine, out of Palestine there should be no Jew. 3. Finally, from the whole region over which we have wandered, we perceive how transitory all human structures are, nay, how oppressive the best institutions become in the course of a few generations. The plant blossoms and fades, your fathers have died and molded into dust, your temple is fallen, your tabernacle, the tables of your law, are no more, language itself, that bond of mankind, becomes antiquated, and shall a political constitution, shall a system of government or religion that can be erected solely on these endure forever? If so, the wings of time must be enchained and the revolving globe hang fixed, an idle ball of ice over the abyss. What should we say now were we to see King Solomon sacrifice 22,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep at a single festival? Or hear the Queen of Sheba trying him with riddles at an entertainment? What should we think of the wisdom of the Egyptians when the bull Apis, the sacred cat, and the sacred goat, were shown to us in the most splendid temples? It is the same with the burdensome ceremonies of the Brahmins, the superstitions of the Parsis, the empty pretensions of the Jews, the senseless pride of the Chinese, and everything that rests on antiquated human institutions of 3,000 years' date. The doctrines of Zoroaster may have been a praiseworthy attempt to account for the evil in the world and animate his contemporaries to all the deeds of light, but what is his theodicy now, even in the eyes of a Mohammedan? The metempsychosis of the Brahmins may have its merit as a juvenile dream of the imagination desirous of retaining the immortal soul within the sphere of observation, and uniting moral sentiments with the well-meant notion, yet has it not become an absurd religious law, with its 1,000 editions of precepts and practices? Tradition in itself is an excellent institution of nature, indispensable to the human race, but when it fetters the thinking faculty both in politics and education and prevents all progress of the intellect and all the improvement that new times and circumstances demand, it is the true narcotic of the mind, as well to nations and sects as to individual. Asia, the mother of all the mental illumination of our habitable earth, has drunk deep of this pleasant poison, and handed the cup to others. Great states and sects sleep in it as, according to the fable, St. John sleeps in his grave. He breathes softly though he died almost 2,000 years ago and, slumbering, waits until his awakener shall come. Book 13. I take leave of Asia with the regret of a traveler, obliged to quit a country before he has acquired the knowledge of it he wished. How little do we know of it? And for the most part of how recent times and from what doubtful authority? Of the eastern part of Asia we have but lately acquired any knowledge, and this through the means of men imbued with religious or political prejudices, while much of what we have thus acquired has been so embroiled by literary partisans in Europe that great districts of it are still to us a fairyland. In Hither Asia, and the neighboring land of Egypt, everything appears to us as a ruin or a dream that is past. What we know from records we have only from the mouths of the volatile Greeks who were partly too young, partly of too different a way of thinking for the remote antiquity of these states, and noticed only what concerned themselves. The archives of Babylon, Phoenicia, and Carthage are no more. Egypt was in its decline almost before its interior was visited by a Greek, so that the whole is shrunk up to a few withered leaves containing fables of fables, fragments of history, a dream of the ancient world. With Greece the morning breaks and we joyfully sail to meet it. The inhabitants of this country acquired the art of writing at an early period compared with others, and in most of their institutions found springs to guide their language from poetry to prose, as in this to history and philosophy. Thus the philosophy of history looks upon Greece as her birthplace, and in it spent her youth. Even the fabling Homer describes the manners of several nations as far as his knowledge extended. They who sung the exploits of the Argonauts, the echoes of whose songs remain, entered into another memorable region. When proper history subsequently separated itself from poetry, Herodotus traveled over several countries and collected with commendable infantile curiosity whatever he saw and heard. The later writers of history in Greece, though their own country was their only object, could not avoid saying many things of other countries with which the Greeks were connected. Thus their canvas was gradually extended, particularly by the expeditions of Alexander. With Rome, to whom the Greeks served not only as guides in history but as historians, it extended still more, so that Diodorus of Sicily, a Greek, and Trogus, a Roman, ventured to form their material into a sort of universal history. Let us then rejoice that at length we have reached a people whose origin indeed is enveloped in obscurity, whose early ages are uncertain, and whose finest works, both in letters and the arts, have been for the most part destroyed by the rage of enemies or the fashion of the times, yet of whom we have noble monuments, monuments that speak to us with a philosophic spirit, the humanity of which I in vain endeavor to infuse into my essay on them. I might invoke, as a poet, all-seeing Apollo and the daughter of memory, the omniscient muse, but my inspiring muse shall be impartial truth and my Apollo the spirit of inquiry. Chapter 1. The situation and peopling of Greece. The triple Greece of which we speak is a land of coasts and bays surrounded by the sea, or rather a cluster of islands. It lies in a region where it might receive from various parts not only inhabitants, but the seeds of cultivation, and this speedily. Thus its situation and the character of the people which formed itself suitably to the country by early expeditions and revolutions, soon set afloat an internal circulation of ideas and an external activity denied by nature to the nations of the extensive continent. Finally, the period in which the cultivation of Greece occurred and the degree of improvement which not only the neighboring people but the human mind in general had attained, contributed to render the Greeks what they once were, what they no longer are, and what they never more will be. Let us more narrowly examine this fine historical problem, for the solution of which we have nearly sufficient data, particularly from the industry of learned Germans. A secluded nation enclosed by mountains, far from the seacoast and from any intercourse with other people, that derived its knowledge from a single place and, in proportion as this was more early received, more firmly fixed it by brazen laws, may acquire great peculiarity of character, and retain it long, but this confined peculiarity will be far from giving it that useful versatility which can be gained only by active competition with other nations. Egypt and all the countries of Asia are examples of this. Had the power which constructed our earth given its mountains and seas a different form, had that great destiny which established the boundaries of nations caused them to originate elsewhere than from the Asiatic mountains, had the east of Asia possessed an earlier commerce and a Mediterranean sea which its present situation has denied, the whole current of cultivation would have been altered. It flowed westwards because eastwards it was unable to flow or to spread. If we contemplate the history of islands, and countries connected by straits in whatever part of the world they lie, we find that the more fortunate they were in their peopling, the more easy and diversified the stream of activity that could be set in motion among them, and the more advantageous the time or situation in which they had to perform their part. By so much more did the inhabitants of such coasts or islands distinguish themselves above those of the mainland. On the continent, in spite of all natural endowments and acquired capacities, the shepherd remained a shepherd, the hunter a hunter. Even the husbandman and artist were confined like plants to a narrow spot. Compare England with Germany. The English are Germans, and even in the latest times the Germans have led the way for the English in the greatest things. But while England, as an island, early acquired a much more active universality of mind, its situation itself accelerated the means of improvement and gave them without interruption a confidence unattainable by the more embarrassed continent. A similar difference is perceivable on a comparison of the Danish islands, the coasts of Italy, France, and Spain, the Netherlands, and the north of Germany, with the interior country of the Slavs and Scythians of Europe, with Russia, Poland, and Hungary. Voyagers in all the seas have found that on islands, peninsulas, or coasts happily situate, an application and freedom of improvement had been generated which could not have surmounted the pressure of the uniform ancient laws of the mainland. 220 Read the descriptions of the Society and Friendly Islands. In spite of their distance from the rest of the habitable world, they have raised themselves into a sort of Greece, even in luxury and ornamental dress. In many solitary islands of the wide ocean the first voyagers experienced a gentleness and courtesy which would be sought in vain among inland nations. Thus everywhere we perceive the great law of human nature, that where activity and quiet, society and distance, voluntary occupation and its advantages, are happily united, such a course of things is promoted as is favorable both to the people themselves and to their neighbors. Nothing is more injurious to the health of mankind than obstructions of their juices. In the despotic states of ancient institution these were inevitable, and hence, if they were not soon extirpated, their bodies, while alive, underwent a lingering death. On the other hand, where, from the nature of the country, states continued small and the inhabitants in healthy activity, to which a life divided between sea and land is particularly conducive, favorable circumstances alone were required to form a highly cultivated and celebrated people. Thus, to say nothing of other countries, the islanders of Crete were the first among the Grecians themselves to produce a system of laws as a model for all the republics on the mainland, and of these the most numerous and celebrated were fixed on the coasts. Thus the ancients placed their seats of bliss on islands not without reason, probably because on islands they found the most free and happy people. When we apply this to Greece, how different must we expect to find its inhabitants from those of the lofty mountains? A narrow strait divided Thrace from Asia Minor, and this fertile country, rich in nations, was connected along its western shore with Greece by a sound thickly interspersed with islands. It seems as if the Hellespont had been broken through and the Aegean Sea with its islands interposed to facilitate the passage and produce a constant wandering and circulation throughout Greece. Thus in the remotest times we find the numerous nations of these coasts roaming the seas, Cretans, Lydians, Pelasgians, Thracians, Rhodians, Phrygians, Cyprians, Milesians, Carians, Lesbians, Phoenicians, Samians, Spartans, Naxians, Eretrians, and Aeginetans followed each other, even before the time of Xerxes, in the dominion of the sea 221, and long before these maritime powers, pirates, colonists, and adventurers were found upon it, so that there is scarcely a nation of Greece that has not migrated, and many more than once. Everything here has been in motion from the oldest times, from the coasts of Asia Minor to Italy, Sicily, and France. No people of Europe has colonized a finer, more extensive country than these Greeks. This is what we mean when we talk of the fine climate of Greece. Did the expression signify merely the indolent seat of fertility in well-watered vales or meadows overflowed by rivers, how many finer climates would be found in the other 3/4 of the globe, no one of which, however, has yet produced Greeks. 222 But a series of coasts enjoying an air so favorable to the activity of little states in the progress of cultivation as those of Ionia, Greece, and Graecia Magna are nowhere else to be found upon earth. We need not long inquire whence Greece derived its first inhabitants. They were called Pelasgians, that is, strangers, and at this distance acknowledged the people beyond the sea, that is, of Asia Minor, as brethren. It would be useless labor to enumerate all the courses they steered through Thrace or over the Hellespont and Archipelago, westward and southward, and how, protected by the northern mountains, they gradually spread over Greece. One tribe followed another, one tribe pressed upon another. Hellenes brought new knowledge to the ancient Pelasgians, as in the progress of time Grecian colonies again settled on the Asiatic shores. It was favorable enough for the Greeks that they were in the vicinity of such a fine peninsula of the great continent, most of the inhabitants of which were not only of one race but more early civilized. 223 Hence their language acquired that originality and uniformity which a mixture of many tongues could not have possessed, and the nation itself participated in the moral condition of the neighboring primitive race with whom it was soon connected by the various relations of war and peace. Thus Asia Minor was the parent of Greece both in peopling it and in imparting the principal features of its earliest cultivation, while Greece in its turn afterward sent out colonies to its mother country and lived to see in it a second and superior cultivation. It is to be regretted, however, that we have very little knowledge of the Asiatic peninsula in the earliest times. Of the kingdom of the Trojans we know nothing except from Homer, and however high he endeavors, as a poet, to exalt his countrymen above their antagonists, the flourishing state of Troy in the arts and even in magnificence is evident from his account. In like manner the Phrygians were an ancient and early cultivated nation whose religion and fables had an unquestionable influence on the earliest mythology of the Greeks. So afterwards the Carians, who called themselves brothers of the Mysians and Lydians and were of the same race with the Pelasgians and Leleges, applied early to navigation, which at that time was merely piracy, while the more civilized Lydians share the invention of coin as a medium of commerce with the Phoenicians. Thus none of these people were wanting in early cultivation any more than the Mysians and Thracians, and were capable of becoming Greeks by proper transplantation. The primitive seat of the Grecian Muses was in the northeast, toward Thrace. Orpheus, who first converted the savage Pelasgians to humanity and introduced those religious practices that prevailed so widely and so long, was a Thracian. The first mountains of the Muses were the mountains of Thessaly, Olympus, Helicon, Parnassus, Pindus. Here, says the acutest of the investigators of Grecian history, 224 was the most ancient seat of the religion, philosophy, music, and poetry of Greece. Here dwelt the first Grecian bards, here were formed the first civilized societies, here the lyre and the harp were invented and the first models cast of everything that Grecian genius afterwards produced. In Thessaly and Boeotia, which in later times were so little celebrated for the production of genius, there is not a fountain, a river, a hill, or a grove, which poetry has not immortalized. Here flowed the Peneus, here was the delightful Tempe, here Apollo wandered in the garb of a shepherd, and here the giants piled up their mountains. At the foot of Helicon Hesiod yet learned his fables from the mouths of the Muses. In short, the first cultivation of the Greeks was indigenous here, and hence the purer Grecian language flowed through the descendants of the Hellenes in its principal dialect. In the course of time, however, a series of other fables necessarily arose on such various coasts and islands, and from such repeated wanderings and adventures which the poets equally consecrated in the temple of the Grecian muse. Almost every little district, every celebrated tribe, introduced into it its ancestors or national divinities, and this variety, which would form an impenetrable wood if we were to consider the Grecian mythology as a system, infused life into the national way of thinking from the actions and manners of every tribe. Without such various roots and germs that fine garden, which in time produced the most diversified fruits even in legislation, could not have come to perfection. The land being divided into many portions, this tribe defended its valley, that its coasts and islands, and thus from the long youthful activity of scattered tribes and kingdoms arose the great and free genius of the Grecian muse. Its cultivation was under the control of no universal lord, from the voice of the lyre at religious ceremonies, games, and dances, from arts and sciences of its own invention, and, lastly, still more from the various intercourse of the different tribes of Greece among each other and with strangers it adopted of its own free will now this, now that, law, custom, or principle, thus being a free Grecian people even in the progress of cultivation. That as Phoenician colonies contributed to this in Thebes, so Egyptian colonies did in Attica, cannot be denied, yet, fortunately, neither the principal race of the Greeks nor their language and way of thinking sprung from these. Thanks to their descent, mode of life, and native muses, the Greeks were not destined to become a herd of Egyptian Canaanites. Chapter 2. The Language, Mythology, and Poetry of Greece. We now come to subjects which have been, for some thousands of years, the delight of the more polished part of mankind, and I hope will ever continue to be so. The Grecian language is the most refined of any in the world, the Grecian mythology the richest and most beautiful upon earth, the Grecian poetry perhaps the most perfect of its kind when considered with respect to time and place. But who gave this once rude people such a language, such poetry, and such figurative wisdom? The genius of nature, their country, their way of life, the period in which they lived, and the character of their progenitors. The Greek language sprang from rude beginnings, but these very beginnings contain the seeds of what it was afterwards to become. They were no hieroglyphic patchwork, no series of singly ejected syllables like the languages beyond the Mongol mountains. Readier and more flexible organs produced among the Caucasian nations a more easy modulation which was susceptible of being soon reduced to form by the social propensity to music. The words were more smoothly connected, the tone modulated into rhythm, the language flowed in a fuller stream, its images in pleasing harmony, it raised itself to the melody of the dance. And thus the peculiar character of the Greek language, not constrained by mute laws, arose as a living image of nature from music and the dance, from history and song, and from the talkative free intercourse of many tribes and colonies. The northern nations of Europe were not thus fortunate in their formation. Foreign manners imparted to them by foreign laws and a religion devoid of song crippled their language. The German, for example, has unquestionably lost much of its intrinsic flexibility, of its more precise expression in the inflection of words, and still more of that energetic tone which it formerly possessed in a more favorable climate. Once it was a near sister of the Greek, but how far from this is it now degenerated? No language beyond the Ganges possesses the flexibility and smooth flow of the Greek, no Aramean dialect on this side the Euphrates had them in its ancient form. The Grecian language alone appears as if derived from song, for song, and poetry, and an early enjoyment of freedom fashioned it as the universal language of the Muses. Improbable as it is that all the springs of Grecian cultivation should again combine together, that the infancy of mankind should return and an Orpheus, a Musaeus, and a Linus, or a Homer and Hesiod revive with every concomitant circumstance, as little is the generation of a Greek language in our times possible, even in the same regions. The mythology of the Greeks flowed from the fables of various countries, and these consisted either of the popular faith, the traditionary accounts that the different generations preserved of their ancestors, or the first attempts of reflecting minds to explain the wonders of the earth and give a consistency to society. 225 However spurious and newly modified our hymns of the ancient Orpheus may be, still they are imitations of that lively devotion and reverence of nature to which all nations in the first stage of civilization are prone. The rude hunter addresses his dreaded bear. 226 The Negro his sacred fetish, the Parsi his spirits of nature and the elements, nearly after the Orphic manner, but how is the Orphic hymn to nature refined and ennobled merely by the Grecian words and images? And how much more pleasing and easy did the Greek mythology become as in time it rejected even from its hymns the fetters of mere epithet, and recited instead, as in the songs or Homer, fables of the deities. In the cosmogonies, too, the harsh primitive legends were in time amalgamated together, and human heroes and patriarchs were sung and placed by the side of the gods. Happily the ancient relators of theogonies introduced into the genealogies of their gods and heroes such striking, beautiful allegories, frequently with a single word of their elegant language, that when subsequent philosophers thought fit merely to unfold their signification and connect with it their more refined ideas, a new delicate tissue was formed. Thus the epic poets in time laid aside their frequently repeated fables of the generation of the gods, the storming of heaven, the actions of Hercules, and the like, and sang more human themes for the use of man. Of these Homer, the father of all the Grecian poets and philosophers that succeeded him, is the most celebrated. His scattered songs had the fortunate destiny to be collected at the most favorable juncture and erected into a double edifice, shining like an indestructible palace of gods and heroes after thousands of years. As men have endeavored to explain the wonders of nature, so they have taken pains to investigate the existence of Homer. 227 who was in fact a mere child of nature, a happy bard of the Ionian shore. Many of his order have sunk perhaps into oblivion who might have been in part his competitors for that fame which he alone enjoys. Temples have been erected to him and he has been adored as a human divinity, but his noblest adoration consists in the permanent influence he had on his own nation and on all who are capable of feeling his merit. The subjects of his song, indeed, are trifles in our eyes. His gods and heroes, with their passions and manners, are such as the fables of his own and preceding times presented. His knowledge of physics and geography, his morals and politics are equally confined. But the truth and wisdom with which he has molded all the objects of his world into a living whole, the steady outline of every feature of every person in his immortal picture, the easy, unlabored manner in which, free as a god, he penetrates into every character and relates their virtues and vices, their fortunes and misfortunes, and lastly, the music that incessantly flows from his lips throughout poems of such extent and variety, and will animate every image, every tone as long as his verses shall live, are the circumstances for which Homer stands unrivaled in the history of mankind and which render him worthy of immortality, if aught on earth can be immortal. On the Greeks Homer necessarily had a different effect from what he can have upon us from whom he so often obtains a forced and frigid admiration, or indeed cold contempt. Not so with the Greeks. To them he sung in a living language, at that time perfectly unfettered by what was subsequently termed dialects. To them he sung with patriotic feelings the exploits of their ancestors against foreigners, and recited families, tribes, actions, and countries which were in part present to their eyes as their own and in part lived in the memory of their national pride. Thus to them Homer was in many respects the divine herald of national fame, a source of the most diversified national wisdom. The succeeding poets followed him, from him the tragic borrowed fables, the didactic allegories, examples, and maxims. Everyone who first attempted a new kind of writing took from the artificial structure of Homer's work the model of his own, so that Homer was soon the pattern of Grecian taste, and with weaker heads the standard of all human wisdom. The Roman poets, too, felt his influence, and but for him the Aeneid would never have existed. Still more has he contributed to reclaim the modern nations of Europe from barbarism. So many youth have been formed while they were delighted by him, so many active as well as contemplative men have imbibed from him the principles of taste and a knowledge of mankind. Yet it cannot be denied that, as every great man has been the cause of abuses from an inordinate admiration of his talents, So has the good Homer, insomuch that no one would wonder more than himself could he arise from the dead and see what has been extracted from him at various times. Among the Greeks, fable maintained its ground more firmly and for a longer period than it would have done probably without him. Rhapsodists sung after him, frigid poetasters imitated him, and the enthusiasm for Homer became at length among the Greeks such a bald, insipid, wire-drawn art as scarcely has been paralleled for any poet by any other people. The innumerable comments of the grammarians upon him are for the most part lost, otherwise we should see in them the miserable toil God imposes upon the succeeding generations of men in every preponderating genius, for are not examples enough extant of the erroneous study and misapplication of Homer in modern times? This much however is certain, that a mind like his in the period in which he lived and for the nation by which his works were collected, was such an instrument of improvement as scarcely any other people can boast. No Oriental nation possesses a Homer, no poet like him has appeared at the proper season, in the bloom of youth, to any people of Europe. Even Ossian was not the same to his Scots, and the fates alone can tell whether a second Homer will be given to the new Grecian archipelago, the Friendly Islands, who will lead them to an equal height with that to which his elder brother led Greece. As the cultivation of the Greeks thus proceeded from mythology, poetry, and music, we need not wonder that a taste for them remained a leading feature of their character as their most serious writings and institutions evince. To our manners it appears incongruous that the Greeks should speak of music as the finishing point of education, that they should treat it as a grand engine of state and ascribe the most important consequences to its decline. Still more singular appear to us the animated and almost rapturous praises they bestow on dancing, pantomime, and the dramatic art, as the natural sisters of poetry and wisdom. Many who read these encomiums believed that the music of the Greeks was a miracle of systematic perfection, as we are so totally unacquainted with anything like its celebrated effects. But that the Greeks did not principally apply to the scientific perfection of music appears from the very use which they made of it, for they did not cultivate it as a distinct art, but employed it subserviently to poetry, the dance, and the drama. Thus the grand effect of its tones lay in this connection and in the general bent of Grecian cultivation. The poetry of the Greeks, proceeding from music, readily returned to it again. Sublime tragedy itself originated from the chorus, the ancient comedy, public rejoicings, military expeditions, and the domestic hilarity of the feast, were seldom unaccompanied by music and song, and few games were destitute of the dance. In these, indeed, as Greece consisted of many states and nations, one province differed much from another, the times, the various degrees of civilization and luxury, induced still greater variation, yet on the whole it remains perfectly true that the Greeks esteemed the joint improvement of these arts the summit of human energy and attached to it the highest value. It must be confessed that neither pantomime nor the drama, neither the dance nor poetry, nor music is with us what it was with the Greeks. With them all these were only one work, one blossom of the human mind, the wild seeds of which we perceive in every nation of gay and pleasing character if placed in a happy climate. Absurd as it would be to endeavor to transport ourselves back to this period of youthful levity which is now past and to skip as a hobbling greybeard among boys, why should the greybeard be offended with youth for being lively and dancing? The cultivation of the Greeks fell on this period of youthful jollity from the arts of which they elicited whatever was capable of being educed, and thus necessarily accomplished effects the possibility of which is scarcely conceivable to us, exhausted and diseased. For I doubt whether a greater power of operation of refined senses upon the mind can be produced than the studied supreme point of junction of these arts, particularly on minds educated and formed to them and living in a world animated by similar impressions. If then we cannot be Greeks ourselves, let us at least rejoice that there once were Greeks and that, like every other flower of the human mind, this also found a time and place to put forth its loveliest blossoms. From what has been said may be conjectured that many species of Grecian composition which were designed for animated representation with music, dancing, and pantomime, appear to us merely as shadows, and may perhaps mislead us even with the most careful explanation. The theatres of Aeschylus, Sophocles, Aristophanes, and Euripides were not our theatres, the proper drama of the Greeks is no more to be seen in any nation, however excellent the pieces of this kind that many have produced. Without song, without the festivals of the Greeks, and without the exalted notions they entertained of their games, the odes of Pindar must appear to us the exclamations of ebriety, as even in the dialogues of Plato, abounding in melody of language and beautiful composition of images and words, those very passages which were clothed with the greatest art have been exposed to the most numerous objections from critics. Youth, therefore, must learn to read the Greeks, since the aged are seldom inclined to look at them, or appropriate to themselves their beauties. Grant that their imagination often outflies the understanding, that the refined sensuality in which they place the essence of accomplishment sometimes oversteps the bounds of reason and virtue, let us not refuse them due esteem, though we refrain from becoming Greeks ourselves. From their dress, the fine proportion and outline of their thoughts, the natural vivacity of their sentiments, and lastly from the melodious rhythm of their language, which never yet found its equal, we have much to learn. Chapter 3. The Arts of the Greeks. In all the arts of life a people imbued with such sentiments must necessarily ascend from the necessary to the beautiful and pleasing, and the Greeks attained almost the highest point in everything relating to them. Their religion required statues and temples, their political institutions demanded monuments and public edifices, their climate and way of living, their activity, luxury, vanity, etc., rendered various works of art indispensable. Thus the genius of beauty put these works into their hands and assisted them alone of all mortals to finish them, for though their greatest wonders of art have long been destroyed, we still admire and cherish their ruins and fragments. One, that religion greatly promoted the arts of the Greeks we see from the catalogues of their works in Pausanias, Pliny, or any of the collections which speak of their remains, and this is conformable to the universal history of men and nations. All men have been desirous of seeing the objects of their worship, and everywhere they have attempted to paint or carve representations of them where this has not been prohibited by religion or the law. Even the Negro renders his god present to him in a fetish, and of the Greeks we know that the representations of their gods primarily originated from a stone or a rude billet. This poverty could not long satisfy a people so active, the block became a herm 228 or a statue, and as the nation was divided into many little tribes and states it was natural that each should endeavor to embellish the images of its domestic and family deities. Some successful attempts of the ancient Daedalus, and probably the view of neighboring works of art, excited emulation, and thus several states and tribes were soon enabled to contemplate their god, the most sacred of all the things they possessed, in a more agreeable form. The first essays of ancient art in which it learned as it were to go, were principally images of the gods 229. Hence no nation to which representations of the gods were prohibited ever made any great advancement in the imitative arts. But as the gods of the Greeks were introduced by poetry and song, and animated them in majestic forms, what could be more natural than that the imitative arts should become the nurslings of the muse, who poured into their ear those splendid forms? From the poets the artist learned the history of the gods, and consequently the manner in which he was to delineate them, hence the first artists rejected not the most terrible representations, while such the poets sung. 230 In time more pleasing delineation succeeded, poetry itself assuming more agreeable features, and thus Homer was the parent of the improvement of the fine arts of the Greeks, as he was of their poetry. From him Phidias derived the exalted idea of his Jupiter, which was followed by the other performances of the sculptor of gods. 231 From the genealogies and affinities of the gods in the relations of the poets, determinate characters or family features, entered into their representations, until at length the received poetical tradition became a law for the figures of the gods throughout the realms of art. Thus no people of antiquity could possess the arts of the Greeks, who had not also the Grecian poetry and mythology and who acquired not their cultivation in a similar manner. But such are not to be found in history, and consequently the Greeks, with their Homeric arts, remain alone. Hence may be explained the ideal creation of Grecian art which arose neither from the profound philosophy of the artists nor the natural conformation of the people, but from the causes that have been developed. Unquestionably it was a fortunate circumstance that the Greeks, considered in the whole, were beautifully formed, though this form must not be extended to every individual Greek as a model of ideal beauty. In Greece, as everywhere else, copious nature did not submit to be checked in the thousand-fold variation of the human figure, and if Hippocrates may be believed, as among others so among the Greeks, deforming accidents and maladies were to be found. But admitting all this and taking into the account many happy opportunities when the artist could exalt a beautiful youth into an Apollo, and a Phryne or a Lais into a goddess of love, this would not explain the received ideal of the deities which was established as a rule among the artists. Perhaps it is as little probable that a head of Jupiter should ever have been found on a human body as that the Jupiter of Homer actually existed in this world. The great anatomical draftsman Camper has clearly shown on what deeply meditated rules the ideal form of the Grecian artist was constructed 232. But to these rules the representations of the poets and the aim of producing religious veneration alone could have led. If, therefore, you would produce a new Greece in images of the gods, give a people again this poetic mythological superstition with everything belonging to it in all its natural simplicity. Travel through Greece and contemplate its temples, grottos, and sacred groves, you will soon relinquish the thought, even in wish, of exalting to the height of Grecian art a people totally ignorant of such a religion, that is, of such a lively superstition which filled every town, every spot, every nook with the presence of an innate divinity. To all the heroic fables of the Greeks, particularly when they relate to the progenitors of their race, are in a similar predicament, for they, too, passed through the minds of the poets, and in part lived in eternal song. Accordingly the artist who made them his subjects copied their history with a sort of religious regard to the poets to gratify the pride of his countrymen and their attachment to their ancestors. The most ancient history of the arts and a view of the Grecian performances confirm this. Graves, shields, altars, holy places, and temples, preserved the remembrance of their forefathers, and on these, in many tribes, the labors of the artist were employed from the most ancient times. All warlike nations throughout the world painted and adorned their shields. The Greeks went further, they engraved, or cast and carved upon them memorials of their ancestors. Hence the early performances of Vulcan in very ancient poets, hence in Hesiod the shield of Hercules with the achievements of Perseus. With shields came representations of this kind upon the altars of heroes or other family memorials, as the coffer of Chrysalis shows, the figures on which were completely in the style of Hesiod's shield. Noble works of this kind are of earlier date than the age of Daedalus, and as many temples of the gods were originally tombs 233 in them the memory of their ancestors, their heroes, and their deities came so near together that they coalesced almost into one adoration, at least into one spring of the arts. Hence the ancient stories of their heroes represented on the drapery of their gods and by the side of the altar and the throne, hence the pictures in honor of the deceased frequently in the marketplace of the city, or the herms and columns on graves. If to these we add the innumerable works of art presented to the temples of the gods by states, families, or individuals, as memorials, or votive offerings of gratitude and frequently adorned, according to custom, with subjects from the history of their progenitors or heroes, what other people can boast such an incentive to the most diversified art? Our galleries of ancestors, filled with the portraits of forgotten forefathers, are nothing in comparison with these, as all Greece was full of stories and poems and sacred places of their gods and heroic progenitors. Everything was connected with the bold idea that gods were related to them, that superior men and heroes were but an inferior order of deities, and this idea their poets had infused. With this regard to national and family fame by which the arts were promoted, I reckon the Grecian games. These were instituted by their heroes, and festivals to their memory. Beside this, they were public acts of worship to the gods, and practices highly advantageous both to poetry and the imitative arts. Not merely that youths, partly naked, exercised themselves in various contests and feats of activity and thus presented living models to the artists, but rather as by these exercises their bodies were rendered susceptible of a finer form, and these juvenile victories preserved in their minds an active remembrance of the same of their relations, their progenitors, and their heroes. From Pindar and from history we know how highly these victories were held in estimation throughout all Greece, and with what emulation they were sought. The whole town of the conqueror was honored by them, the family of the victor was raised to a level with the gods and heroes of old. On this turns the economy of Pindar's odes, works of art which he raised to a value higher than that of statues. On this depended the honor of the tomb, or statue, commonly a work of fancy which the victor could claim. By this successful emulation of his heroic ancestors he was raised to something more than man, and became a kind of god. Where now could such games be instituted, equally prized, and equal in consequences? 3. The political institutions of the Greeks likewise promoted the arts, not so much because they were republics as because these republics employed the artists on grand works. Greece was divided into many states, and in these the arts were fostered whether they were governed by archons or by kings. For these kings were Greeks, and every demand for the arts, whether springing from religion or family tales, was their demand. Frequently, too, they were the high priests. Thus from remote periods the decoration of their palaces was distinguished by precious relics of their ancestors or heroic friends, as Homer relates. But the republican constitutions, which in time were diffused throughout all Greece, gave a wider scope to the arts. In a commonwealth, edifices for the assembly of the people, for the public treasure, for general exercise and amusement, were necessary, and thus arose in Athens, for example, the magnificent gymnasia, theatres and galleries, the Odeum and Prytaneum, the Pnyx, etc. As in the Grecian republics everything was conducted in the name of the people or of the town, nothing that concerned their tutelary deities or the grandeur of their name was too costly, while individuals, and even the principal citizens, satisfied themselves with less sumptuous habitations. This public spirit of doing everything, in appearance at least, for the community was the soul of the Grecian states, as Winckelmann no doubt considered when he esteemed the liberty of the Grecian republics the golden age of the arts. In them grandeur and magnificence were not so divided as in modern times, but centered in whatever pertained to the state. Pericles flattered the people with these notions of fame and did more for the arts than 10 kings of Athens would have done. Everything he built was in the grand style, as it was for the gods and the immortal city, and assuredly few of the Grecian towns and islands would have erected such edifices or promoted such works of art had they not been separate republics emulous of each other's fame. Besides, as in democratic states the leaders of the people must endeavor to please the public, what means could they more advantageously employ than such kinds of expense as, while they tended to propitiate the tutelary deities, were calculated to gratify the eyes of the people and afford subsistence to many? This expense, no doubt, had consequences from which humanity would willingly avert her eyes. The rigor with which the Athenians oppressed those whom they conquered, and even their colonies, the robberies and wars in which the states of Greece were perpetually involved, the severe services which the citizens themselves had to perform for the state, and many other things, rendered the Grecian states not the most desirable, but even these grievances were subservient to the public arts. The temples of the gods were for the most part held sacred even by the enemy, and such temples as the enemy destroyed arose more splendid from their ashes on a reverse of fortune. From the spoils of the Persians a more magnificent Athens was built, and, in almost every successful war, part of the booty that belonged to the state was sacrificed to one or other of the arts. Even in later times Athens maintained the glory of her name by her edifices and statues, in spite of all the ravages of the Romans, for several emperors, kings, heroes, and wealthy individuals were emulous to preserve and adorn a city which was the acknowledged parent of all refined taste. Hence under the Macedonian Empire we perceive the arts of the Greeks did not perish, they only changed their seat. Even in remote countries the Grecian kings were still Greeks, and cherished the Grecian arts. Thus Alexander and several of his successors built splendid cities in Asia and Africa. Rome, and other nations, too, learned from the Greeks when their countries were ripe for the arts, for throughout the whole earth appeared but one Grecian art, and style of architecture. For the climate of the Greeks, too, afforded food for the beautiful in the arts, not principally from the human figure, which depends more on descent than on climate, but from its convenient situation for the materials of the arts and the erection of the performances of the artist. Their country afforded them the fine Parian and other marbles, ivory, brass, and whatever else the arts required, they derived from a trade of which they lay as in the center. These even preceded in a certain degree the birth of their arts themselves, as they were in a situation to obtain from Asia Minor, Phoenicia, and other countries, valuable materials which they yet knew not how to employ. Thus the seeds of their future talents in the arts were early sown, particularly as their proximity to Asia Minor, their colonies in Graecia Magna, etc., excited in them a taste for luxury and the enjoyments of life which could not fail to promote the arts. The gay disposition of the Greeks was by no means inclined to waste its industry on useless pyramids. Individual towns and states indeed could never deviate into this wilderness of the monstrous. Thus, if we except perhaps the single Colossus of Rhodes, even in their works of greatest magnitude they adhered to that beautiful proportion in which the pleasing and sublime are united. For this their serene climate afforded them sufficient opportunity. It allowed them those numerous uncovered statues, altars, and temples, and in particular the beautiful column, that pattern of simplicity, correctness, and proportion, the slender gracefulness of which could there supply the place of the sullen northern wall. When we combine all these circumstances, it is obvious how art could operate in Ionia, Greece, and Sicily in that correct and airy style which the Greeks exhibited in all their works of taste. By rules alone it is not to be learned, but it displays itself in the observation of rules, and, though originally the inspiration of a happy genius, must become mechanical by continued practice. Even the meanest Grecian artist was a Greek in his manner, we may excel him, but the whole genetic spirit of Grecian art we shall never attain, the genius of those times is gone by. Chapter 4. The moral and political wisdom of the Greeks. The manners of the Greeks were as different as their descent, their country, and the way in which they lived, according to their degree of civilization and the series of successes or misfortunes in which the fates had placed them. The Arcadians and Athenians, the Ionians and Epirots, the Spartans and Sybarites, were so dissimilar to each other in age, situation, and mode of life that I want still to sketch out a deceptive picture of them as a whole, the features of which must appear more contradictory than those of the genius of the Athenians painted by Paracelsus. 234. Nothing remains for us, therefore, but to mark the general course taken by the moral culture of the Greeks and the manner in which it coalesced with their political institutions. As the most ancient moral culture of all the nations upon earth proceeded chiefly from their religion, so did that of the Greeks, and it continued long in this track. The religious ceremonies which were propagated through the means of the various mysteries even when politics had attained a very considerable height, the sacred rites of hospitality and of the protection of unfortunate fugitives, the inviolability of holy places, the belief in the furies and vengeance that pursued even unpremeditated murder and inflicted a curse upon a whole land for blood unexpiated, the practices of atonement and appeasing the gods, the responses of the oracles, the sanctity of an oath, of the hearth, of the temples, of graves, etc., were opinions and institutions the prevalence of which was to unite a rude people and gradually form demi-savages to humanity. 235 That they happily accomplished their object we perceive when we compare the Greeks with other nations, for it is incontestable that through these institutions they were led, not to the gates of philosophy and political cultivation, but deep into their sanctuary. Of what important service to Greece was the oracle at Delphi alone? Its divine voice pointed out so many tyrants and villains in warning them of their fate, and not less frequently did it succor the unfortunate, counsel those in need of advice, strengthen beneficial institutions with the authority of the gods, make known works of art or the muse that could reach it, and give a sanction to moral principles and maxims of state. Thus the rude verses of the oracle accomplished more than the most polished lines of later poets, and it had the greatest influence as it took under its protection the Amphictyons, the supreme judges and controllers of the states of all Greece, and gave their sentences in a certain degree the weight of religious laws. What has been proposed in modern times as the sole mean of establishing perpetual peace throughout Europe, a tribunal of Amphictyons 236 existed formerly among the Greeks, and indeed near the throne of the God of truth and wisdom, who sanctified it by his authority. With religion may be reckoned all those practices which preserve to posterity the remembrance of their ancestors from whose institutions they sprung, for these continued to operate in the formation of their morals. Thus, for instance, the various public games gave a peculiar turn to education in Greece, as they made bodily exercises its principal object and the excellencies acquired by them the aim of the whole nation. No tree ever produced such beautiful fruits as the little branches of olive, ivy, and pine which crowned the Grecian victors. These rendered youth handsome, healthy, and gay, these gave their limbs suppleness, strength, and symmetry, these struck into their minds the first sparks of love of fame, even of posthumous fame, and impressed on them the indelible character of living publicly for their country, and lastly, what is of all most valuable, they rooted in their hearts that taste for manly intercourse and manly friendship for which the Greeks were peculiarly distinguished. In Greece woman was not the supreme object of contest, to gain which the youth bent all his powers. The most beautiful Helen could have formed nothing but a Paris, had her possession or enjoyment been the only scope of manly endowment. The female sex, notwithstanding the fine patterns of every virtue it produced in Greece, remained a subordinate object. The thoughts of nobler youth were bent on something higher. The bands of friendship which they formed with each other or with more experienced men trained them for a school which no Aspasia could easily supply. Hence, in many states the manly love of the Greeks, with that emulation, that instruction, that constancy, and that sacrifice of self, the feelings and consequences of which we read in Plato almost as a romance from a foreign planet. Manly hearts united in bonds of love and friendship that held until death, the friends displayed toward each other a sort of jealousy which hunted out the minutest spots, and each dreaded the other's eye as a penetrating flame discovering the most secret inclinations of his mind. Youthful friendships are the sweetest, and no sentiment is so definable as the love of those with whom we have exercised ourselves in the course of perfection during the delightful years of our budding faculties, and this course was publicly prescribed to the Greeks in their gymnasia and in their military and political occupations, of which those sacred bands of lovers were the natural consequences. I am far from defending the depravity of manners which in time sprung from the abuse of these institutions, particularly where youth exercised naked, but, alas, this abuse flowed from the character of the people whose warm imagination, and love almost to madness of everything beautiful, in which they placed the supreme enjoyment of the gods, rendered such disorders inevitable. Had these been privately performed they would have been still more pernicious, as the history of all nations in warm climates or of luxurious manners sufficiently proves. Thus public institutions and laudable aims gave vent to the flame that raged within, and thus it came under the coercive inspection of the laws which employed it as an active engine for the purposes of the state. Lastly, as Triple Greece, situate in 2 quarters of the globe, was divided into many tribes and states, the moral culture that appeared in various places must have been genetic to each tribe and political in such different ways that this circumstance alone is sufficient to explain the happy progress of Grecian manners. The states of Greece were connected only by the gentlest bands, a common religion and language, the oracles, the games, the tribunal of Amphictyons, etc., or by descent and colonization, and lastly by the remembrance of ancient common enterprises, poetry, and national fame. No despot compelled any further union, and even their common perils for a long time passed over without destructive consequences. Hence each tribe drew from the source of culture what it esteemed proper and watered itself from what rivulet it thought fit. And this it did according to its wants, though principally under the guidance of some superior men whom forming nature sent. Even among the kings of Greece there were worthy sons of the ancient heroes who had advanced with the times and rendered not less service to their people by good laws than their fathers had done by their celebrated valor. Thus, excepting the first founders of colonies, Minos was particularly eminent among royal legislators who formed to war his valiant Cretans, the inhabitants of a mountainous island, and was a pattern in after times for Lycurgus. He was the first that checked the pirates and gave security to the Aegean Sea, the first general founder of morals by sea and land. That several monarchs resembled him in being the authors of good institutions appears from the histories of Athens, Syracuse, and other kingdoms. But, it must be confessed, the activity of mankind in moral cultivation, as connected with the state, assumed a very different appearance when most of the Grecian monarchies were converted into republics, a revolution, certainly one of the most memorable in all the history of mankind. It was not possible in any country but Greece, where a number of individual nations had continued to cherish the remembrance of their origin and race, even under their kings. Every people considered itself as a distinct political body which possessed the same right to form its own institutions as its wandering ancestors. None of the Grecian tribes were sold at the will of a hereditary succession of kings. From this it does not follow that the new government was better than the old. Almost everywhere the principal and most powerful persons ruled instead of a king, so that in many cities there was less order, and an insupportable oppression of the people, yet thus the die was cast, and mankind, as emerging from a state of pupillage, learned to think for themselves concerning their political constitution. Accordingly, the era of the Grecian republics was the first step of the human mind toward manhood, respecting the important question, how men should govern men. All the mistakes and errors of the governments of Greece are to be considered as the essays of youth, which commonly learns to be wise only from misfortune. Thus in many states and colonies that had become free, men of wisdom rose up and acted as the guardians of the people. They saw the evils under which their fellow citizens suffered and turned their thoughts to a constitution erected on the laws and manners of the community. Most of these ancient Grecian sages filled some public office, were governors of the people, counselors of the king, or leaders of armies, for from such men of rank alone could proceed a political culture exerting effective influence on the people. Even Lycurgus, Draco, Solon, were of the first families of the state or members of administration. In their times the evils of aristocracy and the discontents of the people had reached the highest pitch, and hence arose the ready reception of the improved institutions they proposed. These men will inherit immortal praise, for, possessing the confidence of the people, they declined the sovereign power both for themselves and their posterity, and applied all their industry, all their knowledge of men and of the world, to a commonwealth, that is, to the state as a state. If their first attempts were far from the summit of perfection, far from being eternal masterpieces of human institutions, such they were not to be. Their excellence was local, and their authors were frequently compelled against their will to adapt them to the manners of the community and its radical evils. Lycurgus had a freer scope than Solon, but he recurred to times too remote and founded a state on such principles as if the world were to persevere eternally in the heroic age of uncultivated youth. He gave perpetuity to his laws without waiting for their effects, and to a mind like his it would have been the severest punishment could he have looked through all the periods of Grecian history to perceive the consequences they occasioned to his own state and sometimes to all Greece, partly by their abuse and partly by too long continuance. The laws of Solon were injurious in another way. He himself outlived their spirit. The evil consequences of popular government he foresaw, and they remained evident to the wisest and best of his city, even to the last gasp of Athens. 237 But this is sometime or other the fate of all human institutions, particularly the most difficult, those that concern countries and people. Time and nature alter everything, and shall not men's way of life be changed? With every new generation a new way of thinking arises, however government and education may adhere to their ancient modes. New wants and dangers, new advantages of conquest, wealth, or increasing dignity, and even increase of population, augment the tide, and how can yesterday remain today? Or the ancient law be an eternal law? The law is retained, but probably in appearance only, and alas, chiefly in its abuses, the sacrifice of which appears too severe to selfish and indolent men. This was the case with the laws of Lycurgus, Solon, Romulus, and Moses, and all that outlived their day. Hence it is very affecting to hear the words of these legislators in their later years. They are commonly the voice of complaint, for they lived long, they outlived themselves. Such are the words of Moses and of Solon in the few fragments we have of them. Nay, if we exclude mere moral maxims, almost all the reflections of the Grecian sages have a plaintive tone. They perceived the mutable destiny and happiness of men which the laws of nature confined to narrow limits, sadly perplexed by their own conduct, and lamented it. They lamented the transitoriness of human life and blooming youth, and they contemplated old age, often poor and diseased, but always weak and despised. They lamented the success of the impudent and the sorrows of the well-meaning, but they omitted not to recommend in an affecting tone to the members of their community the most effectual weapons against these, prudence and a sound understanding, moderation of the passions and quiet industry, simplicity and true friendship, steadfastness and inflexibility of mind, reverence for the gods and love of our country. Even in the remains of the later Grecian comedies these plaintive tones of gentle humanity are heard. 238. Thus, in spite of all the evil consequences, and in part horrible, to the Helots, Pelasgians, colonies, foreigners, and enemies that proceeded from many Grecian states, we cannot overlook the noble sublimity of that public spirit, which flourished, in its day, in Sparta, Athens, Thebes, and in a certain degree in every part of Greece. It is unquestionably true that, as it flowed not from particular laws of one particular man, it flourished not equally at all times and in every member of the state, yet it flourished among the Greeks, as even their unjust and jealous wars, their severest oppressions, and the most perfidious traitors to their civic virtue evince. The monumental inscription of the Spartans that fell at Thermopylae. Traveler, tell at Sparta that here we lie, slain in obedience to her laws, will forever remain the fundamental principle of supreme political virtue which, after the lapse of 2000 years, gives us only to lament that once indeed it was the maxim of a few Spartans with regard to some rigid patrician laws of a narrow country, but never became a principle for the pure laws of collective mankind. The principle itself is the highest that men could invent and practice for their liberty and happiness. The same may be said of the Constitution of Athens, though it struck into a very different path. For if enlightening the people with regard to those things in which they are most concerned ought to be the object of a political establishment, Athens was unquestionably the most enlightened city throughout the whole world. Neither Paris nor London, neither Rome nor Babylon, and still less Memphis, Jerusalem, Peking, or Benares can enter into competition with it. Now, as patriotism and an enlightened mind are the two poles around which all the moral cultivation of mankind revolves, Athens and Sparta will ever be remembered as the two grand stages on which human politics first exercised themselves in this career with youthful animation. The other Grecian states for the most part only followed these two grand examples, and a few that refused to copy the constitutions of Athens and Sparta fell, a prey to conquest. The philosophy of history, however, considers not so much what was actually done by feeble men on these 2 points of the earth during the short period of their operations as what followed from the principles of their institutions with regard to mankind in general. In spite of all their faults, the names of Lycurgus and Solon, Miltiades and Themistocles, Aristides, Cimon, Phocion, Epaminondas, Pelopidas, Agesilaus, Agis, Cleomenes, Dion, Timoleon, and others, will live with eternal fame, while Alcibiades, Conon, Pausanias, Lysander, men equally great, will be mentioned with reproach, as subverters of the public spirit of Greece or traitors to their country. Without an Athens even the modest virtue of Socrates could scarcely have produced such blossoms as it afterwards did in some of his scholars, for Socrates was no more than a citizen of Athens, and all his wisdom was only the wisdom of an Athenian citizen which he propagated in domestic dialogues. With regard to the wisdom of common life we are indebted to Athens alone for the most and best in all ages. As little can be said of practical virtues we must yet bestow a few words on institutions of which only an Athenian popular government was susceptible, the forum and the stage. Orators before a tribunal and particularly on affairs of state, where immediate decision follows, are dangerous instruments, and their bad consequences are sufficiently obvious in the history of Athens. Yet as they presume a people that have knowledge or at least are capable of having knowledge of every public business that is brought before them, the Athenian people, notwithstanding all their parties, remain alone in history, being scarcely equalled even by the Romans. For the business itself, to elect or try a general, to decide on peace and war, life and death, and every public affair of state, a turbulent mob was certainly unfit, yet the conduct of this business and all the arts employed in it opened even the ears of the unruly mob and gave them that enlightened mind, that propensity to political conversation, with which all the Asiatic nations were unacquainted. Eloquence, thus exercised before the public, rose to such a height as it nowhere attained, except in Greece and Rome, and as it never can or will reach again until perhaps popular oratory is united with the universal diffusion of true knowledge. The object is unquestionably great, though in Athens the means fell short of the end. It was the same with the Athenian stage. This exhibited plays for the people, popular, sublime, and ingenious, but with Athens its history is no more, as the narrow circle of determinate subjects, passions, and views to work upon its people could scarcely revive for the mixed multitude of another race and a different political constitution. The moral cultivation of the Greeks, therefore, must never be measured, either in their public history or in their orators and dramatic poets, by the standard of abstract morality, for in neither of them was such a standard followed. 239 History shows how the Greeks, in every period, were all that their situation permitted, both of good and of bad. The orator shows with what eyes he viewed parties in the pursuit of his profession, and with what colors it was necessary to his purpose to portray them. The dramatic poet brought on the stage such characters as preceding times afforded, or as it suited his object to exhibit to his particular audience. Conclusions respecting the morality or immorality of the people at large drawn from these would be groundless, yet no one will dispute that the Greeks, at certain periods and in certain cities, were the most ingenious, gay, and enlightened people of their world, according to the circle of objects then before them. The citizens of Athens afforded generals, orators, sophists, judges, statesmen, and artists, as education, propensity, choice, fate, or accident directed, and in one Greek many of the best and noblest qualities were often united. Chapter 5. Scientific acquirements of the Greeks. It is doing justice to no people upon earth to judge of them by a foreign standard of science, yet this has been done to the Greeks, as well as to many Asiatic nations, and they have often been unjustly loaded both with blame and praise. The Greeks were unacquainted with any speculative system of doctrines respecting God and the human soul. The inquiries concerning them were private opinions in which every philosopher was free, so long as he observed the religious rites of his country and rendered himself obnoxious to no political party. In Greece the human mind had on this point, as it generally has, to fight its way, and in this at length it was crowned with success. The Grecian philosophy proceeded from ancient tales of the gods and theogonies, and much indeed was spun from them by the fine invention of the Greeks. The fictions of the births of the gods, of the conflicts of the elements, of the love and hatred of beings towards each other, were so improved in various directions by their different schools that we may almost say they had advanced as far as ourselves when we invent cosmogonies without the aid of natural history. Nay, in some respects they advanced further, as their minds were more at liberty, and no preconceived hypothesis biased them in their course. Even the numbers of Pythagoras and other philosophers are bold attempts to associate the knowledge of things with the simplest idea of the human mind, a clearly conceived magnitude, but as natural philosophy and mathematics were then in their infancy the attempt was premature. Yet, like the systems of many other Grecian philosophers, it will ever excite in us a degree of veneration, as these in general, each in its particular sphere, were the fruits of profound reflection and extensive comprehension. Many of them are founded on truths and observations of which, perhaps to the advantage of science, we have since lost sight. That none of the ancient philosophers conceived God, for instance, as a being distinct from the world or a pure metaphysical monad, but all adhered to the idea of a soul of the world, was perfectly consonant to the childhood of human philosophy, and perhaps will forever remain consonant to it. It is to be lamented that we are acquainted with the boldest opinions of philosophers only from mutilated accounts, but not systematically from their own works. Still more is it to be regretted, however, that we are disinclined to place ourselves in their times and eager to intrude on them our way of thinking. In general ideas every nation has its particular way of seeing, founded for the most part on the mode of expression, that is to say, on tradition, and as the philosophy of the Greeks arose from poems and allegories, this gave to their abstract ideas a peculiar stamp, to themselves perfectly clear. Even the allegories of Plato are not merely ornamental, their images are like the classical sentences of old times, ingenious developments of ancient poetical traditions. The inquiries of the Greeks were principally directed to the philosophy of man and morals as the time in which they lived, and their political constitution led them particularly this way. Natural history, mathematics, and natural philosophy were yet in their rudiments, and the implements of modern discovery were not invented. Everything, on the other hand, attracted them toward the nature and manners of mankind. This was the predominant tone of the poetry, history, and political institutions of the Greeks. Every citizen felt the necessity of knowing his fellow citizens and was occasionally liable to be chosen to public offices which he could not refuse to fill. The passions and active powers of men had then freer play, they suffered not even the retired philosopher to pass unnoticed. To govern men, or to perform the part of an effective member of society was the predominant propensity of every ambitious Grecian soul. It is nothing wonderful, therefore, that the philosophy of the metaphysician should be occupied on the improvement of morals or the state, as we find in Pythagoras, Plato, and even Aristotle. As citizens they had no call to found states. Pythagoras was not as Lycurgus, Solon, and others, a sovereign or an archon, and the greater part of his philosophy was speculative, bordering even on superstition. Yet in his school were educated men whose influence on the states of Graecia Magna was very great, and the society of his disciples, if fate had allowed it longer duration, would probably have been the most efficacious, as it certainly was a very pure engine for the improvement of mankind. 240 But even this step of a man far superior to the age in which he lived was premature. The wealthy, Sybaritish cities of Graecia Magna and their tyrants desired no such censors of morals, and the Pythagoreans were martyred. It is an often repeated encomium, though in my opinion exaggerated, of the benevolent Socrates that he was the first and chief who called philosophy from heaven down to earth and imparted to man the boon of morality. This encomium at most is valid only with regard to the person of Socrates and the narrow circle of his own life. Long before him there were sages who had actively inculcated morals upon mankind, as this was the distinguishing character of Grecian lore, even from the fabulous Orpheus. 241 Pythagoras, too, laid much more extensive foundations for the improvement of men's morals by his disciples than Socrates was capable of doing by means of all his friends. That Socrates was not fond of sublime abstract speculations arose from his situation and the circle of his knowledge, though chiefly from the time and his mode of life. The systems of imagination, without further natural experiments, were exhausted, and the Grecian wisdom was become the wordy play of sophists, so that it required no great effort to despise or throw aside what was incapable of being carried to a higher pitch. His daemon, his native integrity, and the domestic course of his life guarded him against the dazzling spirit of the sophists, and offered to his philosophy the proper object of man which had such beneficial effects on almost all with whom he conversed. These effects, however, were promoted by the time, the place, and the circle in which Socrates lived. Elsewhere the philosophic citizen would have been a virtuous and enlightened man, yet probably we should never have heard of his name, for no invention, no new doctrine peculiar to himself marks him in the book of time. His method and manner of life, the moral cultivation which he gave himself and endeavored to impart to others, and more particularly the manner of his death, point him out as a pattern to mankind. Much is requisite to form a Socrates, above all the valuable talent of being satisfied with little, and that exquisite taste for moral beauty which in himself he seems to have refined into a sort of instinct. Yet let us not exalt this modest worthy man above the sphere in which Providence fixed him. He educated few scholars completely worthy of himself because his wisdom belonged as it were to the household stuff of his own life, and his excellent method was easily susceptible of degenerating, in the mouths of his immediate disciples, into jest and sophistry if the ironical questioner possessed not the same stamp of heart and mind as Socrates. Even if we impartially compare his two most celebrated disciples, Xenophon and Plato, we shall find, to use his own modest expression, that he was only the midwife of their natural genius, whence they appear so unlike each other. The most distinguished parts of their works evidently flow from their own way of thinking, and the best thanks they could pay the teacher they loved were to exhibit his moral picture. It was much to be wished, however, that the scholars of Socrates could have infused his spirit into all the laws and political institutions of Greece, but history shows that this was not done. He lived at the period when Athens had attained her highest polish, but at the same time the Grecian states were most at variance with each other. This conjunction of circumstances could not fail to be succeeded by unfortunate times and the declension of manners, and these soon effected the downfall of Grecian liberty. Against these they were not protected by Socratic wisdom, which was too pure and delicate to sway the fate of a people. Xenophon, the statesman and general, pointed out defects in the constitution which he possessed not the power to amend. Plato created an ideal republic which was nowhere carried into practice, and least of all in the court of Dionysius. In short, the philosophy of Socrates was more beneficial to mankind than to Greece, and this is unquestionably its noblest praise. Far different was the spirit of Aristotle, the most acute, firm, and dry perhaps, that ever guided the style. His philosophy, indeed, is more the philosophy of the schools than of common life, particularly in those of his writings which we possess, and in the manner in which they are used, but abstract reason and science have gained so much the more in him, so that in this sphere he stands alone as the monarch of the times. That the schoolmen for the most part attended to his metaphysics only was not the fault of Aristotle, but their own, yet these incredibly sharpened human reason. They put into the hands of barbarous nations implements by which the obscure dreams of fancy and tradition were first converted into sophisms and thus gradually destroyed themselves. His better works, however, his natural history and physics, ethics, politics, poetics, and rhetoric, still want much happy application. It is to be regretted that his historical works are lost and that of his natural history we have only abstracts. Let those, however, who deny the Greeks the spirit of pure science read Aristotle and Euclid, writers never excelled in their kind. Then, too, it was the merit of Plato and Aristotle to awaken the spirit of natural knowledge and mathematics which in greatness soars beyond all moralizing, and labors for all ages. Many of their scholars promoted astronomy, botany, anatomy, and other sciences, while Aristotle himself, with his natural history alone, formed the basis of an edifice in the completion of which ages yet to come will find employment. In Greece were laid the foundations of everything knowable in science, as of everything beautiful in form. Alas! that fate has allowed us so little of the works of its profoundest philosophers. What remains is excellent, but perhaps the most excellent is gone. It will not be expected of me to go through the separate sciences of mathematics, physics, natural knowledge and all the fine arts, to give a string of names of those who, as inventors or improvers, have served as the groundwork of everything scientific in them to all subsequent ages. It is universally known that Asia and Egypt have given us, properly speaking, no true form of knowledge in any art or science, for such we have to thank the acute methodical spirit of the Greeks alone. Now as it is a determinate form of knowledge that affects their augmentation or improvement in future times, we are indebted to the Greeks for the basis of almost all our sciences. Let them have appropriated to themselves as many foreign ideas as they pleased, so much the better for us. It is sufficient that they methodized them and aimed at clearer knowledge. In this the various schools of the Greeks were what their several republics were in politics, emulous powers contending together for one common object. Without this division so much would not have been done for science even in Greece. The Ionian, Italian, and Athenian schools, though they had one common language, were parted by lands and seas. Each therefore could separately take root and when it was engrafted or transplanted bore so much the finer fruit. No one of the early philosophers was paid by the state or even by his scholars, he thought for himself, he invented from love of science, or from love of fame. Those whom he instructed were not children, but youths, or men, and frequently men who bore the most important offices in the state. Men did not write then for annual fairs of literature, but their thoughts were so much the more perseveringly and profoundly employed. At the same time, in the fine climate of Greece the temperate philosopher could think undisturbed by care, as little was required for his support. In the meantime we must not here refuse monarchy the praise it deserves. No one of the Grecian republics was capable of affording Aristotle that assistance in natural history which he received from his royal scholar, still less could the sciences that require leisure and expense, as mathematics, astronomy, etc., have made the advancement they did in Alexandria without the establishments founded by the Ptolemies. To these we are indebted for a Euclid, and Eratosthenes, Apollonius Pergaeus, Ptolemy, and others who laid the foundations of sciences on which not only the present system of learning rests, but, in a certain degree, the government of the whole world. That the period of Grecian eloquence and popular philosophy ended with the republics was not without its advantages. These had borne their fruits, but other germs of science, springing from Grecian minds, were necessary to the human understanding. We readily forgive the Egyptian Alexandria for the inferiority of her poets. 242 She made ample compensation in good astronomers and mathematicians. Poets form themselves, diligence and practice alone make accurate observers. There are three subjects in particular to which the Grecian philosophy opened the path in a manner that could scarcely have been accomplished in any other part of the world: language, history, and the arts. The language of the Greeks received such abundant richness and beauty from their poets, orators, and philosophers that in later times the instrument itself, when incapable of being applied to such brilliant ends in public life, attracted no inconsiderable attention. Hence the art of the grammarians, who were in part actual philosophers. Time indeed has robbed us of the greater part of these writers, though the sense of this loss is deadened by that of many greater. Their influence, however, has not been obliterated, for the study of the Greek language emitted sparks at which that of the Latin and of the philosophy of language in general caught fire. Nay, hence sprung the study of the Oriental dialects of Hither Asia, for it was from the Greek that men learned to reduce the Hebrew, Arabic, and other languages to rules. In like manner a philosophy of the arts was thought of nowhere but in Greece, where, from a happy impulse of nature and a sure habitual taste, poets and artists carried into practice a philosophy of the beautiful before its rules were analyzed. Thus from the astonishing emulation in epic and dramatic poetry and in public speaking a criticism was necessarily formed to which ours can scarcely be compared. A few late fragments of it only, the writings of Aristotle excepted, have come down to us, but these evince the refined penetration of the Grecian critics. Lastly, the philosophy of history belongs particularly to Greece, for the Greeks alone possessed what might properly be called history. The Orientals had their genealogies and fables, the northern nations their tales, others their poems. The Greeks, in process of time, formed from tales, poems, fables, and genealogies, the sound body of a narrative through all the members of which the current of vitality flows. Here, too, its ancient poetry led the way, for it is not easy to relate a fable in a more pleasing manner than was done in the epic poem. The division of the subject into rhapsodies introduced similar pauses in history, and the long hexameter was well adapted soon to form the melody of historical prose. Thus Herodotus succeeded Homer, and the subsequent historians of the commonwealths introduced their coloring, the spirit of republican oratory, into their narration. Now as with Thucydides and Xenophon the Grecian history proceeded from Athens and its writers were themselves statesmen and generals, their history naturally became a collection of facts and reasonings upon them without their seeking to give them this philosophical form. The public orations, the intricacy of Grecian affairs, the animated appearance of events and their motives, prompted such a form, and we may confidently assert that no philosophical history would have been known to the world had the Grecian republics never existed. In proportion as the military art and the science of politics developed themselves, the philosophical spirit of history was rendered more elaborate, until at length it became in the hands of Polybius almost the sciences of war and politics themselves. In models of this kind subsequent speculators had ample materials for their remarks, and the Dionysiuses had certainly ampler opportunities to acquire the rudiments of history than a Chinese, a Jew, or even a Roman could have possessed. As we thus find the Greeks so rich and successful in every exercise of the mind, in poetical, oratorical, philosophical, scientific, and historical works, why, fate of the times, hast thou deprived us of so many of them? Where are the Amazonia of Homer, his Thebaid, and Ayres Ione, his iambics, and his margets? Where are the many lost pieces of Archilochus, Simonides, Alcasus, and Pindar, the 83 tragedies of Aeschylus, the 118 of Sophocles, and the innumerable performances of tragic, comic, and lyric poets, the greatest philosophers, the most indispensable historians, the most memorable mathematicians, natural philosophers, and others, that have perished? For one work of Democritus, Aristotle, Theophrastus, Polybius, or Euclid, for one tragedy of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and so many others, for one comedy of Aristophanes, Philemon, or Menander, for one ode of Sappho or Alcaeus, for the lost natural and political history of Aristotle, or for the 35 books of Polybius, who would not give a mountain of modern writings, his own the first in the heap, to heat the baths of Alexandria for a year? But the iron foot of destiny takes a far different course, regardless of the immortality of individual performances in science or in art. The grand propylaeum of Athens, all the temples of the gods, those magnificent palaces, walls, colossi, columns, seats, aqueducts, streets, altars which the ancients erected for eternity, have fallen beneath the fury of the conqueror, and should a few feeble leaves of human industry and reflection be spared? Rather is it a subject of wonder that we have so many, too many perhaps, for us to have used them all as they ought to have been used. In conclusion, let us now consider the history of Greece as a whole. After having thus gone through its parts, it instructively carries its philosophy with it, step by step. Chapter 6. History of the Revolutions of Greece. However abundant the revolutions that embroil the pages of Grecian history, the threads of them lead to a few principal points, the natural laws of which are clear. 4. 1. That in the 3 tracts of land, with their islands and peninsulas, which constituted Greece, many tribes and colonies from the higher countries and the sea should migrate from place to place, settle, and expel one another is conformable to the universal history of the ancient world in similar tracts of land and sea. But here the migration was more animated, as the populous northern mountains and the extensive country of Asia were near, and the spirit of enterprise was kept in great activity by a series of adventures, the tales of which were current. This is the history of Greece for about 700 years. 2. That different degrees of cultivation, and from different quarters, must have come to these tribes, follows equally from the nature of the country and of circumstances. They spread from the north, they passed over from different parts of the neighboring civilized regions, and settled in different ways in different places. At length the predominating Hellenes gave uniformity to the whole, and stamped the character of the Grecian language and way of thinking. Now, the seeds of cultivation thus introduced must have germinated very differently and unequally in Asia Minor, in Graecia Magna, and in Greece properly so called, but this variety aided the Grecian spirit by means of transplantation and rivalry, for it is an acknowledged fact, both in the history of plants and animals, that the same seed does not eternally flourish on the same spot, but produces more perfect and racy fruits if transplanted at proper seasons. 3. The separate states, from originally small monarchies, in time became aristocracies, and some of them democracies. Both were often in danger of falling again under the will of one ruler, the democracies most frequently. This, too, is the natural progress of political establishments in their early youth. The chief people of the tribe thought proper to withdraw themselves from obedience to the will of a monarch and, as the people were unable to guide themselves, they became their guides. But according as the occupation, the spirit, and the institutions of the people were, they remained under these leaders or assumed a share in the government. The former was the case in Sparta, the latter in Athens. The causes of this may be found in the circumstances and constitutions of the two cities. In Sparta the regents strictly watched each other so that no tyrant could arise. In Athens the people were more than once decoyed into a tyranny, either avowed or concealed. Both towns, with all they effected, were as natural consequences of their situation, epoch, constitution, and circumstances, as any natural production could be. For several republics, pitted as it were more or less against each other by common occupations, boundaries, or some other interest, but still more by martial spirit and love of same, would soon find causes of quarrel, the most powerful first, and these, when they could, would draw others to their party until one obtained a preponderance. This was the case in the long wars between the juvenile states of Greece, particularly between Sparta and Athens, and latterly Thebes. The wars were carried on with animosity, rigor, and often barbarity, as all wars will be, in which every citizen and soldier takes a common part. They mostly originated from trifles or points of honor, as battles among youths generally arise, and what appears singular, though it is not so by any means, every vanquishing party, Spartans in particular, sought to impose its laws and constitution on the vanquished as if these would indelibly impress on it the marks of defeat. For aristocracy is a sworn enemy to tyranny as well as to popular government. 5. The wars of the Greeks, however, considered as to the manner in which they were conducted, were not the mere incursions of savages. In time they developed the whole spirit of war and politics which has ever turned the wheel of events. 243 Even the Greeks knew the necessities of a state and the sources of its wealth and power, which they often endeavored to create, though in a rude way. They understood the meaning, too, of the balance of power between the republics and the different ranks in the state, of secret and open confederacies, of stratagems of war, of preventing, abandoning, etc. Both in military and political affairs the most expert of the Romans and of the moderns have learned from the Greeks, for however military maneuvers may change with change of weapons, times, and the circumstances of the world, the spirit of man which invents, deceives, conceals its purposes, attacks, defends, advances, retreats, discovers the weakness of an enemy, and in this way or that avails itself of advantages or abuses them, will remain at all times the same. 6. The war with the Persians makes the first grand era in Grecian history. It was occasioned by the Asiatic colonies which had been unable to refill the spirit of conquest of the vast Oriental monarchy, but, accustomed to be free, sought the earliest opportunity to shake off the yoke. That the Athenians sent 20 ships to their aid arose from the pride of democracy, for Cleomenes the Spartan had refused them assistance, and with their 20 ships they led all Greece into the wildest war. When once it had commenced, however, it was a prodigy of valor that a few inconsiderable states should gain important victories over two great kings of Asia. But it was no miracle, the Persians were drawn altogether out of their focus, the Greeks contended for land, life, and liberty. They fought against slavish barbarians who had shown them, in the example of the Eretrians, what they had to expect, and therefore neglected nothing that human wisdom and valor could perform. The Persians under Xerxes attacked as barbarians, in one hand they brought chains to enslave, in the other fire to lay desolate, but this was not fighting with prudence. Themistocles employed merely the advantage of the wind against them, and it must be confessed that to an unwieldy fleet a contrary wind is a dangerous opponent. In short, the Persians conducted the war with a great force and much fury, but without skill, consequently the event could not be successful. Even had the Greeks been defeated and their whole country laid waste like Athens, the Persians, from the center of Asia, and with such an internal state of the kingdom, could never have retained them in subjection, for they found it extremely difficult even to hold Egypt. The sea was the friend of Greece, as the Delphian oracle said in another sense. 7. But the defeated Persians left behind them in Athens, with their spoils and disgrace, a spark which kindled flames that destroyed all the Grecian institutions. This consisted of the wealth and glory, the splendor and jealousy, in short all the ingredients of that pride which followed the war. In Athens the age of Pericles soon arose, the most brilliant ever experienced by a state so small, and it was quickly followed, from very natural causes, by the unfortunate Peloponnesian War and the two Spartan Wars, until at length a single victory enabled Philip of Macedon to throw his chains over all Greece. Let no one say that an unpropitious deity controls the fate of mankind and enviously seeks to cast them down. Men are the malignant demons of each other. As Greece was in those days, could it fail of being an easy prey to a conqueror? And whence could this conqueror come but from the mountains of Macedon? From Persia, Egypt, Phoenicia, Rome, Carthage, it was secure, but near it was an enemy who gripped it in his strong and wily talons. The oracle was here more prudent than the Greeks at Philippized, and the whole of the event confirmed the general position that a race of united mountaineers, expert in war and seated on the neck of a divided, enfeebled, enervated nation, must necessarily conquer it if it pursue its object with prudence and valor. This Philip did, and seized on Greece which had long before been vanquished by itself. Here the history of Greece would have terminated had Philip been a barbarian like Alaric or Sylla, but he was himself a Greek, and his still greater son was the same, and thus, even with the loss of their liberty, the Greeks obtained a name in the annals of the world which few have equaled. 8. The young Alexander, who was scarcely 20 years old when he ascended the throne and, fired with the unchecked ardor of ambition, proceeded to execute the plan for which his father had made all the necessary preparations. He went over into Asia and invaded the dominions of the Persian monarch himself. This, too, was an event most naturally to be expected. All the expeditions of the Persians against Greece by land had passed through Thrace and Macedon, and in consequence these two nations cherished an ancient grudge against the people of Persia. The weakness of the Persians, too, was sufficiently known to the Greeks, not only from the ancient battles of Marathon, Plataea, etc., but, from the more recent retreat of Xenophon with his 10,000 Greeks. Now whither should the Macedonian, the ruler of Greece and generalissimo of its forces, direct his arms and lead his phalanx but against the wealthy monarchy which had been deeply decaying internally for a century? The young hero fought 3 battles, and Asia Minor, Syria, Phoenicia, Egypt, Libya, Persia, and India were his own. Nay, he might have advanced to the boundaries of the ocean if his Macedonians, more prudent than himself, had not compelled him to retreat. Little as all this success deserves the name of miraculous, as little was his death at Babylon the work of envious fate. How grand was the conception from Babylon to rule the world! A world that extended from the Hindus to Libya, and even over all Greece as far as the Icarian Sea. How vast the idea, to make of all this country a Greece in language, manners, arts, trade, and colonization, and to render Bactra, Sufa, Alexandria, and many other cities, each a new Athens. And behold, the conqueror was cut off in the bloom of his life, and with him died every hope of a newly created Grecian world. Should a man say thus to fate, he would receive for answer, let Babylon or Pella be the residence of Alexander, let the Bactrians speak the language of Greece or of Parthia. If the son of a mortal would execute his projects, let him be temperate, and not drink himself to death. This Alexander did, and his kingdom was at an end. It is no wonder that he destroyed himself, it is much rather to be wondered that he who had long ceased to be able to support his good fortune did not sooner finish his career. 9. The empire was now divided, the vein bubble burst. When and where was the event different under similar circumstances? The dominions of Alexander were in no respect united, they were scarcely consolidated into a whole even in the mind of the conqueror himself. The cities he had founded in different places were unable to defend themselves in their infant state without such a protester as he, much less to keep in check the nations on which they were imposed. Now, as Alexander died in a manner without an heir, how could it be otherwise than that the birds of prey who had affected him in his victorious flight, should begin to plunder for themselves? They quarreled among each other and contended together for a long time until each had established his nest on the spoils of victory. This has been the case with every state formed by such extensive and speedy conquest and supported only by the mind of the conqueror. The nature of various nations and countries soon reclaims its rights, so that it can be ascribed only to the superiority of the polished Greeks over the barbarians that so many forcibly united regions did not sooner return to their old constitutions. Parthia, Bactria, and the countries beyond the Euphrates did this first, for they lay at too great a distance from the center of an empire which had nothing to protect it against mountaineers of Parthian descent. Had the Seleucidae made Babylon their residence as Alexander intended to have done, or their own Seleucia, they would probably have retained more power toward the east, but then, it may also be presumed, they would sooner have sunk into enervating luxury. It was the same with the Asiatic provinces of the Thracian Empire. They availed themselves of the right to which their conquerors had resorted and, when the thrones of the companions of Alexander were filled by their feebler successors, became separate kingdoms. In all this the invariably recurring natural laws of political history are conspicuous. 10. The kingdoms that lay nearest to Greece were of longest duration, and they might have endured still longer had not the disputes between themselves, and more particularly those between the Romans and Carthaginians, involved them in that ruin which, proceeding from the Queen of Italy, gradually overspread the whole shore of the Mediterranean Sea. Feeble, worn-out kingdoms staked their fortunes in an unequal contest against which no great share of prudence was requisite to forewarn them. Still, however, they retained as much of the Grecian arts and Polish as their rulers and the times would admit. The sciences flourished in Egypt under the guise of learning, as thus only they had been there introduced. Like mummies they lay buried in the libraries and museums. In the Asiatic courts the arts became licentious pomp. The kings of Pergamus and Egypt rivaled each other in collecting books, an emulation which was both injurious and beneficial to all future literature. They collected books and falsified them, and afterwards, with the burning of what was collected, a whole world of ancient learning was destroyed at once. It is obvious that in these things fate no otherwise interfered than it does in all worldly events which it leaves to the wise or foolish yet ever natural conduct of men. When the man of letters laments over a lost book of antiquity, how many things of more importance have we to lament which have followed the invariable course of fate? The history of the successors of Alexander particularly claims our notice, not only because it involves so many causes of the fall or preservation of empires, but as a melancholy pattern of kingdoms founded on foreign acquisitions, as well of territory, as of sciences, arts, and cultivation. 11. That Greece in such a state could never more regain its pristine splendor needs no demonstration. The period of its bloom had long been over. Many vain rulers, indeed, labored to raise up Grecian freedom, but it was an empty labor for a freedom without spirit, a body without a soul. Athens never ceased to idolize its benefactors, and the arts as well as declamations on philosophy and science maintained themselves in the seat of the general cultivation of Europe as long as it was possible, but prosperity and devastation continued to alternate with each other. The little states were strangers to harmony and the principles of mutual support, though they formed the Aeolian Confederacy and renewed the Achaean League. Neither the prudence of Philopoemen nor the rectitude of Aratus restored the ancient times of Greece. As the declining sun, surrounded by the vapors of the horizon, assumes a greater and more romantic appearance, so did the political state of Greece at this period, but the beams of the setting luminary no longer impart meridian warmth and the politics of dying Greece remained ineffective. The Romans came upon them as cajoling tyrants, the judges of all the differences in the country to their own advantage, and scarcely any barbarians could have acted worse than Mummius in Corinth, Sylla in Athens, and Emilius in Macedon. The Romans long continued to rob Greece of everything that could be carried away, until at length they respected it just as much as men respect a plundered corpse. They paid flatterers there, and sent thither their sons to study in the sacred paths of the ancient philosophers, the sophisms of wordy pedants. At length succeeded the Goths, the Christians, and the Turks, who put a complete end to the empire of the Grecian divinities which had been long sunk in decrepitude. They are men, the great gods, the Olympian Jupiter and Athenian Pallas, the Apollo of Delphi and the Juno of Argos. Their temples are ruins, their statues heaps of stone, and even their fragments may now be sought in vain. 244 They are vanished from the face of the earth, so that it is difficult to conceive the sway their faith once held and the wonder it effected among the most ingenious of all people. As these most beautiful idols of the human imagination have fallen, will the less beautiful fall like them? And for what will they make way? For other idols. 12 Graecia Magna, though in a different vortex, experienced at last a similar fate. The most flourishing, populous cities in the finest climate of the earth, founded under the laws of Zaleucus, Charondas, and Diocles, and taking the lead of most of the Grecian provinces in civilization, science, arts, and commerce, were not, it is true, in the way of the Persians or of Philip, and in consequence maintained themselves longer than their European and Asiatic sisters, but the period of their destiny arrived. Involved in various wars between Rome and Carthage, they at length fell, and ruined Rome by their manners as Rome had ruined them by her arms. There lie their beautiful and spacious ruins, lamentably desolate by earthquakes and volcanoes, but still more by the rage of man. 245 The nymph Parthenope mourns, the Ceres of Sicily seeks her temple and can scarcely find again her golden plains. Chapter 7 General Reflections on the History of Greece. We have considered the history of this celebrated region in several points of view, as it is in some measure a general basis for a philosophy of history in all countries. The Greeks not only remained free from any intermixture with foreign nations so that their progress has been entirely their own, but they so perfectly filled up their period and passed through every stage of civilization, from its slightest commencement to its completion, that no other nation can be compared with them. The people of the continent have either stopped at the rudiments of civilization and unnaturally perpetuated them by laws and customs, or become a prey to conquest before they had advanced beyond them. The blossom withered before it was blown. Greece, on the contrary, enjoyed its full time. It formed everything it was capable of forming, and a happy combination of circumstances aided it in its progress to perfection. On the continent undoubtedly it would soon have fallen a victim to some conqueror, like its Asiatic brethren. Had Darius and Xerxes accomplished their designs, the age of Pericles would never have appeared. Or had a despot ruled over the Greeks, he would soon have become himself a conqueror according to the disposition of all despots, and, as Alexander did, have empurpled distant rivers with Grecian blood. Foreign nations would have been introduced into their country, and their victories would have dispersed them through foreign lands. From all this they were protected by the mediocrity of their power and even their limited commerce, which never ventured beyond the pillars of Hercules and of fortune. As the botanist cannot obtain a complete knowledge of a plant unless he follow it from the seed through its germination, blossoming, and decay, such is the Grecian history to us. It is only to be regretted that, according to the usual course, it is yet far from having been studied like that of Rome. At present it is my place to indicate, from what has been said, some points of view in this important fragment of general history, which most immediately present themselves to the eye of observation, and here I must repeat the first grand principle. Whatever can take place among mankind within the sphere of given circumstances of time, place, and nation, actually does take place. Of this Greece affords the amplest and most beautiful proofs. In natural philosophy we never reckon upon miracles, we observe laws which we perceive everywhere equally effectual, undeviating, and regular. And shall man with his powers, changes, and passions, burst these chains of nature? Had Greece been peopled with Chinese, our Greece would never have existed. Had our Greeks been fixed where Darius led the enslaved Eritreans, they would have formed no Athens, they would have produced no Sparta. Behold Greece now. The ancient Greeks are no more to be seen, nay, frequently their country no longer appears. If a remnant of their language were not still spoken, if marks of their way of thinking, if ruins of their cities and works of art, or at least their ancient rivers and mountains were not still visible, it might be supposed that Greece was not less fabulous than the island of Calypso or the gardens of Alcinous. But as the modern Greeks have become what they are only by the course of time, through a given series of causes and effects, so did the ancient, and not less every other nation upon earth. The whole history of mankind is a pure natural history of human powers, actions, and propensities, modified by time and place. This principle is not more simple than it is luminous and useful in treating of the history of nations. Every historian agrees with me that a barren wonder and recital deserve not the name of history, and if this be just, the examining mind must exert all its acumen on every historical event as on a natural phenomenon. Thus in the narration of history it will seek the strictest truth, in forming its conceptions and judgment the most complete connection, and never attempt to explain a thing which is, or happens, by a thing which is not. With this rigorous principle everything ideal, all the phantoms of a magic creation, will vanish. It will endeavor to see simply what is, and as soon as this is seen, the causes why it could not be otherwise will commonly appear. As soon as the mind has acquired this habit in history it will have found the way to that sound philosophy which rarely occurs except in natural history and mathematics. This philosophy will first and most eminently guard us from attributing the facts that appear in history to the particular hidden purposes of a scheme of things unknown to us, or the magical influence of invisible powers which we would not venture to name in connection with natural phenomena. Fate reveals its purposes through the events that occur and as they occur. Accordingly, the investigator of history develops these purposes merely from what is before him and what displays itself in its whole extent. Why did the enlightened Greeks appear in the world? Because Greeks existed, and existed under such circumstances that they could not be otherwise than enlightened. Why did Alexander invade India? Because he was Alexander, the son of Philip, and from the dispositions his father had made, the deeds of his nation, his age and character, his reading of Homer, etc., knew nothing better that he could undertake. But if we attribute his bold resolution to the secret purposes of some superior power and his heroic achievements to his peculiar fortune, we run the hazard, on the one hand, of exalting his most senseless and atrocious actions into designs of the deity and, on the other, of detracting from his personal courage and military skill, while we deprive the whole occurrence of its natural form. He who takes with him into natural history the fairy belief that invisible sylphs tinge the rose or hang its cup with pearly dew drops, and that little spirits of light encase themselves in the body of the glow-worm, or wanton in the peacock's tail, may be an ingenious poet, but will never shine as a naturalist or historian. History is the science of what is, not of what possibly may be according to the hidden designs of fate. Secondly, what is true of one people holds equally true with regard to the connection of several together. They are joined as time and place unites them, they act upon one another as the combination of active powers directs. The Greeks have been acted upon by the Asiatics, and the Asiatics reacted upon by the Greeks. They have been conquered by Romans, Goths, Christians, and Turks, and Romans, Goths, and Christians have derived from them various means of improvement. How are these things consistent? Through place, time, and the natural operation of active powers. The Phoenicians imparted to them the use of letters, but they had not invented letters for them, they imparted them by sending a colony into Greece. So it was with the Hellenes and Egyptians, so with the Greeks that migrated to Bactria, so with all the gifts of the Muse which we have received from their hands. Homer sang, but not for us, yet as his works have reached us and are in our possession we could not avoid being instructed by him. Had any event in the course of time deprived us of these as we have been deprived of many other excellent works, who would accuse some secret purpose of fate when the natural cause of the loss was apparent? Let a man take a view of the writings that are lost and those that remain, of the works of art that are destroyed and those that are preserved, with the accounts that are given of their destruction and preservation, and venture to point out the rule which fate has followed in transmitting to us these, and depriving us of those. Aristotle was preserved in a single copy underground, other writings as waste parchments in chests and cellars, the humorist Aristophanes under the pillow of Saint Chrysostom, who learned from him to compose homilies, and thus the whole of the cultivation of our minds has depended precisely upon the most trivial and precarious circumstances. Now mental cultivation is unquestionably a thing of the greatest importance in the history of the world, it has thrown almost all nations into commotion, and now with Herschel explores the Milky Way. Yet on what trifling events has it hinged, the events to which we are indebted for glass and a few books. Insomuch that, but for these, we should still perhaps be wandering about in wagons with our wives and families, like our elder brothers, the immortal Scythians. Had the course of things so ordered that we had received Mongol letters instead of Greek, we should now be writing in the Mongol manner, yet the earth would still pursue her grand career of years and seasons, nourishing everything that lives and acts upon her according to the divine laws of nature. Thirdly, the cultivation of a people is the flower of its existence, its display is pleasing indeed, but transitory. As man, when he comes into the world, knows nothing, but has all his knowledge to learn, so an uncultivated people acquires knowledge from its own practice, or from intercourse with others. But every kind of human knowledge has its particular circle, that is, its nature, time, place, and periods of life. The cultivation of Greece, for example, grew with time, place, and circumstances, and declined with them. Poetry and certain arts preceded philosophy, where oratory or the fine arts flourished neither the patriotic virtues nor martial spirit could shine with their highest splendor. The orators of Athens displayed the greatest enthusiasm when the state drew near its end and its integrity was no more. But all kinds of human knowledge have this in common, that each aims at a point of perfection which when attained by a concatenation of fortunate circumstances it can neither preserve to eternity nor can it instantly return, but a decreasing series commences. Every perfect work, as far as perfection can be required from man, is the highest of its kind. Nothing, therefore, can possibly succeed it, but mere imitations, or unsuccessful attempts to excel. When Homer had sung, no second Homer in the same path could be conceived, he plucked the flower of the epic garland and all who followed must content themselves with a few leaves. Thus the Greek tragedians chose another track, they ate, as Aeschylus says, at Homer's table, but prepared for their guests a different feast. They, too, had their day, the subjects of tragedy were exhausted and their successors could do no more than remold the greatest poets, that is, give them in an inferior form, for the best, the supremely beautiful form of the Grecian drama had already been exhibited in those models. In spite of all his morality, Euripides could not rival Sophocles, to say nothing of his being able to excel him in the essence of his art, and therefore the prudent Aristophanes pursued a different course. Thus it was with every species of Grecian art, and thus it will be in all nations. The very circumstance that the Greeks in their most flourishing periods perceived this law of nature, and sought not to go beyond the highest in something still higher, rendered their tastes so sure, and its development so various. When Phidias had created his omnipotent Jove, a superior Jupiter was not within the reach of possibility, but the conception was capable of being applied to other gods and to every god was given his peculiar character, thus this province of art was peopled. Poor and mean would it be if our attachment to any object of human culture would prescribe as a law to all disposing providence, to confer an unnatural eternity on that moment in which alone it could take place. Such a wish would be nothing less than to annihilate the essence of time and destroy the infinitude of all nature. Our youth returns not again, neither returns the action of our mental faculties as they then were. The very appearance of the flower is a sign that it must fade. It has drawn to itself the powers of the plant from the very root, and when it dies the death of the plant must follow. Unfortunate would it have been could the age that produced a Pericles and a Socrates have been prolonged a moment beyond the time which the chain of events prescribed for its duration. For Athens it would have been a perilous, an insupportable period. Equally confined would be the wish that the mythology of Homer should have held eternal possession of the human mind. The gods of the Greeks have reigned to infinity, and their demos thence have thundered forever. Every plant in nature must fade, but the fading plant scatters abroad its seeds and thus renovates the living creation. Shakespeare was no Sophocles, Milton no Homer, Bolingbroke no Pericles, yet they were in their kind and in their situation what those were in theirs. Let everyone, therefore, strive in his place, to be what he can be in the course of things, this he will be and to be anything else is impossible. Fourthly, The health and duration of a state rest not on the point of its highest cultivation, but on a wise or fortunate equilibrium of its active living flowers. The deeper in this living exertion its center of gravity lies, the more firm and durable it is. On what did those ancient founders of states calculate? Neither on lethargic indolence nor on extreme activity, but on order and a just distribution of never slumbering, ever vigilant powers. The principle of these sages was genuine human wisdom learned from nature. Whenever a state was pushed to its utmost point, though by a man of the greatest eminence and under the most flattering pretext, it was in danger of ruin, and recovered its former state only by some happy violence. Thus when Greece entered the lists with Persia, it was on a dreadful verge. Thus when Athens, Sparta, and Thebes contended together at Outrance, the loss of liberty to all Greece ensued. Thus, too, Alexander, with his brilliant victories, erected the edifice of his state on a bubble. He died, the bubble burst, and the edifice was dashed to pieces. How dangerous Alcibiades and Pericles were to Athens their history shows, though it is not less true that epochs of this kind, particularly if they terminate speedily and happily, display rare effects, and set incredible powers in motion. All the splendor of Greece was created by the active operation of many states and living energies. Everything sound and permanent, on the contrary, in its taste and in its constitution was produced by a wise and happy equilibrium of its active powers. The success of its institutions was uniformly more noble and permanent in proportion as they were founded on humanity, that is, reason and justice. Here the constitution of Greece affords us an ample field for reflection in what it contributed by its inventions and institutions both to the happiness of its own citizens and to the welfare of mankind. But for this it is yet too early. We must first take a view of many periods and nations before we can form conclusions on these subjects with security. Book 14. We now approach the shore that brought destruction, often terrible, on most of the nations we have hitherto considered, for the spreading flood of devastation that overwhelmed the states of Graecia Magna, Greece itself, and all the kingdoms that were formed from the ruins of the throne of Alexander burst forth from Rome. Rome destroyed Carthage, Corinth, Jerusalem, and many other flourishing cities of Greece and Asia, as it brought to a melancholy end everything civilized in the south of Europe that lay within the reach of its sword, particularly its neighbors Etruria and the brave Numantia. It rested not until it attained the sovereignty over a world of nations, from the Euphrates to the Atlantic Ocean, from Mount Atlas to the Rhine, at length breaking over the boundary prescribed it by fate, the valiant resistance of the northern people or inhabitants of the mountains, its internal dissensions and luxury, the barbarous pride of its rulers, the horrible sway of the soldiery, and the fury of uncivilized nations who rushed upon it like the waves of the sea, brought it to a lamentable end. The fate of nations was never so long and so absolutely dependent on one city as when Rome possessed the sovereignty of the world, and while on this occasion it displayed, on the one hand, all the force of human courage and resolution and still more military and political skill, on the other it exhibited, in the mighty contest, vices and barbarities at which human nature must shudder as long as it is capable of feeling the least sentiment of its rights. This Rome has become, in a wonderful manner, the fearful, precipitous passage to all the cultivation of Europe, for not only were the melancholy remains of the plundered treasures of all art and science preserved in its ruins, but through a singular revolution its language became the instrument by which men learned to make use of all those treasures of antiquity. Even now the Latin tongue is the medium of our learned tuition from our early youth, and we who possess so little of the Roman mind and spirit, are destined to form an acquaintance with the Roman ravagers of the world before we are introduced to the milder manners of more gentle nations or the principles that conduce to the happiness of our own country. The names of Marius and Sylla, of Caesar and Octavius, become familiar to us before we know anything of the wisdom of Socrates or the institutions of our forefathers. The history of Rome, likewise, as the cultivation of Europe has hinged on its language, has received political and literary illustrations of which scarcely any other can boast, for the greatest minds that have reflected on history have reflected on this, and have taken the principles and actions of the Romans as the groundwork on which to develop their own thoughts. Thus we tread the blood-drenched soil of Roman glory as the sanctuary of classical learning and ancient art, where at every step some new object reminds us of the sunken treasures of a universal empire never more to return. We consider the fasces of the conqueror, beneath which innocent nations once groaned, as shoots of a lordly cultivation which was planted among us also through cruel events. But before we seek a knowledge of this conqueror of the world we must bring an offering to humanity, and cast at least a look of pity on a neighboring people that contributed most to the early formation of Rome, but alas, lay too close in the way of its conquests, and thus experienced a melancholy end. Chapter 1. Etruscans and Latins. The protruding peninsula of Italy lay exposed, from its situation to a number of different settlers and inhabitants. As it is joined at its upper part to the great continent which extends from Spain and Gaul over Illyria to the Euxine Sea, while its shore lies immediately opposite to the coasts of Illyria and Greece that, in the times of ancient migration different tribes of various nations should pass into it, was inevitable. Above were some of Illyrian, others of Gallic descent, below dwelt Ausonians, whose origin can be traced no higher, and as with most of these Pelasgians, and afterwards Greeks, nay, probably Trojans, too, intermingled at different times from diverse parts, Italy may be considered, on account of these memorable strangers, as a hothouse in which sooner or later something worthy of notice must be produced. Many of these people came hither not altogether uncivilized. The Pelasgian tribes had their letters, their religion, and their fables, so, it is probable, had many of the Iberians likewise, from their intercourse with the commercial Phoenicians. Thus the question was on what spot, and in what manner, the blossoms of the country would put forth. These first appeared among the Etruscans, who, from whatever part they came, were one of the most early and original people in taste and cultivation. Their minds were not bent on conquest, but on establishments, institutions, commerce, arts, and navigation, for which their coasts were well adapted. They planted colonies throughout almost all Italy, as far as Campania, introduced arts, and pursued trade, so that a number of the most celebrated towns in this country are indebted to them for their origin. 246 Their civil constitution, in which they served as a pattern to the Romans themselves, was far superior to the governments of barbarians, and bears so completely the stamp of a European spirit that it certainly could not have been borrowed from any African or Asiatic people. Long before the time of its destruction Etruria was a federated republic of 12 tribes united on principles which were not introduced into Greece until a much later period, and then from the pressure of extreme necessity. No separate state could engage in a war or conclude a peace without the common consent. War itself they had already formed into an art by the invention or use of the trumpet, light javelin, pilum, etc., as signals of attack, of retreat, of marching, or of fighting in close order. With the solemn rites of heralds, which they introduced, they observed a sort of law of war and of nations, as their auguries, and many religious practices which to us appear mere superstitions, were evidently engines of their political institutions, through which they may justly claim to be considered as the first people of Italy that attempted to form an artful alliance between religion and the state. In almost all these things, they were the tutors of Rome, and if it be undeniable that similar institutions contributed to the stability and greatness of the Roman power, the Romans are indebted principally for this to the Etruscans. These people pursued navigation likewise as an art at an early period, and maintained, by their colonics or trade, the sovereignty of the Italian coasts. They were acquainted with architecture and fortification. The Tuscan column, more ancient even than the Doric of Greece, derives its name from them and was borrowed from no foreign nation. They were fond of chariot races, theatrical performances, music, and even poetry, and had naturalized the Pelasgian fables, as their monuments of art evince. Those remains and fragments of their art which the protecting realms of the dead have principally transmitted to us, show that they rose from the rudest beginnings, and afterwards, when acquainted with many nations, even with the Greeks, were capable of remaining true to their own way of thinking. They have actually a particular style of art 247 and preserved this as well as the use of their religious fables even when their liberty was no more. 248 Thus, 2. In good civil laws for both sexes and institutions for the cultivation of corn and the vine, the internal security of commerce, the reception of foreigners, and other things, they appear to have come nearer to the rights of man than even many of the Grecian republics at a much later period, and as their alphabet was the immediate pattern of all those of Europe, we may consider Etruria as the second nursery of the cultivation of our quarter of the globe. It is the more to be regretted that we have so few monuments or accounts of the exertions of this polished and skillful people, for an unfriendly accident has deprived us even of the immediate history of their downfall. Now to what must we ascribe this flourishing state of Etruria? And why, instead of equaling that of Greece, did it fade before it reached the point of perfection? Little as we know of the Etruscans, still we perceive in them the grand principle pursued by nature in the forming of nations, limiting them by their internal powers and their external circumstances of time and place. They were a European people more remote from anciently inhabited Asia, the parent of early civilization. The Pelasgian tribes, too, were half-savage wanderers when they arrived on the different shores of Italy, while Greece, on the contrary, lay as a central point in the conflux of nations already civilized. In Italy many nations mingled together so that the Etrurian language seems to have been a compound of several 249 and thus it enjoyed not the advantage of growing up from an uncontaminated seed. The single circumstance of the Apennines, covered with rude mountaineers, stretching through the middle of Italy, was sufficient to prevent that uniformity of national taste on which alone the permanence of a general culture can be founded. Even in later times no country occasioned more trouble to the Romans than Italy, and as soon as their sovereignty was at an end it returned to its natural state of various division. The face of the country with regard to its mountains and coasts and the different hereditary character of its inhabitants made this division natural, for even now, when it is the object of politics, to reduce all under one chief or link all in one chain, Italy has remained the most divided country in Europe. Several nations, likewise, soon pressed upon the Etruscans, and, as they were more of a commercial than a warlike people, even their more skillful tactics were compelled to give way to almost every attack of ruder nations. By the Gauls they were deprived of their footing in Upper Italy and confined to what may properly be called Etruria, and their colonial towns in Campania became subsequently a prey to the Samnites. As a commercial people addicted to the arts they could not long stand against barbarous nations, for arts and commerce introduce luxury from which their colonies on the most delightful shores of Italy were by no means free. At length they were fallen upon by the Romans, to whom they were unfortunately too near, and whom, in spite of their noble resistance, neither their civilization nor their federal union could withstand forever. By their refinement, indeed, they were already in part enfeebled, while the Romans were yet a warlike hardy people, and from their confederation they derived little advantage, as their adversaries had the art to divide their states and engage them separately. Thus they were subdued one after another, though not without the labor of many years, while in the meantime the Gauls were making continual incursions upon Etruria. Pressed upon by two powerful enemies, they fell a prey to that which most systematically pursued their subjugation, and this was Rome. After the reception of the haughty Tarquins in Etruria, and the success of Porsena, they looked upon the city as their most dangerous neighbor, for the humiliations which Rome had experienced from Porsena were such as it could never forgive. No wonder that a rude, warlike people should overpower a softened commercial nation, that a city firmly united should subdue a disjointed confederacy. To prevent Rome from destroying it, Rome must have been early destroyed, and as the good Porsena refrained from this, his country at length became a prey to the enemy he spared. Thus that the Etruscans never became wholly Greeks in the style of their arts is to be accounted for from the time and situation in which they flourished. Their poetic mythology was merely the old heavy Grecian mythology into which however they infused astonishing spirit and animation. The subjects on which their arts were employed appear to have been confined to a few religious or civil festivities, the key to which we have nearly lost. Besides, we know little of these people except from funerals, graves, and urns. Etruscan liberty survived not to the brightest era of Grecian art which the conquest of the Persians produced, and the situation of Etruria denied it any similar native impulse to wing its fame and genius to such a height. Thus it must be considered as an immature fruit which, placed in the corner of the garden, could not attain the delicious flavor of its fellows, enjoying the more genial warmth of the sun. Fate allotted a later period to the banks of the Arno, in which they were capable of producing more mature and beautiful fruits. The marshy shores of the Tiber were already destined for a sphere of action that should include 3/4 of the globe, and the circumstances of the times prepared this long before the foundation of Rome. In this region, according to ancient stories, landed Evander, as did Hercules also with his Greeks and Aeneas with his Trojans. Here, in the center of Italy, Pallanteum was built and the kingdom of the Latins, with Alba Longa, was founded. Here, too, was a settlement of more early civilization, insomuch that some, indeed, have admitted a prior Rome and imagined they have discovered the new city to have been erected on the ruins of one more ancient. But the last opinion is without foundation, for Rome was probably a colony from Alba Longa under the direction of 2 successful adventurers, as this undesirable region would scarcely have been chosen in other circumstances. Let us examine, however, what Rome had here before and around her from the beginning, so that the moment she quitted the breast of the wolf she betook herself to war and plunder. She was wholly surrounded by little nations, whence she was soon impelled to contend, not for her support alone, but even for her territory. Her early contests with the Seninenses, Crustumini, Antemnates, Sabines, Camerini, Sidnates, Veients, and others, are well known. They rendered Rome, when scarcely risen above the ground, standing thus on the frontiers of so many different nations, from the very beginning a kind of fortified camp, and accustomed the generals, the senate, the knights, and the people to festivals of triumph over plundered countries. These triumphal processions, which Rome borrowed from the neighboring Etruscans, were the grand lures that animated this needy state of confined domains but populous and warlike to hostile enterprises and foreign incursions. In vain did the peaceful Numa erect the temples of Janus and public faith, in vain did he set up terminal gods and celebrate a boundary feast. These peaceable institutions were obeyed only during his life, for Rome, accustomed to plunder by the 30 years' victories of her first ruler, thought she could not pay more acceptable homage to her Jove than by offering him the spoils of war. A renovated martial spirit arose after this just legislator, and Tullius Hostilius already made war on Alba Longa, the mother of his country. Necessarily nothing of this would have taken place had Rome been built in a different situation, or speedily crushed by some powerful neighbor. But now, as a Latin city, she soon made her way to the head of the Latin confederacy, and at length brought the Latins under her yoke. She interfered with the Sabines until at last she subjugated them, she learned from the Etruscans until she became their mistress, and thus she acquired possession of her triple boundary. To these early undertakings such kings were requisite as Rome had, particularly her first. It was no fable that Romulus had been nourished by the milk of a wolf. He was evidently a bold, cunning, hardy adventurer, as his first laws and institutions show. His immediate successor, Numa, rendered some of these milder, a clear proof that they are not to be ascribed to the times, but to the person by whom they were made. At the same time the rude heroism of the early Romans in general appears from the several stories of Horatius Cocles, Junius Brutus, Mutius Scaevola, and the behavior of Tullia, Tarquin, etc. It was fortunate for this predatory state that, in its series of kings, rude valor combined with policy and both with patriotic magnanimity, fortunate that to a Romulus succeeded a Numa, to him a Tullius, an Ancus, after these a Tarquin, and then a Servius, whom personal merit alone could have exalted from the condition of a slave to the rank of a king. Lastly, it was fortunate that these kings of such different characters reigned long, so that each had time to secure the benefits of his talents to Rome, until at length an arrogant Tarquin came and the firmly fixed state chose another form of government. A select and continually renovating succession of warriors and rude patriots now arose who sought annually to renew their triumphs and strengthen and exert their patriotism in 1,000 ways. Would anyone invent a political romance to account for the origin of a Rome, he could not easily devise more suitable circumstances than history or fable here gives us. 250 Rhea Silvia and the fate of her children, the rape of the Sabines and the apotheosis of Quirinus, every rude adventure in war and conquest, and lastly a Tarquin and a Lucretia, a Junius Brutus, a Poplicola, a Mutius Scaevola, etc., serve to indicate a series of future consequences in the early disposition of Rome itself. There is no history on which it is easier to philosophize than the Roman, as the political spirit of its writers points out the chain of causes and effects in the course of events and actions. Chapter 2. The dispositions of Rome for a sovereign political and military state. Romulus numbered his people and divided them into tribes, curiae, and centuriae. He measured the land, and parcelled it out to the people, the state, and the service of religion. The people he distinguished into patricians and plebeians. Out of the patricians he formed the Senate, and to the same order he confined the principal offices of the state and the sanctity of the priesthood. He likewise selected a body of knights which in a later period formed a kind of middle rank between the Senate and people, and the two grand divisions were more closely connected by the relationship of patron and client. From the Etruscans Romulus borrowed the lictors, with their fasces, a fearful emblem of authority which every superior magistrate afterwards assumed in the functions of his office, though with some variations. He excluded foreign gods to secure to Rome its own tutelar divinity. He introduced augury and other kinds of soothsaying, established an intimate connection between the popular religion and civil and military affairs. He determined the reciprocal duties of husband and wife, mother and son, regulated the city, celebrated triumphs, was at length murdered, and afterwards adored as a god. Behold the simple point on which the wheel of Roman events afterwards incessantly revolved. For though in time the classes of the people were increased, altered, or opposed to each other, though bitter contests arose, whether the classes or tribes of the people, and which of them, should take the lead, though the increasing debts of the plebeians and the oppressians of the rich occasioned commotions, and many attempts were made for alleviating the burdens of the people by means of tribunes, agrarian laws, or the administration of justice by a middle rank, the knights, though disputes respecting the limits of the Senate, the patricians, and the plebeians, assumed now one form then another, until the two ranks were confounded together. In all this we perceive nothing more than the necessary consequences of a rudely composed living machine, such as the Roman state within the walls of one city must have been. Thus superior offices were augmented as the number of citizens, victories, conquered lands, and necessities of the state increased. Thus triumphs, games, expenses, marital power, and paternal authority were limited or enlarged according to the different stages of manners and opinions. All however were shades of that ancient constitution which Romulus invented not, it is true, but which he so firmly established that it was capable of remaining the basis of the Roman form of government even under the emperors, nay, almost to the present day. Its device was SPQR 251. The Senate and people of Rome, magic words, which subjugated and ravaged the world and at length rendered the Romans the instruments of their own ruin. Let us contemplate a few leading points in the Roman constitution from which the fate of Rome appears to have branched out, as a tree from its roots. 1. The Roman Senate as well as the Roman people, was, from the earliest times a body of warriors. Rome, from its highest to its lowest member, in case of necessity, was a military state. The Senate was a deliberative council, but from its patricians it supplied generals and ambassadors. The independent citizen was obliged to serve in the field from his 17th year to his 46th or 50th. He who had not made 10 campaigns was ineligible to any of the higher offices. Hence the political spirit of the Romans in the field, hence their military spirit in the council. Their deliberations were on affairs with which they were familiar, their resolves were acts. A Roman ambassador was an object of respect to kings, for he might be at the head of an army and decide the fate of kingdoms either in the Senate or in the field. The people of the higher centuriae were by no means a rude mob. They consisted of men of property, experienced in war and foreign and domestic affairs. The votes of the poorer centuriae had less weight, and in the better times of Rome their members were not thought qualified for the army. 2. The education of the Romans, particularly in the nobler families, was calculated for this destination. They learned to deliberate, speak, vote, and persuade the people. They went early to the field and prepared the way to triumphs, honors, and offices of state. Hence the uniform character of the history and eloquence of the Romans, and even of their jurisprudence and religion, philosophy and language, all breathe a political and active spirit, a manly, adventurous courage united with address and urbanity. A wider difference can scarcely be conceived than appears on comparison of the history and eloquence of China or Judea with those of Rome. From the spirit of the Greeks, too, the Spartans themselves not excepted, that of Rome is distinct, as it is founded on a rougher nature, more ancient habit, and principles more fixed. The Roman Senate never died, its resolutions, its maxims, and the Roman character, inherited from Romulus, were immortal. 3. The Roman generals were frequently consuls whose military and civil offices usually continued but a year. Accordingly they hastened to return triumphant, and their successors were eager to emulate their honors. Hence the incredible progress and multiplication of Roman wars, one sprung from another, and gave rise to another in its turn. Occasions for future campaigns were reserved until the present was ended, and reserved to accumulate with usury, as a capital of spoil, success, and glory. Hence the interest the Romans so greedily took in foreign nations on which they forced themselves as allies and protectors, or as judges of differences, certainly not from motives of philanthropy. Their friendly alliances were the relation of a guardian to a ward, their advice was command, their decision, war, or sovereignty. More cool haughtiness and latterly shameless impudence in the exercise of authority assumed by force were never displayed than by these Romans, who thought the world was theirs and made for them alone. 4. The Roman soldier, too, shared the glory and reward of his commander. In the early ages of Rome's patriotic virtues the soldiers served without pay, and afterwards it was sparingly distributed, but out of its conquests and the increased power of the people by means of the tribunes, grew pay, reward, and booty. The lands of the conquered were often divided among the soldiery, and it is well known that the most ancient and numerous quarrels in the Roman Republic arose from the distribution of lands. Subsequently, in foreign conquests the soldier shared the booty and participated in the triumph of his general, both in glory and valuable donations. Civic, mural, and rostral crowns were conferred, and Lucius Dentatus could boast, having been in 120 battles, 8 times victorious in single combat, wounded 45 times before, and not once behind, he had disarmed his enemy 35 times, and been rewarded with 18 hasty puria, 25 sets of horse furniture, 83 chains, 160 bracelets, and 26 crowns, namely, 14 civic, 8 golden, 3 mural, and 1 obsidianal, beside money, 10 prisoners and 20 oxen. As beside this, the point of honor in our standing armies, where no one ever serves in a rank inferior to what he has once borne, and everyone is promoted in turn according to the date of his service, was unknown in the Roman state even to the latest period, but the general chose his own tribunes and the tribune his subordinate officers at the commencement of a war. A more free competition for posts of honor and military employments was opened and a more intimate connection between the general, the officers, and the soldiery was formed. The whole army was a body selected for the campaign, and the spirit of the general was infused into every member of it by those who commanded under him. In proportion as the wall that, at the commencement of the Republic, separated the patricians and plebeians was broken down in the course of time, valor and success in war became the road to honors, wealth, and power, for all ranks, so that in later times the first possessors of undivided power in Rome, Marius and Sylla, were plebeians 252, and at length the highest dignities were obtained by the meanest persons. Unquestionably this was the ruin of Rome, as, in the beginning of the Republic, patrician pride was its support, and it was only by degrees that the haughtiness and oppression exercised by men of rank became the causes of all the internal dissensions that ensued. To establish an equilibrium between the Senate and the people, the patricians and plebeians, was the perpetual bone of contention in the Roman state, where the balance preponderating now to one side, then to the other, at length overturned the commonwealth. 5. Roman virtue, so highly celebrated, is for the most part inexplicable without the narrow, severe constitution of the Roman state. When this was gone, that was at an end. The consuls succeeded in the place of the kings and were compelled, as it were, in imitation of ancient example, to display something more than a royal, to display a Roman soul. All the magistrates, the censors especially, participated in this spirit. We are astonished at the strict impartiality, the disinterested magnanimity, the busy lives, of the ancient Romans, from the moment their day broke, nay, before the break of day, even from the earliest peep of dawn. No state in the world probably went so far in this earnestness of application, this strict discharge of civic duties, as Rome, where all was in close contact. The nobleness of their families, which was honorably designated by patronymic names, dangers continually renewed from without, and incessant contests for an equilibrium between the patricians and plebeians within, again, the bond of union between both in the relationship of patron and client, the crowded intercourse with each other in the marketplaces, in their houses, and in political temples, the fine yet distinct limits between what belonged to the Senate and what to the people, their simplicity in domestic life, and the education of youth in a familiarity with all these things from their infancy, contributed to form in the Romans the first and proudest nation of the world. Their nobility was not, as among others, an indolent nobility founded on landed possessions, on wealth, or on a name; it was a proud, family, civic, Roman spirit, in the first races, on which their country depended as its firmest support, and in the continued activity, the permanent stream of the same eternal state, it was transmitted from father to son. I am persuaded that in the most perilous times no Roman could conceive any idea of the destruction of Rome. All acted for their city, as if the gods had destined it to be immortal and them to be the instruments of the gods for supporting it to eternity. But as the astonishing success of the Romans converted their valor into insolence, Scipio could not help applying to his country, on the destruction of Carthage, those verses of Homer, in which the fate of Troy is predicted. 253. 6. The manner in which religion was interwoven with the state in Rome unquestionably contributed to its civil and military greatness. As from the foundation of the city, and in the most valiant ages of the Republic, the priesthood was in the hands of the most respectable families, who were at the same time statesmen and warriors, so that even the emperors themselves disdained not to execute its functions. In all their ceremonies they guarded against the true pest of every national religion, contempt, which the Senate employed its utmost endeavors to obviate. Accordingly, that able politician Polybius ascribes part of the virtues of the Romans, particularly their incorruptible faith and veracity, to religion, by him termed superstition, and even in the late ages of their decline the Romans were actually so addicted to the superstition that some commanders of the most ferocious disposition professed themselves to have communication with the gods and believed that by their inspiration and assistance they had not only power over the minds of the people and the army, but even the control of chance and fortune. Religion was connected with every civil and military transaction, so as to sanctify it, and hence the noble families contended with the people for the possession of religious dignities, as for their most sacred privilege. This is commonly ascribed to their policy alone, as their auspices and haruspices put into their hands the direction of affairs by means of artful religious deceptions, but, though I will not deny that these were occasionally practiced, this certainly was not the whole of the business. The worship of their fathers and of the gods of Rome was, according to the general belief, the support of their good fortune, the pledge of their preeminence over other nations, and the revered sanctuary of their unparagoned state. As at the beginning they adopted no strange gods, though they respected the deities of every foreign land, so they retained the ancient worship of their divinities in which they became Romans. To alter anything in this was to derange the fundamental pillars of the state, hence in the regulation of religious ceremonies the Senate and people maintained their sovereign rights, which precluded all the plots and subtleties of a separate priesthood. The religion of the Romans was a civil and military religion which did not guard them, indeed, from unjust wars, but, giving them at least an appearance of justice by means of their officials and auspices, placed them under the eyes of the gods, and claimed their assistance. At a later period it was equally politic in the Romans, abandoning their ancient principles, to allure to them foreign deities. Their state already began to totter as, after immense conquests, was inevitable, but this politic toleration preserved it from the spirit of persecuting foreign religions, which first appeared under the emperors, by whom it was exercised only occasionally from political motives and not from hatred or affection to speculative truth. Upon the whole, the Romans troubled themselves about no religion unless so far as it attacked the state. In this respect they were not men and philosophers, but citizens, soldiers, and conquerors. 7. What shall I say of the Roman art of war? Certainly at that time the most perfect of its kind, as it united the soldier and citizen, the statesman and general, and ever vigilant, ever pliable, and new, acquired knowledge from every enemy. Its rude foundations were of equal antiquity with the city itself, the citizens that Romulus mustered forming the first legion, but they were not ashamed in time to alter the primitive arrangement of the army, to render the ancient phalanx less unwieldy, and thus, by imparting to it a greater capacity for action, to discomfit the veteran Macedonians, whose order of battle was then reckoned the model of the military art. Instead of their ancient Latin arms they borrowed such as suited them from the Etruscans and Samnites, and they learned the regulation of marches from Hannibal, whose long residence in Italy gave them the severest lessons of war they had ever received. All their great commanders, among whom are to be reckoned the Scipios, Marius, Sylla, Pompey, and Caesar, studied war as an art during the whole of their lives, and as they had to carry it on against the most various nations, too, acting valiantly from strength, courage, and despair, they necessarily made great progress in every branch of the science. The might of the Romans however consisted not wholly in their weapons, their order of battle, and their encampments, but in the imperturbable martial spirit of their generals and in the tried strength of the soldier, who could brave hunger, thirst, and peril, who was as ready at the use of his weapons as if they had been his own limbs, and who, standing firm against the shock of the spear with his short Roman sword in his hand, sought the heart of his enemy even in the midst of the phalanx. This short Roman sword, wielded with Roman valor, conquered the world. It was the Roman art of war to attack rather than defend, to fight rather than besiege, and to take the shortest, straightest way to victory and fame. To the assistance of this came the inveterate principles of the Republic, to which all resistance proved vain, never to desist until the enemy was completely overthrown, and therefore to engage only with one enemy at a time, never to accept peace in misfortune, even if peace would give more than victory could obtain, but to stand firm, and act so much the more bravely against the successful victor, to begin with magnanimity, and the mask of disinterestedness as if they fought only to succor the oppressed, and gain allies, until in time they were enabled to rule their allies, oppress the succored, and triumph as victors over friend and foe. These and similar maxims of Roman insolence, or, if you please, of cool, prudent magnanimity, reduced a world of nations to the state of provinces, and so they ever would, if similar times and a similar people could arise. Let us now traverse the bloody field through which these conquerors of the world waded, and examine what they have left behind them. Chapter 3. Conquests of the Romans. When Rome began its career of heroism, Italy was covered with a number of little nations, each living according to its own law and hereditary character, more or less enlightened, but active, industrious, prolific. We are astonished at the number of men that every little state, even in rude mountainous regions, was able to bring against the Romans, men who had there found and could still find subsistence. The civilization of Italy was by no means confined to Etruria, it was shared by every little people, the Gauls themselves not excepted. The land was cultivated, rude arts, trade, and war, were purified after the manner of the times. No state was without good laws, though few in number, and even the natural regulation of the balance of power between different states was not unknown. Impelled by pride or necessity and favored by various circumstances, the Romans were engaged with them in arduous, bloody wars for 5 centuries, so that all the rest of the world that they subdued cost them less trouble than this little chain of people which they gradually brought under the yoke. And what were the consequences of their exertions? Ravage and destruction. I do not reckon the men slain on both sides, and with the loss of whom whole nations, as the Samnites and Etruscans, were swept away. The obliteration of these communities and the destruction of their towns were misfortunes of greater magnitude to that country because affecting remotest posterity. Whether these nations were transplanted to Rome or their sad remains reckoned in the number of its allies, or treated as subjects and bridled by colonies, their primitive energy was never restored. Once chained to Rome's brazen yoke, they were compelled for centuries as subjects or allies to spill their blood in her service and for her profit and glory, not their own. Once chained to this yoke, notwithstanding all the privileges conferred on this people or on that, every individual was at last reduced to seek fortune, honor, wealth, and justice, in Rome alone, so that in a few centuries the great city became the grave of Italy. Sooner or later the laws of Rome universally prevailed, the manners of Rome became the manners of Italy. Her mad aim to acquire the sovereignty of the world enticed all these people to throng around her and at length perish in the gulf of Roman luxury. No denial, no restriction, no prohibition, was capable at last of affording any aid, for the course of nature, once turned out of its direction, cannot be altered afterwards at will by human laws. Thus by decrees Rome drained, enervated, and depopulated Italy, so that at length rude barbarians were requisite to give it new people, new laws, new manners, and new courage. But what was no more, returned not again. Alba and Camarilla, the wealthy Veii, and most of the Etrurian, Latin, Samnite, and Apulian cities were destroyed. The scanty colonies, planted amid their ashes, had restored to none their ancient dignity, numerous population, industry in arts, laws, and manners. It was the same with all the flourishing republics of Graecia Magna, Tarentum and Croton, Sibarb and Comes, Locri and Thurium, Rhegium and Messina, Syracuse, Catania, Naxos, Megara, were no more, and many of them had experienced the severest fate. Thou, wise and great Archimedes, wast slain in the midst of thy geometrical labors, and it is no wonder that thy grave remained unknown to thy more modern countrymen, since thy country was buried with thee, for the state perished though the city was spared. The mischief done to the arts and sciences, to the cultivation of the soil and the improvement of the human mind by the dominion of Rome in this corner of the world is incredible. Wars and proconsuls laid waste the delightful isle of Sicily, and Lower Italy was ruined by the various ravages committed in it, though still more by its proximity to Rome, until at length both countries were parcelled out into estates and country seats of the Romans, while they were likewise the nearest objects of their extortion. The once flourishing land of Etruria was already in a similar situation in the time of the elder Gracchus, a fertile solitude, inhabited only by slaves, and drained by the Romans. And what fine country in the world experienced a better fate when once within the grip of Roman talons? When Rome had subjugated Italy, she began with Carthage, and this in a manner at which her most determined friends must blush. Her assisting the Mamertines in order to gain footing in Sicily, her seizing upon Corsica and Sardinia while Carthage was embroiled with her mercenaries, and lastly, the deliberating of her grave senators whether a Carthage was to be suffered to exist upon the earth with as little ceremony as if the debate had been on a cabbage of their own planting, with 100 instances of like nature, render the Roman history, with all the valor and address it displays, a history of demons. Be it Scipio himself that presents to a Carthage little capable of doing further injury to Rome, praying even her aid with the offer of an ample tribute and, trusting to her promises, delivering up her weapons, ships, arsenals, and 300 of her principal inhabitants as hostages, be it Scipio or a god that presents to her in such a situation the cold, haughty proposal of her destination, as a decree of the Senate it is still a black, devilish proposal of which unquestionably the noble deliverer himself was ashamed. Carthage is taken, he writes back to Rome, as if with this expression he would veil his infamous act, for never have the Romans given or been the means of giving to the world such a Carthage. Even an enemy to Carthage, aware of all its vices and defects, beholds with anger its destruction, and respects the Carthaginians at least when he beholds them as disarmed, betrayed republicans, fighting on their graves and fighting for a burying place. Why was it denied thee, thou great, thou matchless Hannibal, to prevent thy country's ruin, and march directly to the wolf's den of thy hereditary foe immediately after the battle of Cannae? Weak posterity that never crossed the Alps and Pyrenees condemns thee for this, not reflecting on the people whom thou hadst under thy command and on the condition in which, after the terrible winter campaign in Upper and Middle Italy, they must have been. It condemns thee from the mouth of thy enemies for want of military discipline, though it is almost incomprehensible how thou couldst keep together thy mercenaries so long and after such marches and such actions, rest not until thou hadst reached the plains of Campania. Renown will ever deck the name of this brave enemy of Rome whom she more than once imperiously demanded to be delivered up to her as some engine of war. Not fate, but the factious avarice of his countrymen, prevented him from completing that victory, which he, not Carthage, had obtained over Rome, and thus he was incapable of becoming more than an instrument for instructing the Romans in the art of war, as they had learned that of navigation wholly from his countrymen. In both fate has given us a fearful warning, never to stop short of the full completion of our purposes, otherwise we shall certainly promote what we are endeavoring to prevent. Suffice it that with Carthage fell a state which the Romans could never replace. Commerce deserted its coasts, and pirates succeeded, as they ever will, to the shores that commerce had abandoned. Under the Roman colonies Africa ceased to be that horn of plenty which it had long been under Carthage. It was a granary for the people of Rome alone, a menagerie of wild beasts for their amusement, and a magazine of slaves. Desolate to this moment lie the shores and plains of that fine country which the Romans first robbed of its internal culture. Even every line of the Punic writings is lost to us. Aemilianus presented them to the grandchildren of Masinissa, one enemy of Carthage to another. Whatever way I turn my eyes from Carthage, devastation rises before them, for this ever marked the footsteps of these conquerors of the world. Had the Romans really intended to be the deliverers of Greece when they announced themselves under this proud name at the Isthmian Games to the Greeks now sunk into childhood, how different would have been their conduct. But when Paulus Aemilius permitted 70 cities of Epirus to be despoiled and 150,000 persons to be sold for slaves merely to reward his army, when Metellus and Silanus ravaged and plundered Macedon, as Mummius did Corinth, and Scylla Athens and Delphos, as scarcely any cities in the world had been plundered, when this devastation was spread likewise through the Grecian islands, and Rhodes, Cyprus, Crete experienced no better fate than Greece, namely, that of becoming sources of tribute and magazines of spoil to deck the triumphs of the Romans, when the last king of Macedon was led in triumph with his sons, languished in the most wretched prison whilst one son escaped death only to gain his livelihood as a skillful turner and scribe at Rome, when the last glimmering of Grecian liberty, the Aetolian and Achaean League, was extinguished, and the whole country became a Roman province or a field of carnage on which the plundering, ravaging armies of the triumvirs at length engaged each other. O Greece, what an end was reserved for thee by thy protectress, thy pupil, Rome, the tutoress of the world! Nothing remains of thee but ruins, which the barbarous spoilers carried away with them in triumph, that at a subsequent period whatever the art of man had invented might perish amid the allies of their own city. From Greece let us steer our course to the shores of Asia and Africa. Into the kingdoms of Asia Minor, Syria, Pontus, Armenia, and Egypt, the Romans soon intruded, either as heirs or as guardians, umpires, and pacificators, but hence, as a just reward for their services, they drew the poison that proved fatal to their own constitution. The great military exploits of Scipio Asiaticus, Manlius, Sylla, Lucullus, and Pompey, are known to everyone, to the last of whom was decreed a triumph at one time over 15 conquered kingdoms, 800 cities, and 1,000 fortresses. The gold and silver displayed in solemn pomp on the occasion were estimated at 20,000 talents, 254. He augmented the revenues of the state a third part, to the amount of 12,000 talents 255, and his whole army was so enriched that the meanest soldier received from him as a triumphant gift to the value of more than 30 pounds sterling, beside what he had already acquired as booty. What a robber! Crassus, who plundered Jerusalem alone of 10,000 talents 256, pursued the same steps, and no one penetrated farther into the east without returning, if he did return, laden with wealth and luxury. What by way of compensation did the Romans bestow on the Asiatics? Neither laws nor peace, neither institutions nor arts nor people. They ravaged countries, burned libraries, despoiled cities, temples, and altars. Part of the Alexandrian library was given to the flames by Julius Caesar, and Mark Antony bestowed the greater portion of that of Pergamus on Cleopatra, that both might afterwards perish together. Thus the Romans, endeavoring to spread day over the world, wrapped it in desolating night, treasures of gold and silver were extorted, nations and myriads of ancient ideas were whelmed in the abyss, the characters of countries were obliterated, and the provinces were drained, plundered, and abused, under a succession of execrable emperors. With almost yet more melancholy do I bend my course westwards to the ravaged countries of Spain, Gaul, and wherever the Romans stretched their arms. The nations they destroyed in the east for the most part had already blossomed, and begun to fade. Here, yet unripe but full of buds, they were so injured in their first youthful growth that the race and family of many are scarcely to be distinguished. Spain, before the Romans entered it, was a well-cultivated and in most places fertile, rich, and happy land. Its trade was considerable, and the state of civilization among some of its people by no means to be despised, of which the Turdetani, on the banks of the Betis, to whom the Phoenicians and Carthaginians had been longest known, and even the Celt-Iberians in the heart of the country are sufficient proofs. No place upon earth more stoutly resisted the Romans than the brave Numantia. For 20 years it supported the war, defeated one Roman army after another, and at last defended itself against all the military skill of a Scipio with a valor the melancholy fate of which excites the commiseration of every reader. And what did the despoilers seek here in an inland country, from nations that had never given them offense and scarcely heard of their names? Gold and silver mines. Spain was to them what America is now forced to be to Spain, a place for plunder. Lucullus, Galba, and others, plundered in contempt of the faith they had pledged. The Senate itself annulled 2 treaties of peace which its defeated generals had been fain to conclude with the Numantines. It inhumanly delivered up to them the generals, but was again overcome by the Numantines in generosity to these unfortunate commanders. And now Scipio appeared with all his force before Numantia, completely blockaded it, cut off the right arms of 400 young men, the only persons who would come to the assistance of this injured town, listened not to the moving entreaties with which a people oppressed by famine endeavored to excite his pity and justices, and completed the destruction of these unhappy beings like a true Roman. Like a true Roman, too, acted Tiberius Gracchus, when in the country of the Celt-Iberians alone he ravaged 300 towns, even if we suppose them to have been nothing more than fortresses and villages. Hence the inextinguishable hatred of the Spaniards toward the Romans, hence the valiant exploits of Viriatus and Sertorius, both of whom fell by unworthy means, and undoubtedly excelled many Roman commanders in military skill and courage, hence the scarcely ever subdued mountaineers of the Pyrenees who, in despite of the Romans, retained their savage state as long as possible. Unfortunate land of gold, Iberia, thou, with thy culture and thy nations, art sunk almost unknown into the realm of shades in which Homer already depicted thee, beneath the rays of the setting sun, as a subterranean kingdom. Of Gaul we have little to say, as we know nothing of its conquest but from the military journal of its conqueror. For 10 years it cost Caesar himself incredible pains, and required all the powers of his great mind. Though he excelled every other Roman in generosity, still he was unable to change the fate of his Roman destination, and gained the melancholy praise of having been engaged in 50 pitched battles, not reckoning the civil wars, and having slain in fight 1,192,000 men. Most of these were Gauls. Where are the numerous, lively, valiant people of this extensive country? Where were their spirit and courage, their numbers and strength, when centuries after savage nations fell upon them and shared them among themselves as Roman slaves? Even the name of this leading stock of people, with its peculiar religion, cultivation, and language, is obliterated throughout the whole of the country that became a Roman province. You great and noble minds, Scipio and Caesar, what are your thoughts, what your feelings, when now, as departed spirits, you look down from your celestial spheres on Rome, that nest of robbers, and the scenes of your murders? How foul to you must appear your honor, how bloody your laurels, how base and inhuman your exterminating arts. Rome is no more, and when it did exist the feelings of every worthy man must have whispered to him that all these monstrous, ambitious victories would call down vengeance and destruction on his country. Chapter 4. The Decline of Rome. The law of retaliation is an eternal ordinance of nature. As in a balance neither scale can be depressed without the assent of the other, so no political equilibrium can be destroyed, no sin against the rights of nations and of mankind can be committed, without avenging itself, and the more the measure is heaped, the more tremendous will be its fall. If any history proclaim to us this natural truth, it is the history of Rome, but let the reader extend his views, and not confine them to a single cause of the ruin of that state. Had the Romans never beheld Greece or Asia, and proceeded after the manner in which they did against other poorer countries, undoubtedly their fall would have happened at a different period and under different circumstances, still it would have been equally inevitable. The seeds of destruction lay in the heart of the plant, the worm gnawed its roots and its vital juices were corrupted, the gigantic tree, therefore, must ultimately fall to the ground. One in the essence of the Roman constitution was a leaven of dissension which, if not removed, could not fail sooner or later to effect its destruction. This was the disposition of the state itself, the unjust or uncertain limits between the Senate, the knights, and the citizens. It was impossible for Romulus to foresee all the future circumstances of his city when he established this division. He formed it according to its present state and wants. As these altered, he himself lost his life by the hands of those to whom his power became burdensome. None of his successors had courage or occasion to do what Romulus had not done. They gave a preponderance to either party by their personal authority, and preserved a union between the different ranks in a rude state surrounded with dangers. Servius mustered the people and put the balance in the hands of the rich. Under the first consuls dangers were extremely pressing, at the same time men of such merit, strength, and greatness were conspicuous among the patricians, that they could not fail to lead the people. But circumstances soon changed and the oppression of the nobles became insupportable. The citizens were overwhelmed with debt, they had too little share in the legislation, they reaped too little advantages from the victories for which their blood was spilled, so the people retired to the Sacred Mount, and so disputes arose which the appointment of tribunes was calculated rather to multiply than remove, and with which the whole subsequent history of Rome was accordingly interwoven. Hence the long and frequently renewed contests respecting the division of lands, and the participation of the plebeians in magisterial, consular, and sacerdotal offices, in which contests each party sought its own ends, and no one attempted an unbiased and equitable adjustment of the interests of both. This contention survived even to the triumvirates, nay, the triumvirates themselves were consequences of it. Now as these put an end to the whole of the Roman constitution, and this contention was nearly as old as the Republic itself, it appears that it arose from no external circumstances but from an internal cause which from the beginning corroded the vitals of the state. It is singular, therefore, that the Roman constitution should have been represented as a pattern of perfection, a constitution, one of the most imperfect in the world, originating from crude temporary circumstances, and never afterwards reformed from a general comprehensive view of the whole, but partially altered from time to time. Caesar alone was capable of giving it a radical reform, but it was too late, and the dagger that deprived him of life destroyed all possibility of an improved constitution. 2. There is an inconsistency in the position, Rome, the queen of nations, Rome the sovereign of the world. 4. Rome was merely a city, and its constitution the constitution of a city alone. That Rome's resolves for war, however, were the resolves of an immortal senate, not of a mortal king, while the spirit of its world-destroying maxims was naturally more durable in a college than in a fluctuating series of rulers unquestionably contributed to its persevering obstinacy in war, and consequently to its victories. Besides, the patricians and plebeians were almost always at variance, so that the Senate found it necessary to create wars, for the purpose of employing the unruly multitude or some turbulent leader abroad that peace might be preserved at home. Thus this permanent variance contributed greatly to the continuance of foreign devastation. Lastly, as the Senate itself was often closely beset with dangers, and frequently found victories, or the fame of victories, necessary for its support, and as every daring patrician who wished the people to espouse his cause stood in need of donations, games, celebrity, and triumphs, which war alone, or for the most part, could furnish, this divided, restless government was a cause of disturbing the peace of the world and keeping it in commotion for centuries. 4. Out of regard to its own happiness, no orderly state, tranquil in itself, would have been the actor of such a fearful tragedy. To make conquests, however, is one thing, to retain them another, one thing to gain victories, another to render them of advantage to the state. Rome, from its internal constitution, was never capable of the latter, and the former it was enabled to do only by means altogether inimical to the constitution of a city. Already the first kings that applied their arms to conquest were compelled to admit some of the conquered towns and nations within the walls of Rome, so that the feeble tree, which was desirous of shooting forth such enormous branches, might acquire roots and a substantial trunk. Thus the inhabitants of Rome increased alarmingly. The city afterwards formed alliances, and its allies joined its armies in the field, so that they took part in its victories and conquests, and were Romans, though they were neither citizens nor inhabitants of Rome. Hence soon arose warm contests on the part of the allies for admission to the rights of citizenship, a demand inevitable from the nature of the case. Hence arose the first social war, which cost Italy 300,000 of its youths, and brought Rome, which had been obliged to arm even its freedmen, to the brink of destruction, for it was a war between the head and the members, which terminated only by the consolidation of the members into this misshapen head. All Italy was now become Rome, which continued to spread itself, to the great disturbance of the world. I shall pass over the disorder which this Romanizing must have introduced into the laws of all the Italian states, and only notice the evils that thenceforward flowed from all corners and from every region into Rome. If there were previously such a conflux to the city as rendered it so impossible to keep the tables of the census uncontaminated that even a man who was no Roman citizen was elected consul, how must it have been when the head of the world was a mixed mob from all Italy, the most monstrous head that earth ever bore? Immediately on the death of Sylla, the lords of the world amounted to 450,000, the admission of the allies infinitely increased the number, and in Caesar's time there were 320,000 who shared in the public donations of corn. Think of this turbulent mob of mostly idle persons assembling to vote in company, with its patrons and those who aspired to posts of honor, and it will not be difficult to conceive how donations, spectacles, parade, and flattery, and still more military force, could excite those tumults, spill those seas of blood, and establish those triumvirates which at length reduced this haughty sovereign of the world into a state of slavery to herself. Where now was the authority of the Senate? Or what were 500 or 600 persons against the innumerable multitude that claimed the rights of sovereignty and, marshaled in powerful armies, were at the beck now of this man, now of that? What a poor figure did the divine Senate, as the flattering Greeks styled it, make before Marius or Sylla, Pompey or Caesar, Antony or Octavius. The father of his country, Cicero, appears shorn of his glories when attacked only by a Clodius, and his best counsels were of little avail, not only against what Pompey, Caesar, Antony, and others actually did, but what even a Catiline had nearly accomplished. Not from the spices of the East, not from the effeminacy of Lucullus, sprung this disorderly state of things, but from the essence of the constitution of Rome, which, merely as a city, aimed at being the head of the world. 257. 3. In Rome, however, there were not a senate and people alone, but slaves also, and of these the number increased in proportion as the Romans extended their sway. By the hands of slaves they cultivated their extensive, fertile lands in Italy, Sicily, Greece, etc. A number of slaves constituted their domestic wealth, and the traffic in them, nay, the tuition of them, was an extensive occupation at Rome, of which even Cato was not ashamed. The days when master and servant lived almost like brothers together and Romulus could promulgate a law that a father might sell his son for a slave 3 times, had long been past. The slaves of the conquerors of the world were collected from every quarter of the globe and were treated by good masters mildly, by the pitiless frequently as brutes. It would have been wonderful had no detriment accrued to the Romans from this vast multitude of oppressed beings, for like every other bad institution this could not fail to avenge itself. The vengeance taken by the bloody war of the slaves, which Spartacus waged against the Romans for 3 years with the valor and skill of a consummate general, his followers increasing from 74 persons to an army of 70,000, with which he defeated different commanders, among whom were 2 consuls, during which war many cruelties were perpetrated, was only a prelude. The grand mischief arose from the favorites of their masters, the freedmen, who at length reduced Rome to the state of a slave of slaves, in the strictest sense of the words. This evil commenced as early as Sylla's time, and under the emperors it increased so dreadfully that I am incapable of describing the disorders and barbarities which originated with freedmen and favorite slaves. The histories and satires of Roman authors abound with them. No savage nation upon earth is acquainted with anything that will bear a comparison. Thus Rome was punished by Rome, the oppressor of the world became the abject servant of the most infamous slaves. For to this luxury likewise greatly contributed, towards which unfortunately Rome was not less forcibly impelled by circumstances than to the conquest of the world by situation. As from a central point she ruled the Mediterranean Sea, and with it the rich shores of 3/4 of the globe, while by the aid of considerable fleets she acquired through the medium of Alexandria the precious commodities of Ethiopia and the remotest parts of the East. My words are too feeble to describe the gross dissipation and luxury in feasts and public spectacles, in dainties for the table and garments for the body, in houses and in furniture, which prevailed, not only in Rome, but in every place connected with it, after the conquest of Asia. 258. A man can scarcely believe his own eyes when he reads the descriptions of these things, the high price of foreign commodities and the profusion of them, with the immense debts of the great men of Rome who were latterly freedmen and slaves. This extravagance necessarily induced extreme poverty, nay, it was in itself a pressing want. Those rivers of gold which for centuries flowed into Rome from all the provinces at last dried up, and as all the commerce of the Romans was in the highest degree prejudicial to them, since they exchanged ready money for mere superfluities, it is not to be wondered that India alone drained them annually of immense sums. In the meantime, the land was neglected, agriculture was no longer pursued as it had formerly been by the Romans and their contemporaries in Italy, the arts of Rome were employed not on the useful, but on the superfluous, on extravagant splendor and expense in triumphal arches, baths, funeral monuments, theaters, amphitheaters, and the like, wonderful structures, such as it must be confessed these plunderers of the world alone could erect. To no Roman are we indebted for any useful art, for anything contributing to the support of man which might have benefited other nations and from which permanent and deserved advantage might have been derived. Hence the empire soon became poor, the standard of the coin was lowered, and in the 3rd century of our era, if we take the baseness of the coin into consideration, a general received scarcely the pay that was deemed insufficient for a common soldier in the time of Augustus. Obvious natural consequences of the course of things which, considered merely in a manufacturing and commercial view, could not turn out otherwise. From these destructive circumstances the human species, 2. Degenerated, not only in number, but in stature, growth, and vital energy. Rome and Italy, which had rendered the most populous and flourishing countries in the world, Sicily, Greece, Spain, Asia, Africa, and Egypt, nearly deserts, naturally drew upon themselves, by their laws and wars, and still more by their depraved, indolent manner of living, their inordinate vices, the practice of divorce, severity toward their slaves, and latterly tyranny toward the worthiest men, the most unnatural death. Expiring Rome lay for centuries on her deathbed in the most frightful convulsions, a deathbed extending over a whole world from which she had sucked her delicious poison and which could then render her no assistance but that of accelerating her death. Barbarians came to perform this office, northern giants to whom the enervated Romans appeared dwarfs, they ravaged Rome, and infused new life into expiring Italy. A tremendous yet wholesome proof that all irregularities in nature avenge and consume themselves. We have to thank the luxury of the East for having freed the world earlier from a carcass which victories in other regions indeed would have destroyed, but it is probable neither so speedily, nor so terribly. 5. I have now to consolidate the whole into one view, and unfold the grand ordinance of nature, that even without luxury, without plebeians, without a senate, and without slaves, the military spirit of Rome alone must have ultimately destroyed it, and that sword which it so often drew against innocent cities and nations has returned into its own bowels. But here all history speaks for me. When the legions, unsatiated with spoil, found nothing more to plunder, and on the frontiers of Parthia and Germany saw an end to their fame, what could they do but turn back and devour the parent state? The fearful tragedy began with the times of Marius and Sylla. Attached to their commanders or paid by them, the returning armies revenged their generals on their antagonist, even in the midst of their country, and Rome was deluged with blood. This tragedy continued. When Pompey and Caesar led against each other dearly paid armies in the country where once the Muses sang and Apollo pastured his flocks as a shepherd, Romans fighting against Romans decided the fate of their country at this distance. So it proceeded in the barbarous compact of the triumvirs at Medina, which in a single act condemned to death or banishment 300 senators and 2,000 knights, and extorted 200,000 talents, chiefly from Rome, and even from the women, as it did after the battle of Philippi, where Brutus fell, before the war against the younger Pompey, the nobler son of a great father, after the battle of Actium and on other occasions. It was in vain that the weak, unfeeling Augustus acted the part of clemency and the love of peace. The empire had been won by the sword must maintain it, or by the sword it must fall. If the Romans began to slumber, the nations that had been injured or put into commotion would not slumber. 2. They demanded vengeance and retaliated when opportunity arrived. In the Roman Empire the Caesars ever remained nothing more than commanders-in-chief of the armies, and many of them who forgot their stations were dreadfully reminded of them by their soldiers. These set up and put down emperors until at length the commander of the Praetorian Guards made himself Grand Vizier and the senators contemptible puppets. In a short time, too, the Senate was composed wholly of soldiers whom time had so enfeebled that they were fit neither for war nor council. The empire fell to pieces, rival emperors persecuted and assailed each other, foreign nations pressed into the empire, and enemies were admitted into the army, who allured other enemies. Thus the provinces were torn and ravaged, and proud, eternal Rome fell, deserted and betrayed by its own commanders. A fearful monument of the end that everywhere awaits the thirst of conquest, whether in great or little states, and more particularly the spirit of military despotism, according to the just laws of nature. Never was a martial state more firm and extensive than that of Rome, and never was a corpse conveyed more horribly to the grave, so that after Pompey and Caesar another conqueror could never have been expected, or another regiment of soldiers, to arise in a civilized nation. Powerful destiny. Has the history of the Romans been preserved, has half the world been a victim to the sword, to teach us this lesson? And yet we learn from it nothing but words, or, misunderstood, it has formed new Romans, incapable however of equaling their prototype. Those ancient Romans have appeared but once upon the stage, and acted chiefly as private persons, a tremendously grand tragedy, the repetition of which, for humanity's sake, we can never desire. Let us examine, however, what greatness and splendor this tragedy has exhibited in its progress. Chapter 5. Character, Sciences, and Arts of the Romans. After what has been said, justice demands that we should name with due praise those noble-minded individuals who, in the unfavorable situation in which destiny had placed them, bravely sacrificed themselves for what they called the good of their country, and in the short course of their lives performed deeds reaching almost the summit of human powers. Following the course of history, I shall mention as deserving fame in different degrees Junius Brutus and Poplicola, Mutius Scaevola and Coriolanus, Valeria and Veturia, the 300 Fabii and Cincinnatus, Camillus and Decius, Fabricius and Regulus, Marcellus and Fabius, the Scipios and Catos, Cornelia and her unfortunate sons, to whom, if military glory alone were to be considered, we shall add Marius and Sylla, Pompey and Caesar, and, if good intentions and endeavors deserve praise, Marcus Brutus, Cicero, Agrippa, Drusus, and Germanicus. Neither must we forget among the emperors Titus, the delight of mankind, the just and good Nerva, the fortunate Trajan, the indefatigable Adrian, the good Antoninus, the vigilant Severus, the manly Aurelian, and other powerful props of a sinking edifice. But as these men are better known to everyone than even the Greeks themselves, I may be excused if I speak generally of the character of the Romans in their best ages, and consider this character as a consequence of the circumstances of the times. If a name were to be given to impartiality and firm resolve, to indefatigable activity in words and deeds, and a determinate ardent pursuit of victory or honor, if to that cool courage which peril cannot daunt, misfortune cannot bend, and success cannot intoxicate, it must be that of Roman fortitude. Many persons even of the lowest order in the state have displayed this virtue in so conspicuous a manner that we, particularly in our youth, when we view the Romans chiefly on the most brilliant side, honor such personages of the old world as great departed spirits. Their generals stride like giants from one quarter of the globe to another and bear the fate of nations in their prompt and powerful hands. Thrones are overturned by their foot as they pass, and they determine the life or death of myriads with a word. Perilous height on which they stand. Ruinous game, where crowns are the stake, and where the wealth of nations and the lives of millions are played away. On this height they walk as simple Romans, disdaining the pomp of barbarian kings, the helmet their crown, the coat of mail their only decoration. And when on this summit of wealth and power I hear their manly eloquence, and see the unwearied activity of their domestic or patriotic virtues, when in the throng of battle or in the tumult of the forum the countenance of Caesar retains its constant serenity, and his heart beats with magnanimous clemency even toward his enemies, great man, even with all the vices into which levity led thee, if thou didst not deserve to be monarch of Rome, no man ever did. But Caesar was more than this, he was Caesar. The highest throne on earth decorated itself with his name, oh that it could have adorned itself with his spirit also. That for ages it could have been animated with the benevolent, vigilant, comprehensive mind of Caesar. But there stands his friend Brutus with drawn dagger. Worthy Brutus! Thy evil genius appeared to thee not for the first time at Sardis or Philippi, long before hadst thou seen it in the shape of thy country to which, though of softer soul than thy rude forefathers, thou madest a sacrifice of the sacred rights of friendship and humanity. Wanting the mind of a Caesar and the vulgar ferociousness of a Sylla, thou couldst not profit by the deed imposed upon thee, and wast compelled to abandon Rome, now Rome no longer, to the wild designs of an Antony and an Octavius. Antony, who laid all the glory of Rome at the feet of an Egyptian strumpet, Octavius, who from the chamber of Olivia ruled with a semblance of divine tranquility the wearied world. Nothing was left for thee but thy own sword, a melancholy yet necessary resource for an unfortunate Roman. Whence arose this great character of the Romans? From their education, often from family pride and the glory of a name, from their occupations, from the condensation of the Senate, the people, and all nations in the central point of the sovereignty of the world, and lastly from the unfortunate necessity in which the Romans found themselves. Hence every part of Roman greatness was common to the people as well as the nobler families, to the women as well as the men. The daughters of Scipio and Cato, the wife of a Brutus, the mother and sister of the Gracchi could not act unbecoming their families, nay, noble Roman ladies frequently excelled the men in prudence and worth. Thus Terentia possessed more heroic courage than Cicero, Veturia more noble-mindedness than Coriolanus, Paulina more fortitude than Seneca. No natural advantages could produce in an eastern harem, or a gynecæum of Greece, those female virtues which blossomed in the public and domestic life of the Romans, but it must be confessed that, in the times of Roman depravity, female vices appeared at which humanity shudders. Even so early as the subjugation of the Latins, 170 Roman wives agreed to poison their husbands, and when they were discovered quaffed off the fatal portion like heroes. The deeds which the women of Rome were capable of perpetrating under the emperors want a name. The deepest shade borders on the strongest light, a stepmother Livia, and the faithful Antonia Drusus, a Plancina and Agrippina Germanicus, a Messalina and Octavia, appear side by side. If we would estimate the merits of the Romans in regard to science, we must take their peculiar character into consideration and require from them no Grecian arts. Their language was the Aeolian dialect, intermingled with almost all the tongues of Italy. From this rude form it was slowly improved, and yet, with all its improvement, it could never completely attain that ease, beauty, and perspicuity which distinguish the Greek. It is concise, grave, and worthy to be the language of the legislators and sovereigns of the world, in every respect a type of the Roman mind. As the Romans did not become acquainted with the Greeks until their character and political state had long been formed by the Latins, the Etruscans, and their own efforts, it was late before their native eloquence began to receive any polish from Greece. We will pass over, therefore, their first dramatic and poetical attempts, which unquestionably contributed much to the formation of their language, and speak of what with them took deeper root. Legislation, oratory, and history. Flowers of the intellect which their occupations produced and in which the Roman genius is more particularly displayed. Here, too, we have to regret that fate has favored us with so little, for they whose thirst of conquest deprived us of so many works of other nations were obliged in like manner to submit the productions of their own genius to destructive time. Not to mention the ancient annals of their priests, the heroic histories of Ennius and Navius, or the attempt of a Fabius Pictor, where are the histories of Acincius, Cato, Libo, Postumius, Piso, Cassius Hemina, Servilian, Fannius, Sempronius, Caelius Antipater, Acellio, Gellius, Licinius, and others? Where are the lives of Aemilius Scaurus, Rutilius Rufus, Lutatius Catulus, Sylla, Augustus, Agrippa, and Tiberius, of an Agrippina Germanicus, and even of a Claudius, Trajan, etc., written by themselves? Where, too, are the numerous historical works of the most important persons of the state in the most important periods of Rome, of Hortensius, Atticus, Caecina, Lutatius, Tubero, Luxius, Balbus, Brutus, and Tiro, of Valerius Messala, Cremutius Cordus, Domitius, Corbulo, and Clavius Rufus? Where the many lost works of Cornelius Nepos, Sallust, Livy, Tragus, Pliny, and others? I insert these names here to abash those moderns who set themselves far above the Romans, for where is the modern nation that can reckon among its princes, generals, and chief officers of state, so many and so great historians, as these pretendedly barbarous Romans, in so short a time and during events of so much importance, in which they were actively employed? From the few fragments yet remaining as specimens of a Cornelius, Caesar, Livy, etc., Roman history, it must be confessed, has not the charms and pleasing beauty of the Greek, but it possesses Roman dignity and much philosophical and political wisdom in a Sallust, Tacitus, and others. Where great actions are achieved, men think and write with dignity. Slavery palsies the tongue, as appears from the later Roman history itself, and, alas, the majority of the Roman historians during the times of Roman liberty or while that liberty was but half destroyed are wholly lost. An irreparable loss, For such men can live but once can write their own history. Roman history walks by the side of eloquence, her sister, and the art of war and of politics, their common mother. Thus several of the greatest of the Romans were not only skilled in these sciences, but writers also. The Greek and Roman historians are unjustly censured for the political and military speeches which they have frequently introduced into their narrative, for as public speeches formed the chain to which every affair of the Commonwealth was linked, the historian could not find a more natural instrument to connect events, present them in different points of view, and enter into a philosophical elucidation of them. These speeches afford the writer a far more elegant mode of philosophizing than that subsequently adopted by Tacitus and his brethren, who, compelled by necessity, uniformly intermix their own reflections. Tacitus, however, has been unjustly criticized also for his philosophizing spirit, for both in his delineations and in the severity of their style, he is in heart and mind a Roman. It was impossible for him to relate events without unfolding their causes, and painting in black colors what was detestable. His history sighs for liberty, and its obscure concise tone displays deeper regret for its loss than words could have expressed. History and eloquence enjoy only times of freedom, that is, of public activity in politics and war, they perish with these, and as the state grows indolent their thoughts and expression are benumbed. With regard to orators, though not inferior in fame to the historians, we have less to deplore. Cicero alone is sufficient to indemnify us for the loss of many. In his writings on oratory he gives us the characters at least of his great predecessors and contemporaries, and to us his orations may supply the place of those of Cato, Antonius, Hortensius, Caesar, and others. The fate of this man is illustrious, more illustrious after his death than during his life. He has preserved to us not only the eloquence of Rome in his precepts and examples, but the greater part of the Grecian philosophy, for of many of its schools we should have known little more than the names and not their doctrines but for the enviable garb in which he has preserved them. His eloquence excels the thunder of Demosthenes, not only in philosophical clearness and perspicuity, but in urbanity and true patriotism. Almost to him alone is Europe indebted for the restoration of the pure Latin language, an instrument that has unquestionably done much for the human mind, notwithstanding its many abuses. Light lie the turf upon thee, therefore, much occupied and much persecuted man, the Pater Patriae of all the Latin schools in Europe. For thy frailties thou didst sufficient penance in thy lifetime, now thou art dead, may men enjoy the fruits of thy learned, elegant, just, and noble spirit, and learn from thy letters and works, if not to adore, at least to love thee with gratitude and high esteem. 259. The poetry of the Romans was but a foreign flower which blossomed beautifully in Latium, it is true, and here and there assumed a more delicate tint, but it was incapable of producing any new fruits of its own. The Etruscans, indeed, had already prepared the ruder warrior for poetry by their Salian and funereal songs, and their Fescennine, Atellanian, and scenic games. With the capture of Tarentum and other cities of Graecia Magna, Grecian poets also were captured who endeavored to render the rude dialect of the conquerors of Greece more pleasing to them by the help of the more refined muses of their mother country. The merits of these most ancient Latin poets are known to us only from a few verses and fragments, but we are astonished at the number of their tragedies and comedies that we find quoted not only in ancient times but in part even in the best ages. Time has destroyed them, but I do not think the loss great compared with that of the Greeks, for many of them were founded on Grecian stories and probably imitations of Grecian manners. The Roman people delighted too much in farces and pantomimes, in the Circensian games and combats of gladiators, to possess a Grecian ear or Grecian taste for the theatre. The dramatic muse was introduced to the Romans as a slave, and a slave with them she ever remained. Still I much regret the loss of the 130 pieces of Plautus, and the shipwreck of 108 plays of Terence, as well as the poems of Ennius, a man of strong mind, particularly his Scipio, and his didactic poems, for in Terence alone, to use Caesar's expression, we had at least half Menander. Cicero, too, we have to thank for having preserved to us a Lucretius, a poet of a Roman soul, and to Augustus we are indebted for a semi-Homer in the Aeneid. Let us thank Commodus, likewise, for not having deprived us of some of the exercises of his noble pupil Perseus, and you, also, ye monks, for having saved, as means of learning Latin, Horace, and Boethius, with something of Terence, but above all your Virgil, as an orthodox poet. The sole unspotted laurel in the crown of Augustus is that he cherished the Muses, and allowed science a free wing. From the Roman poets to the philosophers I turn with pleasure, many were both at the same time, and indeed philosophers in their hearts as well as heads. In Rome no systems were invented, but philosophy was practiced and introduced into law, politics, and private life. Never did a didactic poet write with more force and fire than Lucretius, for he believed what he taught. Never since the time of Plato has the Academy been renovated with greater charms than in the elegant dialogues of Cicero. The Stoic philosophy, likewise, not only obtained great sway in Roman jurisprudence and formed a strict rule for the conduct of men, but acquired a practical solidity and beauty in the writing of Seneca, the excellent Meditations of Marcus Aurelius, the maxims of Epictetus, etc., to which the doctrines of various schools have evidently contributed. Exercise and necessity in many severe situations of the Roman state steeled the breasts of the Romans and fortified their courage. They examined into what was proper to be followed, and availed themselves of what the Greeks had conceived, not as idle ornament, but as the weapons and armor of the mind. The Stoic philosophy had great effect on the heads and hearts of the Romans, not indeed in exciting them to the conquest of the world, but in promoting justice, rectitude, and the internal consolation of men unjustly oppressed. For the Romans were men, and as innocent posterity suffered for the sins of their progenitors, they sought to strengthen themselves as they could. They firmly appropriated to themselves what was not of their own invention. The history of Roman literature is to us a ruin of ruins, for with the collections of it we have lost, for the most part, the sources whence those collections were drawn. What labor should we have been spared, what light would have been thrown upon antiquity, if the writings of Varro, or the 2,000 books from which Pliny compiled had come down to us? From what was known of the world to the Romans, Aristotle undoubtedly would have made a collection different from Pliny's, yet is the book of Pliny a treasure, which shows the industry and Roman spirit of the writer, notwithstanding his ignorance in particular points. Thus, too, the history of Roman jurisprudence is the history of great diligence and acuteness which could have been exercised and so long pursued in the Roman slate alone. What in the course of time has been made out of it, or foisted into it, must not be charged on the lawyers of ancient Rome. In short, defective as Roman literature appears in almost every branch compared with the Greek, this must not be ascribed to the circumstances of the times alone, but to the very nature of the Romans also, for ages proudly aspiring to be the lawgivers of the world. The sequel of the work will show this, when we see a new Rome arising from the allies of the old, in a very different form, but yet big with the spirit of conquest. Lastly, I have to speak of the arts of the Romans, in which they displayed themselves to the present world and to posterity as the sovereigns of the earth, at whose nod were the materials of every country, and the hands of every conquered nation. From the beginning they were inspired with the desire of proclaiming the splendor of their victories by monuments of same, and the majesty of their city by magnificent and durable structures, so that they very early thought of nothing less than the eternity of their proud existence. The temples that Romulus and Numa erected and the places they assigned for public assemblies already had victory in view, and a mighty popular government until, soon after, Ancus and Tarquin laid the firm foundations of that architecture which ultimately rose almost to immensity. The Etruscan king built the walls of Rome of hewn stone. To supply his subjects with water and keep the city clean he erected those vast reservoirs, the ruins of which even now are among the wonders of the world, for modern Rome is unable even to clean them and keep them in repair. In the same style were its galleries, its temples, its courts of justice, and that immense circus which, erected for the amusement of the people merely, excites our veneration even now in its ruins. This path was pursued by the kings, the haughty Tarquin in particular, afterwards by the consuls and aediles, then by the conquerors of the world, and the dictators, but chiefly by Julius Caesar, and the emperors followed. Thus by degrees arose those gates and towers, theatres and amphitheatres, circuses and stadia, triumphal arches and honorary columns, splendid monuments and mausolea, roads and aqueducts, palaces and baths, which display the eternal footsteps of these lords of the world in the provinces as well as in Rome and Italy. To contemplate many of these, even in their ruins, almost fatigues the eye, and the mind sinks under the conception of the vast idea from which the artist generated these grand designs of solidity and magnificence. Still more little do we feel ourselves when we reflect on the purposes of these structures, the way of life that was pursued in and among them, the people to whose use they were dedicated, and the persons, not unfrequently private individuals, by whom they were erected. Then the mind feels that the world never contained but one Rome, and that one genius prevailed from the wooden amphitheatre of Curio to the Colosseum of Vespasian, from the temple of Jupiter Stator to the Pantheon of Agrippa, or the Temple of Peace, from the first triumphal gate of a returning victor to the triumphal arches and honorary columns of Augustus, Titus, Trajan, Severus, and throughout every monument of public or private life. This genius was not the spirit of general liberty and comprehensive benevolence, for when we reflect on the enormous toil of the laborers who, as the slaves of war, were often obliged to procure these mountains of stone and marble from distant lands, when we consider the sums expended on these monsters of art, sums wrung from the blood and sweat of plundered and oppressed provinces, when we think of the barbarously proud and savage taste which most of these edifices cherished by their bloody combats of gladiators, their inhuman battles with wild beasts, their barbarous triumphal processions, etc., not to mention the luxury of their baths and palaces, we are compelled to think that Rome was founded by some demon inimical to mankind, to exhibit to all human beings traces of his supernatural, demoniacal sovereignty. On this subject let the reader turn to the complaints of the elder Pliny and every noble Roman, let him trace the wars and oppressions that brought to Rome the arts of Etruria, Greece, and Egypt. He will probably admire the mountains of Roman magnificence as the summit of human greatness and power, but at the same time he will learn to detest them as the murderous and tyrannical graves of mankind. The rules of art, however, remain what they were, and though the Romans, properly speaking, invented nothing in the arts, nay, latterly combined together what had elsewhere been invented in a manner sufficiently barbarous, yet in this accumulating, piling taste, they show themselves the great lords of the earth. Excudent alii spiranti Amalius era. Credo equidem, vivos ducent de marmor vultus. Orabunt causes melius, coelici mietis. Describant radio, et surgentia fidera dicent. Tu regere imperio populos, Romain, memento. Hatibi erunt arts, passif imponere amorum. Parcera subjectis and debellers superbos. Aeneid. Lib. 6, L 867-73. Let others better mold the running mass of metals, and inform the breathing brass, and soften into flesh a marble face. Plead better at the bar, describe the skies. And when the stars descend, and when they rise. But, Rome, 'tis thine alone with awful sway, to rule mankind, and make the world obey. Disposing peace, and war, thy own majestic way. Dryden. We would willingly excuse the Romans for the want of all the Grecian arts they despised, and which notwithstanding they employed for use or ornament, nay, for the neglect of improving the noblest sciences, astronomy, chronology, etc., and undertake a pilgrimage to the places where these flowers of the intellect bloomed in their native soil, had they but left them there and exercised with more philanthropy that art of government which they deemed their supreme excellence. But this was not in their power, as their wisdom was subservient only to their overweening authority, and the pretended pride of nations bent to a still greater pride. Chapter 6. General Reflections on the History and Fate of Rome. It has been of old an exercise of political philosophy to determine whether Rome was more indebted for her greatness to fortune or to valor. Already Plutarch and many other writers, both Greek and Roman, have given their opinions on this point, and in modern times the question has been handled by almost every reflecting adventurer in the paths of history. Plutarch, after all that he is obliged to allow to Roman valor, gives fortune the preponderance. In this inquiry, however, as in his other writings, he shows himself the flowery, pleasing Greek, not the possessor of a comprehensive mind fully equal to his subject. Most of the Romans, on the contrary, ascribe all to their valor, and the philosophers of later times have discovered a system of policy on which the Roman power was erected from the first foundation stone to its greatest amplitude. History clearly shows that neither of these hypotheses is exclusively true, but that all must be taken in conjunction for a solution of the problem. Valor, fortune, and policy must have combined to effect what was actually accomplished, and we find these three deities leagued in favor of Rome from the days of Romulus. Whether, after the manner of the ancients, we term the whole assemblage of living causes and effects nature or fortune, the valor of the Romans, not excluding even their barbarous severity, together with their policy and cunning, must be taken as part of this all-ruling fortune. Our view must ever remain incomplete if we attach ourselves exclusively to either of these qualities and, while we contemplate the excellencies of the Romans, forget their failings and vices, while we consider their intimate character, omit concomitant circumstances, and while we admire their firmness and skill in military affairs, overlook those accidents by which they were often so happily assisted. The geese that saved the Capitol were not less the tutelary deities of Rome than the courage of Camillus, the temporizing of Fabius, or Jupiter Stator. In the physical world all things that act together and upon each other, whether generating, supporting, or destroying, must be considered as one whole, the same in the natural world of history. It is a pleasing exercise of the mind to inquire, on this occasion or that, what Rome would have been under different circumstances, as if it had been founded on a different spot, if at an early period it had been transported to Veii, if the capital had been taken by Brennus, if Italy had been attacked by Alexander, if the city had been conquered by Hannibal, or if his counsel had been followed by Antiochus. In like manner we may inquire how Caesar would have reigned in the place of Augustus, how Germanicus in the place of Tiberius, what would have been the state of the world without the powerful spread of Christianity, etc. These inquiries would lead us to such an accurate concatenation of circumstances that at length we should learn to consider Rome after the manner of the Oriental sage, as a living creature capable under such circumstances alone of rising from the banks of the Tiber, as from the sea, gradually acquiring strength to contend with all nations, by sea and land, subdue, and crush them, and lastly finding within itself the limits of its glory and the origin of its corruption, as it actually did find them. Thus contemplated, everything arbitrary and irrational vanishes from history. In it, as in every production of nature, all or nothing is fortuitous, all or nothing is arbitrary. Every phenomenon in history is a natural production, and for men perhaps of all most worthy contemplation, as in it so much depends on men, and he may find the most useful kernel, though included perhaps in a bitter shell, even in what lies without the sphere of his own powers, in the overbearing weight of times and circumstances, in the oppression of a Greece, a Carthage, or Numantia, in the murder of a Sertorius, a Spartacus, or a Viriatus, in the ruin of the younger Pompey, Drusus, Germanicus, or Britannicus. This is the only philosophical method of contemplating history, and it has been even unconsciously practiced by all thinking minds. Nothing has tended more to obstruct this impartial view than the attempt to consider even the bloody history of Rome as subservient to some secret limited design of Providence, as, for instance, that Rome was raised to such a height principally for the production of orators and poets, for extending the Roman law and Latin language to the limits of its empire, and smoothing the way for the introduction of Christianity. No one is ignorant of the prodigious evil under which Rome and the world around her groaned before such orators and poets could arise, how dear, for instance, Sicily bought Cicero's speech against Verres, and how much his orations against Catiline and his Philippics against Antony cost his country and himself. Thus a ship must be lost to save one pearl, and thousands must lose their lives merely that one flower might spring from their ashes, soon to be dissipated by the winds. To purchase the Aeneid of a Virgil, and the tranquil muse and urbane epistles of a Horace, rivers of Roman blood must previously flow, nations and kingdoms innumerable must be destroyed. Were these fine fruits of a forced golden age worth the expense they cost? The case is the same with the Roman law, for who knows not what vexations were suffered through it and how many more humane institutions in very different countries it destroyed. Foreign nations were judged conformably to manners with which they were unacquainted, crimes and punishments were introduced among them of which they had never heard, nay, has not the general progress of this jurisprudence, adapted to the constitution of Rome alone after 1,000 oppressians, so extinguished or vitiated the characters of all its conquered nations that, instead of their peculiar stamp, the Roman eagle at last everywhere appears, covering with feeble wings the exenerated eyeless carcasses of murdered provinces? The Latin language, too, neither gained anything from conquered nations nor conferred anything upon them. It was corrupted and at length became a mixed jargon not only in the provinces but even in Rome itself. Through its means, also, the chaste beauty of the more elegant Greek was contaminated, and the languages of many nations which would have been far more useful both to them and to us, than a corrupt Latin, have vanished without leaving behind them the smallest remains. Lastly, with regard to the Christian religion, highly as I venerate the benefits it has conferred on mankind, so far am I from believing that a single milestone was erected in Rome by human hands on its account. For it Romulus founded not his city, Pompey and Crassus entered not into Judea, still less were all the Roman establishments in Europe and Asia made to prepare its way over the world. Rome embraced Christianity no otherwise than it embraced the worship of Isis and all the contemptible superstitions of the East. It would be derogatory to divine providence to suppose that, for her noblest work, the propagation of truth and virtue, she could employ no other instrument than the tyrannical and bloody hands of the Romans. The Christian religion raised itself by its own energy as the Roman Empire grew by its own powers, and if they at length united it was to the advantage of neither. A Romish Christian bastard sprung from the union, of which there are many who wish that it had never been born. Natural history has reaped no advantage from the philosophy of final causes, the sectaries of which have been inclined to satisfy themselves with probable conjecture instead of patient inquiry, how much less the history of mankind with its endlessly complicated machinery of causes mutually acting upon each other. We must also disapprove the opinion that the Romans came on the stage in the succession of ages to form a more perfect link in the chain of cultivation than the Greeks, as in a picture designed by man. In whatever the Greeks excelled, there the Romans never went beyond them. On the other hand, in what was properly their own, they learned nothing from the Greeks. They endeavored to profit by all nations of which they had any knowledge, even to the Indians and troglodytes, but this they did as Romans, and it may be questioned whether to their advantage or to their detriment. Now as little as all other nations existed for the sake of the Romans or framed for them their political institutions ages before, not more did the Greeks. Athens and the Italian colonies made laws for themselves, not for the Romans, and if Athens had never existed Rome might have sent to Scythia for her 12 tables. In many respects, too, the Grecian laws were more perfect than the Roman, and the defects of the latter diffused themselves over a far more extensive region. If perchance they were in any points more humane, they were so after the Roman mode, but it would have been altogether unnatural if the conquerors of so many civilized people had not learned at least a semblance of humanity by which nations were often deceived. Nothing remains, therefore, but to consider the Roman nation and the Latin language as bridges placed by Providence for the conveyance of some of the treasures of antiquity to us. Yet for this purpose the bridges were the worst that could have been contrived, for of most of these treasures we were robbed by their very creation. The Romans were destroyers, and in their turn destroyed, but destroyers are no preservers of the world. They irritated all nations until at length they became their prey, and Providence performed no miracle in their behalf. Let us, therefore, contemplate this like any other natural phenomenon, the causes and effects of which we would investigate freely, without any preconceived hypothesis. The Romans were precisely what they were capable of becoming. Everything perishable belonging to them perished, and what was susceptible of permanence remained. Ages roll on, and with them the offspring of ages, multiform man. Everything that could blossom upon earth has blossomed, each in its due season and its proper sphere. It has withered away and will blossom again when its time arrives. The work of Providence pursues its eternal course according to grand universal laws, and to the consideration of this we proceed with unpresuming steps. Book 15. Thus everything in history is transient. The inscription on her temple is, evanescence and decay. We tread on the ashes of our forefathers and stalk over the entombed ruins of human institutions and kingdoms. Egypt, Persia, Greece, Rome, flit before us like shadows, like ghosts they rise from their graves and appear to us in the field of history. When any political body has outlived its maturity, who would not wish it a quiet dissolution? Who does not shudder when, in the circle of living active powers, he stumbles over the graves of ancient institutions which rob the living of light and narrow their habitations? And when the present race has cleared away these catacombs, how soon will its institutions have a similar appearance to another, and be in like manner levelled with the earth? The cause of this transitoriness of all terrestrial things lies in their essence, in the place they inhabit, and in the general laws to which our nature is subject. Man's body is a fragile, ever-renovating shell which at length can renew itself no longer, but his mind operates upon earth only in and with the body. We fancy ourselves independent, yet we depend on all nature, implicated in a chain of incessantly fluctuating things. We must follow the laws of its permutation, which are nothing more than to be born, exist, and die. A slender thread connects the human race, which is every moment breaking, to be tied anew. The sage, whom time has made wise, sinks into the grave, that his successor may likewise begin his course as a child, perhaps madly destroy the work of his father, and leave to his son the same vain toil in which he, too, consumes his days. Thus year runs into year, thus generations and empires are linked together. The sun sets so that night may succeed and mankind rejoice at the beams of a new morn. Now were any advancement observable in all this it would be something, but where is it to be found in history? In it we everywhere perceive destruction without being able to discern that what rises anew is better than what was destroyed. Nations flourish and decay, but in a faded nation no new flower, not to say a more beautiful one, ever blooms. Cultivation proceeds, yet becomes not more perfect by progress. In new places new capacities are developed, the ancient of the ancient places irrevocably pass away. Were the Romans more wise or more happy than the Greeks? Are we more so than either? The nature of man remains ever the same. In the 10,000th year of the world he will be born with passions as he was born with passions in the 2000th, and ran through his course of follies to a late, imperfect, useless wisdom. We wander in a labyrinth, in which our lives occupy but a span, so that it is to us nearly a matter of indifference whether there be any entrance or outlet to the intricate path. Melancholy fate of the human race. With all their exertions chained to an Ixion's wheel, to Sisyphus's stone, and condemned to the prospect of a Tantalus. We must will and we must die without having seen the fruit of our labors ripen, or learned a single result of human endeavors from the whole course of history. If a people stand alone, its characters wear away under the hand of time. If it come into collision with others, it is thrown into the crucible, where its impression is equally effaced. Thus we hew out blocks of ice, thus we write on the waves of the sea. The wave glides by, the ice melts, our palaces and our thoughts are both no more. To what purpose then the unblessed labor to which God has condemned man as a daily task during his short life? To what purpose the burden under which everyone toils on his way to the grave, while no one is asked whether he will take it up or not, whether he will be born on this spot, at this period, and in this circle, or no? Nay, as most of the evils among mankind arise from themselves, from their defective constitutions and governments, from the arrogance of oppressors, and from the almost inevitable weakness both of the governors and the governed, what fate was it that subjected man to the yoke of his fellows, to the mad or foolish will of his brother. Let a man sum up the periods of the happiness and unhappiness of nations, their good and bad rulers, nay, the wisdom and folly, the predominance of reason and of passion, in the best, how vast will be the negative number. Look at the despots of Asia, of Africa, nay, of almost the whole earth. Behold those monsters on the throne of Rome under whom a world groaned for centuries. Note the troubles and wars, the oppressions and tumults, that took place, and mark the event. A Brutus falls and an Anthony triumphs, a Germanicus dies, and a Tiberius, a Caligula, a Nero, reign, Aristides is banished, Confucius is a wanderer upon the earth, Socrates, Phocion, Seneca, are put to death. Everywhere, it must be confessed, is discoverable the proposition, what is, what can be, will be, what is susceptible of dissolution, dissolves. A melancholy confession, however, which universally proclaims that rude violence and his sister, malignant cunning, are everywhere victorious upon earth. Thus man doubts and redoubts, after much apparent historical experience, nay, this melancholy complaint has in a certain degree the superficies of all earthly occurrences in its favor. Hence I have known many who on the wide ocean of human history imagined they had lost that God whom, on the firm ground of natural knowledge, they beheld with their mental eye in every stalk of grass, in every grain of dust, and adored with overflowing heart. In the temple of the earthly creation everything appeared to them full of omnipotence and benevolent goodness. In the theatre of human actions, on the contrary, for which the periods of our life are calculated, they beheld nothing but a stage of conflicting sensual passions, brutal powers, destructive arts, or evanescent good purposes. To them history is a spider's web in a corner of the mundane mansion, the intricate threads of which display abundant traces of destructive rapine, while its melancholy center, the spider by which it was spun, nowhere appears. Yet, if there be a God in nature there is in history, too. For man is also a part of the creation and in his wildest extravagances and passions must obey laws not less beautiful and excellent than those by which all the celestial bodies move. Now as I am persuaded that man is capable of knowing and destined to attain the knowledge of everything that he ought to know, I step freely and confidently from the tumultuous scenes through which we have been wandering to inspect the beautiful and sublime laws of nature by which they have been governed. Chapter 1. Humanity is the end of human nature and, with this end, God has put their own fate into the hands of mankind. The end of whatever is not merely a dead instrument must be implicated in itself. Were we created to strive with eternally vain endeavors after a point of perfection external to ourselves and which we could never reach, as the magnet turns to the north, we might not only pity ourselves as blind machines, but the being likewise that had condemned us to such a state of tantalism in forming us for the purpose of such a malignant and diabolical spectacle. Should we say in his exculpation that some good at least was promoted and our nature preserved in perpetual activity by these empty endeavors incapable of ever attaining their object, it must be an imperfect, ferocious being that could deserve such an exculpation, for in activity that never attains its end can lie no good, and he has weakly or maliciously deceived us by placing before our eyes such a dream from a purpose unworthy of him. But happily we are taught no such doctrine by the nature of things, if we consider mankind as we know them, and according to the laws that are intrinsic to them, we perceive nothing in man superior to humanity, for even if we think of angels or of gods we conceive them as ideal, superior men. We have seen 260 that our nature is evidently organized to this end, for it our finer senses and instincts, our reason and liberty, our delicate yet durable health, our language, art, and religion, were bestowed. In all states, in all societies, man has had nothing in view and could aim at nothing else but humanity, whatever may have been the idea he formed of it. For it the arrangements of sex and the different periods of life were made by nature so that our childhood might be of long continuance and we might learn a kind of humanity by means of education. For it, all the different modes of life throughout the wide world have been established, all the forms of society introduced. Hunter or fisherman, shepherd, husbandman or citizen, In every state man has learned to discriminate food and construct habitations for himself and his family, to clothe and adorn either sex and regulate his domestic economy. He invented various laws, and forms of government, the object of all which was that everyone might exercise his faculties, and acquire a more pleasing and free enjoyment of life, undisturbed by others. For this purpose property was secured and labor, arts, trade, and an extensive intercourse between persons facilitated, punishments were invented for culprits, rewards for the deserving, and numberless moral practices for people of different classes, in public and private life and even in religion, were established. For this, wars were carried on, treaties were made, by degrees a sort of law of nations and of war, and various compacts of hospitality and commerce were framed so that man might meet companion and respect beyond the confines of his own country. Thus whatever good appears in history to have been accomplished, humanity was the gainer, whatever foolish, vicious, or execrable was perpetrated, ran counter to humanity, so that in all his earthly institutions man can conceive no other end than what lies in himself, that is, in the weak or strong, base or noble nature that God gave him. Now if throughout the whole creation we know nothing except by what it is and what it affects, man's end upon earth is shown us by his nature and history as by the clearest demonstration. Let us take a retrospect of the regions over which we have been wandering, in all the civil establishments from China to Rome, in all the varieties of their political constitutions, in every one of their inventions, whether of peace or war, and even in all the faults and barbarities that nations have committed, we discern the grand law of nature: let man be man, let him mold his condition according as to himself shall seem best. For this nations took possession of their land and established themselves in it as they could. Of women and of the state, of slaves, clothing, and habitations, of recreation and food, of science, and of art, everything has been made in the different parts of the earth that man thought was capable of being made for his own or for the general good. Thus we everywhere find mankind possessing and exercising the right of forming themselves to a kind of humanity as soon as they have discerned it. If they have erred or stopped at the halfway of a hereditary tradition, they have suffered the consequences of their error, and done penance for the fault they committed. The deity has in no wise bound their hands further than by what they were by time, place, and their intrinsic powers. When they were guilty of faults he extricated them not by miracles, but suffered these faults to produce their effects that man might the better learn to know them. This law of nature is not more simple than it is worthy of God, confident and fertile in its consequences to mankind. Were man intended to be what he is and to become what he was capable of becoming, he must preserve a spontaneity of nature and be encompassed by a sphere of free actions disturbed by no preternatural miracle. All inanimate substances, every species of living creature that instinct guides, have remained what they were from the time of the creation. God made man a deity upon earth, he implanted in him the principle of self-activity, and set this principle in motion from the beginning by means of the internal and external wants of his nature. Man could not live and support himself without learning to make use of his reason. No sooner, indeed, did he begin to make use of this than the door was open to 1,000 errors and mistaken attempts, but at the same time, and even through these very mistakes and errors, the way was cleared to a better use of his reason. The more speedily he discerned his faults, the greater the promptitude and energy with which he applied to correct them, the further he advanced, the more his humanity was formed, and this must be formed or he must groan for ages beneath the burden of his mistakes. We see, too, that nature has chosen as wide a field for the establishment of this law as the abode of mankind would allow. She organized man as variously as the human species could be organized on this earth. She placed the Negro close to the ape, and she offered for solution the grand problem of humanity, to all people, of all times, from the intellect of the Ethiopy to the most refined understanding. Scarcely a nation upon earth is without the necessaries of life, to which want and instinct guide. For the greater refinement of man's condition more genial climates produce a race of finer mold. But as all beauty and perfection of order lie in the midst of two extremes, the most beautiful form of reason and humanity must find its place in the temperate middle region. And this it has abundantly found, according to the natural law of this general fitness. For though scarcely any of the Asiatic nations can be absolved from that indolence which rested satisfied too early with good institutions, and regarded hereditary forms as sacred and unalterable, yet they must be excused when the vast extent of their continent is considered, together with the circumstances to which they were exposed, particularly beyond the mountains. Upon the whole, their first attempts at the promotion of humanity, early as they were, considered each in its place and time, deserve praise, and still less can we refrain from acknowledging the progress made by the more active nations on the coasts of the Mediterranean Sea. These shook off the despotic yoke of ancient forms of government and traditions, and gave thereby an example of the great and good law of human destiny, that whatever a nation or a whole race of men wills for its own good with firm conviction, and pursues with energy, nature, who has set up for man's aim neither despots nor traditions, but the best form of humanity, will assuredly grant. The fundamental principle of this divine law of nature reconciles us wonderfully not only with the appearance of our species all over the globe, but likewise with its variations through the different periods of time. Everywhere man is what he was capable of rendering himself, what he had the will and the power to become. Were he contented with his condition, or were the means of his improvement not yet ripened in the ample field of time, he remained for ages what he was and became nothing more. But if he employed the instruments God had given him for his use, his understanding, power, and all the opportunities that a favorable current conveyed to him, he raised himself higher with art, and improved himself with courage. If he did not this, his very indolence showed that he was little sensible of his misfortune, for every lively feeling of injustice, accompanied by intelligence and strength, must become an emancipating power. The long submission to despotism, for instance, arose by no means from the overbearing might of the despots, the easy, confiding weakness of their subjects, and latterly their patient indolence, were its great and only supports. For, it must be confessed, it is easier to bear with patience than to redress ourselves with vigor, and hence so many nations have forborne to assert the right that God has conferred on them in the divine gift of reason. Still there is no doubt, generally speaking, that what has not yet appeared upon earth will at some future period appear, for no prescription is a bar to the rights of man, and the powers that God has implanted in him are ineradicable. We are astonished to see how far the Greeks and Romans advanced in a few centuries in their sphere of objects, for though the aim of their exertions was not always the most pure, they proved that they were capable of reaching it. Their image shines in history and animates everyone who resembles them to similar and better exertions under the same and greater assistance of fate. In this view the whole history of nations is to us a school for instructing us in the course by which we are to reach the lovely goal of humanity and worth. So many celebrated nations of old attained an inferior aim, why should not we succeed in the pursuit of a purer and more noble object? They were men like us, their call to the best form of humanity was ours, according to the circumstances of the times, to our knowledge, and to our duties. What they could perform without a miracle, we can and ought to perform. The deity assists us only by means of our own industry, our own understanding, our own powers. When he had created the earth and all its irrational inhabitants, he formed man, and said to him, "Be my image, a god upon earth, rule and dispose. Whatever of noble and excellent thy nature will permit thee to produce, bring forth. I will assist thee by no miracle, for I have placed thy own fate in thy own hand, but all my sacred, eternal laws of nature will be thy aids." Let us consider some of these natural laws which, according to the testimony of history, have promoted the progress of humanity in our species and, as truly as they are the natural laws of God, will continue to promote it. Chapter 2. All the destructive powers in nature must not only yield in the course of time to the maintaining powers, but must ultimately be subservient to the consummation of the whole. Example the first. As the substance of future worlds lay floating in infinite space, the creator of these worlds was pleased to leave matter to form itself by means of the internal energies imparted to it. Toward the center of the whole, the sun, whatever could find no course of its own, or was attacked by the superior power of this orb, bent its way. Whatever found another center of attraction revolved in like manner around it, and either tended to its great focus in an elliptical orbit, or flew off in a parabola or hyperbola, and returned no more. Thus the ether purified itself, thus from a confused fluctuating chaos arose a harmonious system of worlds, according to which earths and comets have revolved for ages in regular orbits around their sun, an eternal proof that order arose out of confusion by means of divine implanted powers. As long as this grand and simple law of all powers numbered and balanced against each other endures, the structure of the universe stands firm, for it is founded on a divine rule and quality. Second example. In like manner as our earth formed itself from a shapeless mass into a planet, its elements struggled and contended upon it until each found its place, so that, after much wild confusion, all are now become subservient to the harmoniously regulated orb. Land and water, air and fire, seasons and climates, winds and currents, and all its atmospherical phenomena, obey one great law of its form and density, its motion and distance from the sun, and are regulated in harmony with these. Those innumerable volcanoes that once flamed on the surface of our earth flame on it no longer, the ocean no longer boils with those vitriolic effusions and other matters that once covered the surface of our land. Millions of creatures have perished that were fated to perish, whatever could preserve itself abides, and still, after the lapse of thousands of years, remains in great harmonious order. Wild animals and tame, carnivorous and graminivorous insects, birds, fishes, and man, are adapted to each other, and among all these, male and female, birth and death, the term and stages of life, wants and enjoyments, necessities and gratifications. Not, however, at the will of a daily changing, inexplicable order, but according to evident laws of nature inherent in the structure of the creatures themselves, that is, in the relation of all the organic powers which have animated and maintained themselves on our planet. As long as the natural law of this structure and relation endures, its consequences will likewise endure, namely, harmonious order between the animate and inanimate parts of our creation which, as the interior of our earth evinces, was producible only by the destruction of millions. What? And shall not this law, conformable to the internal powers of nature, educing order out of chaos and converting into regularity the confusion of human affairs, prevail in the life of man? Undoubtedly it does, we bear its principle within us, and it must and will act suitably to its nature. All the errors of man are mists of truth, all the passions of his breast are wild impulses of a power which yet knows not itself, but according to its nature acts only for the best. Even the tempests of the ocean, those frequent engines of ravage and destruction, are the offspring of a harmonious order of things, to which they are not less subservient than the gentle zephyr. It is hoped a few observations may be placed in such a light, as to confirm this pleasing truth. 1. As the storms of the sea occur less frequently than moderate gales, so in the human species nature has benevolently ordered that fewer destroyers than preservers should be born. It is a divine law in the animal kingdom that not so many lions and tigers are capable of existence, and actually exist, as sheep and doves. In history we find the same beneficent disposition of things, so that we have a much smaller number of Nebuchadnezzars, Cambizes, Alexanders, Scyllas, Attilas, and Genghis Khans, than of less ferocious generals or quiet peaceful monarchs. To the production of the former either very inordinate passions, and faulty natural dispositions are requisite, whence they appear to the earth as fiery meteors instead of associate planets, or singular circumstances of education, rare occurrences of early habit, or the imperious demands of hostile, political necessity, stir up these scourges of divine wrath, as they are called, against mankind, and keep up their relentless swing. If it be true, therefore, that nature deviates not from her course on our account, when, among the innumerable varieties of form and temperament she produces, she occasionally exhibits to the world men of unruly passions, spirits of destruction, not of preservation, still it remains in men's own power not to entrust their flocks to these wolves and tigers, and even to tame them by the laws of humanity. The wild ox no longer appears in Europe, which formerly enjoyed its forest domains in every part of it, and Rome at length found it difficult to procure the number of African monsters she required for her amphitheaters. In proportion as lands are cultivated, deserts are diminished and their wild inhabitants become more rare. In the human species, the increasing civilization of man has had a similar effect, his disposition to unruly passions giving way with his decrease of strength. A more delicate creature was formed. With all this, irregularities are possible, and these frequently rage more perniciously from being founded on infantile weakness, as the examples of many Roman and Eastern despots show. However, as a spoiled child is always more easy to restrain than a bloodthirsty tiger, nature, with her corrective regulations, has taught us the way to rule the lawless, and tame the insatiable savage by increasing diligence. If there be no longer regions of dragons to employ the arms of the giants of antiquity, we require no Herculean destructive powers against men themselves. Heroes of this stamp may pursue their bloody game on Caucasus or in Africa, and there seek new minotaurs to encounter. The society in which they live possesses the undoubted right itself to destroy all the flame-breathing oxen of Agerion. It suffers by its own fault if it tamely yields itself up to them as a prey, as it was the fault of the nations themselves that they did not unite against desolating Rome with all the force of a common league to maintain the freedom of the world. 2. The progress of history shows that as true humanity has increased, the destructive demons of the human race have diminished in number, and this from the inherent natural laws of a self-enlightening reason and policy. In proportion as reason increases among mankind, men must learn from their infancy to perceive that there is a nobler greatness than the inhuman greatness of tyrants, and that it is more laudable as well as more difficult to form than to ravage a nation, to establish cities than to destroy them. The industrious Egyptians, the ingenious Greeks, the mercantile Phoenicians, not only make a more pleasing figure in history, but enjoyed, during the period of their existence, a more useful and agreeable life than the destroying Persians, the conquering Romans, the avaricious Carthaginians. The remembrance of the former still lives with fame, and their influence upon earth will continue eternally with increasing power, while the ravagers, with their demoniacal might, reap no further benefit than that of becoming a wretched, luxurious people amid the ruins of their plunder, and at last quaffing off the poisoned draught of severe retaliation. Such was the fate of the Assyrians, Babylonians, Persians, Romans. Even the Greeks received more injury from their internal dissensions and from their luxury in many cities and provinces than from the sword of the enemy. Now, as these are fundamental principles of a natural order which not only shows itself in particular cases of history or in fortuitous instances, but is founded on its own intrinsic properties, that is, on the nature of oppression and an overstretched power, or on the consequences of victory, luxury, and arrogance, as on the laws of a disturbed equiponderance, and holds on co-eternally with the course of things, why must we be compelled to doubt that this law of nature is not as generally acknowledged as any other, and does not operate from the forcibleness with which it is perceived, with the infallible efficacy of a natural truth? What may be brought to mathematical certainty and political demonstration must be acknowledged as truth sooner or later, for no one has yet questioned the accuracy of the multiplication table or the propositions of Euclid. Even our brief history already demonstrates beyond all doubt that the increased diffusion of true knowledge among people has happily diminished their inhuman, mad destroyers. Since the downfall of Rome there has arisen no other cultivated nation in Europe which has founded the whole of its constitution on war and conquest, for the military nations of the Middle Ages were rude and savage. In proportion as they advanced in civilization, and learned to have a regard for their property, the more amiable and peaceful spirit of industry, of agriculture, of trade, and of science, forced itself upon them unnoticed, or indeed often against their wills. Men learned to use without destroying, as what was destroyed was no longer capable of being used, and thus in time, from the nature of the case itself, a peaceful balance between nations took place, for, after centuries of wild warring, all began to perceive that the object of everyone's wish was not to be attained unless they contributed to promote it in common. Even that which of all things appeared most to require exclusive possession, commerce, could take no other way, as it is a law of nature against which passions and prejudice are ultimately of no avail. Every commercial nation of Europe now laments, and will hereafter lament still more, what envy or superstition once prompted it foolishly to destroy. As reason increases, the object of navigation will proportionally turn from conquest to trade, which is founded on reciprocal justice and courtesy, on a progressive emulation to excel in arts and industry, in short, on humanity and its eternal laws. Our minds feel inward satisfaction when they not only perceive the balm which flows from the laws of human nature, but see it spread, and make its way among mankind, even against their wills, from its natural force. God himself could not divest man of the capability of error, but he implanted this in the nature of human mistakes that sooner or later they should show themselves to be such, and become evident to the calculating creature. No prudent sovereign of Europe now governs his provinces as did the kings of Persia or even the Romans themselves, if not from philanthropic motives, yet from a clearer insight into the business, as with the course of time political calculation has become more certain, easy, and perspicuous. A madman only would build Egyptian pyramids in our days, and anyone that should attempt such useless enterprises would be deemed insane by all the rational part of the world, if not from his want of love for the people, yet from considerations of economy. The bloody combats of gladiators and barbarous fights with animals are no longer suffered among us. The human species has run through these wild tricks of youth and learned at length to see that its mad frolics cost more than they are worth. In like manner we no longer require the poor oppressed slaves of the Romans or helots of Sparta because in our constitutions we know how to obtain more easily from free beings what they accomplished with more danger and even expense by means of human animals. Nay, the time must come when we shall look back with as much compassion on our inhuman traffic in Negroes as on the ancient Roman slaves or Spartan helots, if not from humanity, yet from calculation. In short, we have to thank God for having given us, with our weak fallible nature, reason, that immortal beam from his Son, the essence of which it is to dispel night, and show things in their real forms. 3. The progress of arts and inventions puts into the hands of man increasing means of restraining or rendering innocuous what nature herself cannot eradicate. The surface of the sea must be ruffled by storms, and the mother of all things could not dispense with them for man's advantage. But what did she bestow on him to compensate these? The art of navigation. These very storms excited man to invent the elaborate structure of his complicated ship, which enables him not merely to escape the storm, but to profit by its rage, and sail on its wings. The wandering mariner, tossed on the ocean, could not call the sons of Tyndareus to appear and direct him on his course. Accordingly he himself invented his guide, the compass, and sought in the skies his dioscuri, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Thus equipped with art he launched out on the boundless ocean and braved it from the equator to the Arctic Circle. Nature could not take from man the destructive element of fire without depriving him of manhood itself, but then, what did she bestow on him by means of fire? Multifarious art, art not only to set bounds to the devouring poison and render it innocent, but even to employ it for 1,000 beneficial uses. It is the same with the raging passions of man as with these storms on the ocean, with this raging element of fire. By and in these the human species has sharpened its reason and invented 1,000 means, regulations, and arts, not only to restrain them, but even to turn them to advantage, as all history shows. A race of men without passions would never have cultivated their understanding, they would have still lain as troglodytes in some cave. Man-devouring war, for example, was during ages the trade of robbery rudely exercised. It was long the practice of men swayed by turbulent passions, for while personal strength, cunning, and address were its requisites, it could cherish only the dangerous virtues of robbers and murderers, even in those who possess the most laudable qualities, as the wars of ancient times, of the Middle Ages, and even some of modern date abundantly testify. But in the midst of this depraving trade the art of war was invented, perhaps involuntarily, for the inventors of this art perceived not that it would sap the foundations of war itself. In proportion as the art of fighting became a profound study and various mechanical inventions were introduced into it, the passions and brute strength of individuals became useless. Soldiers were converted into mere machines, moved by the mind of a single general and at the order of a few commanders, until at length sovereigns alone were permitted to play this dangerous and costly game, while in ancient times almost all warlike nations were continually in arms. We have seen proofs of this in several Asiatic nations, and not less in the Greeks and Romans. The latter were for centuries almost constantly in the field. The Volscian War continued 106 years, the Samnite 71, the city of Veii was besieged 10 years, like a second Troy, and the destructive Peloponnesian War of 28 years among the Greeks is sufficiently known. But as in all wars, to fall in battle is the least of evils, while the diseases and devastation that attend the motions of an army or the siege of a town, with the lawless spirit of plunder that then pervades all ranks and conditions, are much greater evils which passion-stirring war calls forth in 1,000 frightful forms. We may thank the Greeks and Romans, and still more the inventors of gunpowder and firearms, for having reduced the most savage trade to an art, and latterly indeed the most honorable art of crowned heads. Since kings have personally engaged in this game of honor, with armies as devoid of passion as numerous, we are secured from sieges of 10 years' duration, or wars of 70, carried on merely for the honor of the commander, for the very magnitude of an army is sufficient to prevent the continuance of war. Thus, conformably to an unalterable law of nature, the evil itself has produced some good, the art of war having suppressed in a certain degree the practice of warfare. This art has likewise diminished plunder and devastation, if not from philanthropy, yet for the honor of the general. The laws of war and the treatment of prisoners are become incomparably milder than they were even among the Greeks, not to mention the public security, which first existed merely in warlike states. The whole Roman Empire, for instance, enjoyed security in its highways, as they were covered by the wings of its eagles, while traveling was dangerous to a foreigner in Asia and Africa, and even in Greece, because in these countries a general spirit of security was wanting. Thus the poison was converted into a medicine as soon as it came into the hands of art. Generations indeed were swept away, but the immortal whole outlived the sufferings of the parts that disappeared, and learned good even from evil. If this be true of the art of war, it must still more of the science of politics, the study of which, however, is more intricate, as in it centers the welfare of a whole nation. Even the savages of America have their politics, yet in how confined a state. Being of advantage indeed to a few particular families, but by no means securing the whole people from ruin. Several little nations have exterminated one another, others are so thin that a similar fate probably awaits many of them from their unequal contest with the smallpox, spirit-use liquors, and the avarice of Europeans. The more the political system of a state became an art, both in Asia and Europe, the more stable it was in itself, and the more closely it was connected with others, so that one could not fall without the rest. Thus stands China, thus Japan, ancient edifices the foundations of which lie deep beneath their walls. The constitution of Greece, the principal republics of which contended centuries for the balance of power, was still more elaborate. Common dangers united them, and had the union been perfect, these active people would have withstood Philip and the Romans with no less glory than they once gained against Xerxes and Darius. The defective politics of the neighboring nations alone gave Rome her advantage. Separately they were attacked, separately they were conquered. Rome experienced a similar fate when she declined in the arts of war and politics, so did Judea, and so did Egypt. No people, whose state is well regulated, can perish, even supposing them to be conquered, as China shows even with all its faults. The utility of an art profoundly understood is more evident when we speak of the internal economy of a country, its trade, its administration of justice, its sciences, and its manufactures. In all these it is obvious, the greater the art the more the advantage. A true merchant employs no deception, because deceit never leads to wealth, as the man of real learning never makes a parade of false science, as the judge who deserves the name is never knowingly unjust, for this would be to confess themselves tyros, not masters of their arts. As certainly must the time come when the irrational politician will be ashamed of his ignorance, and when it will be as absurd and ridiculous to be a tyrannical despot as it has ever been detestable. It will then be clear as day that every irrational politician reckons with an erroneous multiplication table, and that however great the sums he calculates, no real advantage is obtained from them. For this history is written, and in the course of it the proofs of this proposition will become evident. All the faults of government must precede and exhaust themselves as it were, that, after all their disorders, man may at length perceive the happiness of his species to depend not on anything arbitrary, but on an essential law of nature, on reason and equity. To the development of this law we now proceed, and may the internal force of truth stamp light and conviction on the proposition. Chapter 3. The human race is destined to proceed through various degrees of civilization, in various mutations, but the permanency of its welfare is founded solely and essentially on reason and justice. First, natural law. It is demonstrated in physical mathematics, that to the permanent condition of a thing a sort of perfection is requisite, a maximum or minimum arising out of the mode of action of the powers of that thing. Thus, for example, our earth could not possess durability if its center of gravity did not lie deep within it, and all its powers act to and from this in equiponderating harmony. Every stable being, therefore, bears in itself, according to this beautiful law of nature, its physical truth, goodness, and necessity, as the grounds of its stability. Second, natural law. It is in like manner demonstrated that all perfection and beauty of compound, limited things, or systems of them, rest on such a maximum. Thus similitude and difference, simplicity in means and diversity in effects, the slightest application of power to attain the most certain or profitable end, form a kind of symmetry and harmonious proportion universally observed by nature, in her laws of motion, in the form of her creatures, in the greatest things and in the least, and imitated by the art of man as far as his powers extend. In this many rules limit each other so that what would be greater according to one is diminished by another until the compound whole attains the most beautiful form with the greatest economy, and at the same time internal consistency, goodness, and truth. An excellent law, which banishes from nature everything arbitrary and all disorder, and displays to us, even in every variable and limited part of the creation, a rule of the highest beauty. Third, natural law. It is equally proved that if a being or system of beings are forced out of this permanent condition of its truth, goodness, and beauty, it will again approach it by its internal powers, either in vibrations or in an asymptote, as out of this state it finds no stability. The more active and multifarious the powers, the less is the imperceptible straight course of the asymptote possible, and the more violent the vibrations and oscillations, until the disturbed subject attain an equilibrium of its powers, or harmony in their movements, and therewith the permanent condition essential to it. Now as mankind, both taken as a whole and in its particular individuals, societies, and nations, is a permanent natural system of the most multifarious living powers, let us examine wherein its stability consists, in what point its highest beauty, truth, and goodness unite, and what course it takes in order to reapproach its permanent condition on every aberration from it, of which many are exhibited to us by history and experience. 1. The human species is such a copious scheme of energies and capacities that, as everything in nature rests on the most determinate individuality, its great and numerous capacities could not appear on our planet otherwise than divided among millions. Everything has been born that could be born upon it, and everything has maintained itself that could acquire a state of permanence according to the laws of nature. Thus every individual bears within himself that symmetry, for which he is made, and to which he must mold himself, both in his bodily figure and mental capacities. Human existence appears in every shape and kind, from the most sickly deformity that can scarcely support life to the superhuman form of a Grecian demigod, from the passionate ardor of the Negro brain to the capacity for consummate wisdom. Through faults and errors, through education, necessity, and exercise, every mortal seeks the symmetry of his powers, as in this alone the most complete enjoyment of his existence lies, yet few are sufficiently fortunate to attain it in the purest, happiest manner. 2. As an individual man can subsist of himself but very imperfectly. A superior maximum of cooperating powers is formed with every society. These powers contend together in wild confusion until, agreeably to the unfailing laws of nature, opposing regulations limit each other and a kind of equilibrium and harmony of movement takes place. Thus nations modify themselves, according to time, place, and their internal character, each bears in itself the standard of its perfection, totally independent of all comparison with that of others. Now the more pure and fine the maximum on which a people hit, the more useful the objects to which it applied the exertions of its nobler powers, and, lastly, the more firm and exact the bond of union which most intimately connected all the members of the state and guided them to this good end, the more liable was the nation itself and the more brilliant the figure it made in history. The course that we have hitherto taken through certain nations shows how different, according to place, time, and circumstances, was the object for which they strove. With the Chinese it was refined political morality, with the Hindus a kind of retired purity, quiet assiduity in labor and endurance, with the Phoenicians the spirit of navigation and commercial industry. The culture of the Greeks, particularly at Athens, proceeded on the maximum of sensible beauty both in arts and manners, in science and in political institutions. In Sparta and in Rome men emulated the virtues of the patriot and hero, in each, however, in a very different mode. Now as in all these most depended on time and place, the ancients will scarcely admit of being compared with each other in the most distinguished features of national fame. 3 in all, however, we see the operation of one principle, namely, human reason, which endeavors to produce unity out of multiplicity, order out of disorder, and out of variety of powers and designs, one symmetrical and durably beautiful whole. From the shapeless artificial rocks with which the Chinese ornaments his garden, to the Egyptian pyramid, or the ideal beauty of Greece, the plan and design of a reflecting understanding is everywhere observable, though in very different degrees. The more refined the reflections of this understanding were and the nearer it came to the point which is the highest in its kind and admits no deviation to the right or to the left, the more were its performances to be considered as models, for they contain eternal rules for the human understanding in all ages. Thus nothing of the kind can be conceived superior to an Egyptian pyramid or to several Greek and Roman works of art. They are simple solutions of certain problems of the understanding which admit no arbitrary supposition that the problems are perhaps not yet solved, or must be solved in a better way, for in them the simple idea of what they ought to be is displayed in the easiest, fullest, and most beautiful manner. Every deviation from them would be a fault, and were they to be repeated and diversified in 1,000 modes we must still return to that single point which is the highest of its kind. For thus through all the polished nations that we have hitherto considered or shall hereafter consider, a chain of cultivation may be drawn, flying off in extremely divergent curves. In each it designates increasing and decreasing greatness and has maximums of every kind. Many of these exclude or limit one another until at length a certain symmetry takes place in the whole, so that were we to reason from one perfection of any nation concerning another we should form very treacherous conclusions. Thus, because Athens had exquisite orators, it does not follow that its form of government must likewise have been the best possible, or that, because the Chinese moralize so excellently, their state must be a pattern for all others. Forms of government refer to a very different maximum, from that of beautiful morals or apathetic oration. Notwithstanding, at bottom, all things in any nation have a certain connection, if it be only that of exclusion and limitation. No other maximum but that of the most perfect bond of union produces the most happy states, even supposing the people are in consequence obliged to dispense with many shining qualities. 5. But in one and the same nation every maximum of its commendable endeavors ought not and cannot endure forever, since it is but one point in the progress of time. This incessantly moves on, and the more numerous the circumstances on which the beautiful effect depends, the sooner is it liable to pass away. Happy if its masterpieces remain as rules for future ages, since those that immediately succeed approach them too near, and will probably obliterate by attempting to excel them. Even the most active people frequently sink most speedily from the boiling to the freezing point. The history of particular sciences and nations has to calculate these maxima, and I wish we had such a history only of the most celebrated nations during the periods best known. At present we speak only of human history in general and of its state of permanence in every form and climate. This is nothing else than humanity. That is, reason and equity in all conditions and in all occupations of men. And this indeed it is, not through the will of a sovereign or the persuasive power of tradition, but through natural laws on which the essence of man reposes. Even his most corrupt institutions cry aloud, had not a glimmering of equity and reason been retained in us we should long have ceased to be, nay, we never should have existed. As the whole tissue of human history proceeds from this point, to it we must carefully bend our view. First, what is it we esteem and after which we inquire in all human works? Reason, plan, and purpose. If these be wanting, nothing human is accomplished, a blind power is displayed. Wherever our understanding roams throughout the wide field of history, it seeks only itself, it finds only itself. The nearer it approaches pure truth and the good of mankind in all its undertakings, the more durable, useful, and beautiful are its works, and the more their rules meet the hearts and minds of all people in all ages. Socrates and Confucius, Plato, Cicero, and Zoroaster agree unanimously in what constitutes clear understanding and just morals. In spite of their various differences, they have all labored to one point on which our whole species rests. As the wanderer enjoys no greater delight than when he everywhere discovers, even unexpectedly, the traces of a thinking, feeling mind like his own, so are we delighted when in the history of our species the echo of all ages and nations reverberates nothing from the noblest minds but truth and benevolence towards man. As my reason seeks the connection of things and my heart rejoices when it perceives it, so has every honest man sought it, though probably, from the point of view which his situation afforded, he saw it differently, and differently described it. Where he erred both for himself and me, as he warned me against similar errors. Where he guides me truly, instructs, solaces, animates me, he is my brother, a sharer in the same soul of the world, the one human reason, the one human truth. Secondly, as there is not a more pleasing fight in all history than that of a man of goodness and understanding who, in spite of all the changes of fortune, remains the same in every period of his life and in everything he does, so our pity is excited in 1,000 ways when we perceive even in great and good men errors of the understanding which, according to the laws of nature, cannot fail to bring upon them necessary pains. We too frequently meet with these fallen angels in history, and have to lament the weakness of the molds that human reason employs for her instruments. How little can a mortal bear without bending underneath the load? How little that is extraordinary can come in his way without turning him from it? A slight honor, a glimpse of good fortune, or an unexpected occurrence in life is a sufficient ignis fatuus to mislead one into quagmires or over precipices. Another is ignorant of his own powers, attempts what is above his strength, and faints under the enterprise. We are seized with sentiments of compassion when we perceive such, unfortunately fortunate, on the point of deviating from the path of reason, justice, and happiness, which they feel the want of strength any longer to pursue. Behind them stands the grasping fury, and impels them against their will to overstep the line of moderation. They are now in her hand and probably will suffer during the remainder of their lives the consequences of a slight folly and dereliction of reason. Or if fortune has raised them too high and they feel themselves on her highest pinnacle, what presents itself to their foreboding minds but the inconstancy of this fickle goddess, and misfortune bursting from the very seeds of their success? In vain, compassionate Caesar, didst thou turn aside thy face when the head of thy defeated enemy, Pompey, was brought to thee, and build a temple to Nemesis. Already thou hadst passed the confines of fortune as well as the banks of the Rubicon. The goddess was now behind thee and thy bloody corse was doomed to fall at the feet of the statue of that very Pompey. The constitutions of countries experience a similar fate as they depend on the reason or folly of a few who are their rulers or by whom their rulers are swayed. The most beautiful institutions, which promised mankind the most profitable fruits for ages, have often been torn to pieces by the folly of an individual who has felled the tree instead of lopping a few of its branches. Success is most difficult to be borne by whole realms as well as by individuals, whether they be governed by monarchs and despots, or by senates and the people. The people and the despot are the least capable of perceiving the warning nod of the goddess of fate. Dazzled by the splendor of vainglory or made giddy by the sound of a name, they rush beyond the bounds of prudence and humanity, and perceive the consequences of their folly too late. This was the fate of Rome, of Athens, and of many nations, as well as of Alexander and most of the conquerors that have disturbed the peace of the world, for injustice is the ruin of every country, as folly of every human undertaking. These are the furies of fate. Misfortune is no more than their younger sister, the third member of the fearful confederacy. Great Father of mankind, what an easy yet difficult lesson hast thou given thy family upon earth for the whole of their task. They have nothing to learn but reason and justice alone. If they practice these, light gradually enters their minds, goodness their hearts, perfection their states, happiness their lives. Endowed with these gifts and making proper application of them, the Negro may form his society as well as the Greek, the troglodyte as well as the Chinese. Experience will lead each further, and reason, united with equity, will give consistence, beauty, and symmetry to his undertakings. But if he desert these, the essential guides of his life, what can give stability to his good fortune and save him from the furies of inhumanity? Thirdly, it follows likewise that whenever the equilibrium of reason and humanity is disturbed among men, a return to it seldom occurs, except by violent oscillations from one extreme to the other. One passion kicks up the scale of reason, another drives it down, and thus history goes on for years and ages before the period of tranquility returns. Thus Alexander destroyed the equilibrium of an extensive region of the world, and it was long after his death before the storm subsided. Thus Rome disturbed the peace of the globe for more than 1,000 years, and half a world of savage nations was requisite for the slow restoration of its quiet. The peaceable progress of an asymptote could by no means be expected in these convulsions of countries and nations. The channel of cultivation on our earth, with its abrupt corners, its salient and re-entering angles, scarcely ever exhibits a gentle stream, but rather the rushing of a torrent from the mountains. Such are the effects of human passions. It is evident, too, that the general composition of our species is calculated and established on such alternating vibrations. As our walk is a continual falling to the right and to the left, and yet we advance at every step, so is the progress of cultivation in races of men and in whole nations. Individually we often try both extremes before we hit the point of rest, as the pendulum oscillates from side to side. Generations are renewed in continual change, and in spite of all the direct precepts of tradition the sun advances in his own way. Aristotle was assiduous to distinguish himself from Plato, Epicurus from Zeno, until more tranquil posterity could at last impartially profit by both extremes. Thus, as in the machine of our body, the work of time proceeds to the good of the human race by necessary opposition and acquires from it permanent health. But through whatever turnings and angles the stream of human reason may wind and break, it arose from the eternal fountain of truth, and by virtue of its nature can never be lost in its course. Whoever draws from it, draws life and duration. For the rest, both reason and justice hinge on one and the same law of nature, from which the stability of our being likewise flows. Reason weighs and compares the relations of things that she may dispose them in durable symmetry. Justice is nothing else than a moral symmetry of reason, the formula of the equilibrium of contending powers on the harmony of which the whole creation reposes. Thus one and the same law reaches from the sun, and from all the suns in the universe, to the most insignificant human action. One law upholds all beings and their systems. The relation of their powers to periodical rest and order. Chapter 4. From the laws of their internal nature, reason and justice must gain more footing among men in the course of time, and promote a more durable humanity. All the doubts and complaints of men respecting the uncertainty and little observable progress of good in history arise from this, that the melancholy wanderer sees too little on his way. If he extended his view and impartially compared with each other the times that we most accurately know from history, further, if he dived into the nature of man and weighed what truth and reason are, he would doubt as little of their progress as of the most indisputable physical truth. For thousands of years our sun and all the fixed stars were supposed to be immovable. A fortunate telescope now permits us no longer to doubt of their movement. So in some future age a more accurate comparison of the periods exhibited in the history of our species will not merely give us a superficial view of this exhilarating truth, but, in spite of all apparent disorder, will enable us to calculate the laws according to which this progress is effected by the power of human nature. Standing on the verge of ancient history as on a central point, I shall do no more than cursorily note a few general principles which will serve as leading stars to guide us on our future way. First, times connect themselves together in virtue of their nature, and with them the child of time, the race of mankind, with all its operations and productions. No sophistical argument can lead us to deny that our earth has grown older in the course of some thousands of years, and that this wanderer around the sun is greatly altered since its origin. In its bowels we perceive how it once was constituted, and we need but look around us to see its present constitution. The ocean foams no longer, it is subsided peaceably into its bed, the wandering streams have found their shores, and plants and animals have run through a progressive series of years in their different races. As not a sunbeam has been lost upon our earth since its creation, so no falling leaf, no wafted seed, no carcass of a decaying animal, and still less an action of any living being, has been without effect. Vegetation, for example, has increased and extended itself as far as it could. Every living race has spread within the limits nature assigned it through the means of others, and even the senseless devastations of man, as well as his industry, have been active implements in the hand of time. Fresh harvests have waved over the ruins of the cities he has destroyed, the elements have strewed the dust of oblivion upon them, and soon new generations have arisen who have erected new buildings upon the old, and even with their ancient remains. Omnipotence itself cannot ordain that effects shall not be effects, it cannot restore the earth to what it was thousands of years ago so that these thousands of years, with all their consequences, shall not have been. Already therefore a certain progress of the human species is inseparable from the progress of time, as far as man is included in the family of time and earth. Were the progenitor of mankind now to appear and view his descendants, how would he be astonished? His body was formed for a youthful earth, his frame, his ideas, and his way of life must have been adapted to that constitution of the elements which then prevailed, and considerable alteration in this must have taken place in the course of 6,000 years or upwards. In many parts America is no longer what it was when discovered. 2,000 years hence, its ancient history will have the air of romance. Thus we read the history of the siege of Troy and seek in vain the spot where it stood, in vain the grave of Achilles, or the godlike hero himself. Were a collection of all the accounts that have been given of the size and figure of the ancients, of the kind and quantity of their food, of their daily occupations and amusements, and of their notions of love and marriage, the virtues and the passions, the purpose of life and a future existence, made with discriminating accuracy, and with regard to time and place, it would be of no small advantage toward a history of man. Even in this short period, an advancement of the species would be sufficiently conspicuous to evince both the consistency of ever-youthful nature and the progressive changes of our old Mother Earth. Earth nurses not man alone, she presses all her children to one bosom, embraces all in the same maternal arms, and when one changes, all must undergo change. It is undeniable, too, that this progress of time has influenced the mode of thinking of the human species. Bid a man now invent, now sing Iliad. Bid him write like Aeschylus, like Sophocles, like Plato, it is impossible. The childish simplicity, the unprejudiced mode of seeing things, in short the youthful period of the Greeks, is gone by. It is the same with the Hebrews and the Romans, while on the other hand we are acquainted with a number of things of which both the Romans and the Hebrews were ignorant. One day teaches another, one century instructs another century. Tradition is enriched, the muse of time, history, herself sings with 100 voices, speaks with 100 tongues. Be there as much filth, as much confusion, as there will, in the vast snowball rolled up by time, yet this very confusion is the offspring of ages which could have arisen only from the unwearied rolling on of one and the same thing. Thus every return to the ancient times, even the celebrated year of Plato, is a fiction, is, from the ideas of the world and of time, an impossibility. We float onward, but the stream that has once flowed returns no more to its source. Secondly, the habitations of mankind render the progress of the human species still more evident. Where are the times when people dwelled as troglodytes, dispersed about in caves, behind their walls, and every stranger was an enemy? Merely from the course of time no cave, no wall, afforded security. Men must learn to know one another, for collectively they are but one family on one planet of no great extent. It is a melancholy reflection that everywhere they first learned to know one another as enemies and beheld each other with astonishment as so many wolves, but such was the order of nature. The weak feared the strong, the deceived the deceiver, he who had been expelled him who could again expel him, the unexperienced child every stranger. This infantile fear, however, and all its abuses, could not alter the course of nature. The bond of union between nations was knit, though from the rude state of man, in a rough manner. Growing reason may burst the knots, but cannot untwist the band, and still less undo the discoveries that have once been made. What are the geologies of Moses and Orpheus, Homer and Herodotus, Strabo and Pliny, compared with ours? What was the commerce of the Phoenicians, Greeks, and Romans, to the trade of Europe? Thus with what has hitherto been effected the clue to the labyrinth of what is to be done is given us. Man, while he continues man, will not cease from wandering over his planet until it is completely known to him. From this neither storms nor shipwreck, nor those vast mountains of ice, nor all the perils of either pole, will deter him, no more than they have deterred him from the first most difficult attempts, even when navigation was very defective. The incentive to all these enterprises lies in his own breast, lies in man's nature. Curiosity, and the insatiable desire of wealth, fame, discovery, and increase of strength, and even new wants and discontents inseparable from the present course of things, will impel him, and they by whom dangers have been surmounted in former times, his celebrated and successful predecessors, will animate him. Thus the will of Providence will be promoted both by good and bad incentives until man knows and acts upon the whole of his species. To him the earth is given, and he will not desist until it is wholly his own, at least as far as regards knowledge and use. Are we not already ashamed that one hemisphere of our planet remained for so long a time as unknown to us as if it had been the other side of the moon? Thirdly, in consequence of the internal structure of the human mind, its activity has hitherto been employed solely on means of grounding more deeply the humanity and cultivation of our species, and extending them further. How vast the progress from the first raft that floated on the water to a European ship! Neither the inventor of the former nor the many inventors of the various arts and sciences that contribute to navigation ever formed the least conception of what would arise from the combination of their discoveries. Each obeyed his particular impulse of want or curiosity, but it is inherent in the nature of the human intellect and of the general connection of all things that no attempt, no discovery, can be made in vain. Those islanders who had never seen a European vessel beheld the monster with astonishment, as some prodigy of another world, and were still more astonished when they found that men like themselves could guide it at pleasure over the trackless ocean. Could their astonishment have been converted into rational reflection on every great purpose and every little mean of this floating world of art, how much higher would their admiration of the human mind have arisen? Whither do not the hands of Europeans at present reach by means of this single implement? Whither may they not reach hereafter? Beside this art, others innumerable have been invented within the space of a few years by mankind that extend their sway over air and water, over earth and heaven. And when we reflect that but few nations were engaged in this contest of mental activity while the greater part of the rest slumbered in the lap of ancient custom, when we reflect that almost all our inventions were made at very early periods, and scarcely any trace, scarcely any ruin, of an ancient structure or an ancient institution, exists that is not connected with our early history, What a prospect does this historically demonstrated activity of the human mind give us for the infinity of future ages? In the few centuries during which Greece flourished, in the few centuries of modern improvement, how much has been conceived, invented, done, reduced to order, and preserved for future ages in Europe, the least quarter of the globe, and almost in its smallest parts. How prolific the seeds that art and science have copiously shed, while one nourishes, one animates, and excites the other. As when a string is touched, not only everything that has music resounds to it, but all its harmonious tones reecho the sound until it becomes imperceptible, so the human mind has invented and created, when a harmonious point of its interior has been hit. When a new concord was struck in a creation where everything is connected, innumerable new concatenations followed of course. But, it may be asked, how have all these arts and inventions been applied? Have practical reason and justice, and consequently the true improvement and happiness of the human species, been promoted by them? In reply I refer to what has recently been urged respecting the progress of disorder throughout the whole creation, that according to an intrinsic law of nature nothing can attain durability, which is the essential aim of all things, without order. A keen knife in the hand of a child may wound it, yet the art that invented and sharpened the knife is one of the most indispensable of arts. All that use such a knife are not children, and even the child will be taught by pain to use it better. Artificial power in the hand of a despot, foreign luxury in a nation without controlling laws, are such pernicious implements, but the very mischief they do will render men wiser, and sooner or later the art that created luxury as well as despotism will first confine both within due bounds and then convert them into real benefits. The heavy plowshare wears itself out by long use, the slight teeth of new watchwork gain merely by their revolution the more suitable and artful form of the epicycloid. Thus in human powers abuses carried to excess wear themselves down to good practices, extreme oscillations from side to side necessarily settle in the desirable mean of lasting fitness in a regular movement. Whatever is to take place among mankind will be effected by men. We suffer under our faults until we learn of ourselves the better use of our faculties without the assistance of miracles from heaven. We have not the least reason, therefore, to doubt, that every good employment of the human understanding necessarily must and will, at some time or other, promote humanity. Since agriculture has prevailed, men and acorns have ceased to be food. Man found that he could live better, more decently, and more humanely, on the pleasing gifts of Ceres than on the flesh of his fellows or the fruits of the oak, and was compelled so to live by the laws of men wiser than himself. After men had learned to build houses and towns they ceased to dwell in caves. Under the laws of a commonweal, the poor stranger was no longer liable to death. Thus trade brought nations together, and the more its advantages were generally understood, the less murders, oppressions, and deceptions, which are always signs of ignorance in commerce, would necessarily be practiced. Every addition to the useful arts secures men's property, diminishes their labor, extends their sphere of activity, and necessarily lays therewith the foundations of further cultivation and humanity. What labor was saved, for example, by the single invention of printing? What an extensive circulation of men's ideas, arts, and sciences did it promote? Were a European Conti now to attempt to eradicate the literature of this quarter of the globe he would find it impossible. Had the Phoenicians and Carthaginians, the Greeks and Romans, possessed this art, the destruction of their literature would not have been so easy to their spoilers, if it could by any means have been accomplished. Let savage nations burst in upon Europe, they could not withstand our tactics, and no Attila will again extend his march from the shores of the Black Sea and the Caspian to the plains of Catalonia. Let monks, sybarites, fanatics, and tyrants arise as they will, it is no longer in their power to bring back the night of the Middle Ages. Now as no greater benefit can be conceived to arise from any art, divine or human, than not merely to bestow on us light and order, but from its very nature to extend and secure them, let us thank the Creator that He conferred understanding on mankind and made art essential to it. In them we possess the secret and the means of securing order in the world. Neither need we any way repine that many excellently conceived theories, morals not excepted, have remained so long without being carried into practice among mankind. The child learns much which the man alone can apply, but he has not therefore learned in vain. The youth heedlessly forgets what at some future period he must take pains to recollect, or learn a second time. So no truth that is treasured up, nay, no truth that is discovered among a race continually renovating is wholly in vain. Future circumstances will render necessary what is now despised, and in the infinity of things every case must occur that can in any way exercise the human species. As in the creation we first conceive the power that formed chaos, and then disposing wisdom and harmonious goodness. So the natural order of mankind first develops rude powers, disorder itself must guide them into the path of understanding, and the further the understanding pursues its work, the more it perceives that goodness alone can bestow on it durability, perfection, and beauty. Chapter 5. A wise goodness disposes the fate of mankind, therefore there is no nobler merit, no purer and more durable happiness, than to cooperate in its designs. The sensual contemplator of history, who in it has lost sight of God and begun to doubt of providence, has fallen into this misfortune from having taken too superficial a view of his subject, or from having had no just conception of providence. If he has considered providence as an apparition that was to meet him at every turn and continually interrupt the course of human actions to accomplish this or that particular object of his will and fancy, I confess history is the grave of such a providence, but certainly to the advantage of truth. For what kind of a providence must it be that everyone could employ as a hobgoblin in the order of things, as the agent of his narrow designs, as the ally of his pitiful follies, so that the whole would ultimately remain without a matter? The God whom I seek in history must be the same as in nature, for man is but a small part of the whole, and his history, like that of the grub, is intimately interwoven with that of the web he inhabits. In it, therefore, natural laws must prevail that are inherent in the essence of things, and with which the deity is so far from being able to dispense that he reveals himself in his supreme power with invariable wisdom, goodness, and beauty, even in those which he himself has founded. Everything that can take place upon earth must take place upon it, provided it happens according to rules that carry their perfection within themselves. Let us repeat these rules which we have already developed as far as they regard the history of mankind. They all bear in themselves the stamp of wise goodness, of exalted beauty, and even of intrinsic necessity. 1. Everything that can live on our earth lives upon it, for every organization carries in its essence a union of various powers which limit each other, and thus limited are capable of attaining in themselves a maximum of durability. Could they not attain this, the powers would separate and form unions of a different kind. 2. Among these organized bodies man arose, the crown of the terrestrial creation. Innumerable powers united in him and attained a maximum. The understanding, as their material parts, the human body, did also, in the center of gravity, according to laws of the most beautiful symmetry and order. Thus in the character of man were given the basis of his duration and happiness, the stamp of his destination, and the whole course of his earthly fate. 3. This character of man is termed intelligence, for it understands the language of God in the creation, that is, it seeks the rule of order according to which things are founded connectedly on their essences. Thus its intrinsic law is the perception of existence and truth, the connection of creatures according to their relations and qualities. It is an image of the deity, for it investigates the laws of nature, the ideas in conformity to which the Creator connected them and which he made essential to them. Reason, therefore, can no more act arbitrarily than God himself has thought at random. For man began to perceive and to examine the powers of nature from his immediate wants. His aim extended no further than to his well-being, that is, to the due employment of his own powers in exercise and rest. He became connected with other beings, and still his own state of existence was the measure of his connections. The rule of equity pressed itself upon him, for this is nothing more than practical reason, the measure of the actions and reactions of similar beings for the general security. 5. Human nature is constructed on this principle so that no individual can suppose himself to exist for the sake of another, or of posterity. If the lowest in the rank of men follow the law of reason and justice that is within him, he possesses consistency, that is, he enjoys durability and well-being, he is rational, just, and happy. These he is not by the will of another creature or of the Creator, but by the laws of a general order of nature founded on that order itself. If he deviate from the rule of equity, his avenging faults themselves must show him the disorder and induce him to return to reason and justice as the laws of his existence and his happiness. 6. As his nature is composed of very different elements, this he seldom does in the shortest way, he vibrates between two extremes until he accommodates himself to his state of existence and reaches the temperate mean in which he imagines his well-being to consist. If he err in this, he must be secretly conscious of it, and suffer the consequences of his fault. These, however, he suffers but to a certain degree, for either fate corrects them by means of his own endeavors, or his being no longer finds an internal capacity of subsistence. Supreme wisdom could not impart more beneficial uses to physical pain and moral evil, for nothing superior can be conceived. 7. Had one single man alone trodden the earth, the object of human existence would have been accomplished in him, as we must consider it to be accomplished in so many individuals and nations whom circumstances of time and place separated from the general chain of the species. But as everything that can live upon the earth endures as long as it can remain in its state of permanency, so the human species, like every other kind of living beings, possesses such intrinsic transmissive powers as could find and have found proportion and order suitable to the whole. Thus reason, the essence of man, and its organ, tradition, have been inherited through a series of successive generations. The earth was gradually filled and man became everything that, in such a period and no other, he could become upon earth. 8. Thus the propagation of families and traditions connected human reason, not as if it were in each individual no more than a fragment of the whole, a whole existing nowhere in one subject, and therefore by no means the end of the creators, but because the disposition and concatenation of the whole species led to this. As men are propagated, so are animals, yet no general animal reason arises from their generations, but as reason alone gives permanency to mankind, it must be propagated as the characteristic of the species, for without it the species would cease to be. 9. In the species as a whole, reason has experienced the same fate as in its individual members, for of individual members the whole consists. It has often been disturbed by the wild passions of men acting with still more violence from conjunction, turned out of its way for centuries, and lain as if dormant beneath its ashes. To all these disorders Providence has applied no other remedy than what she administers to individuals, namely, that each fault should be followed by its correspondent evil, and every act of indolence, folly, malice, rashness, and injustice, be its own punishment. But as the species appears in collective bodies in such circumstances, children must suffer for the faults of their parents, the people for the folly of their rulers, and posterity for the indolence of their ancestors, and if they will not, or cannot, correct the evil, they may suffer under it for ages. 10. Thus the will of the whole is the greatest good of each individual, for it is the inherent right and duty of everyone who suffers under its evils to ward off these evils from himself and diminish them for his fellows. Nature has not calculated for sovereigns and states, but for the welfare of men. The former suffer not so speedily for their vices and follies as individuals, because they always reckon only with the whole, in which the miseries of the poor are long suppressed, but the state ultimately suffers, and with so much more violent a concussion. In all these things the laws of retaliation display themselves, as do the laws of motion on the shock of the slightest physical substance, and the greatest sovereign of Europe is not less subject to the natural laws of the human species than the least of his people. This condition merely binds him to be an economist of these natural laws and, by that power which he enjoys only through the means of other men, to be for other men a wise and good terrestrial divinity. 11. In general history, too, as in the lives of careless individuals, all the follies and vices of mankind are exhausted until at length they are compelled by necessity to learn reason and justice. Whatever can happen happens, and produces what from its nature it can produce. This law of nature hinders not even the most eccentric power in its operation, but it confines all by the rule that one opposing effect destroys another, and what is useful alone ultimately remains. The evil that destroys another must submit to order or destroy itself. The rational and virtuous are uniformly happy in the kingdom of God, for virtue requires external reward no more than reason covets it. If their works are not accompanied by external success, not to them but to their age will be the loss, yet neither the discord nor folly of man can forever counteract them, they will succeed when their time arrives. 12. Still human reason pursues her course in the species in general, she invents before she can apply, she discovers, though evil hands may long abuse her discoveries. Abuse will correct itself, and through the unwearied zeal of ever-growing reason, disorder will in time become order. By contending against passions, she strengthens and enlightens herself. From being oppressed in this place, she will fly to that and extend the sphere of her sway over the earth. There is nothing enthusiastical in the hope that wherever men dwell at some future period will dwell men rational, just, and happy, not through the means of their own reason alone, but of the common reason of their whole fraternal race. I bend before this lofty sketch of the general wisdom of nature with regard to the whole of my fellow creatures the more willingly as I perceive that it is nature's universal plan. The law that sustained the mundane system and formed each crystal, each worm, each flake of snow, formed and sustained also the human species. It made its own nature the basis of its continuance and progressive action as long as men shall exist. All the works of God have their stability in themselves and in their beautiful consistency, for they all repose within their determinate limits, on the equilibrium of contending powers, by their intrinsic energy, which reduces these to order. Guided by this clue I wander through the labyrinth of history and everywhere perceive divine harmonious order, for what can anywhere occur does occur, what can operate operates. But reason and justice alone endure, madness and folly destroy the earth and themselves. Thus when I hear a Brutus at Philippi with the dagger in his hand looking up to the starry sky, say, according to the fabled story, O virtue, I believed thee something, but now I perceive that thou art a dream. I cannot discover the calm philosopher in the latter part of the complaint. Had he possessed true virtue, this, as well as his reason, would ever have found its own reward, and must have rewarded him even at that moment. But if his virtue were mere Roman patriotism, is it to be wondered that the weaker yielded to the more strong, that the indolent sunk before the more alert? Thus the victory of Antony, with all its consequences, belonged to the order of things and to the natural fate of Rome. In like manner, when among us the virtuous man so often complains that his labors miscarry, that brutal force and oppression prevail upon earth, and that mankind seem to be given merely as a prey to the passions and to folly, let the genius of his understanding appear to him and interrogate him friendly whether his virtue be of the right kind, and connected with that intelligence, that activity, which alone deserve the name of virtue. Every labor, it must be confessed, does not succeed on all occasions, but do thy best that it may succeed and promote its time, its place, and that internal liability, in which real good alone subsists. Rude powers can be regulated only by reason, but they require an actual counterpoise, that is prudence, zeal, and the whole force of goodness, to reduce them to order and maintain them in it with salutary control. It is a beautiful dream of future life that we shall there enjoy friendly intercourse with all the wise and good who have ever acted for the benefit of mankind, and gone to the regions above with the sweet reward of accomplished labors. But history in a certain degree unlocks to us this arbor of pleasing conversation and intimacy with the intelligent and just of all ages. Here Plato stands before me, there I listen to the friendly interrogations of Socrates and participate in his last fate. When Marcus Antoninus confers in secret with his own heart, he confers also with mine, and the poor Epictetus issues commands more powerful than those of a king. The afflicted Tully, the unfortunate Boethius, confidentially disclose to me the circumstances of their lives, their sorrows, and their consolations. How ample, yet how narrow, is the human heart! How individual, yet how recurrent, are all its passions and desires, its faults and foibles, its hope and its enjoyment. The problem of humanity has been solved 1,000 ways around me, yet everywhere the result of man's endeavors is the same. The essence, the object, and the fate of our species rest on understanding and justice. There is no nobler use of history than this. It unfolds to us as it were the counsels of fate, and teaches us, insignificant as we are, to act according to God's eternal laws. By teaching us the faults and consequences of every species of irrationality, it assigns us our short and tranquil scene on that great theatre where reason and goodness, contending indeed with wild powers, still, from their nature, create order and hold on in the path of victory. Hitherto we have been wandering through the obscure field of ancient nations, we now joyfully advance to approaching day and view the harvest that the seed of antiquity has produced for succeeding ages. Rome destroyed the balance of nations, and under her a world bled to death. What new state will arise from this balance destroyed? What new creature will spring from the ashes of so many nations? Book 16. As we now come to the ancient nations of the northern part of the world, some of whom were our ancestors from whom we have derived our manners and political constitutions, I deem it unnecessary to apologize for saying the truth. For what would it avail to write of the Africans and Asiatics with boldness if we were obliged to suppress our opinions concerning times and people that concern us much more nearly than all that has long been consigned to the dust beyond the Alps and the Taurus? History demands truth, and to a philosophy of history the impartial love of truth at least is requisite. Nature herself has separated this region by a mound of rocks, known by the names of Mastag, Altai, Kitsigtag, Ural, Caucasus, Taurus, Hemus, and farther on the Carpathian Mountains, the gigantic Alps, and the Pyrenees. To the north of these, in so different a soil and climate, the inhabitants must necessarily assume a form and mode of life altogether foreign to those of more southern nations, for there is nothing on the whole earth by means of which nature has created such lasting differences as mountains. Here she sits on her eternal throne, sends forth her streams and meteors, and frequently distributes to nations opposite propensities and fortunes, as to climates opposite qualities. If, therefore, we are told that people beyond the mountains who had dwelt for hundreds or thousands of years in the vast saline and sandy plains of Tartary, or in the woods and deserts of northern Europe, had introduced into the finest territories of the Roman and Grecian empires a Vandal, Gothic, Scythian, Tatarian way of life, various marks of which are still perceptible in Europe, we shall neither be surprised at this nor deceitfully ascribe to ourselves a false appearance of cultivation, but, like Ronaldo, look into the mirror of truth, observe in it our form, and, if we still bear about us here and there the jingling decorations of the barbarism of our fathers, nobly exchange them for genuine cultivation and humanity, the only real ornaments of our species. But before we enter the edifice celebrated under the appellation of the Commonwealth of Europe, that has become an object of astonishment or of dread by its effect upon the whole earth, let us endeavor to acquire some knowledge of the people who have actively or passively contributed to the erection of this gigantic temple. The volume of our northern history, it must be avowed, is small. With the most celebrated nations it reaches no further than to the Romans, and as little as a man knows of the annals of his birth and infancy, as little is known by these barbarous and unsettled nations. The remains of the most ancient are scarcely to be met with, except among mountains or in nooks of land, in rude or impenetrable regions where their ancient language and the retention of a few old customs barely indicate their origin. Their conquerors, in the meantime, have everywhere seized on the more extensive and fertile country, and if not expelled by others possess them still by the right of war derived from their fathers, and govern them with greater equity, more or less in the Tatarian manner or from gradual improvement in justice and policy. Farewell you milder regions beyond the mountains, India and Ada, Greece and the shores of Italy. If we visit most of you again, it will be in a different character, it will be as northern conquerors. Chapter 1. Basques, Gael, and Cimbri. Of all the numerous tribes that once inhabited the peninsula of Spain, there are none who have the least claim to antiquity remaining, the Basques excepted. These, still dwelling about the Pyrenees in Spain and France, have retained their ancient language, which is one of the oldest in the world. It is probable they once extended over the greatest part of Spain, if we may judge from the names of many rivers and towns which, notwithstanding the changes they have undergone, are obviously of Basque origin. 261 From them is said to be derived the word silver, the name of a metal which, together with iron, has affected most of the revolutions that have taken place in Europe, and in all the rest of the world, for Spain is reported to have been the first country in Europe where mines were worked, being very conveniently situate for the Phoenicians and Carthaginians, the earliest mercantile nations in this part of the globe, to whom it was anciently a Peru. The people themselves, who are well known under the appellation of Vascones and Cantabri, have shown themselves in ancient history alert, active, valiant, and lovers of freedom. They accompanied Hannibal into Italy, and their name appears terrible in the Roman poets. To them and the Spanish Celts it was owing that the Romans found the subjugation of Spain so difficult. Augustus was the first who triumphed over them, and this probably in appearance only, for such as would not serve the Romans retired to the mountains. As the Vandals, Alan, Suevi, Goths, and other Teutonic nations pursued their roving course through the Pyrenees, and some of them founded kingdoms in their neighborhood, they were still the brave, restless people that had not lost their courage under the yoke of the Romans, and when Charlemagne returned through their country from his victory over the Saracens in Spain, they were still the same. Their artful attack occasioned the defeat at Roncesvalles, so famous in ancient romance, where the great Roland was slain. They afterwards gave much trouble to the Franks in Spain and Aquitaine as they had before to the Suevi and Goths. They were by no means idle in the recovery of the country out of the hands of the Saracens, and even in the most barbarous ages of the deepest monachal oppression they retained their character. When, after a long night, the dawn of science beamed on Europe, the lively poetry of the neighboring Provençals diffused it in some degree over their land, which in later times has given many a gay and enlightened genius to France. It is to be wished that we knew more of the language, manners, and history of these lively and impetuous people, and that, as Macpherson has done among the Caledonians, a second Larramendy would search after the remains of their ancient national Gascon spirit. It is probable that the story of the celebrated Battle of Roland, which, from the monkeyish epopee of Archbishop Turpin, gave birth to so many romances and heroic poems in the Middle Ages, has been still preserved among them, and if not, their country was at least the Scaean Gate, which for a long time filled the imaginations of the people of Europe with adventures related there to have taken place. The Gael, who, under the name of Gauls and Celts, were much better known and more celebrated than the Basques, experienced in the end a similar fate. In Spain they possessed an extensive and fine country in which they withstood the arms of the Romans with no small fame. In Gaul, which derived its name from them, they employed Caesar 10 years, and in Britain they maintained themselves still longer against his successors, all whose labors ultimately proved vain, as they were forced at last to abandon the island. Beside these, Helvetia, the upper part of Italy, and the lower part of Germany along the Danube as far as Illyricum and Pannonia, were occupied by their different tribes and colonies, if not everywhere fully peopled by them, and in ancient times they were of all enemies the most dreaded by the Romans. Their leader Brennus laid Rome in ashes and had nearly put an end to the future sovereign of the world. One body of them penetrated into Thrace, Greece, and Asia Minor, where they were more than once formidable under the name of Galatians. Their race was most durably fixed, however, in Gaul and the British Islands, where they certainly did not remain wholly uncivilized. Here they had their memorable Druidical religion, and in Britain their chief Druids. Here they had established that remarkable constitution of which monuments still exist in those heaps of stones, part of them of vast magnitude, that are to be seen in Britain, Ireland, and the neighboring islands, monuments that, like the pyramids of Egypt, will yet remain probably for thousands of years and be forever perhaps inexplicable enigmas. They had a kind of political and military constitution of their own which was at length overturned by the Romans in consequence of the discords that arose between their chiefs. They were by no means destitute of physical knowledge and such arts as appear suitable to their condition, and still less were they in want of poetry and song, the soul of barbarous nations. These, in the mouths of their bards, were particularly dedicated to the chaunting of deeds of valor, and celebrating the achievements of their fathers. 262 Opposed to Caesar and his army, arrayed with all the military art of the Romans, it must be confessed they appear as half savages, but compared with other northern nations and with several German tribes, they wear a different aspect, evidently excelling them in quickness and address, and in arts, civilization, and political institutions. 4. As the character of the Germans still resembles in many leading features the picture drawn by Tacitus, so, in spite of all the changes induced by time, the ancient Gaul is still discernible in his modern descendants. But the numerous and widely spread nations of this race necessarily differed much according to place, time, circumstances, and their various degrees of civilization, so that the Gael on the coasts of Ireland, or in the highlands of Scotland could have little in common with the Gallic or Celt-Iberian people, who had long enjoyed the neighborhood of more cultivated nations or towns. The fate of the Gael in their extensive region terminated lamentably. According to the earliest accounts we have of them, they had on either side the Channel the Belgae or Cimbri on their borders, who appear to have pressed upon them on all hands. On either side this strait, too, they were conquered, first by the Romans, and afterwards by several Teutonic nations by whom we see them frequently oppressed with great violence, enfeebled, or extirpated and expelled, so that the Gaelic language is now to be found only in the extreme parts of their possessions, in Ireland, in the Hebrides, and on the bare highlands of Scotland. Goths, Franks, Burgundians, Alemans, Saxons, Normans, and other German nations, variously intermixed, have taken possession of their lands, eradicated their language, and extirpated their name. Oppression, however, succeeded not wholly to efface from the earth every living monument of the intrinsic character of this people. Soft as the tone of the harp broke from the grave a tender, mournful voice, the voice of Ossian, the son of Fingal, and some of his contemporaries. It not only places before our eyes, as in a magic glass, representations of ancient deeds and manners, but the general sentiments and mode of thinking of a people at such a point of cultivation, in such a country, and with such manners, vibrate through our hearts and minds. Ossian and his contemporaries convey to us more information respecting the interior state of the ancient Gael than a historian could give, and are at the same time affecting preachers of humanity, as it exists even in the most simple forms of society. Their tender firings are stretched from heart to heart, and every chord emits a plaintive note. What Homer was to the Greeks, a Gaelic Ossian might have been to his countrymen, had the Gael been Greeks and had Ossian been a Homer. But as Ossian's song resounded only the dying words of an oppressed people amid the misty mountains of a desert, illumining as with a hallowed flame the graves of his fathers, while Homer, born in Ionia in the bosom of a rising nation, consisting of many flourishing states and islands in the radiance of the morning beam depicted under a far different sky and in a very different language, what he beheld before him clear, open, and distinct, and what other men of genius afterwards applied in such various ways, he, who seeks a Grecian Homer in the mountains of Caledonia unquestionably seeks one in a wrong place. Sound still, however, thou mist-enveloped harp of Ossian, happy in all ages he who listens to thy gentle notes. 263. The name of the Cimbri denotes them to be inhabitants of the mountains, and if they were the same with the Belgians we find them along the western bank of the Rhine from the Alps to its mouth, nay, once perhaps to the Cimbrian Chersonese, which, it is probable, was originally a much more extensive land. By German tribes settling close upon them they were driven in bodies across the sea, so that they straitened the Gael in Britain and soon acquired possession of its eastern and southern coasts, and as the tribes on both sides the water preserved their connection and were more expert in many arts than the Gael, there was nothing which, from their situation, they could pursue with greater success than piracy. They appear to have been more savage than the Gael, and improved little in manners under the Romans, and when these left their island they sunk into such barbarism and depravity that they were obliged to call in to their assistance at one time the Romans, at another, to their own cost, the Saxons. From these German auxiliaries they suffered much. They came over in hordes, and soon ravaged the country with fire and sword. Neither men, nor institutions were spared by them, the land was made a desert, and at length we find such of the poor Cimbri as were not extirpated pent up in the western corner of Britain, in the mountains of Wales and Cornwall, or forced to take refuge in Brittany. Nothing can equal the hatred which the Cimbri conceived for their treacherous assistants, the Saxons, and which they cherished with great warmth for centuries after they were confined to their naked mountains. Here they long maintained their independence, language, form of government, and manners, of which we have still a remarkable description in the regulations of the courts of their kings and their officers 264. But at length their end arrived. Wales was conquered and united with England. The language of the Cimbri alone was preserved as it is to this day both in Wales and in Brittany. It is still preserved, but in remains that possess little security, and it would be well if its characteristics were consigned to books 265. For, like the languages of all nations thus expelled by others, it will infallibly be annihilated, and this first of all probably in Brittany. The characters of nations are gradually extinguished in the natural course of things. Their lineaments wear out and they are cast into the crucible of time, where they subside into a dead mass or are rendered pure for the reception of a fresh impression. The most memorable of what has been handed down to us of the Cimbri is the account of their King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table, which has had wonderful effect on the imaginations of men. It was naturally late before the tales of these appeared in books, and they did not receive their romantic garb until after the time of the Crusades, but they belonged originally to the Cimbri, for Arthur reigned in Cornwall, where, and in Wales, 100 places still retain his name in popular story. Animated by the romantic invention of the Normans, it is probable the tale received its first embellishments in Brittany, which was peopled by a colony of the Cimbri, whence it spread with numerous additions over England, France, Italy, Spain, Germany, and was afterwards adopted by the poets of more refined ages. Fables from the East were engrafted into it, legends were called in to give it their sanction, and thus arose the beautiful series of knights, giants, fairies, dragons, and adventures, with the enchanter Merlin, likewise a Welshman, for centuries the delight of knights and ladies. It would be vain to inquire precisely when King Arthur lived, but to trace the foundation, the history, and the effects, of these tales and fictions through all the nations and ages in which they flourished, and place them in their proper light as historical phenomena, would be an adventure of no small fame, equally pleasing and instructive, and to which the way has already been cleared. 266. Chapter 2. Finns, Letonians, and Prussians. The race of Finns, to whom, however, this name is as little known as that of Lapps to a branch of them, for they call themselves Suomi, extends even in the present day along the northern extremity of Europe, the shores of the Baltic, and into Asia. In early times, it certainly spread still farther and more to the south. In Europe, beside the Finns and Lapps, the Ingrians, Esthonians, and Livonians, belong to this race, and farther on the Sirens, Permians, Waguls, Washaks, Shermisses, Morduans, Kondian Ostiaks, and others, are related to it, and the Hungarians, or Magyars, appear to be from the same stem, on comparing their language with that of the Finns. 267. It is not clear how far down in Norway and Sweden the Lapps and Finns once dwelt, but this is certain, that the Scandinavian Germans were continually pressing them farther towards the northern frontier, which they still inhabit. They appear to have possessed most activity on the coasts of the White Sea and the Baltic, where they followed piracy and carried on a little trade. In Permia, or Biermeland, their idol Jemala had a barbarously splendid temple. Hither, likewise, the northern German adventurers principally came to barter, to plunder, and to demand tribute. These people, however, nowhere attained any mature or substantial civilization, for which their unfavorable situation, not their capacity, must be blamed. They were not warriors like the Germans, for after so many ages of oppression all the popular tales and songs of the Lapps, Finns, and Esthonians prove them to be a gentle people. Besides, as their tribes lived for the most part without connection and many of them without any political constitution, What actually happened when they were pressed upon by other nations was naturally to have been expected, namely, that the Lapps should be driven toward the North Pole, the Finns, Ingrians, Estonians, etc., reduced under the yoke of slavery, and the Livonians nearly extirpated. The fate of the nations on the Baltic fills a melancholy page in the history of mankind. The only people of this race that forced themselves into the rank of conquerors are the Hungarians or Magyars. It is probable they first seated themselves in the land of the Bashkirians, between the Volga and the Yaik. They then founded a Hungarian kingdom between the Volga and the Black Sea, which split into pieces. They next came under the Khazars, and were separated by the Petchenarans, founding on the one hand the Magyar kingdom on the frontiers of Persia, on the other entering into Europe in 7 hordes and carrying on furious wars with the Bulgarians. Being impelled farther onwards by these, the Emperor Arnulf called in their assistance against the Moravians. From Pannonia they now invaded Moravia, Bavaria, and Upper Italy, which they cruelly ravaged. They carried fire and sword into Thuringia, Saxony, Franconia, Hesse, Swabia, Alsatia, and even France, and afterwards Italy, and imposed a disgraceful tribute on the German emperors until at length they were so reduced, partly by the plague, partly by terrible defeats of their armies in Saxony, Swabia, and Westphalia, that the German Empire was rendered secure from their attacks, and indeed Hungary itself annexed to the apostolical dominions. At present, intermingled with Slavonians, Germans, Wallachians, and others, they constitute the smaller number of the inhabitants, and in a few centuries perhaps their language will be nearly extinct. The Lithuanians, Courlanders, and Letonians, on the Baltic, are of uncertain origin. According to all probability, however, they were impelled onward until the sea stopped their progress. Notwithstanding the mixture of their language with others, it still retains a peculiar character, and is probably the daughter of an ancient parent, originally of some distant region. Surrounded by German, Sclavonian, and Finnish nations, the peaceable Letonian race could nowhere extend, still less improve, and at length, like its neighbors the Prussians, was most remarkable for the violences which all the inhabitants of these coasts experienced, partly from the newly converted Poles, partly from the Teutonic Knights, and those whom they called in to their assistance. 268 Humanity shudders at the blood that was here spilled in long and savage wars, until the ancient Prussians were nearly extirpated and the Courlanders and Letonians reduced to a state of slavery under the yoke of which they still languish. Centuries perhaps will pass before it is removed, and these peaceful people are recompensed for the barbarities with which they were deprived of land and liberty by being humanely formed anew to the use and enjoyment of an improved freedom. Our eyes have now been long enough fixed on oppressed, extirpated, or subjugated people. Let us turn them on those by whom they were oppressed and subdued. Chapter 3. German Nations. We now come to the people who, by their size and strength of body, their enterprising, bold, and persevering spirit in war, their heroic propensity to military service, to follow in a body their leaders wherever they chose to conduct them, and to divide the lands they subdued as their booty, with their extensive conquests and the general diffusion of the German political constitution around, contributed more than any other race to the will and woe of this quarter of the globe. From the shores of the Black Sea the arms of the Germans were terrible throughout Europe. One Gothic empire extended formerly from the Volga to the Baltic, in Thrace, Moesia, Pannonia, Italy, Gaul, Spain, and even Africa. Different German nations, at different periods, settled and founded kingdoms, by them the Romans, Saracens, Gael, Cimbri, Lapps, Finns, Estonians, Sclavonians, Courlanders, Prussians, and even one another, were driven from their possessions. By them all the modern kingdoms of Europe were founded, their distinctions of rank were introduced, and the elements of their jurisprudence were inculcated. More than once they attacked, took, and plundered Rome. Several times they besieged Constantinople, and even made themselves masters of it. At Jerusalem they founded a Christian monarchy, and in the present day, partly by the princes whom they have seated on every throne in Europe and partly by the kingdoms themselves they have founded, they exercise more or less dominion either as possessors or by their manufactures and trade over all the 4 quarters of the globe. But since no effect is without a cause, there must have been some cause for this vast series of effects. 1. This cause lies not in the character of the nation alone, its physical and political situation and a number of circumstances which combined in no other northern nation cooperated in the course of their achievements. Their large, strong, and well-proportioned bodies, with their stern blue eyes, were animated by a spirit of fidelity and temperance which rendered them obedient to their superiors, bold in attack, unappalled by peril, and to other nations, the degenerate Romans included, pleasing as friends, terrible as foes. Germans served in the Roman armies at an early period, and they were particularly preferred as bodyguards by the emperors. Nay, when the threatened empire was unable to protect itself, German armies fought for pay against its enemies, even against their own brethren. In this service, which continued for some centuries, several of their nations acquired a degree of military discipline and science to which other barbarians necessarily remained strangers. At the same time, the example of the Romans and an acquaintance with their feebleness gradually inspired them with a desire of national expeditions, and of conquering for themselves. If this degenerate Rome had once subdued nations and raised itself to the sovereignty of the world, why should not the same be done by them without whose arms the Romans were incapable of exerting any force? Accordingly, if we pass over the more ancient incursions of the Teutons and Cimbri, and begin with the enterprising chiefs Ariovistus, Marbutus, and Hermann, the first shocks were given to the territories of the Romans by borderers, or by leaders who were acquainted with their art of war, and had been often employed in their armies so as to be sufficiently acquainted with the weakness of Rome and subsequently of Constantinople. Some of them were even auxiliaries of the Romans at the time when they thought fit to appropriate to themselves the countries they had recovered. As the propinquity of a rich and feeble state to one that is strong and needy, the aid of which is indispensable to it necessarily leads to the superiority and rule of the latter, the Romans themselves here put the sword into the hands of the Germans who were established directly opposite to them in the center of Europe, and whom they soon admitted from necessity into their state or their armies. 2. The long resistance which several nations of our Germany had to make against the Romans necessarily strengthened their powers and their hatred to a hereditary enemy who boasted more of triumphing over them than over any other people. The Romans were terrible to the Germans both on the Rhine and on the Danube. Willingly as these had assisted the arms of Rome against the Gauls and others, they were by no means inclined to serve under them as their own conquerors. Hence the long wars from the time of Augustus which, the feebler the Roman Empire grew, degenerated the more into plundering incursions, and could not end but with its ruin. The Marcoman and Swabian League, which several nations concluded against the Romans, the Heerban, established in all the German tribes, even the most distant, by which every man was obliged to arm in defense of his country, to be a soldier, with other institutions, gave the whole nation both the name and constitution of Germans or Alemans. That is, united warriors, rude prototype of a system which centuries after was to extend to all the nations of Europe. 269. 3. With such a permanent military constitution the German must necessarily be deficient in many other virtues which they not unwillingly sacrificed to their leading inclination or principal necessity, war. Agriculture they pursued with no great diligence, and in many tribes a yearly division of their lands precluded that pleasure which individuals take in possessions of their own and in improving the cultivation of their own fields. Some tribes, particularly the eastern, long remained Tatarian hunters and herdsmen. The rude idea of common pastures and a general possession of property was the favorite notion of these nomads, which they carried with them even into the countries and kingdoms they conquered. In consequence Germany long remained a forest interspersed with pastures, marshes, and morasses, where the urus and the elk, the now extirpated animals of the heroic ages of Germany, dwelled with the ancient German heroes. Of science they were ignorant, and the few arts with which they could not dispense were carried on by the women and slaves for the most part stolen. To such people it must have been a pleasure to quit their desert forests in quest of finer countries, or to serve as mercenaries whenever prompted by revenge, want, the wearisomeness of inaction, society, or any other call. Hence many tribes were in a state of perpetual turmoil with and against one another, either as enemies or as allies. No people have so often shifted their quarters as these, if we except among them a few tribes of more peaceable settlers, and when one tribe moved it commonly attracted more on its way, so that the troop grew to an army. Many German nations, Vandals, Suevi, and others, derive their names from roaming about, wandering. 270 Thus it was by land, thus by sea, a life sufficiently in the Tatarian mode. In the most ancient history of the Germans, therefore, it is necessary to guard ourselves against any partial attachment to a favorite spot for our modern constitution. With this the ancient Germans had no concern, they followed the course of a different stream of nations. Westward they pressed on the Belgians and Gael until they had seated themselves in the midst of other tribes. They passed eastward as far as the Baltic, and when this put a stop to their progress and their plunder, as its sandy coasts were unable to support them, they naturally turned southward, the first opportunity, into countries that had been evacuated. Hence many of the nations that invaded the Roman Empire had previously dwelt on the shores of the Baltic, but these were only the more barbarous, whose residence there was by no means the occasion of the shock that was given to the power of Rome. This we must seek at a greater distance in the Asiatic country of Mongolia. For there the western Huns were pressed upon by the Ligurians and other nations, in consequence they crossed the Volga, fell upon the Alans on the Don, and the great kingdom of the Goths on the Black Sea, and thus many southern German nations, the Ostrogoths and Visigoths, Vandals, Alans, and Suevi, were set in motion, and the Huns followed them. With the Saxons, Franks, and Burgundians, the case was different, as it was with the Heruli, who long served in the Roman armies as heroes that sold their blood for pay. We must likewise take care not to ascribe similar manners or a like degree of civilization to all these people, as appears from the difference of their conduct towards the nations they conquered. The savage Saxons in Britain, the roaming Alans and Suevi in Spain, conducted themselves not as the Ostrogoths in Italy, or the Burgundians in Gaul. The tribes that had long dwelt on the Roman frontiers near their colonies and places of trade, in the west or south, were more mild and polished than those who came from the barren seacoast, or from the forests of the north. Hence it would be arrogance if every horde of Germans were to ascribe to itself, for instance, the mythology of the Scandinavian Goths. How far did not these Goths advance? And in how many ways was not this mythology afterwards refined? The brave primitive German, perhaps, can claim nothing but his Theod, or Tuisto, man, Hertha, and Woden. That is, a father, a hero, the earth, and a general. Yet we may at least fraternally enjoy that remote treasure of German mythology which was preserved or collected at the end of the habitable world in Iceland, and obviously enriched by the legends of the Normans and learned Christians, I mean the Northern Edda. As a collection of records of the language and sentiments of a German tribe, it highly deserves our attention. A comparison of this northern mythology with that of the Greeks may be useless or instructive, according to the manner in which the examination is conducted, but it would be vain to expect a Homer or an Ossian among these skalds. 271 Does the earth produce everywhere the same fruits? And are not the noblest productions of this kind the consequences of an extraordinary condition of the people and of the times which had long been ripening? In these poems and tales, therefore, let us prize what we find, a peculiar spirit of rude, bold poetry, strong, pure, and just feelings, with too artificial an employment of the rudiments of our language, and thank each preserving, each communicating band that has contributed to the general or better use of this national treasure. Among those who in ancient or modern times have meritoriously contributed to this 272 I must mention, in our own days, with respect and gratitude, the name of some, to whom the history of mankind is much indebted. He has caused this beautiful northern light to shine over us from Iceland with new splendor. He and others have endeavored to introduce it into the sphere of our knowledge, and point out its true use. It is to be regretted that we Germans have little of the ancient treasures of our language to display. 273 The poems of our bards are lost, the venerable oak of our heroic language exhibits few blossoms that are not of very modern date. When the German nations had embraced Christianity, they fought for it as for their kings and nobility, and this genuine loyalty of the sword was amply experienced by the Alemans, Thuringians, Bavarians, and Saxons, by the poor Swabians, Prussians, Kurlanders, Livonians, and Esthonians, as well as by their own tribes. To their fame likewise it must be said that they stood as a living wall against the eruptions of later barbarians, and repelled the mad rage of Huns, Hungarians, Mongols, and Turks. By them, too, the greater part of Europe was not only conquered, planted, and modelled, but covered and protected, otherwise it could never have produced what has appeared in it. Their rank among other nations, their military league, and their native character, have been the foundation of the civilization, freedom, and security of Europe, whether their political situation was not a joint cause of the slow progress of the civilization. History, and impartial evidence, will prove. Chapter 4. Slavian Nations. The figure made by the Slavic nations in history is far from proportionate to the extent of country they occupied, one reason of which, among others, is that they dwelt so remote from the Romans. We first discern them on the Don, among the Goths, afterwards on the Danube amid the Huns and Bulgarians, with whom they frequently disturbed the Roman Empire, though chiefly as associates, auxiliaries, or vassals. Notwithstanding their occasional achievements, they were never enterprising warriors or adventurers like the Germans. These they for the most part followed quietly, occupying the places they evacuated until at length they were in possession of the vast territory extending from the Don to the Elbe, and from the Adriatic Sea to the Baltic. On this side of the Carpathian Mountains their settlements extended from Lunenburg over Mecklenburg, Pomerania, Brandenburg, Saxony, Lusatia, Bohemia, Moravia, Silesia, Poland, and Russia. Beyond them, where at an early period they had settled in Wallachia and Moldavia, they were continually spreading farther and farther, assisted by various circumstances, until the Emperor Heraclius admitted them into Dalmatia, and the kingdoms of Sclavonia, Bosnia, Serbia, and Dalmatia were founded by them. In Pannonia they were equally numerous. They possessed all the southeastern angle of Germany from Friuli, so that their domains terminated with Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola, an immense region, the European part of which is even now inhabited chiefly by one nation. Everywhere they settled on lands that others had relinquished, cultivating or enjoying them as colonists, husbandmen, or shepherds, so that their noiseless industry was of infinite advantage to countries from which other nations had migrated, or which they had passed over and plundered. They were fond of agriculture, stores of corn and cattle, and various domestic arts, and everywhere opened a beneficial trade with the produce of their land and their industry. Along the Baltic, from Lubeck, they built seaport towns, among which Veneta, in the island of Rügen, was the Amsterdam of the Slavians. Thus they maintained an intercourse with the Prussians, Kurlanders, and Letonians, as the language of these people shows. On the Dnieper they built Kio, on the Volkhov, Novgorod, which soon became flourishing commercial towns, uniting the Black Sea with the Baltic and conveying the productions of Asia to the north and west of Europe. In Germany they followed the working of mines, understood the smelting and casting of metals, manufactured salt, fabricated linen, brewed mead, planted fruit trees, and led, after their fashion, a gay and musical life. They were liberal, hospitable to excess, lovers of pastoral freedom, but submissive and obedient, enemies to spoil and rapine. All this preserved them not from oppression, nay, it contributed to their being oppressed. For, as they were never ambitious of sovereignty, had among them no hereditary princes addicted to war, and thought little of paying tribute so they could but enjoy their lands in peace, many nations, chiefly of German origin, injuriously oppressed them. Already under Charlemagne were carried on those oppressive wars the object of which was evidently commercial advantages, though the Christian religion was their pretext, as it was unquestionably very commodious for the heroic Franks to treat an industrious nation, addicted to trade and agriculture, as vassals instead of learning and pursuing these arts themselves. What the Franks began, the Saxons completed. In whole provinces the Slavonians were extirpated or made bondsmen, and their lands divided among bishops and nobles. Northern Germans ruined their commerce on the Baltic, the Danes brought their Veneta to a melancholy end, and their remains in Germany were reduced to that state to which the Peruvians were subjected by the Spaniards. Is it to be wondered that, after this nation had borne the yoke for centuries and cherished the bitterest animosity against their Christian lords and robbers, its gentle character should have sunk into the artful, cruel indolence of a slave? Yet still, particularly in lands where they enjoy any degree of freedom, their ancient stamp is universally perceptible. It was unfortunate for these people that their love of quiet and domestic industry was incompatible with any permanent military establishment, though they were not defective in valor in the heat of resistance. Unfortunate, that their situation brought them so near to the Germans on the one side, and on the other left them exposed to the attacks of the Tatars from the east, from whom, particularly from the Mongols, they had much to suffer, and much they patiently bore. The wheel of changing time, however, revolves without ceasing, and as these nations inhabit for the most part the finest country of Europe, if it were completely cultivated, and its trade opened, while it cannot be supposed but that legislation and politic, instead of a military spirit, must and will more and more promote quiet industry and peaceful commerce between different states, these now deeply sunk, but once industrious and happy people will at length awake from their long and heavy slumber, shake off the chains of slavery, enjoy the possession of their delightful lands from the Adriatic Sea to the Carpathian Mountains, from the Don to the Moldau, and celebrate on them their ancient festivals of peaceful trade and industry. As we have elegant and useful materials for the history of these people from different regions 274, it is to be wished that their deficiencies were supplied from others, the continually decaying remains of their customs, songs, and traditions, collected, and such a general history of this race ultimately completed as the picture of mankind requires. Chapter 5. Foreign nations in Europe. All the nations that we have hitherto noticed, the Hungarians alone excepted, may be considered as ancient aborigines of Europe who have resided in it from time immemorial. For though they may have dwelt in Asia, as the affinity of several languages leads us to conjecture, to inquire into this, and the way they took from Noah's Ark, would carry us beyond the limits of our history. But beside these we find several foreign nations that have formerly appeared on the stage of Europe, to its advantage or detriment, or still appear on it. Such were the Huns, who, under Attila, traversed, conquered, and ravaged a great extent of country, a people, according to all probability and the description given by Ammian, of Mongol origin. Had the great Attila, instead of suffering himself to be prevailed on by entreaty to withdraw from Rome, made the metropolis of the world the seat of his empire, what a fearful change would it have occasioned in the whole history of Europe! But happily his defeated people retired to their mountains and left behind them no comic Holy Roman Empire. After the Huns, the Bulgarians once acted a tremendous part in the east of Europe, until, like the Hungarians, they were subdued to the reception of Christianity, and at length swallowed up in the language of the Slavs. The new kingdom, likewise, which they founded with the Wallachians from Mount Haemus, fell to pieces. They were melted down in the great mixed mass of nations of the Dacia-Illyrico-Thracian region, and now only a single province of the Turkish Empire bears their name, without any distinguishing marks of national character. We shall pass over many others, Khazars, Avars, Pechenegrins, etc., who gave much trouble to the Eastern Roman Empire, as well as in part to the Western, the Goths, the Slavs, and other nations, but at length, without any lasting establishment of their name, either returned to Asia, or were lost by mixing in the general mass. Still less need we concern ourselves with those remains of the ancient Illyrians, Thracians, and Macedonians, the Albanians, Wallachians, and Arnauts. These were not strangers, but of an ancient European race. Once they were leading nations, now they are a confused jumble of the remains of various people and languages. Those second Huns, too, that ravaged Europe under Genghis Khan and his successors, are altogether foreign to our purpose. The first conqueror pressed forwards as far as the Dnieper without stopping, then suddenly changed his intentions and returned. His successor advanced even into Germany with fire and sword, but was driven back. The grandson of Genghis Khan subjugated Russia, which remained tributary to the Mongols for a century and a half, but at length it threw off the yoke and mastered these people in its turn. More than once these ravenous wolves of the Asiatic heights, the Mongols, have ravaged the world, but they never accomplished the transformation of Europe into their deserts. This indeed they never sought, plunder was their only object. We have therefore to speak only of those people who have resided in our quarter of the globe a more or less considerable space of time, possessing territories in it and dwelling among the other nations. These are 1. The Arabs. As the Eastern Empire received its first grand shock in 3/4 of the globe from these people, and as they possessed Spain in part for 770 years, beside ruling wholly, or partly, in Sicily, Sardinia, Corsica, and Naples, most of which were taken from them piecemeal, they everywhere left traces behind them, in language and sentiments, dispositions and institutions, which are in part not yet obliterated, in part have considerably influenced the genius of their former neighbors and those among whom they dwelt. In many places they lighted the torch of science for Europe, then barbarous, which reaped no small advantage likewise from its acquaintance with their Oriental brethren by means of the Crusades. And besides, as many of them embraced Christianity in the countries where they were settled, they thus became denizens of Europe in Spain, Sicily, and other parts. 2. The Turks. A people from Turkestan, notwithstanding they have resided in Europe for more than 3 centuries, are still strangers in it. They put an end to the Eastern Empire, which had been a burden to itself and to the world for above 1,000 years, and thus unintentionally and unconsciously drove the arts westward into Europe. By their attacks on the European powers they have kept their valor alert for some centuries and thus preserved them from falling under any foreign dominion, a slight compensation for the incomparably greater evil of having reduced the finest lands of Europe to a desert, and the once most ingenious Greeks to ruthless slaves, to dissolute barbarians. How many works of art have these ignorant people destroyed? How much have they dissipated that can never be restored? Their empire is one vast prison for all the Europeans that dwell in it, but it will fall when its time arrives, for what have foreigners to do in Europe, who, after the lapse of 1,000 years, are still resolute to remain Asiatic barbarians? 3. The Jews. We shall consider here only as parasitical plants, having fixed themselves on almost all the nations of Europe, and sucked more or less of their juices. After the downfall of ancient Rome there were yet comparatively few of them in Europe, but from the persecution of the Arabs they fled thither in great multitudes and divided themselves nationally. That the leprosy was brought into Europe by them is improbable, but it was a still worse scab that in all barbarous ages they were the base implements of usury as bankers, brokers, and servants of the empire, and thus hardened the proud barbarian ignorance of the Europeans in trade against their own profit. They were often treated with great cruelty, and what they had acquired by avarice and deceit or by industry, prudence, and order, was tyrannically extorted from them, but being accustomed to such treatment, and forced to reckon upon it, they carried their artifice and extortion to greater lengths. Still to many countries they were indispensable at that time, and are even now, it cannot be denied, likewise, that by them Hebrew literature was preserved, by them the sciences acquired from the Arabs, physic and philosophy, were propagated in the Dark Ages, and much other good was performed for which no one but a Jew was adapted. A time will come when no person in Europe will inquire whether a man is a Jew or a Christian, as the Jews will equally live according to European laws and contribute to the welfare of the state. Nothing but a barbarous constitution could have been such an obstacle as to have prevented this, or rendered their abilities injurious. For I pass over the Armenians, whom I consider only as travelers in our quarter of the globe, but then I perceive a numerous foreign, heathen, subterranean people, the gypsies, in almost all the countries of Europe. Whence came they? How did the 7 or 800,000 persons at which they are estimated by their latest historiographers 275 come hither? A reprobated Indian caste, removed by birth from everything they esteem divine, honorable, and becoming a citizen, and still remaining true to this degrading destination after the lapse of ages, for what in Europe are they fit except for military discipline, the most speedy changer of manners? Chapter 6. General Reflections and Deductions. Such appears the picture of the people of Europe, a party-colored composition that would appear still more confused were we only to continue through the times with which we are acquainted. It was not so in Japan, China, or Hindustan. It is so in no country shut up from others by its situation or constitution. And yet has Europe no great sea beyond the Alps so that it might be supposed nations could here stand side by side as walls? A slight view of the situation and nature of this quarter of the globe, with the character and circumstances of its nations, will lead us to other conclusions. 1. Eastwards, on the right hand, observe that vast elevated region, Asiatic Tartary. And in reading of the troubles that threw Europe into confusion in the Middle Ages, exclaim with Tristram Shandy, this was the source of all our misfortunes. I will not venture to inquire whether all the northern Europeans dwelt there and for how long a time, for once the whole north of Europe was no better than Siberia and Mongolia, the cradle of erratic hordes, in each, indolent migration, and the mode of government under Tatarian lords was hereditary and indigenous to the wandering people. As, beside this, Europe beyond the Alps is evidently an inclined plane, extending from these populous Tatarian heights westward to the sea, on which when one barbarian horde was pressed upon by another, it must descend toward the west and drive others before it. Europe was long kept in a Tatarian state geographically. Such for more than 1,000 years is the unpleasing aspect presented by the history of Europe, in which kingdoms and nations were never at quiet either from having acquired the habit of wandering or from being pressed upon by others. As it is undeniable that in the ancient world the great mountains of Asia, with their continuation in Europe, produced a wonderful difference of climate and character between the northern and southern parts of the globe, let us, who are on the north of the Alps, console ourselves with the reflection that both in manners and institutions we belong not to the original Asiatic Tartary, but to its European continuation. To Europe, particularly in comparison with the north of Asia, is a temperate country, abounding with rivers, coasts, promontories, and bays. And this alone was sufficient to render the destiny of its nations advantageously distinguished from that of their Asiatic neighbors. On the Sea of Asoph and the Euxine they were near the Grecian colonies and the most flourishing commerce of those days. All the nations that founded kingdoms or tarried here became acquainted with many others, and indeed acquired a certain degree of familiarity with the arts and sciences. But the Baltic was still more particularly to the north of Europe what the Mediterranean was to the south. The coasts of Prussia were already known to the Greeks and Romans by the trade in amber. None of the nations that settled on them, whatever their descent, remained wholly strangers to commerce, a commerce which soon united itself with that of the Euxine and even extended to the White Sea. In consequence a sort of common intercourse took place between the south of Asia and the east of Europe, and between the northern parts of Europe and of Asia, in which even nations that were far from civilized had a share. 276 The coast of Scandinavia and the North Sea soon swarmed with merchants, pirates, voyagers, and adventurers who launched out on every sea, attempted the coasts and countries of all Europe, and performed astonishing exploits. The Belgae united Gaul and Britain, and the Mediterranean was not safe from the expeditions of northern barbarians. They made pilgrimages to Rome, they traded to Constantinople and served in its armies. From all these circumstances, with the long-continued migrations by land, at length arose in this small portion of the globe a disposition to a grand union of stations which the Romans had already undesignedly prepared by their conquests, and which in any other place could not easily have been brought to bear. In no one quarter of the globe have nations been so intermingled as in Europe. in no one have they so often and so completely changed their abodes, and with them their way of life and manners. In many countries it would now be difficult for the inhabitants in general, leaving individuals out of the question, to say of what race, of what nation they are, whether they be descended from Goths, Moors, Jews, Carthaginians, or Romans, whether from Gael, Cimbri, Burgundians, Franks, Normans, Saxons, Slavs, Finns, or Illyrians, and what intermixture of blood took place among their ancestors. In the course of ages the ancient family stamp of many European nations has been softened down and altered by 100 causes, and without this the general spirit of Europe could not easily have been excited. 3. That we now find the most ancient inhabitants of this quarter of the globe only on the mountains or driven into its extreme coasts and corners, is a natural occurrence of which instances may be found in every part of the world, even in the Asiatic islands. In many of these the mountains are inhabited by a peculiar race, commonly less civilized, who were probably the ancient inhabitants of the land, obliged to retire before younger and bolder strangers. How could it be otherwise in Europe, where nations pressed upon and drove out one another more than in any place? The series of them, however, may be traced up to a few principal names and, what is singular, we find in very different regions the same people, who appear to have followed one another, for the most part near together. Thus the Cimbri followed the Gael, the Germans both, the Slavs the Germans, and occupied their lands. As the strata of our earth follow in regular succession, so do the nations in our quarter of the globe, often, indeed, turned upside down, yet still distinguishable in their primitive situation. The inquirers into their languages and manners must make the best use of their time, while they are still to be distinguished, for everything in Europe tends to a gradual extinction of national character. The historian of mankind, however, must take care that he chooses no tribe exclusively as his favorite and exalt it at the expense of others whose situation and circumstances denied them fame and fortune. The Germans have derived information even from the Slavs, the Cimbri and Letonians might probably have become Greeks had they been differently seated with respect to surrounding nations. We may rejoice that people of such a strong, handsome, and noble form, chaste manners, generosity, and probity as the Germans, possessed the Roman world instead perhaps of Huns or Bulgarians, but on this account to esteem them God's chosen people in Europe, to whom the world belongs in right of their innate nobility and to whom other nations were destined to be subservient in consequence of this preeminence would be to display the base pride of a barbarian. The barbarian lords it over those whom he has vanquished, the polished conqueror civilizes those whom he subdues. 4. No nation of Europe has raised itself to a polished state. Each has endeavored rather to retain its ancient barbarous manners as long as it possibly could, to which its raw, unprolific climate, and the necessity of a rude military constitution, greatly contributed. No nation of Europe, for example, has letters of its own, or invented them for itself. From the Spanish to the runic of the north, all are derived from the alphabets of other nations. All the cultivation of the east, west, and north of Europe, is a plant sprung from Roman, Greek, and Arabic seed. It was long ere this plant could thrive on the rugged soil and produce fruit of its own, at first sufficiently sour, and for this a singular instrument was necessary. A foreign religion. That a spiritual conquest might complete what the Romans were unable to accomplish by their arms. Thus above all things we have to consider this new instrument of civilization which had no inferior aim to that of molding all nations into one happy people, both in this world and in the next, and which operated nowhere so powerfully as in Europe. Behold the glorious standard raised on high, to which for hope and comfort mortals fly. Myriads of souls to it allegiance vow. Myriads of suppliant knees before it bow. Secure of future life its votary braves. The fear of death, in victory's plume it waves. Awestruck the savage warrior trembling stands. He sees the cross, and drops his weaponed hands. Book 17. 70 years before the dissolution of the Jewish state, a man was born in it by whom an unexpected revolution was brought about in the sentiments of men, as well as in their manners and institutions. This man, who was named Jesus, born in poverty, though descended from the ancient royal lineage, dwelling in the rudest part of the country and educated remote from the learning and wisdom of his nation, now deeply declined, lived unnoticed the greater part of his short life until, consecrated by a celestial appearance at the Jordan, he took to himself 12 men of his own condition as disciples, traveled with them through a part of Judea, and soon after sent them around to announce the approach of a new kingdom. The kingdom that he announced he styled the kingdom of God, a heavenly kingdom in which only chosen men could participate, and for the obtaining of which he proposed not external duties and ceremonies, but pure mental and spiritual virtues. The most genuine humanity is contained in the few discourses of his that are preserved. Humanity he displayed in his life and confirmed by his death, and the favorite name by which he chose to distinguish himself was that of the Son of Man. That he should have many followers among his countrymen, particularly of the poor and oppressed, and that he should soon be removed out of the way by those who, under the cloak of sanctity, oppress the people so that we scarcely know with precision the time of his appearance, were the natural consequences of his situation. But what was this kingdom of heaven, the approach of which Jesus announced, urged others to desire, and strove himself to establish? That it was no worldly sovereignty is proved by everything he said and did to the last unequivocal confession he made before his judges. As a spiritual deliverer of his race he sought to form children of God, who, under whatever laws they lived, should promote the welfare of others from the purest principles and, patient under sufferings, reign in spite of them as kings in the realm of truth and goodness. It is self-evident that such a purpose alone could be consistent with the intention of Providence in regard to mankind, a purpose in the promotion of which all the wise and good upon earth must cooperate in proportion to the purity of their thoughts and endeavors. For what can man propose as the standard of his earthly perfection and happiness but this universally operating, pure humanity? With reverence I bend before thy noble form, thou head and founder of a kingdom so great in its object, so durable in its extent, so simple and animated in its principles, so efficacious in its motives that the sphere of this terrestrial life appears too narrow for it. Nowhere in history find I a revolution so quietly effected in so short a time, planted in such a singular manner by feeble instruments, propagated over all the earth with yet interminable effect, and cultivated so as to produce good or bad fruit, as that which has spread among nations under the name, not properly of thy religion. That is to say, of thy vital scheme for the welfare of mankind, but mostly of thy worship. That is, an unresting adoration of thy cross and person. Thy penetrating mind foresaw this, and it is dishonoring thy name to affix it to every turbid stream from thy pure fountain. We will avoid it as much as possible. Thy placid form shall stand alone before the whole history that takes its rise from thee. Chapter 1. Origin of Christianity, with the fundamental principles it included. Singular as it appears, that a revolution affecting more than 1/4 of the globe should originate from a country so despised as Judea, historical grounds for it may be discovered on a closer inspection. The revolution of which we speak was intellectual, and however contemptible the Jews may have been deemed by the Greeks and Romans, they had this to boast, that before any other nation of Asia or of Europe they possessed writings of ancient date on which their constitution was founded and which, in consequence of this constitution, must promote the cultivation of a particular kind of science and literature. Neither Greeks nor Romans could lay claim to such a code of religious and political institutions which, interwoven with ancient scriptural family records, was confided to the care of a particular and numerous tribe, and preserved by it with superstitious reverence. In course of time a kind of refined sense naturally grew out of this antiquated letter, which was promoted by the repeated dispersion of the Jews among other nations. In the canon of their sacred writings were intermixed poems, moral maxims, and sublime orations that, written at various times and on very different occasions, grew into a collection which was soon considered as one continued system, and out of which one leading sense was drawn. The prophets of this nation, who, as the appointed guardians of the law of the land, had exhibited to the people a picture of what they ought to be and were not, each according to his peculiar way of thinking, at one time teaching and exhorting, at another warning or consoling, but always with patriotic hope, had left posterity, in these fruits of their heads and hearts, many seeds of new ideas which every man might cultivate after his own manner. From all these was gradually formed a systematic expectation of a king who should deliver his fallen, obedient people, bring them golden days such as they had never known under the greatest of their ancient sovereigns, and begin a new order of things. Conformably to the language of the prophets, these views were theocratic. With the collected characters of a Messiah they were molded into a lively image, and considered as the certain prerogative of the nation. In Palestine the increasing misery of the people made them hold fast this idea. In other countries, in Egypt for example, where many Jews had resided since the dissolution of the monarchy of Alexander, these notions acquired more of a Grecian form. Apocryphal books which exhibited these prophecies in a new shape were circulated, and the time was now arrived when these dreams, having attained their acme, must come to a conclusion. From the people a man arose whose mind, exalted above all earthly chimeras, united all the hopes, wishes, and predictions of the prophets in the design of an ideal kingdom which should be nothing less than an Israelitish kingdom of heaven. In this lofty plan he foresaw the approaching downfall of his nation, and denounced a speedy and lamentable end to their splendid temple and to their worship, now completely converted into superstition. The kingdom of God was to be extended to all nations, and the people who deemed it exclusively their own were considered by him as a lifeless course. What comprehensive force of mind must have been requisite to discern and announce anything of the kind at that time in Judea is evident from the unfriendly reception given to this doctrine by the chief persons and learned men among the Jews. It was looked upon as a rebellion against Moses and against God, as treason to the nation whose common hopes it unpatriotically destroyed. Even to the apostles the ex-Judaism of Christianity was a doctrine above all others difficult to swallow, and the most learned of them, Paul, found all the subtleties of Jewish logic necessary to render it comprehensible to the Christian Jews, even out of Judea. It was well that Providence itself gave the first stroke, and that with the destruction of Jerusalem the ancient walls were thrown down which with unyielding stubbornness separated God's chosen people, as they called themselves, from all others upon earth. The time of a peculiar national worship, teeming with pride and superstition, was now over, for necessary as such institutions might have been in former days when every nation, educated in a narrow family circle, ripened as a bunch of grapes on its own stalk, all human exertions in this part of the world had now tended for some centuries to unite nations by means of war, commerce, arts, science, and similar intercourse, and press from the fruit of all one common liquor. The prejudices of national religion stood chiefly in the way of this union, and as, while the Romans exercised a general spirit of toleration throughout their extensive empire, and the eclectic philosophy, that singular compound of all schools and sects, was universally diffused, a popular faith now arose which made of all nations one people and proceeded immediately from the most obstinate, which had hitherto esteemed itself preeminently distinguished from all others. This was at any rate a great and perilous step in the history of mankind, in whatever manner it was undertaken. It made all people brethren in leading them to the knowledge of one God and Saviour, but it was capable of rendering them slaves if this religion were imposed upon them as a yoke. The keys of the kingdom of heaven, both in this world and the next, might introduce Pharisaism as dangerous, when in the hands of other nations as ever they did in the hands of the Jews. The speedy and firm establishment of Christianity was principally promoted by a belief which originated from its founder himself. This was the opinion of his early return, and the revelation of his kingdom upon earth. This belief Jesus avowed before his judge and frequently repeated in the last days of his life. His followers adhered to it and expected the appearance of his kingdom. The spiritually minded Christian conceived therein the idea of a spiritual kingdom, the carnally minded, of a temporal sovereignty, and as the overstretched imaginations of those times and countries were not over-rational in their reveries, Jewish Christian apocalypses arose teeming with various prophecies, signs, and dreams. Antichrist was first to be destroyed, and on the delay of Christ's return, this man of sin was first to be revealed, then to increase, and grow up to the utmost height in his abominations until the Savior should come again and resuscitate his people. It cannot be denied but that such expectations must have occasioned many persecutions of the early Christians, for Rome, the mistress of the world, could not be indifferent to the propagation of such opinions, announcing its approaching overthrow and representing it as an anti-Christian object of horror or contempt. Thus such prophets were soon considered as unpatriotic despisers of their country and the world, nay, as men notoriously guilty of a general hatred to mankind, and many a one, impatient of his Saviour's return, ran to meet martyrdom. It is certain, however, that this hope of a kingdom of Christ nigh at hand, in heaven or on earth, powerfully united the minds of men and detached them from the world. This they despised as sunk in misery, while they beheld everywhere around them what they believed so near. Hence they acquired courage to rise above the spirit of the times, the power of persecutors, the mockery of the incredulous, which otherwise no one could have surmounted. They sojourned here as passengers whose residence was where their leader was gone before them, and whence he was soon to be revealed. Beside the leading points of history that have been mentioned, it appears not unnecessary to mark some of inferior magnitude that contributed greatly to the structure of Christianity. 1. The benevolent sentiments of Christ had made fraternal concord and placability, active assistance to the poor and needy, in short, every duty of man the common tie of his followers, so that, conformably to this, Christianity could not be other than a genuine bond of friendship and brotherly love. There can be no doubt that this instrument of humanity contributed much at all times, and particularly in the beginning, to its reception and extension. The poor and needy, the oppressed, the bondsman and the slave, the publican and the sinner, embraced it, and in consequence the first Christian communities were termed assemblies of beggars by the heathen. Now, as the new religion was neither capable nor desirous of removing the distinction of ranks that then existed in the world, nothing was left for it but minds possessed of Christian meekness, with all the weeds that would spring up at the same time on this good ground. Rich widows soon attracted a number of beggars by their gifts, who occasionally disturbed the peace of whole communities. Alms could not fail to be esteemed on one side as the true treasures of the kingdom of heaven, and to be sought on the other, in both cases, not only that noble pride, the offspring of independent merit and useful industry, but often impartiality and truth, yielded to base flattery. The alms chests of communities became the common property of martyrs, gifts to the community were exalted to the title of the spirit of Christianity, while its morals were corrupted by the exaggerated praise bestowed on such acts. Though the necessity of the times may excuse much of this, it is nevertheless certain that, if human society be considered as one large hospital and Christianity its common alms box, a depraved state of morals and politics must necessarily ensue. 2. Christianity was to be a community governed by elders and teachers without any worldly authority. These were to guide the flock as shepherds, decide their differences, correct their faults with zeal and affection, and lead them to heaven by their counsel, their influence, their precepts, and their example. A noble office when worthily executed and not prevented by circumstances from being fulfilled, for it blunts the fangs of the law, extracts the thorns from claims and contests, and unites the divine, the Father, and the Judge. But how was it when, in course of time, the shepherds treated their human flocks as actual sheep, or led them as beasts of burden to browse on thistles? How, when wolves, legally called, came among the flocks instead of shepherds? Childish obedience then soon became a Christian virtue. It became a Christian virtue for a man to renounce the use of his reason and to follow the authority of another's opinion instead of his own conviction, while the bishop, instead of an apostle, was messenger, witness, teacher, expounder, judge, and arbiter. Nothing now was prized so highly as faith, as quietly following the leader. The man who ventured to have an opinion of his own was an obstinate heretic and excluded from the kingdom of God and the Church. Bishops and their subalterns, in defiance of the doctrines of Christ, interfered in family disputes and civil affairs, and soon they quarreled among each other, which should rule the rest. Hence the contests for the chief episcopal sees, and the gradual extension of their rights, hence the endless dispute between the scepter and the crosier, between the right arm and the left, between the crown and the mitre. Certain as it is that, in times of tyranny, just and pious judges were indispensable aids to men who had the misfortune to live without political institutions, scarcely anything more scandalous can be conceived than the long dispute between the spiritual arm and the temporal, which kept Europe in perpetual confusion for more than 1,000 years. In this place the salt was insipid, in that it was too pungent. 3. Christianity had a certain formulary of which those who were initiated into it by baptism made profession. And simple as this formulary was, more disturbances, persecutions, and bitterness arose in course of time from the harmless expressions Father, Son, and Spirit, than from any other three words in human language. The further men departed from the principles of Christianity, considered as an active institution founded for the good of mankind, the more men speculated beyond the limits of human reason. Mysteries were discovered, and at length the whole of the Christian doctrine was converted into mystery. After the books of the New Testament were introduced into the Church as a canon, things were demonstrated from them, and indeed from books of the Jewish constitution, books which few could read in the original and of which the primitive signification had long been lost, that from them are not to be proved. Hence systems and heresies multiplied to stifle which the worst of all means were chosen. Ecclesiastical assemblies and synods. How many of these are the disgrace of Christianity and of common sense? Pride and intolerance called them together, discord, party spirit, grossness, and knavery, swayed them, and at length force, arbitrary power, insolence, pimping, deceit, or accident, decided, under the name of the Holy Spirit, for the whole Church, nay, for time and eternity. In a short time, none were found so competent to determine articles of faith as the Christianized emperors to whom Constantine had bequeathed the innate hereditary right to enjoin creeds and canons concerning Father, Son, and Spirit, concerning Omicron mu Omicron chi sigma iota Omicron, or Omicron mu Omicron iota chi sigma iota Omicron. The single or double nature of Christ, Mary the Mother of God, and the created or uncreated glory that appeared at Christ's baptism. These pretensions, with the consequences that ensued from them, will remain an eternal disgrace to the Byzantine throne and to every throne by which it was imitated, for with their ignorant power they supported and perpetuated persecutions, schisms, and disturbances, which improved neither the spirit nor the morality of men, but tended to undermine the Church, the State, and the thrones themselves. The history of the first Christian empire, that of Constantinople, is such a melancholy exhibition of base treachery, and horrible cruelty that, to the moment of its deplorable end, it stands a warning monument to all polemic Christian governments. 4. Christianity had its sacred writings which sprung in part from occasional epistles and in part, with few exceptions, from oral communications. These in time were made the standard of faith, soon became the banner of every contending party, and were abused in every way that want of sense could dictate. Each party either proved from them what it wished to prove, or men hesitated not to mutilate them and to forge with unblushing effrontery false gospels, epistles, and revelations in the name of the apostles. Pious fraud. In such things more detestable than perjury as it lies to a whole series of ages and generations without end, was soon reckoned no sin, but a meritorious act for the honor of God and the salvation of souls. Hence the many spurious writings of the apostles and fathers of the Church, hence the numerous fictions of miracles, martyrs, donations, constitutions, and decretals, the uncertainty of which steals through all the early and middle ages of ecclesiastical history, almost down to the Reformation, like a thief in the night. When once the corrupt principle was admitted that a man might deal treacherously, invent lies, and write fictions for the good of the Church, historical faith was wounded, the tongue, the pen, the memory, and imagination of men had lost their rule and compass, so that Christian veracity had a more just claim to become proverbial than Grecian honesty, or Punic faith. This is the more to be regretted as the epoch of Christianity follows the period of the most excellent historians of Greece and Rome, after whom true history almost disappears at once with the Christian era for many centuries. It quickly sinks into a chronicle of bishops, churches, and monks, as the pen was employed, not for what is most worthy of man, not for the world and the state, but for the church, or for orders, cloisters, and sects, and as men were accustomed to homilies and the people were to believe the bishop in all things, writers considered the whole world as a race of believers, as a Christian flock. 5. Christianity had only two sacred rites, very simple, and well adapted to their purposes. For nothing was further from the intention of its founder than that it should be a ceremonial religion. But Deutero-Christianity soon became intermixed with Jewish and heathen practices, according to the difference of places and times, so that the baptism of infants was converted into an exorcism of Satan, and a feast in commemoration of a departed friend became the creation of a god, a bloodless sacrifice a miracle for the remission of sin, a viaticum to the other world. Unfortunately, the period of Christianity coincided with that of ignorance, barbarism, and depraved taste, whence little truly great and noble could enter into its ceremonies, the structure of its churches, the institution of its festivals, statutes, and pageantry, its hymns, prayers, and rituals. These ceremonies rolled on from land to land, from one quarter of the globe to another. What originally derived some local meaning from ancient custom lost it in foreign countries and remote times, thus the spirit of Christian liturgies became a singular jumble of Jewish, Egyptian, Greek, Roman, barbarian practices in which what was serious frequently became tiresome or absurd. A history of Christian taste in festivals, temples, rituals, consecrations, and literary composition, contemplated with a philosophic eye, would exhibit the most checkered picture the world ever beheld of a subject that was intended to be free of ceremony. And as this Christian taste in time insinuated itself into juridical and political customs, domestic establishments, plays, romances, dances, songs, tournaments, coats of arms, battles, triumphs, and other festivities, it must be confessed that the human mind received from it an incredible twist, and that the cross erected over nations stamped a singular impression on their foreheads. The Pisciculi Christiani swam for ages in a turbid element. 6. Christ lived unmarried, and his mother was a virgin. Serene and cheerful as he was, he loved occasional solitude and prayed in private. The spirit of the Orientals, the Egyptians in particular, who were previously inclined to contemplation, seclusion, and religious indolence, carried the notion of the holiness of celibacy, especially in the priesthood, and of the pleasingness to God of virginity, solitude, and a contemplative life, to such an extravagant pitch, that, as Essenes, Therapeutae, and other solitaries already abounded, above all in Egypt, the spirit of seclusion, vows, fasting, penitence, prayer, and a monastic life, was set in full fermentation by Christianity. In different countries, indeed, it assumed different forms, and according as it was modified, proved either a benefit or an injury. Upon the whole, however, it is incontrovertible that the injuriousness of this way of life, the moment it becomes an irrevocable law, a slavish yoke or a political net, is predominant, for society in general, as well as for its individual members. From China and Tibet to Ireland, Mexico, and Peru, cloisters of bonzes, lamas, and talapoins, and of all Christian monks and nuns in their several kinds and classes, are the dungeons of religion and the state, seminaries of barbarity, vice, and oppression, or sewers of the most abominable lusts and knaveries. And though we would deprive no spiritual order of its merits with respect to the culture of the earth, the improvement of man, or the promotion of science, we ought never to shut our ears against the secret sighs and lamentations that echo through these hollow vaults, secluded from humankind, or will we turn our heads to view the empty visions of supramundane contemplation or the continued cabals of furious monkeyish zeal in a form certainly adapted to no enlightened age? To Christianity they are unquestionably foreign, for Christ was no monk, Mary no nun, the most ancient of the apostles, was accompanied by his wife, and neither Christ nor any of the 12 knew aught of supramundane contemplation. 7. Finally, Christianity, in seeking to found a heavenly kingdom upon earth, and to convince men of the transitoriness of all earthly things, at all times formed those pure and tranquil minds which sought not the eyes of the world and performed their good deeds before God, but, alas! it also cherished, by its gross abuse, that false enthusiasm which, almost from its commencement, gave birth to frantic martyrs and prophets in abundance. They endeavored to erect a kingdom of heaven upon the earth without knowing where or how it was to stand. They opposed the government and loosed the bands of order without giving the world a better, while vulgar pride, base arrogance, scandalous lust, and mad stupidity concealed themselves under the overflow of Christian zeal. As the deceived Jews followed their pseudo-messiahs, the Christian in one place flocked to the banners of bold impostors, in another fawned on the most despicable and dissolute tyrants as if they had established the kingdom of God upon earth when they built for them churches or conferred on them donations. Thus the weak Constantine was flattered, and this mystic language of prophetic fanaticism extended itself, according to times and circumstances, both to men and women. The Paraclete has often appeared and the Spirit has often spoken to a deeply enamored enthusiast from female lips. History shows what discord and calamity have been introduced into the Christian world by Chiliasts and Anabaptists, Donatists, Montanists, Priscillianists, Circumcellians, and others, how some of heated imaginations have despised and destroyed works of science, demolished and extirpated monuments of art, institutions, and men, how a palpable imposture or ridiculous accident occasionally set whole countries in commotion, how, for example, the fancied approach of the world's end drove all Europe into Asia. Let us not, however, refuse its due praise to pure Christian enthusiasm. This, when it took a right course, performed more in a short time for many ages than all the coolness and indifference of philosophy could ever accomplish. The leaves of deceit fall off, but the fruit ripens. The flames of time consume the straw and stubble, but real gold they can only refine. Whatever melancholy has crossed my mind while my pen has traced many of these shameful abuses of the best of things, I proceed with cheerfulness to the propagation of Christianity in different countries and regions, for as medicine may be converted into poison, poison may be rendered salutiferous, and what is pure and good in its origin must ultimately prove triumphant. Chapter 2. Propagation of Christianity in the East. In Judea Christianity grew under oppression, and retained the stamp of oppression in its form as long as the Jewish state endured. The Nazarenes and Ebionites, in all probability the remains of the first body of Christians, were poor and low persons and have long been extinct, their names alone remaining in the list of heretics on account of their opinion that Jesus was a mere man, the son of Joseph and Mary. It is to be regretted that their gospel is lost, as in it probably we should have the earliest collection, though not altogether pure, of the nearest local traditions of the life of Christ. Thus, too, the ancient books in possession of the Sabaeans, or St. John's Christians, were probably not unworthy of notice, for though a pure illustration of the primitive times could by no means be expected from this fabling sect, a compound of Jews and Christians, even fables often throw light on things of this kind. 277. The influence of the Church at Jerusalem on other communities arose chiefly from the respect paid to the apostles. For as James, the brother of Jesus, a sensible and worthy man, presided over it for a number of years, there can be no doubt but its form would be a model to others. A Jewish model, therefore, and as almost every country and every city of primitive Christendom would be converted by an apostle, everywhere imitations of the Church at Jerusalem, apostolical communities, arose. The bishop who received the unction of the Spirit from an apostle occupied the apostle's place and with it enjoyed his authority. The power of the Spirit which he had received he again imparted, and soon became a kind of high priest, a mediator between God and man. As the first council at Jerusalem spoke in the name of the Holy Spirit, other councils did the same in imitation of it, and we are startled at the spiritual power very early acquired by the bishops in the Asiatic provinces. Thus the authority of the apostles, which visibly descended to the bishops, rendered the most ancient constitution of the Church aristocratic, and in this constitution lay the germ of a future hierarchy and a popedom. What is said of the pure virginity of the Church during the first 3 centuries is either fiction or exaggeration. It is well known that an Oriental philosophy, as it is called, had spread very considerably in the first ages of Christianity. This, however, more closely investigated, appears to have been nothing but a shoot from the eclectic, or modern, Platonic philosophy such as the country and time were adapted to produce. It wound itself around Judaism and Christianity, but neither sprang from them nor produced them any fruits. The Gnostics were branded with the name of heretics from the commencement of Christianity because the Christians would not admit among them any subtilizing philosophosters, and many of them would have remained unknown to us had they not been entered in the rolls of schism. We could wish that their writings also had been preserved, as they would not be unwelcome to us with regard to the canon of the New Testament. At present we perceive from a few particular opinions of this numeracy yet remaining nothing more than a crude attempt to intermix the fictions of the Oriental Platonists respecting the nature of God and the creation of the world with Judaism and Christianity, and thence form a metaphysical theology, principally of allegorical names, with the theodicy and moral philosophy. As the name of heretic is unknown to the history of mankind, every one of these unsuccessful attempts is valuable to it and worth its notice, though at the same time it is well for the history of Christianity that such reveries should never become the prevailing system of the Church. After the pains that have been bestowed on this sect ecclesiastically, a pure philosophical inquiry, whence their notions were derived, what was their intention, and what effect they produced would not be unprofitable to the history of the human understanding. 278. The doctrines of Mani, whose object was nothing less than to be the founder of a complete Christianity, made further progress. He perished, and his numerous followers were so persecuted in all places and at all times that the name of Mani Chain, especially after Austin had taken up the pen against them, became one of the most terrible stigmas of a heretic. We now shudder at this ecclesiastical spirit of persecution and perceive that many of these heresiarchs were men of reflecting and enterprising minds who boldly attempted not only to combine religion, metaphysics, morals, and natural philosophy, but to unite them for the purpose of an actual society, a philosophico-political religious order. Some of them were lovers of science and are to be pitied for being denied more ample knowledge by their situation. The Catholic party, however, would have become a stagnant pool had not these wild winds set it in motion and compelled them at least to defend their written tradition. The time of pure reason and a political improvement of morals by it was not yet arrived, and for the religious community of Mani there was no place either in Persia or Armenia, any more than afterwards among the Bulgarians, or Albigenses. Christian sects penetrated into India, Tibet, and China, though by ways that remain obscure to us. 279. The shock, however, that was given to the remotest regions of Asia in the first centuries of the Christian era is observable in their own histories. The doctrine of Buddha, or so, which is said to have come from Bactria, acquired fresh animation at this period. It spread to Ceylon, Tibet, and China. Hindu books on the subject were translated into the Chinese language and the great sect of the Bonzes was brought to perfection. Without ascribing to Christianity all the abominations of the Bonzes, or the whole of the monadic system of the Lamas and Talapoins, it seems to have been the leaven which set all the ancient reveries of the people from Egypt to China in fermentation anew, and modified them more or less. Many fables of Buddha, Krishna, and the rest appear to include Christian ideas enveloped in an Indian garb, and the great Lama on the mountains, who probably arose first in the 15th century is, with his personal sanctity and rigid doctrines, his bells and religious orders, in all appearance a distant cousin of the Lama on the Tiber. The difference is, their Manichaeism and Nestorianism were grafted on Asiatic ideas and manners, here Orthodox Christianity was inserted into a Roman stock. The two cousins, however, would not readily recognize each other, so little intercourse has been kept up between them. We have a clearer knowledge of the more learned Nestorians, who spread themselves far into Asia, particularly after the 5th century, and did much good. 280 Almost from the commencement of the Christian era the school of Edessa flourished as the seat of Syrian learning. King Abgarus, who has been held forth as an epistolary correspondent of Christ himself, when he removed his residence from Nisibis, transported to Edessa the collections of books which were in the temples. At this period everyone who was desirous of becoming learned traveled to Edessa from all parts of the world, for beside Christian theology, the fine arts were taught there in the Greek and Syrian languages, so that Edessa was probably the first Christian university ever established. It flourished for 4 centuries, until the professors were expelled on account of the doctrines of Nestorius, to which they adhered, and their school was demolished. But in consequence of this the Syrian literature spread not only into Mesopotamia, Palestine, Syria, and Phoenicia, but even into Persia, where it experienced an honorable reception, and where at last a Nestorian pope arose who ruled over all the Christians in this kingdom, and afterwards over those of Arabia, India, Mongolia, and China. Whether he was the celebrated Prester Johann, of whom many fabulous reports were spread in the Middle Ages, and whether, from a singular mixture of doctrines the great Lama at last arose from him, we shall leave undecided. 281 Suffice it that in Persia the favored Nestorians were employed by its monarchs as physicians to the body, ambassadors, and ministers. The Christian writings were translated into the Persian, and the Syriac became the sacred language of the country. When the empire of Mohammed gained the sway, particularly under his successors the Umayyads, Nestorians filled the highest posts of honor and were made viceroys of the conquered provinces, and when the caliphs resided at Baghdad, as well as after they had removed their residence to Samarra, the patriarch of the Nestorians shared their authority. Under Al-Mamun, who encouraged learning among his people and appointed physicians and astronomers, philosophers, naturalists, mathematicians, geographers, and analysts to teach in the Academy of Baghdad, the Syrians were associates and instructors of the Arabs. They rivaled each other in translating into Arabic the works of the Greeks, many of which had already been translated into that language, and if the light of science afterwards dawned on benighted Europe from the Arabic, the Syriac Christians originally contributed to this. Their language, the first of the Oriental dialects in this region into which vowels were admitted and which can boast the most ancient and elegant translation of the New Testament, was the bridge of Grecian science for Asia, and through the Arabs for Europe. Under such favorable circumstances Nestorian missions then extended themselves far and wide, though other Christian sects found means to suppress them or chase them away. Under the family of Genghis Khan, too, they were of considerable importance. Their patriarch frequently accompanied the Khan on his expeditions, and thus their doctrines were spread among the Mongols, Igurians, and other Tatar nations. Samarkand was the seat of a metropolitan, Kashgar, and other cities, of bishops, and if the celebrated Christian monument in China is genuine, there is to be found on it a complete chronicle of the immigration of the priests from Tatsin. If with this it is considered that the whole of the Mohammedan religion, such as it is, would never have arisen had it not been preceded by Christianity, we find in this, beyond all dispute, a leaven, which, more or less, sooner or later, set in commotion the way of thinking of all the south and part of the north of Asia.